Murphy found himself reborn, transported back to that fateful evening a decade ago when he confessed his feelings to his childhood sweetheart after the college entrance examination. As anticipated, he faced rejection, yet, in a moment of compassion, he offered a bouquet to a young lady weeping by the roadside. The gentle and fervent collision of emotions led him to awaken to a rather unexpected reality. He had become a kept man. Gazing at the bank transfer on his phone, he pondered the absurdity of his situation. Having been granted a second chance at life, what was wrong with indulging in a bit of financial support? The most challenging aspect of receiving affection from a beautiful woman was the nagging thought that he ought not to disappoint her. He understood her feelings all too well. Yet, as his own female CEO continued to shower him with increasingly lavish gifts, he found himself overwhelmed, nearly choking on the abundance. His childhood sweetheart? Why should her impatience concern him? Could she not see that he was already entangled in a web of emotional debts? Why must she add to his chaos? Chapter 1. Initially, he merely found her adorable, but by the time he regained his senses, he had unwittingly become her loyal servant. In Deep City, the rain drizzled gently. Murphy, having just relieved himself after a few drinks, felt the snap of his high-end leather belt, which had served him well for 7 years. Standing in the restroom, he stared in disbelief at the broken belt before tossing it into the trash bin with indifference. Clutching the tattered end of the belt, he reminisced about his 23-year-old self, brimming with limitless potential. He had so much to say, eager to share his thoughts with the world. Yet, at 33, he found himself burdened by a burgeoning beer belly and a life marred by failure. Having lost his job due to an act of bravery, he faced a series of unsuccessful job applications, suffocating under the weight of mortgage and car loans. The cold bank notice affixed to his front door ominously foreshadowed his impending financial ruin. On the bright side, he had not entered into matrimony. Murphy felt adrift in the restroom of a barbecue stall, convinced that all possibilities for his life had vanished. Life resembled a charge into battle, yet he could not find a foe to confront. Oh no, the sky wept with light rain. The stall owner gently patted his back. Groggy, Murphy turned to the owner and offered an awkward smile. I go, I'm fine. The owner said nothing. He had operated his stall at the entrance of this neighborhood for over a decade, and Murphy had been a patron for 7 years. From renting a room to purchasing an apartment nearby, from walking to acquiring a car for convenience, time had flown, and in the blink of an eye, this young man had unknowingly spent 7 years in this city. Recently, during a heroic act, Murphy had leaped into the water to save someone without a second thought, only to have his phone and backpack stolen while he was preoccupied. It was an infuriating situation, as the loss of vital documents caused significant harm to his company. Unable to bear the embarrassment, he resigned from the firm where he had worked for 7 years. Continuing in this field seemed impossible. In this unforgiving urban jungle, starting anew at his age felt like an insurmountable challenge. Just go home and get some sleep. There's nothing that can't be overcome. How about another drink? Murphy nodded, sitting on a rain-soaked plastic stool, sipping a shot of liquor that had mingled with the rainwater, and offered the owner another awkward smile. Bro, your alcohol is watered down. After a brief moment of catharsis, Murphy returned home, reflecting on the course of his life. If he had known that his act of saving a life would lead to such losses, would he have still jumped in? After much contemplation, he concluded that he would have. Lighting a cigarette, he rubbed his temples and opened a notebook he had purchased years prior, searching online for ways to re-establish himself in Deep City. His own life felt shrouded in darkness. Yet that child's life had just begun. If all else failed, he could return home and sell the house, still leaving him with a decent sum. However, his parents and friends back home believed he was thriving in Deep City, having established himself in the bustling metropolis. He could see that moment. His phone chimed with a new message notification. It was from his mother. Ms. Howe. Son, I just saw the news about your heroic act. Ms. Howe, our restaurant business is doing well, and your father's supermarket is stable. If you need money, just let us know. If you don't want to stay in Deep City, come home. Taking a deep breath, Murphy read his mother's message, feeling the weight of unfulfilled promises he had made to take his parents on a trip once he struck it rich. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time, torn between returning home and continuing to struggle in the big city. Didn't you have a new email? Suddenly, a notification popped up in Murphy's inbox. As he exhaled smoke and gazed at the email, he was surprised to find an odd blank message pinned at the top. Would you like to change the difficulty? Current difficulty setting. Held difficulty that he pondered the mysterious email for a moment. Extreme difficulty? He could switch to super easy mode without a second thought. He attempted to delete it, but found himself unable to do so. After contemplating for a while, Murphy casually typed activate super easy mode in the reply field. Sorry, the lowest difficulty is easy mode. Easy mode has been activated. Please cherish the opportunity to start anew. As the words gradually appeared on his computer screen, Murphy found the situation rather amusing, as if it were a cleverly disguised scam. The alcohol clouded his clarity, and his consciousness began to blur as he slumped over the table, slowly drifting off to sleep. In a haze, he heard applause echoing around him, the gentle rain stimulating his senses. Agree to him! Agree to him! Agree to him! Murphy lifted his gaze, and a girl from his memories materialized before him. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a silken waterfall. Her features were exquisitely porcelain-like, and her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, radiating intelligence. Her straight nose, slightly upturned at the tip, conveyed a playful charm. Her lips, adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, resembled delicate cherry blossoms. When she smiled gently, it felt as if the entire world had succumbed to her allure. Such an adorable girl could surely evoke tears with a single punch. Murphy stood in the rain, holding a transparent umbrella and a bouquet of flowers. Beneath the shelter of the umbrella, the girl, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Murphy, but I don't want to date during college. Can't we just be good friends for life?" Hearing her voice tinged with a hint of regret, Murphy snapped back to reality. Zhang Lanfan? Murphy's voice was somewhat hoarse. Was it not his longtime childhood companion, whom he had pursued fruitlessly for years? If memory served him well, he was currently standing before a plaza in Rome City. Zhang Lanlan aspired to enroll in Rome City University, and her high school friends had just graduated, choosing to embark on their adventures with Rome City as their first destination. At that time, amidst his friends' plans, he mustered the courage once more to confess his feelings to Zhang Lanlan. He had harbored affection for her since high school, yet Zhang Lanlan always asked him to wait. High school affected his studies. In university, academic pursuits took precedence, and she continued to request his patience. Ultimately, during their final year at university, she approached him, hand in hand with her boyfriend, her face radiant with joy. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." That moment, Murphy realized, with a jolt, that he had perhaps never truly existed in her eyes. The notion of childhood sweethearts was merely a figment of his one-sided devotion. In truth, Murphy knew he was not a desperate suitor. Yet, Zhang Lanlan neither rejected nor openly disliked him. Whenever other girls approached him, she would, in her capacity as a childhood friend, intervene. Initially, he found her endearing, but before he knew it, he had become a mere admirer. It was a testament to his own wavering resolve. He could hardly blame her. Later on, he graduated and ventured to Shin City for work, and their communication dwindled to nothing. Murphy never harbored resentment toward Zhang Lanlan, nor did he feel any bitterness. Rather, he experienced a sense of relief, even a hint of gratitude. How fortunate it was that they had not ended up together. This woman possessed profound wisdom, and perhaps she had done him a favor. "Don't let me be utterly disappointed in you. I'm leaving." Zhang Lanlan, infuriated, stomped her foot and departed. They had known each other since kindergarten, and she understood Murphy's character all too well. Without a doubt, he would soon chase after her. After all, she was caught in the rain. She navigated through the crowd, hastily making her way outside, while onlookers began to disperse, witnessing the failed confession. However, after a considerable time, the imagined umbrella never appeared above her head. Zhang Lanlan hastened into the shopping mall, where her friend awaited her arrival. Together, they sheltered behind a pillar, peering outside, only to discover Murphy walking away, holding the umbrella in the opposite direction. "Lanlan, Murphy is leaving," her friend called out. "Let him go," Zhang Lanlan retorted, running her fingers through her damp hair with an air of discontent. She pulled out her phone and blocked Murphy's calls and messages. She had given him a chance, yet he failed to cherish it. The rain intensified, leaving them unable to escape their current location. After a while, she noticed Murphy returning to the plaza, a surge of pride swelling within her. When he sought her out, she vowed never to forgive him, that he truly needed to learn a lesson about who held the upper hand. Yet at the height of Zhang Lanlan's satisfaction, she witnessed Murphy approach the railing by the riverbank. He gazed at her silhouette, weeping in the rain, and raised the umbrella to shield her, extending the flowers he held toward her. "Please, don't cry." Chapter 2, Love? The love of your mother selling fried dough twists. Murphy gazed at the statuesque woman before him, her long legs radiating elegance. She appeared to be in her early 20s, the prime of her life. Clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, her shapely legs were adorned with exquisite high-heeled sandals. Her cascading, wavy hair, dampened by the rain, clung to her flawless shoulders. Her eyes, deep and luminous, were tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if harboring untold stories and secrets. He had first spotted this girl leaning against the railing, sipping beer, just as he was leaving. After observing her for a while, he noted that she remained there as the rain intensified. Surely, she wouldn't contemplate something drastic, would she? No, that seemed unlikely. Murphy reasoned that her evident sorrow was likely due to a romantic disappointment. It was foolish for a university student of her age to still believe in love. After all, the flowers he held would only end up in the trash, so why not bring a semblance of joy to this heartbroken girl? Although the chance of her being in despair was minuscule, Murphy's nature compelled him to check on her. Wei Nanfeng stared blankly at the flowers in her hand and the umbrella above her head, holding her beer in a state of confusion. Murphy raised the umbrella to shield her from the rain and began to offer words of comfort, observing her reddened eyes. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are plentiful. It's not worth jumping into the river for a man. You're still young, aren't you? Wei Nanfeng regarded the youthful boy comforting her, and her sorrow, which had slightly abated, suddenly erupted as she cried out, "You think I'm old? 26 is old? Who would jump into the river for him? Being young is such a big deal. Age is a taboo for women, especially for those who increasingly care about their years." Murphy found the southern girl's words melodious, even when laced with frustration, her voice a charming contrast to her tall, cool demeanor. He was momentarily taken aback. She appeared far younger than 26. "My apologies, I must have misjudged. I thought you were in your early 20s. I'm glad to hear that. Wishing you joy in life." He handed her the umbrella, relieved that she was not contemplating something drastic. However, just to be safe, he felt compelled to check again. In his past life, he had not given up after being rejected and had followed Zhang Lanlan without noticing this girl. Perhaps he was overthinking, which was a good sign. As long as she wasn't in despair, that was what truly mattered. Having just been reborn, he was filled with a sense of wonder about this familiar world. He turned away, pulling out his phone, his heart racing as he glanced at the date and time. July 21st, 2014, 7:30 a.m. He had indeed returned to the summer, following his college entrance examination. The iPhone 5S in his hand was a lavish graduation gift from Ms. Howe, but at that moment, he was consumed with one thought. He eagerly dialed his mother's number. Yet the call did not connect, only producing a constant busy signal. It was peak hours at their family restaurant. Surely, his mother was attending to customers. He then tried his father's number, but it too went unanswered. Rain splattered against the screen of his phone, and he hastily tucked it into his coat. If all went according to plan, this phone would accompany him through 4 years at university. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and a singer strummed a guitar in front of a convenience store, serenading passers-by with folk tunes while the rain's mist reflected the dazzling neon lights. Murphy felt a surge of nostalgia and excitement as he embraced the limitless possibilities of this era. Besides worrying about his parents, his foremost ambition could be distilled into 2 words: make money, make money, make money. Is money truly that important? Things like dignity, health, lifetime, and love cannot be purchased with money. Yet, for most, life is spent exchanging what cannot be bought for mere currency, leading to a life of mediocrity. When one desires to care for their parents, they find them gone. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to amass wealth. With money, he could take his parents on trips and pursue the life he desired. As for love, the love of your mother selling fried dough twists was hardly a priority. The rain fell heavier, but Murphy chose not to hail a taxi. He planned to take the bus back to the hotel. With just over 2,000 yuan in his pocket and a week-long stay ahead, he aimed to save wherever possible. Upon returning, he would indulge in a hot, relaxing bath and then enjoy an authentic hot pot meal with his good friends to warm his spirits. He vividly remembered his previous visit when he had been short on cash and got swindled by an overpriced hot pot in a tourist trap. This time, he would not be fooled. He knew of a place that was both generous and affordable, while still being authentic. As he walked, he contemplated the mysterious email he had received. With the simple mode of life that Rebirth afforded him, possessing so much insider knowledge truly simplified his existence. By seizing some well-known opportunities, he could achieve financial freedom and begin to relish life. Upon returning, he would need to devise a solid plan, as his most pressing challenge was securing initial capital. He wondered if he could persuade Miss How to provide him with a lump sum for his living expenses for the year. Talp, talp, talp. Suddenly, the crisp sound of high heels echoed in his ears, and the rain was shielded by the umbrella overhead. Murphy turned to find the tall, elegant woman from earlier and instinctively greeted her. "Hello, Mississippi. How may I assist you?" Wei Nanfeng shot him a glare, annoyed at this bothersome boy. Surely, he must have intended to call her auntie. However, she refused to stoop to the level of child. He did have a good heart. After all, despite having left in embarrassment after her failed confession, he had returned to comfort her as she lingered by the riverside, enduring her sadness. Although the flowers were not specifically meant for her, she had nonetheless enjoyed them. Wei Nanfeng felt no obligation to anyone. With a gentle smile, Wei Nanfeng draped her arm over Murphy's shoulder and spoke in a mellifluous tone. "Thank you for the umbrella and the flowers. I saw you just had a failed confession." Initially, she had no intention of confronting him, but the thought of him calling her auntie irked her. Indeed, but it's inconsequential. Failure is a constant throughout life. It's hardly a catastrophe. Murphy shrugged off her arm, attempting to maintain some distance. While Chengdu was already quite progressive regarding gender relations, he was not so desperate as to be easily lured in. Moreover, this stunning woman would certainly not take an interest in a mere boy like him. She was probably just teasing him for amusement. Murphy possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood his own worth. Every gift comes with an implicit price tag, and unusual occurrences often warrant scrutiny. When something seemingly fortuitous drops from the sky, one ought to question why. How tiresome. Wei Nanfeng noticed his reluctance and pouted, then pointed towards the convenience store across the street. "Let's go buy an umbrella. I'll return your umbrella and treat you to a cup of milk tea. What do you think?" Murphy nodded in agreement. On such a chilly day, a warm drink seemed like a delightful option, especially since it wouldn't cost him anything. "Thank you for your generosity. The tea from Qiandao is rather more delightful. I would like a large cup of half-sweet soy milk tea, please." Upon hearing Murphy's request, Wei Nanfeng smiled softly, finding this young lad somewhat intriguing. Though still youthful, his heart appeared kind, and he seemed to carry many secrets that she, by nature, adored hearing. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with a Song's True Meaning. Crossing to the opposite side of the street, Wei Nanfeng queued to purchase the milk tea, while Murphy entered a convenience store to procure an umbrella, a towel, and a pack of cigarettes. Observing the long line at the milk tea shop, Murphy realized he would have to wait a while. Listening to the music playing nearby, he lit a cigarette, captivated by the singer performing a song he had never heard before. He found it quite pleasant and placed 5 yuan into the guitar case. As the singer finished his piece, he tossed his artistic ponytail and, reaching into his pocket, rolled a cigarette with practiced ease. "Mind lending me a light?" Murphy smiled and ignited the cigarette for him. The two struck up a casual conversation, and Murphy couldn't help but admire the guitar cradled in the young man's arms. In his university days, he had also played in a band, but alas, they had dispersed after graduation. "Seeing you gaze at my guitar, do you wish to play a tune?" Murphy felt a flicker of desire. In Rongqing, one ought to perform a song or two to truly embrace the atmosphere. Would that be all right? The ambience is simply enchanting. The young man generously handed the guitar to Murphy, saying, "Feel free to strum." Glancing back at Wei Nanfeng, who was still inside the milk tea shop, Murphy surmised she would not emerge anytime soon, and so decided to pass the time with the song. At this moment, Lei Zide's Chengdu had already been penned, having its debut performance in a quaint tavern on Yulin Road. Murphy gently plucked the guitar strings, humming the familiar melody. Having lived in Rongqing for 4 years, he was intimately acquainted with the song, which resonated as a poignant reminder of his past. "Letting my tears fall, it's not just from last night's wine. What makes me reluctant to part is more than just your tenderness." Unbeknownst to him, Wei Nanfeng had activated her monetary prowess, paying an extra 100 yuan to procure 2 cups of milk tea, thus bypassing the queue. Such is the power of wealth, capable of acquiring that which cannot be obtained through mere desire. Standing quietly behind Murphy, Wei Nanfeng listened to his melodious performance. His clear voice and captivating melody were truly delightful. Partings always occur in September. Memories are the autumn of longing. The tender willows of late autumn kiss my forehead. In that rain-soaked little city, I have never forgotten you. Murphy's voice seemed to harbor stories, suggesting he had spent a long time in Rongqing and experienced countless events. Observing his youthful visage, Wei Nanfeng momentarily sensed a hint of melancholy. Yet when he sang the line, "Chengdu, what I cannot take away is only you," it struck a vulnerable chord deep within her heart. She recalled the person she had loved years ago, who had chosen another during a moment of decision, leaving Rongqing with that woman. The chosen one was older, her childhood friend, and his perfect muse. Meanwhile, she was significantly younger, with boundless possibilities ahead. Wei Nanfeng understood these were mere excuses. At the time, She could not comprehend the situation, and even now, when memories resurfaced, they brought a pang of regret and pain. She too had departed from Rongqing, leaving behind everything, save for the heart-wrenching memories of that relationship. A wound that had nearly healed was unexpectedly reopened by this young man's song, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. It is often said, upon first hearing, one does not recognize the song's intent. Upon the second listen, one is already a part of the melody. How was it that upon first hearing the song, she felt as if she were already entwined within its essence? Unbeknownst to him, his song had drawn a gathering of passers-by seeking refuge from the rain, who paused to listen, applauding once Murphy finished singing. "That was lovely. What is the name of this song? I've never heard it before. Sing another." After finishing, Murphy, still reveling in the moment, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to check if Wei Nanfeng had emerged, he discovered her standing behind him with the milk tea in hand. Noticing her reddened eyes, he hurriedly returned the guitar to its owner, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, mate," and then walked towards the bus stop alongside the silent Wei Nanfeng. The two remained silent on their journey. Murphy did not inquire about her tear-stained eyes, but simply handed her the umbrella and towel. Wei Nanfeng accepted them in silence, neither bothering to use the umbrella nor dry her damp hair. The expression on her face shifted like the turning of a page, and Murphy had no intention of provoking her. Yet, having just sung a song, he felt parched and pondered when a young lady might offer him the milk tea. "Did you write that last song?" Wei Nanfeng asked softly. Murphy shook his head. "A friend wrote it. He should be singing at a tavern on Yulin Road now." "From your accent, you must not be a local. Are you here on vacation?" Wei Nanfeng inquired, intrigued by how someone so young could be so familiar with Rongqing. "Yes, just here for a bit of fun." Murphy gestured towards the milk tea in her hands. "Could you pass it to me? I'm quite thirsty." He wished to avoid prolonging the conversation, knowing their paths would diverge at the bus stop. No need for excessive chatter. Wei Nanfeng paused for a moment before handing the milk tea to Murphy, who took a sip, feeling the sweet warmth dispel the chill, rejuvenating his spirit. "Nanfeng understands my sentiment. What a lovely name. I'm Murphy, as in Murphy's Law." After their introductions, silence enveloped them once more. Wei Nanfeng, somewhat dissatisfied, bit down on her straw, which soon bore the vibrant mark of her lipstick. How could she unravel his secrets without conversing? And, she mused, she was not unattractive. Why did this young man seem utterly indifferent? Was she truly aging? Wei Nanfeng had a habit of concentrating deeply when pondering, often neglecting her surroundings. Thus, she failed to notice the uneven pavement beneath her feet, stumbling forward. Murphy quickly reached out to steady her waist, ensuring she regained her balance while bending down to inspect her shoe, discovering that the heel of her high-heeled shoe was caught in a crack. Illuminated by the streetlight, he was momentarily entranced by her delicate, smooth feet, glistening like jade within her high-heeled sandals. Hearing tales online about jade feet for years, this was his first time witnessing such beauty in person. As he attempted to free her trapped heel, he found it firmly wedged and thus unfastened the buckle of her sandal, lifting her foot onto his thigh. Wei Nanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment as her cool cheeks flushed. Given the rain, her feet were muddied, yet here they were resting atop his pristine trousers. "All done," he declared, extracting the shoe from its confinement and assisting her in putting it back on. Once she stood, he gently asked, "Did you twist your ankle badly? Can you still walk?" With a pitiful shake of her head, Wei Nanfeng clutched Murphy's shoulder, intending to retrieve her phone from her bag to call her assistant for a ride. Yet at that moment, Murphy knelt before her, saying, "You hold the umbrella. I'll carry you. We'll be at the bus stop in just a few steps." Murphy felt compelled to fulfill his role as a good person, insisting on escorting the young woman to the bus station and hailing a cab for her. "Thank you," she replied. Wei Nanfeng nestled against Murphy's back, feeling light and easily lifted by him. Their bodies, separated only by fabric, shared a tender warmth. His large, warm hand rested on her thigh, igniting a flush of shyness within her that rendered her speechless. Murphy, meanwhile, silently admired Wei Nanfeng's physique, her softness and elasticity nearly stealing his breath away. At this vigorous age, a peculiar yearning involuntarily blossomed in his mind. only to be swiftly quelled by the wisdom of his past lives. A gentle, moist breath brushed against his ear, rekindling the suppressed anticipation. Simultaneously, a melodious voice reached him. Your little girlfriend is waiting for you. Please set me down. Chapter 4. Yes. This is my newly acquired girlfriend. The road conditions in Rongsheng were rather poor, especially during the rain. Murphy focused intently on the path ahead, glancing up at the bus stop upon hearing Wayne Nanfeng's words. There stood Zhang Lanlan, adorned in a white dress and clutching a transparent umbrella, resembling a princess. Even under the dim street lights, she radiated a captivating glow. Wei Nanfeng found Murphy's taste commendable. This girl, at such a young age, possessed striking beauty, destined to only improve with time. Ah, youth, how precious it is. She too had once basked in its glow. She considered dismounting from Murphy's back to avoid any misinterpretations. But he tightened his grip, lifting her slightly. Don't squirm. We siblings might just end up in a puddle together. His warm, strong hand left her momentarily flustered, a deviation from her expectations. Did you not just confess to her? Wei Nanfeng waved the rose in her hand. Murphy treaded carefully across the cobblestones, responding with a smile. Sister, do not jest. She did not agree, did she? Wei Nanfeng sensed the validity in Murphy's words, yet felt something amiss. Murphy reminisced slowly. We have known each other since childhood, the quintessential childhood sweethearts. She was the kind-hearted girl I once idolized, my heart's white moonlight. Yet she always said to wait. Even after graduating high school, she still did not consent, asking me to hold on a bit longer. They say that what one clings to must eventually resonate. After being rejected today, I suddenly fear I may never hear that echo. Wei Nanfeng was taken aback. Murphy's words far exceeded their previous conversations. So, you're giving up? No longer willing to persist? What if? Upon hearing her words, Murphy shook his head, pausing to face her earnestly. Sister, with your beauty and grace, I presume you have many admirers. Would you accept someone simply for their persistence? Wei Nanfeng gazed into Murphy's clear eyes, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. No. If I don't like someone, I simply do not. If there is no love, a direct refusal suffices. This was her conviction. If two individuals were not compatible, rejection was the best course of action. There was no need to give anyone false hope. Mutual respect was paramount. Murphy turned his head and continued towards the intersection, agreeing. Thus, after rejection, not lingering is also a form of respect. What is impossible remains impossible. Even if a dog finishes its meal or a rooster pecks up its grains, some things will never change. Why deceive oneself? Wei Nanfeng suddenly found Murphy's perspective on relationships refreshingly carefree, perhaps even loftier than her own. Nevertheless, they shared a common understanding. There was no point in entangling oneself over the impossible. She plucked a rose from the bouquet, twirling it in her hand, her smile radiant as a bloom. With a brother so handsome, kind-hearted, and musically talented, you shall never lack for admirers. Here, a little flower for you. Murphy fell silent, then chuckled helplessly before teasingly replying, You hold on to that for me, while I ponder my acceptance speech. The two bantered merrily until they reached the intersection. Zhang Lanlan, spotting them, approached with a smile. Having seen Murphy with the strikingly beautiful woman earlier, she felt a pang of betrayal. She had merely intended to test Murphy. Yet here he was, laughing with another woman after his failed confession. What did he take her for? A mere acquaintance. Did he truly believe this new woman held more significance than her? Unbeknownst to her, she stood drenched in the rain, her friend by her side, feeling humiliated. Now, he was carrying the other woman in her high heels, flaunting it before her. As Murphy arrived at the bus stop with Wei Nanfeng in tow, Zhang Lanlan approached them, umbrella raised, and cheerfully inquired, Murphy, who is this sister? Hello, I am Zhang Lanlan, Murphy's best friend. She introduced herself. Wei Nanfeng, seasoned in the ways of the world, noted the subtle tension in Zhang Lanlan's voice and couldn't help but smirk. This girl was quite adept, asserting her claim with a single sentence, even hinting at Wei Nanfeng's age. If she was this bold now, in a couple of years, once she navigated the world further, Murphy might very well fall prey to her charms. Wei Nanfeng had encountered many women like Zhang Lanlan, those who wielded their physical allure as a weapon in the hunt for affection. While some merely sought companionship, others engaged in far more nefarious activities, such as marriage scams and asset division, actions akin to fraud. She harbored a strong aversion to such women. Murphy, while kind-hearted, was oblivious to the complexities of love. Many illustrious figures had fallen victim to the tumult of emotions. What was the essence of a beauty trap? Was it merely the allure of a beautiful face? No, it was the unattainable white moonlight of youth, or perhaps a fleeting glance. If neither existed, then a custom trap would be crafted, despite Murphy's articulate expression of his thoughts. When it came to real-life scenarios, the outcome remained uncertain. This kind-hearted little brother would struggle against such a girl, especially with years of childhood familiarity as an added advantage. Wei Nanfeng was acutely aware of the devastating power of childhood sweethearts. She herself had been defeated by those very words. Just as Murphy was about to speak, Wei Nanfeng thrust her milk tea towards his face, cheerfully declaring, "Hello, little sister. I am Murphy's newly acquired girlfriend." Murphy was taken aback by Wei Nanfeng's introduction, then smiled warmly. She certainly knew how to extricate herself from awkward situations. As he caught sight of the lipstick-stained straw, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it, experiencing an unusual sensation. Murphy understood Zhang Lanlin's personality well. He had no intention of rekindling any past flames. The once cherished girl, his heart's white moonlight, was merely a relic of the past. Among all weapons, none could wound as deeply as the memories of yesteryears. If they were so potent, why would he voluntarily dwell on them? In his memories, she had become an obsession. Since it was an obsession, it was best to let it go. He had realized this truth in his previous life, and it remained unchanged in this one. With Wei Nanfeng shielding him, many troubles were effortlessly alleviated for Murphy, who was all too pleased to borrow a bit of the southern breeze to diminish his inconveniences. Zhang Lanlan stared at Murphy in disbelief, her eyes wide open, utterly stunned. She had assumed that the two were merely acquaintances or perhaps caught in a flirtatious phase, never expecting their relationship to be so firmly established. Moreover, Murphy had just sipped from the milk tea adorned with lip prints, seemingly validating Wei Nanfeng's claims. With a smile, Murphy assisted Wei Nanfeng in donning her shoes, though their awkward positioning resulted in the shoes precariously resting on each other's toes. Wei Nanfeng gently helped Murphy descend from his back, securing her shoes before naturally linking her arm with his. Zhang Lanlin's gaze fixated on Murphy, her anticipation palpable as she yearned for an explanation. Yet, Murphy showed no inclination to clarify, cheerfully introducing Wei Nanfeng to Zhang Lanlan and her friend. "Ahem, allow me to introduce my newly acquired girlfriend, Wei Nanfeng." Chapter 5. How fortuitous. My drinking ability is quite impressive. Upon hearing Murphy's introduction, Zhang Lanlan pressed her lips together, a glimmer of moisture welling in her eyes, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. She could not deny that Wei Nanfeng was indeed stunning, exuding an air of maturity in her attire and demeanor. Her figure rivaled Zhang Lanlin's, and she carried a designer handbag, leaving Zhang Lanlan feeling devoid of any advantage except for her age. How could such a woman possibly be interested in Murphy? What merit did he possess? Yet the undeniable intimacy between the two confirmed the reality of their relationship, rendering her momentarily incapable of coherent thought. Zhang Lanlin's friend, standing beside her, regarded Murphy as a scoundrel, having swiftly moved on to another after a rejected confession, treating her friend as mere fodder, brazenly flaunting his new relationship before them. "Sister, the flowers you hold were just given to Lanlan by Murphy after his confession," she cautioned. "Don't be deceived by that scoundrel." Unfazed by the derision directed at him, Murphy barely recalled the girl's name, perhaps something like Exon. He vaguely remembered her having taken a civil service exam and marrying a colleague, to which he had even contributed a gift. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he deemed it unnecessary to stoop to the level of a child. Indifferent to the insults, he was surprised when Wei Nanfeng, on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on his cheek. With a gaze filled with tenderness, Wei Nanfeng clung to Murphy, stating, "Murphy is an exceptional, kind-hearted, and gentle person. There will always be someone who emerges from the shadows, deserving of all his tenderness." Zhang Lanlan, standing on the platform, bit her lip silently observing the affectionate pair. She discerned Wei Nanfeng's implication. She was unworthy of Murphy's kindness, oblivious to his merits. In an instant, the atmosphere on the platform turned charged, as onlookers began to cast curious glances. When they realized it was two beautiful women vying for the affection of a single man, their interest piqued. It is human nature to revel in such spectacles. Many men could not help but feel envious of Murphy, who stood there amidst two stunning women, both exceeding a score of 90 in beauty. Zhang Lanlan, in her white dress, radiated youthful charm, while Wei Nanfeng, in her black gown, embodied a blend of coolness and allure, exuding a mysterious seduction. Zhang Lanlan was adept at wielding her advantages. Tears soon brimmed in her eyes as she spoke to Murphy with a quivering voice. I know Murphy is wonderful, yet I feel the time is not right. Fearing it may hinder my studies. I just never anticipated. Seeing Zhang Lanlan's heart-wrenching expression, Murphy sighed, recalling how he had been manipulated in such a manner in his past life. The winds of public opinion shifted, and whispers filled the air, branding him as an unfaithful, frivolous rogue. Wei Nanfeng, however, skillfully turned the tide, swiftly addressing Zhang Lanlan's recent rejection of Murphy's confession. Dating in high school is a folly, but in college, it's merely youthful exuberance. She then retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed Xiaozhu at Donghu Park Station. Within moments, a black Maybach glided to the platform's edge. A young lady emerged from the vehicle, opening the rear door to assist Wei Nanfeng inside, with Murphy following suit. As Murphy contemplated whether to join them in the car, he was abruptly pulled in by Wei Nanfeng. Leaning over him, Wei Nanfeng opened the car window and, with a playful smile directed at Zhang Lanlan on the platform, delivered her final blow. Little sister, allow me to impart a lesson today. Good men are meant to be fought for. Since you rejected his confession, Murphy now belongs to me. I hope you will refrain from contacting my boyfriend in the future. With that, her assistant slowly drove away, vanishing from Zhang Lanlan's view. Although Zhang Lanlan felt wronged, she refrained from tears. Murphy was merely something she deemed insignificant. Yet that woman treated Murphy as a treasure, coming to flaunt her victory. Even if Zhang Lanlan did not desire him, it would be her prerogative to cast him aside personally. Her friend, equally at a loss for words, soon saw a bus approaching, and they boarded it together, leaving. Gazing out at the drizzling rain, Zhang Lanlan listened to the murmurs of fellow passengers discussing the recent events, her heart brimming with resentment and indignation. She was still young, with plenty of opportunities to reclaim Murphy. If she didn't want him, no one could take him from her. Outside, the neon lights flickered and pedestrians hurried by. Inside the car, Murphy marveled at the luxurious Maybach, a symbol of considerable affluence. It was evident that Wei Nanfeng's background was not ordinary. Thank you for rescuing me from that situation. I'm staying at the Jinjiang Hotel. I'd like to treat you to dinner sometime. Murphy expressed his gratitude, though his invitation was more of a courteous formality, as he anticipated that their paths would not cross again. He was well aware of his own limitations. He did not possess the striking allure of a charmer or the extraordinary talents of a prodigy. Why would someone like the affluent heiress, 7 years his senior, find him appealing? Their worlds were not on the same plane, nor were their perspectives and experiences aligned. It was absurd. While reality often surpassed fiction in its fantastical nature, it did not extend to such extremes. She likely sought a fleeting amusement, and he merely needed to enjoy the momentary companionship of a beautiful woman without overthinking the rest. Surprised by Murphy's polite remarks, Wei Nanfeng gently caressed her cheek, finding his demeanor intriguing. This young man exhibited a maturity beyond his years, maintaining a remarkable calmness. No need for thanks. It's simply what an older sister should do, she replied with a smile, her eyes mischievously twinkling as she continued. As for dinner, there is no need to postpone. Let us go tonight. With that, she commanded her assistant, Xiaozhu, head to Yulin Road. Murphy could only chuckle in disbelief at Wei Nanfeng's enthusiasm, questioning if he had inadvertently revealed any unusual behavior. He retrieved his wallet, checking it before wryly commenting. To begin with, I must clarify that I only have 500 yuan in my pocket. I cannot afford anything excessively expensive. Wei Nanfeng watched as Murphy, with a pitiful expression, took out his wallet to check, and she felt a surge of joy in her heart. Having assisted this young man in resolving such a significant dilemma, he still intended to brush her off casually. Would there even be a future opportunity to treat her to a meal? They hadn't exchanged contact information. How could there be a future? Wei Nanfeng snatched Murphy's wallet, extracting the 500 yuan within, and began to calculate meticulously. 500 would suffice. They could just enjoy some music and a few drinks to unwind. Minors could opt for juice. She was merely teasing Murphy, as there was no need for him to spend any money. Murphy gazed out at the familiar scenery through the car window, many buildings retaining their appearance from his memories, appearing and disappearing in the rain. Here he was, having been reborn, albeit rather abruptly and with a trace of disbelief. Perhaps a drink would suffice. After all, alcohol was cheaper than juice. A sense of nostalgia filled his tone as he recalled his first visit to a bar, where he ordered a juice, the price of which remained etched in his memory. Wei Nanfeng, observing Murphy's somewhat youthful profile, felt a growing curiosity about this young man, especially given the wistfulness in his eyes. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Juice was out of the question. Only alcohol could unveil the secrets of the heart. The two soon arrived at Yulin Road. During the journey, Wei Nanfeng made a phone call, and they proceeded directly to a small tavern at number 52 Yulin Road. The tavern was modest in size, comprising 3 storefronts, with the far right featuring a large paneled window adorned with a row of greenery outside. Wei Nanfeng hopped out of the car, supporting her assistant, and cheerfully said, "Xiao Zhu, you can head home. I'll take a taxi back later." The young assistant seemed to want to say something, but, upon seeing Murphy coming around the other side of the car, nodded and addressed him, "Mr. Murphy, please take care of my boss for me." Murphy nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Don't worry, I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Coincidentally, my sister also has a commendable tolerance," Wei Nanfeng teased, her words laced with a playful provocation. As their eyes met beneath the neon lights, they each recognized the nostalgia reflected in the other's gaze. Beyond mere reminiscence, there lingered a profound sense of sentimentality left in the wake of their stories. Chapter 6. Stories Paired with Wine. The tavern was dimly lit and alluring, as if it could swallow all worries and fatigue. Amber-hued chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle golden glow. The absence of raucous music allowed the soft, melodious folk tunes to amplify the solitude of the patrons. Murphy listened to the live rendition of Chengdu by the authentic Lei Zige while sipping the cheapest snowflake canned beer. He requested a dish of dried osmanthus from the bartender, tossing a pinch into the can with each opening, his heart heavy with melancholy. How had he ended up reborn on July 21st? Why couldn't it have been a week earlier? The World Cup had concluded on the 14th, extinguishing the fastest route to financial gain. In 2010, Spain; 2014, Germany; 2018, France. These were the most expedient, secure, and legitimate avenues for capitalizing on information disparities. Even though he currently lacked substantial funds, purchasing lottery tickets could have accumulated considerable initial capital. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. He was aware of numerous opportunities, some even within the industry he had been engaged in during his previous life. Yet all of this required starting capital. Outside the window, countless individuals surpassed him. His sole advantage lay in the information he possessed. With the most effective, swift, and secure methods of making money now eliminated, how could he not feel despondent? Wei Nanfeng savored a craft beer, her fair complexion flushed alluringly under the influence of alcohol. Draped in Murphy's sportswear, she observed him as he munched on sunflower seeds and softly inquired, "I asked the owner, and it seems Lei Zige has rarely sung this song. How did you know about it?" Murphy finished his beer and replied with a smile, "Everyone harbors secrets. You have them, and so do I. Stories paired with wine. ISNT, that just perfect?" Wei Nanfeng pried open another beer can, placing it before Murphy. Her eyes sparkled like jewels, brimming with curiosity and anticipation, eager to delve into the depths of Murphy's heart. Murphy chuckled as he accepted the beer, clinking his can against Wei Nanfeng's glass. The delicate sound of the glass clinking against the simple can seem to reflect their relationship, void of any clear resonance. To recount a memory with ease signified acceptance. That was a story. To remain silent about it indicated a secret, and prying into another's secrets was rather impolite. Wei Nanfeng took a delicate sip from her beer, nodding as she listened to Murphy's words. Meanwhile, Murphy downed half of his can with an air of nonchalance. After hearing Murphy's response, she suppressed the dizziness brought on by the alcohol, seeking evidence to counter his assertion. Upon reflecting on her memories and organizing her thoughts, she realized Murphy had a valid point, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. Though those memories no longer inflicted pain, they remained buried deep within, not yet at the stage where they could be casually shared as stories. TSK, what a miser, she playfully made a face at Murphy, resting her chin in her hand as she scrutinized the man before her. She had to concede that Murphy's tolerance for alcohol was indeed impressive. Murphy was indulging in the classic snowflake beer, which boasted a relatively high alcohol content. In Shenyang, it was colloquially referred to as Shenyang Old Snowflake. With an alcohol volume of 41, considered quite potent for beer, his eyes were telling. From the moment he laid eyes on the tavern, they had transformed. The expressions of nostalgia and sentimentality that danced across his face were not befitting of a 19-year-old. Yet, such expressions were unmistakably present in Murphy, the newcomer to Chengdu. Moreover, through their tentative conversation, Wei Nanfeng discerned that Murphy was quite familiar with Chengdu. He even knew that the third shop on the left, adjacent to a supermarket, sold this relatively rare Can Shenyang Old Snow. You have quite the tolerance. Do you drink often? Wei Nanfeng regrouped her thoughts, continuing her probing. Under the influence of alcohol, it seemed Murphy's inner secrets had become her obsession. She yearned to uncover the mysteries surrounding this man, maturity intertwined with youthfulness, a juxtaposition of innocence and world-weariness that appeared seamlessly harmonious within him. Initially, she had been drawn to this young man's kindness, fully aware that the likelihood of her jumping into the river was almost non-existent, yet still seeking to console herself. Now, she found herself captivated by the aura of mystery enveloping him. Wei Nanfeng had an inkling that within this young man resided the soul of someone in their 30s or 40s, exuding an unusual maturity. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's question, Murphy popped a peanut into his mouth and mumbled, "My father works at a distillery. Perhaps my good tolerance is hereditary." Confident in his alcohol tolerance, this was precisely why he dared to drink in reminiscence of the past after his rebirth. He had only ever experienced the effects of alcohol through others. No one had ever made him lose his senses. Upon hearing Murphy's response, Wei Nanfeng retrieved a leather pouch from her bag, tying her wine-red waves into a ponytail. "Oh, what a coincidence. My family also runs a distillery." Wei Nanfeng felt it was time to showcase her true prowess this evening. As she moved, her sportswear slipped slightly, revealing her fair shoulder in the dim light. Murphy found it hard to resist the urge to swallow hard, silently assessing the scene before him. Was this what they referred to as the legendary allure of a woman's shoulder? Wei Nanfeng effortlessly detected Murphy's subtle movements, and an undeniable sense of pride began to swell within her. Her charm was evidently substantial, and this young man was merely exercising restraint. Adjusting the fabric draped over her shoulders, she recalled her injured ankle. Since their first encounter, this boy, significantly younger than her, had been attentively caring for her. A peculiar sensation washed over Wei Nanfeng, as if she were being treated by Murphy as a younger sister encountering setbacks, while he, in the role of an older brother, sought to guide her. It was strange, undeniably strange. She could not fathom the reason behind it, yet this feeling captivated her. In truth, Wei Nanfeng was not mistaken. Murphy was conversing with her from a place of experience. To him, she appeared to be merely in her mid-20s, at the threshold of life, with countless encounters awaiting her in the future. Why then should she remain entangled in the memories of the past? A heart-wrenching love that ultimately did not culminate in union was painful, yet it did not extinguish the yearning for what lay ahead. Often, individuals find that the melodies of yesteryears resonate more sweetly, and the flavors of nostalgic dishes are more delectable. The true reason is likely that memories embellish those cherished experiences. Murphy reached for a handful of osmanthus flowers from the dish and added them to his beer, then smiled at Wei Nanfeng, saying a mild intoxication is just right. Wei Nanfeng, however, remained indifferent, feeling that this northern man looked down upon her. Drinking? Who is afraid of whom? Today, regardless of what this younger man said, only one person could remain sober at the table. She was determined to uncover the story behind Murphy, to understand what had instilled such an incongruous yet natural feeling within her. His narrative would be hers to hear tonight. Yet the next moment, Murphy also added a handful of osmanthus flowers to her glass. The osmanthus collided with the golden liquid, and the dense bubbles danced within the cup, merging the aromas of malt and osmanthus amidst their frothy embrace. Murphy raised his can in a gentle gesture and recited, "To buy osmanthus and share wine is not akin to youthful revelry." Different individuals, diverse settings, and varying times render each drinking experience unique. Wei Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by Murphy's words. As she inhaled the floral scent of osmanthus in her beer, an inexplicable desire to drink overwhelmed her. This time, it was no mere sip. She swiftly downed half of the 500-milliliter glass. The memories buried deep within Wei Nanfeng began to resurface, prompting an intense longing to confide in someone. Murphy, sensing that the drink was lacking something, gently inquired, "Is this drink missing something? Should we find some snacks to accompany it?" Wei Nanfeng nodded lightly, recognizing Murphy as a worthy confidant. Their ages and life experiences would culminate in this night, where they remained strangers to each other. The atmosphere had reached a point where any story, regardless of whose it was, would pair perfectly with the drink. "Yes," Wei Nanfeng softly affirmed, her eyes filled with nostalgia and contemplation deepening. Murphy was correct. The ability to recount memories with ease perhaps indicated a sense of closure. After all these years, she ought to reconcile with herself. Extending her delicate fingers, she plucked a handful of dried osmanthus and tossed it into her drink. As she watched the bubbles dance in the glass, she resolved to confide in Murphy, only to find him suddenly rising from his seat. "I'll go buy some snacks nearby. What would you like to eat?" Wei Nanfeng stared at Murphy in confusion, shaking her head dumbly, and then felt a wave of grievance wash over her. The atmosphere had reached this point, and she had intended to reconcile with herself. Yet he asked if she was hungry. After a prolonged silence, Wei Nanfeng averted her gaze in a huff, coldly retorting, "Not hungry. You can eat by yourself." Chapter 7. Stories and Incidents. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's words, Murphy nodded to himself. A girl with such a splendid figure surely wouldn't indulge in late-night snacks. Although stories pair exquisitely with alcohol, he was genuinely hungry, with his stomach feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Despite Wei Nanfeng's admirable physique, her weight was still considerable, and carrying her a fair distance had taken a toll on his stamina. He was already accustomed to the habit of drinking and eating. Now, as the alcohol flowed, the hunger was intensifying. Without a bite to eat, he might struggle to continue drinking. "All right, wait for me. I'll go buy something to eat." At that moment, Wei Nanfeng realized her earlier pettiness and mentally chided herself. What was she doing, acting childish with Murphy? How was it that he treated her with such care, genuinely perceiving her as a younger sister? She was, after all, the elder sister, and should embody that role. She was far more mature than this young man. Suddenly recalling that the 500 yuan in Murphy's wallet was still in her possession, she called out to him, "Wait." She then rummaged through her bag, producing a wad of cash, and extended it towards Murphy. "You're still growing. You need to eat more." Murphy shook his head in refusal, stating that the prices in Rongqing were still reasonable, and he had enough change left to buy some snacks. "Take it. You're treating me to drinks, so let me treat you to food." Wei Nanfeng attempted to rise to press the money into his hands, but the pain in her ankle caused her to fall back into her seat. Seeing this, Murphy quickly bent down, withdrew a bill from the stack, and hurriedly left the tavern. Wei Nanfeng rested her chin in her hand, staring vacantly at the empty seat. It had been 3 years since she last visited Tang Jie S-Bar, back when she was still in university. Time had flown by. She hadn't set foot here in 3 years. To buy osmanthus and share wine, it is not akin to youthful revelry, Wei Nanfeng mused, her heart filled with nostalgia as she recited the familiar lines of poetry. Only in adulthood could one grasp its true significance. A few strokes encapsulated the essence of life's flavors in an almost profound manner. She finished the remaining beer in her glass. the rich aroma of dried osmanthus intoxicating her senses. This way of drinking was quite delightful. Glancing at her empty glass, she called for the waiter to bring another. After a while, a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Nan Feng, you returned to Chuan, and you, without notifying your sister." A woman dressed in simple athletic wear sat down in the very spot Murphy had occupied, placing 2 glasses of beer on the table. Her mature and alluring face adorned with a playful frown. Time had etched its mark upon her refined features, yet it failed to diminish her beauty. Rather, it added an air of elegance. "Bailu, what brings you here?" Wei Nanfeng exclaimed in surprise, her heart fluttering with delight upon seeing her. The woman before her was her good friend S. Aunt, Li Bailu. At 30 years old and divorced, she had once taken Wei Nanfeng out with friends during her time in Chuan and Yu. With a youthful and passionate demeanor, she despised being addressed as aunt and insisted on being called sister instead. Over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Li Bailu elegantly raised her glass to clink with Wei Nanfeng's, taking a sip and raising her beautifully arched eyebrows with excitement, her red lips curling into an inquiry. "If it weren't for Tang, GM mentioning your reservation, I would have had no idea you were back in Chuan and Yu. Did Yao Yao know you returned? You must have kept it to yourself. Otherwise, she would have driven over by now. It seems I'm the one with the inside scoop." Wei Nanfeng, upon hearing a barrage of questions, shook her head in resignation. She had just arrived in Rongqing today, intending to surprise her friend in the evening, but unexpectedly encountered Murphy along the way, leading to the current predicament. Her friend, a whirlwind of mischief, would surely create a ruckus if she learned that Wei Nanfeng was drinking with a young man. "It's getting late. I fear I might disturb your rest," Wei Nanfeng offered, presenting a rather clumsy excuse. Li Bailu, with her enchanting visage replete with skepticism, regarded Wei Nanfeng with a playful smile before leaning in conspiratorially, whispering, "Rest assured, I haven't mentioned anything to Yao Yao. Your clandestine affair remains undisturbed." Wei Nanfeng, anxious, began to clarify. "Oh, dear sister, what are you thinking? He is merely 19, and we have just met." Li Bailu's interest only intensified, her laughter growing increasingly unabashed. The scars of a past incident still stung Wei Nanfeng. The complexities of love are notoriously painful, and women, like heroes, often find themselves ensnared by matters of the heart. Yet time, that unfeeling healer, tends to mend all wounds. Who truly cares? In the end, only time has the final say. Though time may not serve as a remedy, the remedy lies within its embrace. It is the absence of new tales that keeps the old ones alive in our memories. Now, however, Wei Nanfeng was on the cusp of a new narrative, a most enchanting beginning. Ah, youth is indeed splendid, and such a romantic encounter. It reminds me of my favorite film, Before Sunrise. Have you seen it? Li Bailu took a sip of her beer, reveling in the allure of sweet tales, particularly those of love. As she observed Li Bailu's growing delight, Wei Nanfeng felt herself digging a deeper hole and, in a moment of resolve, raised her glass and drank deeply. Before Sunrise? Such a classic love story. How could she possibly have missed it? Noticing this, Li Bailu ceased her teasing, catching sight of the handsome young man returning with a bag at the doorway. She smiled and leaned over to whisper in Wei Nanfeng's ear, "Tonight, there will be no one to keep the door for you." A warm breath brushed against Wei Nanfeng's ear, a flush creeping up her delicate neck to her earlobe. "Oh, dear sister, you are simply insufferable." Li Bailu laughed and stepped away, while Murphy returned to his seat, feeling the warmth beneath him, accompanied by a lingering scent of perfume that was not Wei Nanfeng's. Her fragrance was a delicate tea aroma, while the air now carried an elegant sandalwood essence. However, soon these scents were overshadowed by the enticing aroma of food. A delightful assortment of dishes, including spicy chicken skewers, red oil dumplings, and sweet water noodles, was spread across the table, igniting one's appetite. Murphy had intended to keep it simple, yet found himself unable to stop ordering, eager to sample each dish. He sat down and immediately dove into a bowl of red oil dumplings, beckoning to Wei Nanfeng, who was quietly swallowing her saliva. "You must try this. The spicy chicken here is exquisite." Wei Nanfeng had already set her sights on the spicy chicken skewers, their sesame-coated allure awakening her dormant cravings. Despite having just claimed she wouldn't eat, she found herself unable to resist. Upon hearing Murphy's invitation, she eagerly grabbed a skewer of lotus root, intending to take just a bite. However, one bite led to another, and soon she could not stop. Li Bailu watched in astonishment, her heart racing with concern. This scenario felt awry. Who in their right mind would flaunt their culinary exploits in a bar? After feasting, who had the capacity for more drinks? Without imbibing, how could the rational Wei Nanfeng possibly ignite the flames of their budding story? After reflecting for a moment, she leaned against the bar and called for the busy tavern manager. Xiao Wang, since no one is singing now, could you play a movie for me? Manager Wang, recognizing her as a close friend of the owner and a partial stakeholder in the tavern, nodded in agreement. What would you like to watch, Li Jia? Without hesitation, Li Bailu replied, play before sunrise. Upon speaking, she cast a frustrated glance toward the table where Wei Nanfeng and Murphy sat. What a splendid beginning. This story must not devolve into mere happenstance. Was the spicy chicken truly that delectable, surpassing even the aroma of romance? Chapter 8. The wind must be listened to 800 times. After a satisfying meal, Murphy returned to his previous drinking state, his attention captivated by the film. He found the atmosphere delightful, surrounded by beauty, spirits, and a film he adored. Before Sunrise, released in 1995, tells the tale of two young souls who meet on a train and share a day and night together. Renowned for its genuine and nuanced emotional expression, the film delves deep into the characters' inner worlds. Its dialogue flows effortlessly, rich with philosophy and reflection, allowing viewers to appreciate the beauty and complexity of love. Additionally, the film showcases the enchanting vistas and cultural ambience of European cities, imparting a sense of romance to its audience. This cinematic masterpiece is heralded as one of the most significant love stories of the 1990s, achieving success domestically and internationally, garnering numerous accolades and honors. To this day, it remains beloved and revered, a classic romantic film perfect for couples seeking to kindle their connection. Murphy couldn't help but acknowledge the tavern owner's acumen in business. The film's theme revolved around a fleeting yet profound romantic encounter, which served as a catalyst for the restless souls seeking solace in the late hours. With a drink in hand, a film in view, and a heart stirred, how could they not be drawn together? At that moment, Wei Nanfeng's focus rested solely on Murphy. Her mind buzzed with a plethora of thoughts, yet she struggled to find the right words. Murphy, sipping his beer, caught sight of her adorably pouting expression and inquired with a smile, "You mentioned you also attended university in Sichuan Chongqing. Which university did you graduate from?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Nanfeng replied, "Sichuan Chongqing University, majoring in financial management." She quickly countered with her own question, "And you? Which university did you apply to? What was your major?" Her response was swift, even slightly impatient, eager to seize the opportunity for conversation. "What a coincidence, I also attended Sichuan Chongqing University," Murphy replied, taking a sip of his drink. He had been a last-minute adjustment in his previous life. He considered himself rather fortunate. As a child, he had fallen off a roof but landed in a pile of sand, proving to be rather resilient. Wei Nanfeng, however, found Murphy's nonchalance regarding university a bit unsettling. University is one of life's most pivotal phases, and before she entered, she was filled with dreams and expectations, pondering what her university life would entail. In contrast, Murphy appeared almost unervingly carefree, as if indifferent to the significance of his university experience. "You are far too mature. One risks losing much joy in life," she remarked, taking a sip of her mineral water, already feeling a lightheadedness creeping in, aware that another drink might push her over the edge. Murphy chuckled, taking another sip of his beer, then teased, "It's not as if I haven't acted on impulse before. I simply faced rejection. That was her loss." "You were merely a fish in her pond," Wei Nanfeng retorted, incisively commenting on the earlier incident. She had always believed that love was a sacred thing, and using it as an excuse felt exceedingly inappropriate. Sincerity, when untempered by context and discretion, risks devolving into absurdity. When sincerity is manipulated, its disarray rivals that of hypocrisy when exposed. Love serves as the most brutal battlefield for sincerity. This, too, was another reason she had previously come to Murphy's aid. Disliking someone is simply disliking them. A straightforward rejection is, in fact, a form of respect towards affection. The tediousness of dragging out a relationship is utterly uninspiring. Wei Nanfeng, somewhat discontent, pursed her lips and, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned individual, continued with earnestness. You are not the only one who has faced rejection, as if no one else has ever experienced it. Life should be viewed through a forward lens, not one fixated on the past. Murphy, upon hearing this, became intrigued. He was curious to know who could possibly reject such a beautiful and intriguing soul as Wei Nanfeng. He relished the role of a listener, finding no better accompaniment to a drink than a good story. He had witnessed friends intoxicated, standing before bridal shop windows, gazing longingly at the pristine white gowns for what seemed an eternity. He had also observed a friend lamenting when the girl he liked decided to marry another, uttering disbelief in a torrent of words, or the tale of a 7-year courtship that faltered just before the nuptials, leaving their story without resolution. With time spent listening and advising, he had honed a newfound skill in guiding others out of their emotional quagmires. Dr. Murphy specialized in various emotional ailments, particularly those related to matters of the heart. Wei Nanfeng hesitated, contemplating whether to share her past, recalling Murphy's untimely appetite for storytelling, and somewhat defiantly remarked, "Youth is a wonderful thing, especially with a drink." Murphy, oblivious to Wei Nanfeng's slight petulance, sensed that the atmosphere was not yet ripe for deeper discussion. To find closure from a relationship and its memories, one must first come to terms with it internally. If one cannot comprehend it oneself, no amount of external advice will suffice. Among the myriad words in existence, the expression of love remains the most challenging to articulate. Wei Nanfeng regarded Murphy as he took a generous sip from his can, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Should Murphy inquire about her university days, she would gladly regale him with her tales. Tonight, the shackles of her memories were being unshackled one after another, all thanks to Murphy, the instigator of her reminiscence. In the midst of her eager gaze, Murphy slowly posed a question. Have you ever heard that in psychology, many people tend to quantify pain as an index, rated from 1 to 10? Interestingly, love brings with it a rather peculiar and fascinating value. Wei Nanfeng, upon hearing Murphy's words, felt somewhat deflated, now perceiving her past as rather dull, and asked, lacking enthusiasm, what is the pain that love inflicts? Murphy took a sip of his drink, but veered off topic, describing a film approaching its climax. Look at this couple. Their discussions traverse life and death, love and marriage, environmental conservation and peace versus war, divinity and desire. Through their exchanges, their affection intensifies. Jesse's humor and Selena's intellect create an irresistible allure between them, and in the span of a single day, they fall deeply in love. Yet, this meteoric romance harbors a fatal flaw. Their passionate flame can only burn until dawn breaks. Wei Nanfeng nodded as she listened to Murphy's succinct narration. Her interest peaked once more. She had seen this classic film at least 3 times and was quite familiar with the plot. Continuing with Murphy's thread, but come the break of day, they must part at opposite ends of the earth. They deliberately choose not to exchange contact information, wishing to preserve the beauty of their mysterious encounter, for they, in their youth, understand the enchanting magic of a beautiful love. Thus, they opt for a fervent evening of passion, bidding farewell at dawn. As Wei Nanfeng's gentle voice trailed off, the film reached its resolution. The screen displayed the moment Jesse bids farewell to Selena at the train station the following morning. Unable to quell their yearning to reunite, they agree to meet again in 6 months. Yet, both Murphy and Wei Nanfeng know that it isn't until the sequel, Before Sunset, that they see each other again 9 years later. Wei Nanfeng's words brimmed with regret and frustration as she reminisced about her own failed relationship. A simple failure, tinged with a hint of the fantastical. They had engaged in club activities together, embarked on entrepreneurial ventures, and weathered both triumphs and setbacks. She had believed that their mutual understanding of feelings was merely a veil waiting to be pierced, and that she could attain the love she desired. However, When she took the initiative to break that barrier, she was preempted by another. His childhood sweetheart returned from abroad. He resolutely chose her and rejected Wei Nanfeng. She did not pursue the matter further and left Sichuan and Chongqing behind. She struggled to articulate such a surreal tale, yet reality is often devoid of reason. The allure of the white moonlight and childhood sweethearts proved overwhelmingly potent. In her youth, she too had hesitated, lacking the courage to voice her feelings sooner. All the pain she endured stemmed from her unwillingness to accept defeat. The outcome was clear, yet she remained ensnared in her own turmoil. Foolishness. After coming to terms with her thoughts, Wei Nanfeng took a hearty swig of her drink, feeling as if she had squandered years of her life. However, as the liquid coursed down her throat, she found it devoid of flavor. Upon inspecting her glass, she discovered it had been replaced with mineral water unbeknownst to her. Murphy observed Wei Nanfeng, lost in her reverie, and sensed the moment had arrived for a final push. Perhaps cinematic narratives romanticize love, yet therein lies the beauty and anguish of it. He cracked open the last can of beer and, with guiding words, continued, "Even if time passes, the memory will persist in both their hearts. This is what we call an indelible impression, echoing through time. But when echoes go unanswered, that becomes the essence of suffering." The sound of the beer can opening mirrored the film's conclusion, and although Wei Nanfeng had begun to grasp her past, her thoughts lingered on Murphy's earlier inquiry. Thus, what precisely is the value of the pain wrought by love? Murphy took a measured sip from the last can, placing it on the table with a relaxed demeanor, and lazily remarked, "The pain of love is 31415927, an infinite cycle, not overly severe, yet ceaseless." Wei Nanfeng comprehended Murphy's implication with her keen intellect. She discerned the trap he had laid. The map of Yin country is rather extensive. After such build-up, it was about time the truth was revealed. Noticing her glass was empty, she seized the half-full can of beer Murphy had placed on the table and took a small sip. As she gradually finished the remaining beer, a sense of release flickered in her hazy gaze, and she uttered the words Murphy longed to hear. To break the cycle, one must initiate a new one. Murphy nodded in approval, rising to support Wei Nanfeng, effortlessly shifting to carry her on his back, responding gently, "Indeed, time is ample, and stories abound. One must listen to the wind 100 times to recognize the beauty that flourishes in the world." Wei Nanfeng, comfortably nestled against Murphy's shoulder, draped her arms across his chest and leaned her head against his neck. She found a pleasant scent emanating from him, unsure whether it was the allure of hormones or pheromones at play. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to doze off on Murphy's shoulder, inexplicably reassured by his presence. As she stepped outside, a brisk breeze swept past, intensifying her dizziness. The rain-kissed streets were suffused with the alluring scent of damp earth, rendering her somewhat entranced. "Can you hear it?" Murphy's gentle voice drifted into Wei Nanfeng's ears. She, in a moment of confusion, lifted her head only to quickly return to her previous position. What was there to listen to? The wind, yes. The wind that carries the blossoms and revelries of this world. Wei Nanfeng savored the warm sensation on her thighs, the comforting embrace of her coat, and the mingling sense of Murphy and the breeze. Desiring to collect osmanthus flowers while indulging in wine, one must break free from the repetitive cycles of existence and listen to the wind 100 times over. The small man appeared rather earnest, yet he had a way of charming young women with his smooth words. From the very beginning, he had set a trap for himself, allowing her to gradually release her last lingering attachment. That final attachment was neither him nor his childhood sweetheart, but rather the lingering dissatisfaction within her own heart. Had she perhaps misallocated her affections? It seemed Murphy didn't require her care and could navigate emotional matters on his own. Ironically, it was she who had found solace through Murphy's unwavering support. Her mind echoed with Murphy's words, the cycle interrupted by this unwelcome intrusion into the atmosphere. "You've had quite the drink. Should I escort you back to your assistant, or to your best friend's place?" Wei Nanfeng listened to Murphy's gentle inquiry, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. The film may have concluded, yet she felt as though a new narrative was just beginning. However, reality never seemed to align with her imagined script. Was Murphy disinterested in women or merely indifferent to her? This little man seemed overly mature, both dull and dependable. She buried her head against Murphy's neck, overwhelmed by fatigue, and mustered the energy to whisper, "I don't want to sleep, nor do I wish to return home. I want to listen to the wind, hear it 100 times." Chapter 9. Secured. Upon hearing Wayne Nanfeng's murmurs, Murphy smiled with delight. "Looks like someone is quite tipsy. With a family liquor business, is this really your drinking capacity? I expected more from you." He felt an immense sense of pride. He had heard numerous claims of exceptional drinking abilities, yet, without exception, they had all fallen before him. Over time, managing inebriated individuals became second nature. Drinking to drown sorrows was only effective when one was truly intoxicated. Without intoxication, what sorrows could be drowned? Murphy provided a comprehensive service, ensuring a delightful drinking experience and safe passage home. "All right then, let us enjoy the sound a bit longer," he coaxed Wei Nanfeng as he carried her along the street. The post-rain chill of the early morning heightened the warmth between them. Wei Nanfeng felt as if Murphy's back was a cozy furnace. While he carried her, listening to her soft snores, he aimlessly wandered the desolate streets, reflecting on the beauty of youth, where one could simply surrender to sleep and still dream sweetly. Meanwhile, he felt invigorated, the excitement of rebirth surpassing even the energy derived from a pre-workout supplement. At this moment, he could easily conquer a 1,000-meter fitness test and perform over 20 pull-ups. Satiated and energized, he had an inexhaustible vigor. As he strolled through familiar surroundings, Murphy began to contemplate ways to amass wealth. Where could he acquire the initial capital? Although he understood the information gap, it was essential to facilitate the flow of information to attain his desires. Money was the swiftest means to set that flow in motion. He was but an ordinary man, harboring no grand ambitions of establishing a business empire. He merely sought to earn enough to support his dreams. After his rebirth, his primary aspiration was to pursue and relish life, to fulfill his promises, and to alleviate his parents' worries. He yearned to explore mountains, lakes, and oceans, to savor the delights of the world, and to embark on professions he had never tried, yet found intriguing. He wished to chase the fervor he had longed for in his 20s. In his previous life, he felt imprisoned by the iron cage of a bustling metropolis. In this life, to immerse himself solely in his career would be a disservice to himself. After much contemplation, Murphy devised numerous ways to attain financial freedom, yet all necessitated initial funding and time to come to fruition. 4 years, a small target to achieve within that span. As for why 4 years? He wanted to witness the 2018 World Cup in person rather than through screen. Although he was an ordinary individual, he possessed a sense of self-awareness. He refrained from coveting what was beyond his reach, from undertaking perilous ventures, and from meddling in matters that were not his concern. This way, he would avoid calamity. Certain ventures have mechanisms to prevent time travel, such as lotteries and stock markets. It would be wiser to return to his original craft, as his skills remained intact, which should suffice to generate the initial capital. Once the initial funds were secured, he could allocate his assets based on the information he possessed, allowing his wealth to multiply exponentially. The thought of his ideal future filled Murphy with increasing exhilaration. Wei Nanfeng, resting her hand upon Murphy's chest, sensed the rhythmic acceleration of his heartbeat, strong and steady. As she inhaled the intoxicating scent emanating from his neck, her own heartbeat quickened. In her state of drowsiness and confusion, she envisioned a forest where an old stag stood up slowly, hesitating in its steps. Driven by curiosity, she approached, and the stag turned to her, speaking human words. "How about I take one more leap?" Wei Nanfeng, equally unsteady, responded with a hint of trepidation. "Perhaps not. Are you not discontented with your past cowardice?" The stag inquired. Wei Nanfeng fell into a contemplative silence. Within this hidden grove, a man and a stag locked eyes, both hesitant and filled with uncertainty. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a gentle voice from beyond the thicket called her forth, filling her with joy as she ran toward it. "Would you care for a bowl of noodles?" Wei Nanfeng blinked, her drowsy eyes open, the dampness grazing her cheek, jolting her awake. Had she truly dozed off? and so soundly that she had drooled. Yes, she replied immediately. Then, placing a hand on Murphy's shoulder, she lamented softly. The weather in Rongqing is so humid. It's foggy. Murphy nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, it is rather damp. It might also be that I'm sweating. As he echoed Wayne Nanfeng's sentiments, he guided her toward a food stall at the street corner, helping her to a seat beside a table. He then called out to the busy owner for 2 bowls of noodles, one with 3 liang of sauce and the other with 1 liang. All right, the owner replied, continuing with his hustle. The modest stall featured a cart and 3 tables, with only a few patrons scattered about. The curling smoke blended with the light mist, creating an atmosphere rich in life. Hearing Murphy's adept ordering sparked Wei Nanfeng's curiosity once more. The local delicacy of zhajiang noodles was a staple for residents, while tourists typically only recognized dan noodles. The 2 dishes were remarkably similar, and ordering by the weight measurement of liang was not a custom one would expect from a first-time visitor to Rongqing. Yet, the intriguing fact remained that Murphy had only recently graduated and had spent his time in the north. It was improbable that he had lived in Rongqing for long. There's a place downstairs from my apartment that serves fantastic zhajiang noodles. The owner even explained to me the difference between zhajiang noodles and dan noodles. I can't believe it's the same here. Murphy's voice interrupted Wei Nanfeng's suspicions. He had just realized that his ordering had been overly adept and quickly sought to rectify the situation. Noticing that Wei Nanfeng exhibited no signs of discomfort, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, resolving to avoid such incidents in the future. Rebirth was an extraordinary opportunity for him, yet it also presented considerable peril. There were countless formidable individuals in this world, and even some astute criminal investigation experts could dismantle a perpetrator's psychological defenses through mere threads of evidence. He needed to guard this secret with utmost caution, treading carefully as though on thin ice. Nonetheless, he wasn't greedy. He believed that if one did not engage in risky behavior, one would not meet with disaster. He was self-aware enough to refrain from acting recklessly. Wei Nanfeng observed Murphy mechanically consuming his noodles, seemingly lost in thought, and gently inquired, "What are you pondering? Have you ever dined with a girl like this before?" At that moment, Murphy was momentarily distracted, and due to the softness of her voice, he did not catch her question, continuing to relish his meal. Wei Nanfeng nudged his calf with her foot from under the table, prompting him to snap back to reality, and he hurriedly replied, "Apologies, I didn't hear your question. I was a bit lost in thought." She reiterated, "I asked what you were thinking. Do you often go out with girls to drink and eat like this?" Her tone bore a hint of reproach, yet it was delivered in a manner that felt quite pleasant. Murphy shook his head, admitting that this was indeed his first instance of dining so late with a girl. He often shared meals with his male friends instead. Upon reflection, he realized that whether in his past life or the present, this was his inaugural experience of dining late with a woman. Although there had been girls who sought his company, none had lingered until this hour, as they would typically be sent home once inebriated. Murphy devoured his noodles with great speed, finishing a large bowl in mere minutes, still yearning for more. Wei Nanfeng, on the other hand, ate slowly, sensing that once her bowl was empty, the story would come to a close. Murphy's mind was consumed with thoughts of making money, enjoying life thereafter, and taking his parents on vacations to compensate for the regrets of his past existence. To buy osmanthus and drink wine together is not quite the same as the youthful wanderings of a boy, he mused. This time he was still a youth, ready to purchase wine and osmanthus. Wei Nanfeng was both remarkable and beautiful, and he had no desire to take advantage of her vulnerability or to initiate anything under the influence of alcohol. He found that notion rather uninteresting. He perceived university students as foolish for believing in love, yet he himself had not married in his previous life, all the while yearning for romance. Truth be told, he was not lacking in desirable qualities, at least not until the incident involving saving someone transpired. In Deep City, he owned property and a vehicle, drawing a decent salary from his company along with some shares. He was not unappealing either, remaining quite sought after in the matchmaking market. The boomerang of fate he had previously lamented had unexpectedly struck him, leaving Murphy somewhat vexed. Humans are, indeed, a paradoxical amalgamation, inherently contradictory beings. Ding! At that moment, His phone on the table chimed with a notification. He picked it up to find a voice message from a close friend. Upon opening it, a deep, magnetic voice resonated like a walking bass in his and Wayne Nanfeng's ears. "Why haven't you returned yet? Did you succeed, old M.O.?" Upon hearing this, a sudden chill swept over Wei Nanfeng, as if the wind were imparting some unspoken message to her. The bowl of noodles, the satisfied diners around them, the bustling street stalls filled with life, and her warm coat created a serene yet simple tableau of human existence. The long-dormant feelings within her stirred, and she did not wish for the completion of her meal to signify the end of this narrative. Wei Nanfeng desired to learn more about this kind-hearted young man, hoping to use her gentle breeze to dispel the mystery surrounding him and uncover whether a more beautiful story might unfold. Why did she feel such reluctance? As if finishing this bowl of noodles would leave her with a lingering sense of regret? "Allow me," she declared, reaching for Murphy's phone, catching him off guard with her sudden boldness. Subsequently, he found himself inexplicably compelled to hand it over. After receiving the phone, Wei Nanfeng pressed the voice message button and sweetly responded, "I succeeded." Chapter 10. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. A few minutes later, Murphy's phone erupted with a flurry of WeChat notifications. The voice messages brimmed with shock and confusion. What the heck? Who did you manage to win over?" Listening to his friend's familiar voice, Murphy felt a flood of emotion and joy. This was one of his best mates, Li Feng, a name quite ordinary, yet the man himself was quite handsome. He spoke with a masculine timbre, his magnetic voice akin to a walking bass, always surrounded by admirers. Initially, his friend had been rather shy until he encountered an older sister, a decade his senior. The saying goes, a girl pursuing a boy is akin to a thin veil. And what boy can withstand the advances of a woman, especially one who is seasoned in the game? While immersed in gaming during middle school, Murphy's best friend had already embarked on more thrilling escapades. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the two had parted ways, causing Li Feng to spiral into despair for a time. Until one fateful night, he experienced an epiphany. From then on, he became a master of romance, his progression akin to that of LZ Qiao. His skills in wooing women reaching their zenith, charming yet never crass. He served as a trusted advisor in matters of the heart, his wisdom imparting many comforting words to Murphy. After university, Li Feng remained in Rongqing, and they maintained their connection, reuniting during the new year. Recently, he had proclaimed that he had found true love and intended to marry, requesting Murphy to set aside time to be his best man. While Murphy reminisced about the past, chaos reigned in a certain economic hotel in Rongqing. A handsome young man was cozied up with his girlfriend in a standard room, engrossed in a television variety show. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly charged. The girl's eyes sparkled with anxiety and anticipation, her body melting into her boyfriend's embrace, pliable as water. Yet, the young man's thoughts were fixated on his phone, glancing at the time. He surmised that Murphy must have faced rejection and sent a message to his friend. Moments later, a sweet, melodious female voice emanated from the phone, prompting both the young man and woman to exclaim in unison, "That's not Lamlin's voice. Old Mo isn't with Lanlan. What the heck? Who did old Mo manage to win over?" The once romantic atmosphere shattered, replaced by a fervent curiosity. The couple, akin to squirrels in a melon patch, began to analyze the situation with increasing fervor. After much deliberation, they found themselves at a standstill, just as the girl's phone chimed. She glanced down and eagerly showcased the message to her boyfriend. "Wang Xian, Xiaona, are you asleep? If not, would you like to go to a bar for a drink?" Li Feng nodded. Their group of 8 consisted of 4 boys and 4 girls, all classmates. He was quite familiar with Zhang Lanlan, and it appeared that Murphy had been rejected after confessing, only to be intercepted. In all honesty, his friend was quite appealing, kind-hearted, and certainly had his share of admirers at school. Yet, he was inexplicably fixated on Zhang Lanlan, and, as a man, he understood the emotional turmoil caused by such a childhood sweetheart. Thus, he had encouraged Murphy to confess, fully anticipating that Zhang Lanlan would decline. At that time, he would persuade him once more, and a new romance would commence, rendering this matter resolved. Speaking of which, Su Qinghuan is quite a remarkable girl, beautiful and kind-hearted, harboring a long-standing infatuation for Murphy. She is certainly no inferior to Zhang Lanlan. Yet, it appears that circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. Murphy was rejected according to the script, but someone picked him up instead. Prepare yourself to return. I shall tidy up as well. Old Fan and Brother Ma likely haven't slept either, and if Wang Xian and El He go, they will undoubtedly follow suit. The bar is a place where Li Feng often frequents, yet it is rife with temptations for these young men and women. It is likely that Zhang Lanlan orchestrated this gathering to see if Murphy would indeed return. Presently, Li Feng is filled with anxiety. The women found on the roadside are not to be trifled with, having once been ensnared by such a woman himself, having taken a long time to extricate himself. Would Murphy remain forever ensnared in that tree? What kind of predicament is this, trading one tree for another to be ensnared? After his girlfriend departed, Li Feng swiftly seized his phone, anxiously sending messages. This pitfall must be avoided, my brother. The university is filled with blossoms and greenery. Why must one insist on choosing a tree? Wei Nanfeng, after replying, did not immediately return her phone, but instead, with utmost seriousness, began to speak. When you put on a show, do it entirely. A good horse doesn't return to old pastures. I'm currently in Rome City. If anything arises, give me a call. I'll look after you. Observing Wei Nanfeng's earnest demeanor, Murphy felt that this girl was rather delightful, assisting in the charade and even offering aftercare. He understood her intentions, yet he believed their narrative should cease at this juncture. Alcohol can cloud one's judgment. Words spoken under its influence can easily become nonsensical. Matters of the heart ought to be discussed when one is sufficiently sober rather than inebriated. An intriguing girl, a commendable friend, yet at least for tonight, their relationship should remain within the bounds of friendship. All right, let us keep in touch, Murphy replied, taking the phone from Wei Nanfeng with a smile. Upon opening the voice message from his good friend, a deep, resonant voice echoed with urgency. Is Zhang Lanlan not at the hotel? Who have you managed to charm? Damn, where are you? Who exactly have you charmed? Hearing his friend's familiar voice, Murphy couldn't help but smile, quietly saying to Wei Nanfeng, Sister, help me maintain an air of mystery. Wei Nanfeng nodded, just as she was about to take the phone back to continue speaking on his behalf. Murphy interjected into the phone, Don't concern yourself with who I've charmed. Suffice it to say, I have. I want to be returning tonight. Wei Nanfeng erupted into laughter, entirely unfazed by the implications in Murphy's words, finding him more genuine in that moment. Men are all concerned with their image. It seems this enigmatic and mature young man is no exception. She daintily slurped her noodles, content after finishing, patting her belly. When Murphy returned from settling the bill, he adeptly squatted before Wei Nanfeng, who comfortably rested her head on his shoulder. Stealing a glance at the spot on Murphy's shoulder, the lipstick and saliva left a rosy hue on his white shirt, reminiscent of her own flushed cheeks. Just then, Murphy's phone rang again. He single-handedly held Wei Nanfeng while retrieving his phone to check his messages. The assertive voice of Li Feng blared through, causing Murphy's pretense to falter. Nonsense. I know you well. If you want to have fun, can't you include your brother? Get back here quickly. I need to see you. Wei Nanfeng, feeling a bit disgruntled, reached out to defend Murphy, but he tucked the phone away into his pocket. It's time to head home. Your friend is quite worried about you. After saying this, Murphy turned, and Wei Nanfeng immediately spotted two figures hiding behind a telephone pole. Without needing to guess, she knew exactly who they were and reluctantly patted Murphy's shoulder. Put me down. Before descending, she inhaled deeply, momentarily relishing Murphy's pleasant scent, as if she may never experience it again. Murphy carefully set Wei Nanfeng down. She waved goodbye to the two distant silhouettes emerging from the shadows, who were exchanging playful banter. I told you not to follow. You've ruined everything. Haven you? Didn't you say you wanted to see? As the two approached Wei Nanfeng, Murphy had already departed. Draped in Murphy's athletic jacket, Wei Nanfeng, exasperated, addressed Li Bailu and the short-haired girl beside her. Where's the car? Li Bailu, aware of her own fault, wore a sheepish smile as she hurried off. I'll bring it over. Meanwhile, Feng Luyao looked exasperated. She had also driven here, but was a step behind. How awkward. Why did my aunt leave me here? After a brief contemplation, Feng Luyao enthusiastically lunged forward. Burying her face in Wei Nanfeng's chest, playfully whining, "Nanfeng, I've missed you so much. Does your foot still hurt? I'm so worried about you." Wei Nanfeng, somewhat helpless, firmly pushed Feng Liao's face away, expressing her discontent. "Let us go. It's not a good place for driving. Don't let Sister Lu come in. Her driving skills are, well, you know." Observing Wei Nanfeng briskly striding in her high heels, Feng Liao was taken aback. Didn't my aunt say Nanfeng sprained her foot badly? She couldn't even walk and had to be carried. But now, she seems perfectly fine. The complexities of a woman's heart, she mused. Chapter 11. Stop being so self-absorbed. Feng Luyao sighed, hastily following after her. Before long, they found Li Bailu struggling to maneuver her vehicle in a U-turn. Wei Nanfeng flung the car door open and plopped into the passenger seat, donning Murphy's jacket, and pressed the car window to savor the evening breeze. She had intentionally withheld the jacket from Murphy, who, being a true gentleman, had not requested it back. They had also exchanged numbers, leaving the story open for further development. In her heart, the old deer collided with a long-buried chain, unaware of what lay ahead. Must she still listen to the winds 100 times, though 100 times may be excessive? Facing Li Bailu and Feng Luyao within the vehicle, Wei Nanfeng remained silent, her heart filled with both anticipation and uncertainty for the future. Yet, the age gap seemed rather substantial. Murphy was only 19, while she was nearing 26 or 27. She could practically be his older sister. "Your little boyfriend seems quite strong, carrying you for over an hour. My legs are sore just from following you in Yao Yao." He is still going strong. Upon hearing Li Bailu's teasing, Wei Nanfeng was momentarily lost in thought. Had she really slept on Murphy's back for an hour? Suddenly, she recalled how he had trembled while handing her the chopsticks, and her heart brimmed with both tenderness and guilt. Though she wasn't heavy, she still weighed over 100 pounds, and, after a night of drinking and feasting, her stomach felt bloated. Reflecting on the evening, every action of Murphy's was steeped in restraint and maturity, attentive to her needs, while she had acted like a little girl, selfishly monopolizing his time. How had she come to this? Shouldn't she be the mature older sister, taking care of this younger brother? The more Wei Nanfeng pondered, the more agitated she became, as the car sped up, the wind growing stronger. The chilly breeze of the early morning dispelled the confusion of the road ahead. This tale, ending with a bouquet of roses as solace, should also begin anew with a bouquet of roses. Murphy has yet to receive flowers, so tomorrow when I invite him out, I shall present him with a bouquet, considering it a token of gratitude. A young man receiving flowers should, in all likelihood, feel as elated as a young woman. The weather in Rongqing is as capricious as a girl's heart, with rain falling at a whim. The gentle patter of raindrops against the windshield resembles blossoms bestowed upon the glass by divine beings. Li Bailu cast a sideways glance at the still giggling Wei Nanfeng and, with a sigh, rolled up the car window for her. Love is a force that can render women foolish. Whether they are naive college students, astute female executives, or seasoned romantics, they all, without exception, become irrational and silly once they believe they have found true love. The unmistakable symptoms include an inability to hear others, as they become lost in cherished memories, daydreaming and smiling foolishly about the future, just as Wei Nanfeng is doing now. The last time Li Bailu saw this smile was several years ago, when Wei Nanfeng often shared her dreams of the future and recounted tales of the past. Nothing is more beautiful than the conclusion of a new story beginning. How delightful it is to be young. The more Wei Nanfeng pondered, the brighter her smile became, until she instinctively noticed her empty hands, transforming her joy into a state of panic. Her previously cheerful countenance was now fraught with urgency as she exclaimed to Li Bailu, "The flowers! My flowers! Sister, hurry back. I left my flowers at the tavern." Li Bailu suddenly remembered the bouquet of roses from the table and quickly reassured her. "We shall return at once." The car swerved sharply, making a U-turn at the dashed line, and through the stormy night, they sped back to the tavern filled with countless stories. To truly experience the bar culture of Rongqing, Yulin Road is an indispensable element. At least that is what Murphy believes. Tonight, Brother Lay happens to be performing here, and after a brief intermission, there will be a midnight show. In the future, Brother Lay's songs will become the memories of countless people. To hear Brother Lay perform live tonight would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience for years to come. Moreover, the atmosphere here is quite pleasant and far more suitable for their age than those raucous venues. Murphy had arranged to meet Li Feng at a specific spot and leisurely return to the tavern, settling into a table that could accommodate 8. He lacked funds, but Li Feng was affluent, his family engaged in the timber business. The son, who had previously shown little promise, suddenly excelled and gained admission to university, prompting his father to reward him with 30,000 yuan. At this moment, the expenses here were still reasonable. 8 young people could easily enjoy themselves with a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan. Upon seeing Murphy, Manager Wang intercepted a waiter and personally brought over 2 glasses of beer. "Greetings, I'm the manager of this tavern. You must be friends of General Wei and General Li. Please let me know if you require anything." Murphy clinked his glass against the manager's and, after taking a sip of beer, replied with a smile, "No trouble at all, I'll just enjoy myself." Manager Wang understood Murphy's desire for brevity and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, departed, instructing the waiter to provide a complimentary fruit platter and some light snacks. However, he was quite curious as to how this handsome young man had arrived alone. The script seemed a bit off. Murphy savored the craft beer, its malty aroma and effervescence perfectly suited to the optimal tasting temperature of 8 to 12 degrees Celsius. Compared to industrial beer, it was undeniably superior. Soon, Murphy finished his drink and was contemplating ordering another when a familiar figure approached him with a beer in hand. "Hey, young man, I heard from Manager Wang that you ordered Chengdu." At that moment, Brother Lay exuded the essence of an artistic youth, embodying a spirit of freedom and nonchalance. "Indeed, a friend sent me the recording. I found it delightful and quite fitting. This one is exceptional. It is bound to become popular, to the extent that you might feel nauseous at the mere thought of singing it." Murphy welcomed the conversation, believing that sharing a drink with intriguing individuals enhances the experience. Brother Lay clinked his glass with Murphy's, finding his description amusing, and humorously replied, "If it becomes that popular, I'll have to sing it to the end, even if it makes me feel sick." Just earlier, a friend had mentioned hearing a captivating folk song, and upon hearing it, he realized it was his own. Interesting souls always resonate with one another, regardless of gender or age. Murphy and Brother Lay engaged in lively conversation, and, as their spirits rose, Brother Lay picked up a guitar, prompting Murphy to hum along, elevating the tavern's atmosphere. Murphy's distinctive voice carried a unique sense of insight and nostalgia typical of folk music, yet it emanated from a youth. "Come on, up on stage. Sing for us. Don't just whisper. Let everyone hear." The patrons of the tavern cheered, and Brother Lay urged Murphy onto the stage. Murphy, unfazed, confidently grasped the microphone. To drink and sing, what is life? This was precisely the scene he had once envisioned. However, Murphy had no intention of covering a song. Instead, he selected the classic Escape from the Tiger's Mouth by Lao Lang. "Put out your cigarette. It will be better for your health. Though it's challenging to endure, I miss you tonight." Murphy's clear voice carried a narrative that effortlessly captivated the audience within the tavern. Outside, the hurriedly returning Wei Nanfeng encountered Zhang Lanfan at the entrance of the tavern. With just a glance, she swiftly entered, heading toward the spot she had just occupied with Murphy. Li Bailu summoned Manager Wang, who, with a wry smile, informed her that the roses had already been disposed of by the waiter. The umbrella and towel, however, remained at the bar. Wei Nanfeng felt an overwhelming urge to rummage through the trash, but Li Bailu and Feng Luyao quickly restrained her. Murphy's song resonated with themes of regret and longing, as Wei Nanfeng sat in her chair, continually berating herself. How could she have such a poor memory and forget that bouquet? At that moment, Li Bailu noticed 3 young men rising to look in their direction, seemingly searching for something. To lighten the mood, she self-deprecatingly remarked, "Sisters' looks are still quite respectable. Just look at how those boys are captivated." Wei Nanfeng silently stood up, interrupting Li Bailu's moment of self-admiration, and quietly retorted, "Stop being narcissistic. They are Murphy's friends." Looking at me, as she listened to Murphy's voice, filled with stories and regrets, her heart unknowingly filled with determination and courage. "You all stay here. I'm going to have a word with that childhood friend." Chapter 12. Escape from the Tiger's Mouth. Upon seeing Wei Nanfeng rise, Li Feng couldn't help but mentally chastise himself. What foolishness had he engaged in, fearing his brother might be taken advantage of? Could his own brother truly be worthy of her? She possessed both grace and beauty. Her figure was enviable, and her family background was commendable. They had arrived in a luxurious Mercedes G-Class, whereas he and his friends had taken a taxi. Was this the siren that Wang Xian had spoken of? What does it mean to be breathtakingly beautiful? The two other boys accompanying him expressed their admiration and envy without reservation. Old Mo is quite impressive. His girlfriend is like a star. Is this Murphy's girlfriend? How exquisite she is. A man remains youthful until death, unless he is hung upon the wall. In this age, where survival and future concerns seem distant, especially for young boys influenced by figures like the landlady, such romantic encounters are common fantasies harbored in the hearts of many. Now, this fantasy has manifested into reality, and it is occurring with a dear friend, a beauty with an ethereal charm, one that could not be found even with a lantern, has been whisked away by old Mo with a mere bouquet. What cinematic or literary enchantment is this? They say art springs from reality. Yet Murphy's experience today feels exceedingly surreal. Feng, she is approaching. Feng, still offering advice to old Mo, is utterly amused. "Calm down. I shall cover the expenses tonight. You may order freely." Li Feng feels a sense of helplessness. How could he have known that his brother silently accomplished such a momentous feat? The other party possesses everything one could desire, yet Murphy, aside from his handsome appearance, holds nothing of material worth. Desiring male beauty? That is hardly an issue for a man, after all. Li Feng feels an urgent need to visit Murphy's ancestral grave to ascertain whether it is already ablaze. What astonishing fortune this is! Zhang Lanlan sits nearby, her demeanor calm and unperturbed, showing no emotional fluctuations in response to the boys' discussions, nor any unusual sentiments at the imminent arrival of Wei Nanfeng. At this moment, her entire being is absorbed in Murphy's song. "Open the window, it will lighten the mood. This way, I can part with you while still smiling. That is my favorite record. You say it is merely a piece of music, yet it will evoke my nostalgia in the days to come." Zhang Lanlan has always known that Murphy sings beautifully, and he has serenaded her countless times. But for the first time, she perceives a sense of farewell imbued within his melody. Reflecting on their journey from childhood to now, she realizes that she has never truly valued the things Murphy cherished. Dining out, playing, it was always about her preferences, and he would simply accompany her. Gradually, she seems to have grown accustomed to Murphy's presence. Regardless of her situation, she believed Murphy would never abandon her, honoring the promise made in their childhood. Vows of devotion spoken, she gazes back at the vibrant world. Every moment, "I love you" feels like a subway train racing past. Tears promised not to fall now boil in my eyes. "I love your tiger's embrace. I have escaped danger." Zhang Lanlan is unsure why scenes of her and Murphy flash through her mind like a kaleidoscope. In kindergarten, he would bring her candies. In elementary school, he gave her his favorite portable cassette player and tapes. Video games, comics, an array of delightful treasures. She was always the first to enjoy them. What could be the reason? Is Murphy inherently generous and kind-hearted? No, that is not the case. He is quite possessive of the things he loves, reluctant to share. She remembers vividly how, with busy parents, the community would help look after the children. Once, in a dispute over a card, she wept inconsolably, leading Murphy to reluctantly relinquish it. It seemed she had discovered his weakness, and from that moment onward, he was no longer her rival. In her youthful innocence, she found herself increasingly reliant on Murphy, particularly on a summer night when they sat atop a rooftop, gazing at the stars and conversing. "Do you want to marry me when we grow up? You must listen to me if you do." "I do, but why must marrying you mean listening to you?" "Because my father listens to my mother, and your father listens to your mother, so you must listen to me too. Let's make a pinky promise on it. I don't want to marry anymore." "Not allowed." "Wail. Don't cry. Let us do it now. That summer night." Their na-ve promises and innocent words remained etched in his memory until now. Jean Lamlin's mind is now filled with memories of her and Murphy. How few decades life offers, yet the first decade is filled with his presence. The song Escaping the Tiger's Mouth is Murphy's favorite, and at that time, she did not particularly enjoy folk music. She could not comprehend it then, but today, for reasons unknown, it resonates deeply within her. Wei Nan Fong stands below, absorbing the song's themes of farewell and liberation, gazing upon the boy shining on stage. Murphy's voice possesses a captivating allure, effortlessly stirring emotions and allowing others to feel his essence. Within his song, there is no sorrow or reluctance in parting, only release and freedom. When one can narrate memories that once felt insurmountable, it signifies true liberation. Wei Nan Fong reflects on Murphy's earlier words, finding them profound yet challenging to enact. Yet, Murphy's performance today serves as a lesson, demonstrating that such realizations are indeed attainable. Following the climax of the song, Murphy lifts a nearby glass, toasts to Wei Nan Fong, and gently proclaims, "This rendition of Escaping the Tiger's Mouth is dedicated to Miss Wei Nan Fong. May she embrace freedom, hear the winds from 800 miles away, and savor the beauty of life." Upon hearing Murphy's words, Wei Nan Fong feels a moment of confusion, but soon comprehends the underlying message. She initially believes Murphy's song is a farewell to his past, meant for her, unaware that he is simultaneously comforting himself. Fearing he might struggle to move on, he employs various methods to cope. This song is, in fact, a serenade to himself. Escaping the tiger's mouth, escaping the tiger's mouth. She has indeed freed herself from peril, reconciling past grievances. Yet, this very night, she finds herself ensnared in a new predicament. Only this time, it is a predicament of her own volition. There remains a flicker of fear in her heart, primarily due to the apprehension of whether Murphy, the little tiger, will be inclined to devour her. Wei Nan Fong orders a drink, raises her glass in a gesture toward Murphy, and smiles as she downs it in one go. Subsequently, she waves her arms, urging Murphy to lift her onto the stage. The platform, though only about 60 centimeters high, poses a considerable challenge for Wei Nan Fong, who is clad in a dress and heels. Yet, Murphy bends down, cradling her beneath her ribs, and hoists her up. As she ascends, Wei Nan Fong hurriedly seizes a nearby microphone, and, as the interlude concludes, she begins to sing along with Murphy. "Open the window, it will lighten the mood. This way, I can smile while parting with you." The audience erupts with cheers and applause, as Wei Nan Feng's gentle voice harmonizes unexpectedly with Murphy's clear tones. Li Bailu clinks his glass with Feng Luyao, observing the duet between Wei Nan Fong and Murphy. After taking a sip of his drink, he cannot help but make a jibe. "We fear for our sister's hardships, yet we also worry if they drive a Range Rover. We wish to help her emerge, but we didn't intend for her to dive headfirst into sweet romance." Feng Liao nods in agreement, grimacing slightly after a sip of her drink, and joins in the playful banter. "What a dreadful drink. It tastes utterly sour. It reeks of the stench of love." Chapter 13. If I don't clock out soon, I might find myself out of a job. The lyrics of Escaping the Tiger's Mouth express a complex tapestry of emotions, encompassing both nostalgia for cherished moments of the past and an apprehension toward an uncertain future. Mu Fei and Wei Nan Fong delivered the song with remarkable ease. Once the performance concluded and the two descended from the stage, Mu Fei quietly inquired, "What have you forgotten here?" Moments earlier, he had noticed Wei Nan Fong searching for something at her seat, leading him to believe she had misplaced an item. Wei Nan Fong blinked, her cheeks adorned with a mischievous glow, as she naturally linked her arm with Mu Fei's and responded softly, "Of course, I came to support you." Mu Fei regarded her with skepticism, yet he recognized that Wei Nan Fong could alleviate a considerable amount of hassle. Nevertheless, his curiosity regarding her lost item persisted. He had meticulously checked before leaving, and it seemed improbable that she had forgotten anything. "Stop joking. What did you leave behind? Have you found it?" Upon hearing Mu Fei's concern, Wei Nan Fong led him toward her classmates, directly answering, "The flowers you gave me were left here. No worries. You can buy me more next time. Go greet your friends." Wei Nanfeng and Ti felt this joyful in quite some time. As Mu Fei contemplated her response, he shifted his gaze to the bar of the tavern. Upon reaching their peers, Li Feng shifted aside to make space, while Mu Fei introduced Wei Nanfeng as they took their seats. "This is my girlfriend, Wei Nanfeng." He then gestured toward Wei Nanfeng, adding, "These are my close classmates, visiting Rong Chang together. This is Li Feng and his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaona. He was the one you chatted with on WeChat." Li Feng, upon hearing Mu Fei's introduction, felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled while scratching his head, still lamenting his earlier impulsiveness. He considered himself a hopeless romantic. Yet his friend had effortlessly secured the affection of such a stunning beauty, revealing the true prowess of a master. Reflecting on his earlier foolishness in calling Mu Fei back, he regretted potentially sabotaging his friend's happiness. He needed to devise a plan to discreetly remove the light bulbs from the situation. Moreover, with Zhang Lanlan present, Li Feng was filled with regret. If he disrupted his friend's good fortune, he would forever feel he had wronged Mu Fei. Fan Xing, Ma Tianfang, as well as the secretly enamored Wang Xian and Bai Jia, were all present. Mu Fei's introductions caused both young men to blush profusely as they began to defend themselves. "Old Mu, don't speak nonsense. We haven't even started teasing yet, and you're already turning the tables." At that moment, amidst the youthful exuberance, Mu Fei relished encouraging others to pursue love. When together, they would savor sweet moments. When apart, they would relish the drama, ensuring a lifetime of lively stories. Besides encouraging others to step out, Mu Fei was equally adept at guiding them inward. Sometimes, love merely requires a dash of courage. Failure was inconsequential. It merely enabled him to activate another skill, Mu Master's comprehensive service. After introducing everyone, when it came time for Zhang Lanlan, Mu Fei noticed her tear-stained eyes but continued his introduction without a flicker of emotion. "You met before, my childhood friend, Zhang Lanlan." Upon hearing Mu Fei's brief introduction, Zhang Lanlan nodded in acknowledgement, initially believing Mu Fei was jesting, only to discover he was indeed in a relationship. She gazed at Wei Nanfeng with a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of intense resentment flashed in her eyes. She rose, raising her glass, and continued, "Congratulations to you both." Wei Nanfeng released Mu Fei's arm, their gazes colliding in the air as she smiled and replied, "Thank you for the blessing." Li Feng, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, regretted his earlier actions and hurriedly called over a server, cheerfully addressing everyone. "Old Mu's romance is a wonderful thing. Tonight it's on me. Drink whatever you wish." Aside from Li Feng, it was everyone's first time in such an establishment. Soon, he regained control of the situation, recommending drinks and enlivening the atmosphere. However, his gaze remained fixated on Zhang Lanlan, apprehensive of her potential antics. As expected, when it was Zhang Lanlan's turn, Li Feng's instincts were confirmed. "I don't want beer. I want a mojito." Zhang Lanlan lowered her gaze to the menu, her innocent features filled with nostalgia as she softly mused, "The cocktails Mu Fei makes are delightful, but alas, I want to have them again." Upon hearing Zhang Lanlan's words, Li Feng's heart sank. Mu Fei had two passions, mixology and sculpting, both of which he excelled at. His father worked in a distillery, which cultivated Mu Fei's fascination with spirits from a young age. The first time he heard Li Feng mention cocktails and bars, he began to delve into the craft. Moreover, Mu Fei possessed a remarkable talent. His movements were fluid, and the flavors he concocted were exquisite. Having frequented various bars and indulged in countless drinks, Li Feng could assert without exaggeration that the finest cocktail he had ever tasted was crafted by his brother. The more he drank, the more he recognized the extent of Mu Fei's exceptional talent. Wei Nanfeng's face lit up with curiosity. She and T realized Mu Fei was a mixologist. "What is a treasure, boy?" "This is a treasure, and anything you dig up is of great interest to her." Li Feng subtly nudged Fan Zeng beside him, who instantly understood the cue and called out loudly, "I also want to drink the cocktails made by Old Mu. Who knows when we'll have the chance to enjoy them again. Old Mu, make me a Long Island iced tea tonight. I want to drink until we're completely inebriated." Having known each other for years, they were close enough to share a good time, with everyone aware of each other's quirks. Drinking alone was a privilege. Drinking in a group was a communal experience. Mu Fei waved his hand, hurriedly stating, "Let us save it for later. Mixing drinks here would disrupt the ambience." Regardless of how everyone urged him, Mu Fei remained resolute. Even if the king himself were present, he wouldn't breach the rules of the tavern. There was a protocol. They had their own bartender, and to meddle in someone else's craft would be disrespectful. No, he could not break the rules. Seeing Mu Fei's firm stance and reasonable explanation, the others ceased their persuasion, their words now tinged with regret. What a pity. The last time I had a cocktail in Shengjing, the same drink made by Old Mu was simply exquisite. Indeed, at our graduation barbecue, Old Mu casually mixed a drink from the convenience store that was absolutely divine. TSK, that's nothing. Once Old Mu even made me a cocktail infused with chocolate. Everyone, without exception, praised Mu Fei's mixology, pondering just how remarkable his concoctions must be to leave such a lasting impression. Wei Nan Feng, now even more intrigued, leaned close to Mu Fei, whispering, "Is it really that delicious? Make us one, please." A hint of bitterness crept into Mu Fei's heart. He genuinely wished to fulfill everyone's desires, especially Wei Nan Feng's small request. Yet, rules were rules. Without them, there could be no order. He couldn't act recklessly in someone else's domain. "Once this is over, I'll make you 2 drinks, but right now, it's truly not feasible." Hearing Mu Fei's firm words, Wei Nan Feng naturally nodded in agreement. The mere thought of having an excuse to linger with Mu Fei after the event filled her with joy. As the group chatted, it wasn't long before Manager Wang approached, his expression full of apology as he said, "I'm sorry, everyone, but the bartender has finished for the night." Upon hearing Manager Wang's words, Wei Nan Feng instinctively glanced toward Li Bai Lu and Feng Lu Yao's location, only to find that they were no longer at their previous spots. "They've really clocked out?" Wei Nan Feng inquired, seeking confirmation. Manager Wang felt a twinge of guilt. The tavern specialized in craft beer, and patrons rarely ordered cocktails. On occasion, a few customers would request them, and he would mix a couple of drinks on the side to supplement the tavern's revenue. As he spoke, he subtly gestured towards the bar. Following his hint, Wei Nan Feng quickly spotted Li Bai Lu and Feng Lu Yao, who were awaiting their turn at the bar. Manager Wang continued to tease, "Mr. Wei, I truly am clocking out. If I don't leave now, I might find myself out of job. If you're eager for a drink, why not let Brother Imo lend a hand with a cocktail?" Chapter 14. I see the mountains, so alluring. I can only surmise the mountains see me likewise. Wei Nan Feng leaned closer to Mo Fei, whispering in his ear, "Sister Li is making a fuss here, taking advantage of her shares. I'm going to handle those 2 troublesome women. Wait for me." With that, she turned to leave, intending to admonish the 2 women causing a ruckus. She had hoped to return to find flowers, only to discover that the one delivering them was already present. With that, there was no need to seek flowers. She could enjoy a moment alone with Mo Fei, but she must not be disturbed by these unrelated individuals. However, Mo Fei grasped her arm, rising with a smile. "It's just mixing a couple of drinks. It's nothing monumental. Since the boss is here, there's no need for any reservations." Mo Fei felt grateful for Wei Nan Feng's assistance, given that her friend was one of the tavern's owners. Mixing a couple of cocktails for her friend was hardly a significant task. Moreover, she resonated with Fan Zheng's words. Years later, they would no longer gather as a group, with some even losing contact. Enjoying the present without being constrained by the future was precisely what this age was meant to embrace. These moments would eventually become cherished memories, providing solace during times of solitude in the future. Mo Fei beckoned everyone towards the small bar in the tavern. "Come on, the boss has spoken. You're in for a treat." The tavern did not primarily focus on cocktails, and the bar was modest, accommodating precisely 10 patrons. Manager Wang followed, contemplating how he might assist. To be frank, mixing drinks is something anyone can do, yet the quality varies immensely. Juice-infused beers can be considered cocktails, and haphazardly mixing several spirits may also qualify. However, truly skilled mixologists, akin to magicians, can evoke extraordinary flavors from various liquids. They can even transform high-proof spirits into delightful concoctions that mask any hint of alcohol. Such concoctions might render one utterly silent after a single sip. Each individual's tolerance for alcohol varies, and at a party, a mixologist will tailor drinks to suit different patrons, allowing each guest to experience a shared sensation of mild inebriation. Mixology is a profound art. It is not simply about flashy tricks seen online. Although manager Wong acknowledged Mo Fei's knowledge of mixing drinks, he believed the flavor would not be particularly impressive. He resolved to assist, ensuring that the cocktails Mo Fei created would be palatable. His knowledge of mixology stemmed from when he first entered the industry, but upon realizing it was not lucrative, he transitioned into a managerial role. This small bar occasionally created common cocktails, boosting the tavern's income while fulfilling his personal passion. Mo Fei gazed at the diverse array of spirits with deep reflection. In her past life, she had been too preoccupied with daily existence to engage in mixology after her employment began. What would you like to drink? Should I choose? Or do you have requests? Li Bailu raised his hand first, smiling as he spoke. A 1-tea drink. I have to drive later. Just mix me a glass of lemon soda. I'll have a margarita. Feng Liao chose the most classic cocktail, presenting no challenge to Mo Fei. Subsequently, Mo Fei turned to her friends, cheerfully urging, "Old fan wants a Long Island iced tea. If you don't have any special requests, I'll just mix accordingly." The group nodded in agreement. Aside from Li Feng, everyone began their cocktail journey with Mo Fei. They were unfamiliar with the flamboyant names, but found the drinks delightful, generally opting for whatever Mo Fei mixed. Finally, Mo Fei looked at Wei Nanfeng, who sat directly across from her, smiling warmly. "Anything is fine, as long as you're the one mixing." Manager Wang contemplated whether to assist, but was taken aback by Mo Fei's remarkable skill. She moved with finesse, utilizing various tools with agility and flair. Each cocktail she crafted was nothing short of a masterpiece, akin to works of art displayed on the bar. Mojitos, margaritas, Singapore slings, Long Island iced teas, and dry martinis flowed effortlessly from her hands. There were even some cocktails he did not recognize, such as a Bailey's concoction made with chocolate and milk. The creamy liquid, reminiscent of a chocolate milk drink, was set ablaze, with the aromas of milk and chocolate wafting through the air, creating a unique and novel experience. The beauty of these creations was matched by their delightful taste, rendering them a sensory marvel, even for him, who had only tasted them once. As a professional manager, Manager Wang's first thought was of Mo Fei's commercial potential. If she were to open a bar, her mixing skills would surely attract countless patrons. He had just spoken briefly with Brother Lei, and it seemed Mo Fei had recently enrolled at Sichuan University. A university student has ample free time. If she agreed to partner with him in opening a bar, merely dedicating 2 days a week could establish a solid foothold in Chengdu. After 2 decades of working for others, his greatest dream was to own his own bar. This was an opportunity. If Mo Fei would agree to collaborate with him, combined with his years of experience, he was confident they could successfully launch a bar. Once each guest was served their drink, Mo Fei retrieved a block of ice from the freezer, placing it aside. After washing her hands, she began to carve with an ice pick. The ice sphere was skillfully sculpted in her hands, drawing admiration solely from Manager Wang. Carving ice may appear simple, yet it reveals the true mastery of a mixologist. It is not merely the act of hand carving that ensures superiority, but the handcrafted ice sphere is an art form in the world of mixology, imbuing a sense of profound ritual, especially when one orders a fine whiskey at a bar, and the mixologist retrieves a hand-carved ice sphere from the freezer to place in the rocks glass. Patrons might hear the cracking sounds caused by the temperature difference and witness the reflections of light refracting through the ice. At that moment, the sensation is often associated with thoughts of how delightful this drink must be. The money spent feels worthwhile. Mixology is an art that engages the visual, olfactory, and gustatory senses, with the visual aspect being an indispensable element. Utilizing Maotai as a base, combined with dried osmanthus and honey, the mixture is ignited with a torch, releasing an enticing aroma. Mo Fei gently positioned the ice sphere atop the glass, which appeared slightly oversized, sealing the cup completely. As Wei Nanfeng curiously pondered how to consume this drink, a miraculous scene unfolded, prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment. The heated liquor, encountering the sealed ice sphere, would form fog within the glass due to the temperature differential. At the moment the ice sphere was placed, the disparity in temperature caused the mist to descend like a gravitational force, creating a stunning tableau within the glass. Murphy was quite pleased with his creation. He had learned the technique from a video by the esteemed content creator Hong Bin and had long desired to replicate it. However, the demands of his job had left him with little time to indulge in his passion for mixology, forcing him to content himself with merely watching videos. Furthermore, this particular concoction would allow Wei Nanfeng to drink less. She had already fallen asleep after her earlier indulgence, and any further excess would be unwise. While alcohol can be delightful, moderation is key, and a gentle inebriation suffices. This exquisite drink was to be savored slowly. Upon hearing Murphy's words, Wei Nanfeng smiled softly, glancing at the cocktails of those around her, and believed that her own was the most visually stunning and intricate. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing quietly at her glass, feeling as though her heart had sunk into the mysterious vapor swirling within. Murphy poured himself a modest measure of whiskey and mingled with the others, engaging in lively conversation while also crafting a few cocktails for Brother Lei and the remaining guests. This was the essence of savoring life. This was the existence he yearned for. At that moment, Murphy felt no fatigue. He was immersed in his passion, sharing laughter and libations with friends, reveling in the purest form of joy. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Feng Luyao leaned closer to her friend and inquired, "You seem rather entranced." She understood Wei Nanfeng well. It seemed as though her entire being had taken on the shape of Murphy. Luyao had to admit that a boy who could mix drinks and care for others was indeed appealing, yet she felt her friend was becoming infatuated too quickly. Nearby, Zhang Lianlan perked up her ears, having gleaned from the earlier exchanges that Wei Nanfeng was quite the catch. At 26, a graduate of Chuanyu University, she ran her own advertising company and had a family-owned distillery and substantial real estate in Guangzhou. A young woman of remarkable beauty and acumen, she had suitors aplenty. Yet, why had she set her sights on Murphy, and why was their relationship progressing so swiftly? Wei Nanfeng swirled her glass, inhaling the rich aroma of osmanthus, and mused aloud. "I am merely 26. I have already reached the age of 26. Her contradictory statements momentarily stunned those listening. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Murphy, who was rolling dice with Li Bailu, and she continued to murmur, "Late marriage and impulsive unions. Affection and compatibility. I have never found the answers." Her friends had all drawn their conclusions, while she felt lost, penniless, and without answers. Feng Luyao, listening to Wei Nanfeng's musings, felt a pang of sadness. Her friend appeared strong, yet was deeply sensitive within. "But do not rush to fill in answers just because others have submitted theirs," she gently advised. Luyao was not averse to her friend embarking on a new chapter, but she feared Wei Nanfeng might plunge headlong into another romantic entanglement. Wei Nanfeng shifted her gaze from Murphy, downing the remainder of her drink, and laughed joyfully. "But I am fortunate. A completed top-scoring answer sheet has floated before me. I grasp it, write my name, and it becomes mine." Luyao was taken aback. How could she ascertain so swiftly that Murphy's answer sheet was a perfect score after just one evening? Then she watched as Wei Nanfeng playfully placed her hand to her ear, leaning closer to whisper, "Shoo, do you hear?" "Hear what?" Luyao pressed. Wei Nanfeng, brimming with delight, leaned in and eagerly shared her secret. "The wind has confided a secret to me. In this cacophonous world, he alone gazes upon me, and I upon him. I inquired of my heart, and it replied, 'It is irresistible.'" Luyao felt a sense of helplessness. Her dear friend had clearly succumbed to the throes of infatuation, whether from intoxication or genuine emotion. "But you do not know what his heart is truly saying," she thought, feeling the need to prepare her friend for potential heartbreak. Aware that Murphy's affections did not appear easily relinquished. Love is a complex affair, fraught with unpredictability, and even after commitments are made, bizarre circumstances may arise. Humans are the most intricate of creatures, and love is the most illogical of pursuits. Yet Wei Nanfeng did not respond to her friend's concerns. Instead, she called out to Murphy, who was engrossed in dice games with Li Bailu. "Murphy, What follows? I see the mountains so enchanting. Without turning, Murphy replied loudly. I surmise the mountains will see me as such. He had just bested the so-called dice god, Lu, and was teasingly taunting his defeated opponent. 4 threes. Huh. Who plays dice with such sincerity? If you can't handle it, then drink your fill. Wei Nanfeng laughed heartily, while Lu Yao helplessly sipped her drink, the answer becoming painfully evident. The sweet concoction that had once been delightful now tasted sour. Regret washed over her. Why had she spoken so freely? She felt as though she had been unwittingly fed a mouthful of romantic indulgence. Oh dear, return to I see the mountains so enchanting. Oh dear, and I surmise the mountains will see me as such. You wretched couple, you should be ashamed. After 27 years of being single, Lu Yao found her drink filled not only with sourness but also bitterness. Stop it. This drink lacks any punch. Make me one that will truly intoxicate. Upon hearing Lu Yao's request, Murphy's interest was piqued. One that will get you drunk? Coming right up. Soon, a vividly orange cocktail was placed before Lu Yao, its rich citrus aroma masking any hint of alcohol. What on earth? There is no taste of alcohol at all. Manager Wong, observing Murphy return a bottle of 96 proof liquor to the cabinet, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, reflecting on the irony. Drink up. A lack of flavor does not imply a lack of potency. This sweet nectar will leave you speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianlan, sitting nearby and sipping her own drink, shared Lu Yao's sense of bitterness. Her mind was consumed with regret and disbelief. When had she lost her chance at that perfect score Wei Nanfeng spoke of? There had been others who vied for Murphy's attention, yet he had always stayed by her side, impervious to even the allure of the high school beauty, Su Qinghuan. Now, however, a sense of dread and powerlessness enveloped her. Even the inebriated Lu Yao was trying to coax Wei Nanfeng into an intimate embrace, urging her to take the plunge. Moments ago, she had been counseling her friend to remain rational. How had she suddenly shifted to such shameless propositions? She knew that if she did not take action, Murphy would indeed be whisked away by this woman. She understood Murphy too well. Once they crossed that line, he would be ensnared by this bad woman. At that moment, a shout erupted from the other end of the bar as Li Bailu excitedly exclaimed, I've finally won. Adare, you must take a risk. Go kiss Nanfeng. Murphy, blushing and momentarily a loss, quickly waved his hands in protest. No, let us change the subject. Though they presented themselves as a couple, both understood the true nature of their relationship, and he would not exploit this opportunity to take advantage of the young lady. Kiss here, Li Feng, seizing the moment, led the charge to encourage the playful dare. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Murphy found himself at a loss for words, standing still as he endeavored to suppress the chaotic energy that enveloped the room. Just wait a moment, I'll mix some sleeping potion, and soon enough, this rowdy bunch will be rendered unconscious. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Wei Nanfeng strode over swiftly, grasping Murphy by the collar across the bar. Rising on her toes, she leaned forward and audaciously planted her crimson lips upon his, leaving a mark akin to a brushstroke on Murphy's canvas. She inscribed her name upon his paper, reminiscent of the phrase, I see the mountains adorned with beauty. Surely, the mountains see me as such. Chapter 15, The Meaning of Life. This kiss left Murphy utterly flustered. He had little experience in romance. His theoretical knowledge was impeccable, yet he had never engaged in the practical application. He often observed others in their pursuits or indulged as a mere spectator. Yet when such an event befell him, he found himself utterly unprepared. While his mind understood the situation clearly, his tongue remained remarkably honest. Wei Nanfeng's lips were soft, akin to flames, igniting a blush upon his otherwise fair complexion. He stood there, blushing and bewildered, as the cheers of the crowd enveloped him, soon regaining his senses. As their gazes met once more, a line of poetry Wei Nanfeng had recited earlier sprang to mind. I see the mountains adorned with beauty. Surely, the mountains see me as such. It dawned on him that she had been waiting for him all along, and the map of this land of Yin stretched long and winding. Observing Wei Nanfeng's beaming smile, Murphy couldn't help but smile back, realizing he was the one at an advantage. Perhaps the alcohol had heightened their emotions, or the raucous cheers had stirred their feelings. He felt incapable of making any promises, nor could he guarantee anything. If fate truly existed, it was inconsequential to this night. The affection that would blossom upon awakening would be far more sincere, deserving of genuine hearts. Wei Nanfeng perceived Murphy's thoughts as well. This mature young man showed no signs of inebriation, remaining steadfast in his inner resolve despite external distractions. Yet, seeing the glimmer of expectation in Murphy's eyes provided her with the answer she sought. Their story had only just begun. It was merely the act of inscribing a name. Being overly forward might frighten the little tiger away. Wei Nanfeng shook the empty wine glass in front of her, calling out to Murphy, "Bring me a drink. One that can truly intoxicate." She yearned to lose herself in the revelry of the night, to traverse the mundane hours until the dawn of a new day. Upon hearing her request, Murphy chuckled and nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 2:30 in the morning, concluding that the gathering ought to come to a close. No banquet lasts forever, nor are there stories without an end. At least at this moment, everyone was joyful, able to cast aside their worries. Murphy felt that his bartending skills had reached a qualitative leap. Mixing any drink seemed remarkably straightforward, almost second nature. He attributed this to the youthful vigor of his body, which endowed him with exceptional reflexes and sensitivity. Not to mention, in his younger days, he had been quite the gaming prodigy, dominating every game he played. After turning 30, however, he found himself more often on the receiving end of defeat, akin to being a mere target for those who were slightly more skilled. One concoction after another of the sleeping potion flowed from Murphy's hands, soon rendering the crowd incapacitated. Having known each of them for 3 years, he had an astute understanding of their alcohol tolerances. Their stupor was blissfully devoid of headache the next day. They would merely awaken to the sweetness of the night. In less than half an hour, only Li Bailu and Li Feng remained lucid, while the rest succumbed to Murphy's specially crafted elixirs. Murphy's control over alcohol was remarkably precise, like a skilled puppeteer. He guided his drowsy companions into the waiting taxi that Manager Wang had arranged long ago. Before departing, he leaned over to remind Li Bailu, "Sisterly, I leave these two in your care. They must remain upright until they reach the bed. If they lie down completely, they will truly fall asleep." Li Bailu marveled at having encountered such a prodigy. Having drunk countless times, she had never witnessed anyone wielding alcohol like a sorcerer. Each individual seemed enchanted, responding perfectly to his manipulations, a truly formidable skill. She would have to be wary of this little rascal when drinking with him in the future. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I urgently need to use the restroom. I drank too much water. See you tomorrow. Let us drink properly then." Li Bailu felt as though her bladder might burst. While others indulged in drink, she had been inundated with both water and beverages. Earlier at the tavern, she had been making frequent trips to the restroom, and now, not even 10 minutes after her last visit, she felt the urge again. Tomorrow, Nanfeng would surely invite Murphy out. Such delightful mischief could not be missed. As Nanfeng's family member, it would not be too much to share a meal, and she must carefully observe this young man who seemed adept at administering sleeping potions. He was handsome, a good singer, a charming conversationalist, and a master of sedatives. How many young ladies might he ensnare in the future? Just as the car had driven a short distance, it reversed back. Li Bailu, with resignation, pressed down her window, and Wei Nanfeng leaned over, calling out vigorously, "Don't forget our agreement. See you tomorrow." Murphy found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Waving his hand in acknowledgement, "See you tomorrow." Even as the car rolled away, Wei Nanfeng's voice rang out, "Not seeing you makes you a little dog." As light rain fell softly, Murphy watched the car disappear into the distance, prepared to turn and enter another taxi, when Li Feng sighed beside him. "How wonderful. Is it the car or the people that are wonderful?" Murphy inquired, pulling Li Feng into the back seat of another vehicle. Li Feng chuckled, but offered no reply. Such matters were better discussed later, as now would be tedious. The group of 8 fit perfectly into 2 cars. Upon returning to the hotel, Murphy and Li Feng escorted each individual to their respective rooms. At this point, everyone still maintained a semblance of sobriety, yet the moment they encountered the plush beds, silence enveloped them. Li Feng was astonished at how Murphy's bartending skills had advanced to such a remarkable level. After ensuring everyone was settled, the two stood in the hotel corridor, exchanging a glance. At that moment, Murphy felt somewhat disoriented, as if everything that had transpired that night was unreal. Perhaps it was merely a dream. He wandered his gaze around, searching for a spinning top that would never cease its rotation in a corner. A fleeting dream, nothing more. See you tomorrow, he pondered, uncertain if they would indeed meet again or what the morrow would bring. Murphy, feeling lost, halted and turned to Li Feng, asking, "What do you think is the meaning of life?" Hearing his name called, Li Feng assumed his brother was inebriated and quickly turned to support Murphy's shoulder. Chuckling as he replied, "How about some fries and a foot massage?" Murphy laughed at Li Feng's response, affirming that this was no dream. He had truly been reborn. Only at such a moment would Li Feng utter such words. His answer was not a reference to some trendy meme, but rather a reflection of his habitual inclination. He had always enjoyed snacking after drinking, and if he could indulge in a refreshing ice cream to counteract the effects of alcohol, it would be even more perfect. Fortunately, both Colonel Sanders and Uncle MacDonald could fulfill all his post-drinking desires. As for the foot massage, Li Feng found it quite enjoyable and indeed comfortable. Murphy casually draped his arm over Li Feng's shoulder, pulling 2 cigarettes from his pocket. With an air of nonchalance, he inserted one into Li Feng's mouth and inquired, "Hungry? Shall we grab some fries?" Li Feng chuckled as he retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting Murphy's cigarette before indulging in his own. The two ambled towards the elevator, arms linked, and with a grand gesture, he whispered, "Let us get a bucket for the family and 2 strawberry sundaes. Then perhaps a foot massage." Chapter 16. I once harbored dreams, but they ultimately bore no fruit. Rongqing was far more vibrant than the hometown of Murphy and Li Feng. Fast food establishments like KFC, operating 24 hours, were ubiquitous. Upon entering, Murphy found a seat while Li Feng approached the counter to place their order. "Hello, miss. 1 family bucket, 2 country-style chicken burgers, and 2 strawberry sundaes, please." His deep, resonant voice, coupled with his dashing good looks, caused a part-time attendant to blush, her tone turning sweet. "Certainly, just a moment, please." Murphy couldn't help but think that Li Feng's voice was wasted if he didn't pursue a career in broadcasting. Such a bass tone flowed so naturally from him. He would undoubtedly captivate a plethora of admirers if he ventured into live-streaming sales. Images of Li Feng exuberantly promoting products flashed through Murphy's mind, and he couldn't suppress a laugh. This line of work seemed perfectly suited for his brother. Before long, Li Feng returned with their order, noticing Murphy's silly grin. "What has you so amused?" he asked. Shaking his head, Murphy dipped a fry into ice cream and retorted, "Li Feng, if one day you could do absolutely nothing and earn 10 to 18,000 daily, what would you choose to do?" Li Feng took a generous sip of his iced cola, pondering while biting into his burger. After a lengthy pause, his eyes glimmered with hope and longing as he replied, "I would like to learn to paint. Then you'd seek out beautiful women to pose as your models?" Murphy scoffed, rolling his eyes. He could easily guess what was on his brother's mind. The two shared a chuckle, oblivious to the fact that Murphy's whimsical dreams were on the verge of becoming reality. Murphy was not greedy. He merely yearned for a modest goal to savor life and rectify the regrets of his past. Not aspiring to elevate himself, like Director Chi, he still wished for those around him to experience a better life, even if it meant starting with just a few tens of thousands as initial capital. He believed he could leverage information disparities to gradually amass wealth and attain financial freedom. As a reincarnate, the last thing Murphy wanted was to engage in work solely for survival. A monotonous cycle of 8-hour workdays yielding a mere 4 hours of life. Working 8 hours merely to secure 6 hours of sleep, and sometimes even that was not guaranteed. To earn more necessitated working more, laboring 7 days a week, until retirement loomed in old age. Cherish the opportunity to start new, he reminded himself. Though money was heavy, as long as it sufficed, that was enough. What good was earning more if he had no desire to travel to Mars or establish a Murphy dance troupe? Financial independence was his goal. with the remainder of his time devoted to experiencing life and pursuing dreams, leaving no room for regret. There were countless activities he wished to try: traveling, photography, mixology, sculpture, farming, archaeology, and more. Save some of the pocket money Uncle Lee gives you. When you're in college, I'll help you start a business and make a fortune. We can even hold an art exhibition. Li Feng laughed heartily upon hearing this, aware that Murphy was reminiscing about his first love. She had adored watching him paint, and during that time, he had been a lazy art student. She once suggested that his work deserved to be displayed in galleries, claiming he would undoubtedly become a remarkable artist. Li Feng chuckled at himself. It had been ages since he last touched a paintbrush, and with a busy future ahead, he doubted he would ever pick it up again. He was far more mature than his peers, understanding the difficulties that lay ahead and recognizing the harsh realities of a world that had only shown him a glimpse of its true nature. He too had once dreamed of overcoming life's challenges, but it ultimately led to nothing. In this bustling city, no one truly lived. They merely existed amid new lives. He wondered how she was faring now, how her company was progressing, especially since pursuing art must be quite lucrative. But he dismissed those thoughts. The past was behind him, and affection did not always necessitate togetherness. Li Feng quickly finished his burger and, after another large gulp of iced cola, inquired, "What about you and your lady CEO?" His words carried a hint of concern. It seemed as though the experiences he had undergone were now unfolding in the life of his brother. There are no absolutes in love, and he could not fault her for departing, especially when the burden of material contributions fell more heavily on her. The disparity in age, lifestyle, perspectives, societal judgments, and family background were all elements that could not be overlooked in matters of the heart. They say love transcends mountains and seas. The sea has boats to traverse, and the mountains have paths to tread, but how many can truly overcome the obstacles posed by those mountains and oceans? No one emerges unscathed. Only some remain silent, while others grow accustomed to the pain over time. Wei Nanfeng and Zhang Lanchang were different. He could see that the CEO genuinely cared for his brother, much like the woman who once adored him. But the deeper the affection, the more easily one could fall, and the greater the potential for regret. Liking someone does not inherently mean they must be together. It is often the most powerless excuse. Murphy, however, remained unfazed. The two chatted back and forth, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Let things unfold naturally. Fate, after all, is a mysterious force, and who can truly define it? Li Feng found merit in Murphy's perspective. Fate is indeed elusive and indefinable. Yet, the immediate priority was to enjoy a foot massage and get a good night's rest. After a long night, tomorrow would require them to explore Rongqing thoroughly. Without proper rest, they would surely suffer. Let us go for foot massage and then return to sleep. Li Feng selected a reputable establishment, one that appeared quite professional. As such, businesses typically displayed clear pricing with little in the way of trickery. Moreover, the two brothers were merely seeking a straightforward foot massage. If things fell off, they could simply leave. Upon arriving at the foot massage parlor, they felt at home, quickly freshening up and changing into appropriate attire. After being escorted to a double room, they began to engage in idle chatter. Only in a big city do you find free tea and fruit platters, Li Feng remarked. Murphy, already somewhat accustomed to the bathing and foot massage culture of the South, waved the price list. Indeed, we'll just have a simple session. That 98 package looks appealing. Li Feng examined the price list, noting that while it was slightly expensive, it was not beyond his means. After the massage, why not just sleep here? The 168 package waives the overnight fee. Murphy bit into a slice of watermelon and nodded, then raised an eyebrow in surprise, discovering that the watermelon was chilled. I'm fine with that. Let us get a fruit platter as well. This watermelon is delicious. Li Feng, feeling a tad bored, turned on the television and played a song while awaiting the arrival of the masseuse. The melody of Yang Zhongwei's Actually, None of It Matters echoed in the room. And before the song had finished, the technician entered. The gaze of the two individuals abruptly shifted from the fruit platter to the entrance. Beneath the dim lights, the standard black stockings and uniforms evoked an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Greetings, technician number 37 at your service. Greetings, technician number 48 at your service. Upon hearing the sweet and strikingly familiar greetings, Murphy and Li Feng, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter, were momentarily taken aback. One of the technicians, tall and fair-skinned with elegantly flowing long hair, also found herself in a state of shock. At that moment, Murphy struggled to articulate the surreal scene unfolding before him. The woman holding the box across from him was none other than Li Feng's first love, the female entrepreneur who had moved away for business. What on earth was happening? He understood that reality could be fantastical, but not to this extent. It felt as though time had momentarily frozen, with only the music serving as a reminder that time continued its relentless march. I once harbored dreams, but they bore no fruit. I can only rely on a song that truly speaks of my experience. Sung with a particularly hoarse voice, it conveyed a subtle sorrow. Yang Zhongwei's unique vocal timbre rendered the song even more poignant, amplifying the somber atmosphere in the room. At this juncture, the petite technician sensed the awkwardness and nervously inquired, "Esteemed guests, may I ask which package you would like? We offer packages at $68.98, and those above $398 can upgrade to a suite." Once she finished her introduction, Li Feng took a deep breath, nudged the still-dazed Murphy beside him, and hoarsely declared, "We'll take the most expensive one. Upgrade to a suite. I'll treat you until dawn." Murphy wanted to voice his concerns, but noticed Li Feng's firm grip on his shoulder, his eyes pleading. He swallowed the words that had risen to his lips, ultimately remaining silent. Chapter 17. Love separated by mountains and seas, yet the mountains and seas cannot be calmed. Even after ascending to their room, Murphy remained in a state of bewilderment. Lying on the bed, he could scarcely fathom that such a fantastical and melodramatic situation had transpired. How had Li Feng's seemingly severed fate suddenly reconnected? The establishment boasted decent amenities. The private room upstairs was lavishly decorated, reminiscent of those back in their hometown. A large bed, a television, a private bathroom. Everything one would expect, indistinguishable from a hotel suite. This evoked a nostalgic feeling. Perhaps the owner had come from the Northeast to expand their business. The small yet firm hands kneading his shoulder brought Murphy to the brink of slumber. He held a vivid impression of that technician, as the past 6 months had been quite indulgent. Li Feng frequently brought him back a plethora of exquisite meals, sharing a box of soft cigarettes from their buddy. An array of expensive snacks and treats, including chocolates and jerky, had become a regular fixture during that time. His best friend's backpack was akin to Doraemon's magic pouch, filled with everything one could desire. During those months, Li Feng seemed to awaken, attending classes with utmost seriousness and spending entire nights in the art studio, even coaxing Murphy into tutoring him. And then, after celebrating Li Feng's 18th birthday, that woman suddenly vanished. Consequently, Li Feng never picked up a paintbrush again, returning to the ordinary class amidst the art teacher's lamentations. A talent for art. Why should you deny your son the opportunity to pursue it? Murphy recalled that day vividly, rain pouring as Li Feng's father bore the brunt of the art teacher's fury. Feeling helpless, a father knows his child best. With his son resolutely refusing to study art, there was little he could do. Having lost his wife many years prior without remarrying, his son was no less a romantic. When it came to matters of the heart, he too was at a loss for words. Murphy was equally uncertain of how to advise him, still unsure to this day. Ultimately, it was Li Feng who came to clarity on his own. During the summer vacation, he ventured south and returned, animatedly recounting his experiences. "I visited the magical cities of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It just didn't suit me. Too fast-paced. You wouldn't believe it. Old M.O., the girls there are incredibly enchanting. The big city has its merits, but the food is exorbitantly priced. A bowl of noodles cost me $58. From their reunion, Li Feng spoke continuously, sharing tales of his observations and their shared memories until dawn, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. As the sun rose, it seemed as if he had forgotten the past. Liking someone doesn't guarantee togetherness. Let love flow naturally. The morning sunlight was blinding as Murphy watched Li Feng draw back the curtains, his robust silhouette casting a shadow that embodied a sense of helplessness. The radiant morning light nudged Murphy awake, glancing at his phone. He realized it was already 7 in the morning. The The sweet-faced technician was still massaging his legs, her touch gentle and reminiscent of a kitten kneading, accompanied by her yawns. "You've worked hard. How much longer?" Murphy rubbed his face and inquired about the remaining time. "The 2688 package is for 4 hours. It will be wrapping up soon," she replied, her dulcet voice laced with drowsiness, yet her hands pressed with renewed vigor. "No need for any more," Murphy said, rising. Based on his understanding of camaraderie, he presumed his friend was waiting for him in the lobby. "Thank you, boss. You look so young and handsome. Are you here for a trip itching due?" For you, Rome, conserving a bit of energy was indeed a delightful prospect. To be fair, Murphy was quite handsome, with abs that she had secretly admired the night before. While one could massage anyone, encountering such a sincere and attractive client was far more pleasurable than dealing with those who were overly forward. "Indeed, I got into university here and decided to explore before classes commence." Murphy engaged in conversation, discreetly flipping over to conceal the natural physiological reaction one experiences at his age in the morning. As he caught a glimpse of her face in the sunlight, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. She was a petite girl with a doll-like visage, fair skin, and a round, delicate face that evoked a desire to pinch her cheeks gently. Her nose was straight and refined, leading down to a subtly upturned, rosy, and delicate mouth. When she smiled, charming dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Her skin glowed like pristine snow beneath the sunlight, smooth and flawless, seemingly impervious to even the slightest speck of dust. Exuding an innocent freshness, her diminutive, graceful figure with soft lines evoked a sense of protectiveness, and the contrast with her black stockings created a striking impression. People often say that Sichuan and Chongqing produce beauties, and they were not lying. This girl was at least on par with Zhang Lanlan. Yurong assumed Murphy wanted her to massage his back, and she straddled his waist to work on his shoulders. He was not heavy, but the weight of her presence flushed Murphy's neck crimson, rendering him speechless. "Which university?" "I'm attending university in Chengdu as well. Do you know Sisterly?" Upon hearing Yurong's melodious voice, Murphy mustered the courage to say, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll just lie here for a moment." "You don't need to continue." Upon hearing this, Yurong promptly dismounted from Murphy, observing his awkward demeanor as she seemed to grasp something, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Murphy, that seasoned veteran, couldn't bear being teased by a young girl. He turned over under the thin blanket, sat up, and chuckled, saying, "What's so funny? It's a perfectly normal reaction. Adults' affairs are best left to adults. You, at just over 20, shouldn't be so curious." With a dismissive click of her tongue, Yurong retorted, having been around the social scene long enough to have seen it all. Was she a child? Yes. She was younger, but he appeared to be barely 20 himself, still considering himself a child. This click of her tongue left Murphy momentarily speechless. He sighed while wrapped in a thin blanket and instinctively asked, "How long have you been in this line of work?" Yurong was unfazed. She had heard this question countless times before. Having just landed a substantial deal, she was in a remarkably good mood. "I've been at it since high school. Unlike you, I had to earn my own tuition and support my grandmother." Casting a glance at Murphy's incredulous expression, she extracted a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and disdainfully remarked, "What with that incredulous look? Have you heard too many tales of the impoverished gambler parents and their studious sons? You really shouldn't be so naive." Murphy observed Yurong with a cigarette dangling from her lips, the juxtaposition of her innocence and her rebellious demeanor becoming increasingly pronounced. He lit one for himself as well. This girl certainly had a spark. However, he had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Having just messaged Li Feng, he knew his companion was waiting downstairs. "Let us chat next time, shall we?" Number 38. I am Igrikurón. "You might not get to meet my sister again, little bro." Their brief exchange concluded, and Murphy paid it little mind, quickly taking a shower. As he stepped out dressed, Li Feng was already seated in the lobby, smoking. Upon seeing Murphy emerge, he stood to settle the bill, while a yawning Yurong descended the stairs, leaning against the bar and addressing the cashier. "Xiaoya, just charged 2688. The cashier's response left both Murphy and Li Feng in shock. "Sure, boss." This petite girl was the owner of the establishment? Li Feng had initially thought she was referring to Murphy, but Yurong smiled at him, pushing the money back, saying, "You should understand. She has never let you spend a dime. It's her only pride and dignity." Li Feng quietly accepted the money, turning to leave under Yu Rong's watchful gaze. Basking in the morning sunlight, Li Feng shielded his eyes, gazing at the sky and murmuring, "Brother, I suddenly feel the urge to paint." Murphy slipped a cigarette into Li Feng's mouth, lit it, and patted his shoulder, chuckling, "All right, I'll be your model. Just make do." The two discussed where to procure a sketchpad and paints, and where to find the most picturesque scenery, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. It was tea until they exited the street and finished their smoke that a gust of wind swept by, prompting Li Feng to light another one. Ultimately, the natural flow of events transformed into irreparable regrets lodged in their hearts. Those we love may be separated by mountains and seas, and those mountains and seas cannot be traversed. The mountains and seas, the helplessness, the poignant regrets, rendered him immobile, unable to take another step. Li Feng crouched down, gasping for breath, his eyes reddened, hoarsely complaining to Murphy beside him, "Brother, don't ever buy that brand of cigarettes again. The aftereffects are too intense." Chapter 18. Leisurely Summer Day. At 9 o'clock, in the People's Park of Rongqing, beside the artificial lake, bustling with activity, Murphy stood by the railing, feeling somewhat helpless. The humid and sultry air of the south was still difficult for his body to accept. Under the shade of a tree, on the other side, Li Feng was fiddling with a sketch pad, using a pencil to sketch Murphy. "Are you done yet?" "I was just joking. You're really drawing." Under Murphy's urging, Li Feng glanced at the pencil in his hand, contemplated the composition, and shouted, "Be patient. It's been years since I last drew, so I'm a bit rusty. If I can't get the line art right, I want to be able to paint properly." At that moment, Murphy deeply regretted posing like a fool by the lake. After another 6 or 7 minutes, Li Feng finally gave an okay gesture, and Murphy's modeling career came to an end. Murphy brought Li Feng to the looming tea house, ordered 2 bowls of tea, and settled into a chair, looking at Li Feng's recent sketch with an unwilling expression. It must be said that despite the rustiness, it was indeed quite handsome. When Xiaona and the others arrive, "Don't let anything slip," Li Feng reminded him while sipping his tea. He could handle his own affairs without involving his current partner. Stretching lazily, Murphy yawned. The People's Park was indeed one of Rongqing's renowned attractions. He had visited countless times in his past life and could navigate it with his eyes closed. The looming tea house, where he was currently seated, was also a popular spot for tourists. He thought it would be better to see the giant pandas instead. All he wanted now was to return and take a nap. "Let us be real. Can I skip today's activities?" Murphy pondered, trying to figure out how to extricate himself from the day's plans. This ghastly weather made wandering outside feel like a form of torture. He despised Rongqing after the rain. The dampness left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. During the summer days in Rongqing, one should remain in an air-conditioned room and not venture outside. Murphy, lacking enthusiasm, fiddled with his phone. Having made up his mind, he addressed Li Feng. "Where are they now?" "Just tell them I went out with Wei Nan Feng." This dreadful weather was unsettling him. He needed to return to the hotel for a nap. Li Feng nodded, having been sufficiently reassured by Murphy's words. It was time for Murphy to attend to his own matters. Seeing Murphy rise to leave, he hurriedly patted his pocket and called out, "Is there enough money?" "Don't be stingy." Murphy waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need. Just call me if anything comes up." With that, he departed his seat, intending to splurge on a taxi back to sleep. All right then. Li Feng watched Murphy walk away, sighing as he sipped his tea. He wondered if his brother's mountains and seas could ever be leveled. Sipping his tea and observing the noisy crowd around him, he inexplicably broke into a smile. Life, after all, is best lived in the natural flow of things. He had once dreamed just as she had. Yet, in the end, those dreams bore no fruit. Among the multitude in this world, how many shared tea together, and how many could truly bare their hearts? Fate is as ephemeral as water. Being able to accompany someone for even a short while is already a cause for deep gratitude. Li Feng picked up the nearby sketchpad, and with a few strokes of the pencil amidst the clamor of the tea house, his vision came to life on the paper. A warm, humid summer breeze swept through, and he lifted his cup of tea to his lips, sighing softly to himself, "Thank you." At that moment, Murphy was not only feeling the heat, but was also quite hungry. After indulging in playful banter with Li Feng all morning, he had skipped breakfast and headed straight to the People's Park. He trusted his brother's ability to adjust their mood, especially since Lao Fan and the others would be joining soon, and a leisurely stroll would do wonders. The People's Park was relatively close to Tianfu Square, just a 15-minute walk, where there was a particularly delicious restaurant known for its guacamole. He decided to wander over there and then take the bus back to the hotel. Murphy believed Rongqing was an exceptionally suitable city for settling down, where life was incredibly comfortable. In the evenings, after dinner, one could stroll leisurely, sampling tasty food wherever it was found. During more leisurely moments, one might saunter through the enchanting landscapes of Western Sichuan. Daytime? The sun-soaked hours are ill-suited for this northerner, as he would find himself drowning in the sweltering summer heat. Within mere steps, Murphy was already drenched. However, the allure of delectable cuisine drew him in, and 20 minutes later, he triumphantly acquired the coveted brown sugar pot pie he had long desired. Having purchased 6 palm-sized pot pies and a cup of soy milk, Murphy ambled along, contemplating a subsequent indulgence in iced jelly on another street. The pot pie, filled with brown sugar and sesame, boasted a crisp exterior and a soft interior, reminiscent of the sweet, yeast-leavened pancakes from his hometown. After devouring 4 and finishing his soy milk, Murphy found no sign of the elderly woman selling iced jelly from his memories. Just as he was about to abandon his quest and return home, a familiar figure by the roadside halted him in his tracks. In front of a flower shop, Feng Liao was valiantly maneuvering vibrant bouquets from her Audi Q7. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, Feng exuded vitality with her short hair and casual attire, a loose black Garfield t-shirt that concealed her denim shorts, making her sun-kissed thighs particularly striking. As Murphy approached, intending to offer assistance, he noticed she was engrossed in a phone call, her headphones in place. Listening to her animated chatter, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The little rascal from last night had slipped her a sleeping drug, leaving her with a headache upon waking. Those 2 rascals at home were sleeping soundly, while she had to open the shop. What had she been thinking when she decided to open a flower shop? As Murphy rummaged through his pockets for a post-meal cigarette, Feng Liao spotted him and exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, what a coincidence." After adjusting her headphones, she spoke into the phone. "Mom, I'll call you back. I found some help." As Feng approached briskly, Murphy waved in greeting and cheerfully inquired, "How did you sleep last night, Miss Feng?" She shot him a playful glare, knowing he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Last night, she had collapsed into bed and only stirred again at the sound of her alarm. "You're up quite early. Where are your friends? Come help out. Sister will treat you to iced jelly later." Feng Liao didn't allow Murphy a chance to decline. He had intended to assist, and having just eaten, it was the perfect opportunity to work off his meal. With only a modest amount of goods, mostly pre-packaged flowers, this task posed no difficulty for Murphy. In approximately 20 minutes, all the flowers from the Audi Q7's trunk, back seat, and passenger seat were moved indoors. With men and women working together, the labor felt less strenuous. "You sit and rest for a moment. I'll fetch you some iced jelly," Feng Liao declared. Murphy couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. She had done little more than cheer him on, making it feel like an exhilarating workout. Settling into a rocking chair within the flower shop, a large cream-colored Maine Coon cat suddenly leapt onto his lap. Well cared for, the cat nestled against Murphy's belly, purring contentedly. As man and cat reveled in the cool ambience of the shop, surrounded by the rich fragrance of flowers, Murphy felt utterly relaxed, drifting into a gentle slumber. He dreamt of achieving a modest goal and purchasing a quaint little courtyard in Chengdu. Young and vibrant, with both cats and dogs, the garden was a riot of colors, a truly delightful sight. When Feng Liao returned with the iced jelly, she found Murphy blissfully asleep, cradling the cat. She couldn't help but muse. Youth is a wonderful thing. One can sleep anywhere, anytime. Placing the iced jelly in the refrigerator, she adjusted the air conditioning temperature slightly and draped a light blanket over Murphy. Then, Feng Liao began organizing the flowers, unpacking and categorizing them, bringing life back to the once quiet shop. Although her main occupation was not this flower shop, she was a writer of some repute. This space served as her studio, a place to maintain a semblance of routine in her daily life. By around 11 o'clock, Murphy remained deep in his slumber until the shrill ring of his phone pierced the tranquility. "Hello, who is it?" Murphy's voice was laced with reluctance as he tugged the blanket closer. "It's Wayne Nanfong. I'm treating you to lunch," came a nervous voice from the other end. Wayne Nanfong had intended to rise early, but after a night of excessive drinking, her face was swollen. It wasn't until noon that the swelling subsided, prompting her to call Murphy in a hurry. Murphy, utterly exhausted, found the soothing atmosphere of the flower shop had lulled him into a stupor. He had a peculiar tendency. When overtired, he would sink into a deep sleep, the kind where reality faded into the background. If Li Feng were nearby, he would recognize that although Murphy appeared awake, he was still lost in dreams. The mere thought of having to venture out in such oppressive weather for an appointment filled him with discontent. "Tonight, I drank too much last night, and I haven't even gotten up yet." Wei Nanfeng's impatience grew as she heard Murphy's drowsy response. "But you said not seeing you is like a small dog. There are evening plans." She had meticulously arranged a fun day for them, hoping to kindle their relationship. However, Murphy seemed impervious to her entreaties, as if nothing could be more important than sleep. In the background, the sound of barking echoed through the phone. "Woof, woof, woof." Murphy barked with gusto, as if anything but staying in was unthinkable. Meanwhile, Feng Luyao, who had been watching this exchange, was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. Murphy's state was nothing unusual. People often acted this way when thoroughly exhausted. After a long night of drinking and a morning spent at People's Park, followed by helping with work, it would be strange if he weren't tired. She seized Murphy's phone, and as he blissfully drifted back into slumber, he seemed to find solace in the blanket's embrace. Murphy's barking had left Wei Nanfeng momentarily bewildered. The sound of laughter from a woman was oddly familiar. Just as her mind began to spin, her friend's voice came through the line, further bewildering her. "Your little boyfriend is in my flower shop. Just come over." She added, "By the way, we haven't had lunch yet. Let us eat together." Wei Nanfeng hung up, dazed. Just then, Li Bailu emerged from the bathroom, casually asking, "Nanfeng, how is the chat going? When are we heading out?" Wei Nanfeng did not answer Li Bailu's question. Instead, she slowly turned to look at him, who had just returned from the bathroom. Seeing the confusion etched on her beautiful face mirrored in his own, he too felt perplexed. Chapter 19. Mom. Murphy was deep in slumber, experiencing a sensation akin to being forced out a night of revelry to attend class. In class, he would sleep soundly, oblivious to the world, yet his mind remained alert, filled with dreams, until a damp, prickly sensation brushed against his lips. Smack, smack. This sensation felt all wrong. Wei Nanfeng's lips were not like this. How could there be such a rough touch? His chest felt heavy, and he recalled that Wei Nanfeng wasn't this weighty. Hadn't she just spoken to him? In his dream state, Murphy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and summoned all his strength to open his eyes. Suddenly jolting awake, he discovered a cream-colored little lion perched on his chest, fervently licking his face. At that moment, he realized he was not in a hotel. His consciousness gradually returned as he scanned his surroundings in a daze. He had fallen asleep in Feng Luyao's flower shop. Murphy gently stroked the creamy Maine Coon, who purred contentedly. He then noticed a golden, hollow bell hanging from the cat's neck, and, as he weighed it in his hand, he couldn't help but muse on how humans often fell short compared to cats. However, he found the hue of the gold somewhat peculiar. This silent golden bell must weigh around 30 grams, he thought. Upon hearing Murphy's inquiry, Feng Luyao returned his phone and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "My aunt said it weighs 40 grams. For fatty, that's hardly a burden. In the future, if you wish to purchase gold, consult my aunt. She runs a gold shop." Murphy glanced at the time on his phone and opened the contacts to check if anyone had called him. He noticed he had spoken with Wei Nanfeng for 3 minutes, and a wave of anxiety washed over him as he quickly dialed back. "Hello. I apologize. I just woke up. Now that I'm alert, I'm open to anything for breakfast. I happened to pass by Sister Feng while she was working this morning. It wasn't too tiring. It's no trouble at all." After hanging up and providing an explanation. Murphy breathed a sigh of relief. It had been years since he had felt this way. During his work, he had trained himself to awaken swiftly from dreams whenever the phone rang, instantly becoming alert. His mind remained as sharp as ever, but his body was reluctant to cooperate. It felt rather pleasant. After ending the call, Feng Luyao brought over the promised ice powder. Just as Murphy awoke, his thirst became unbearable, and he perched himself on a small wooden stool at the door to indulge. The handmade ice powder was filled with delicate bubbles, and the brown sugar ice was refreshingly cool, complemented by the simplest brown sugar syrup and some crushed peanuts and hawthorn slices. Murphy dug into the ice powder with a spoon, reminiscing. He didn't know what the earliest and most authentic ice powder in Rongqing was like. But the one sold from a small cart behind the university was just like this. Over time, the ice powder had become increasingly elaborate, yet none were as delectable as this simple brown sugar version. After satisfying his hunger, Murphy sat on the stool, embracing the plump cat while gazing blankly outside, allowing himself to relax. Rongqing was indeed a laid-back city. Living here, if one didn't concern themselves with making money, was a delightful experience. Feng Luyao lounged in her rocking chair, swaying gently. She had received only one order at her flower shop that morning, and it was from Wei Nanfeng. As for writing, she planned to tackle that after lunch and a short nap, followed by a few rounds of mahjong. The life of a freelancer was wonderfully liberating. Hey, Xiao Montak, stop daydreaming at the door. In the afternoon, let Nanfeng take you out for a proper stroll, Feng Liao suggested. Hearing her words, Murphy turned slowly, cradling the plump cat, and asked with confusion, "What is there to see in Rongqing? Just a casual stroll will suffice. In this ghastly weather, I wouldn't want to ruin your delicate skin." Feng Liao, intrigued, thought it curious how this guy, despite appearing to be a tourist, embodied the essence of a local. It was well known that the inhabitants of Rongqing enjoyed roaming, but they usually did so near their homes, rarely venturing to tourist spots on purpose. "You're right. Therefore, I want to go this afternoon. You can go out with Nanfeng," Murphy replied. "In this dreadful weather, no amount of sunscreen can shield my skin from harm." Murphy felt a twinge of envy. He wished he could stay at home too, but he couldn't possibly say to a girl on their first outing that he preferred watching TV and playing on his phone at home. Furthermore, he didn't have a home in Rongqing, only a hotel room. How could he explain it? Saying the heat was too intense for a stroll and suggesting they stay at the hotel felt wrong. Was he really that kind of person? Even if he were, he should articulate it so plainly. Feng Luyao, being a local, would surely find a cool and comfortable place to relax if he took her out. "What will you do then? Let us go out together." Murphy mischievously extended an invitation. Feng Luyao, in her rocking chair, abruptly declined. "I refuse to be a third wheel. I'm just crashing for lunch. In the afternoon, I'll be playing cards." Upon hearing the mention of playing cards, Murphy's eyes sparkled with envy. He longed to join in. It had been years since he last played Sichuan Chongqing Mahjong. It was a fantastic way to pass the time, with faster-paced rules than those of other regions, and he personally found it more enjoyable. After leaving Sichuan Chongqing in his past life, he often played a few rounds of joyful mahjong on his phone to kill time. At that moment, Feng Liao recalled Wei Nanfeng's request to create a bouquet that would bring joy to a boy. Although her flower shop had few orders, it was not entirely devoid of business. During holidays, she would be inundated with work, crafting exquisite bouquets with ease. Yet, it was her first time making a bouquet for a girl to give to a boy. Generally speaking, boys didn't care much for such extravagant items, right? Only women would be captivated by these beautiful, yet impractical gifts. "Do you like flowers?" Feng Liao inquired subtly. Murphy, resting his chin on the plump cat, surveyed the array of blooms in the shop and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I do." Feng Luyao's curiosity piqued. She asked in confusion, "Shouldn't boys typically be disinterested in such symbolically meaningful things? Don't you think they lack practicality?" Murphy shook his head, picking up a sprig of baby's breath. "The act of giving flowers is a way to express affection and care, not merely about presenting a tangible item or currency." He waved his hand, letting the plump cat down. The Maine Coon stretched lazily on the floor, while Murphy playfully teased the cat with the baby's breath and continued, "In most cultures, flowers are regarded as symbolic gifts that convey emotions such as love, respect, gratitude, blessings, and apologies. Psychologically speaking, even though many claim flowers are useless, the joy and happiness derived from receiving flowers far surpass that of other gifts. Cats, like all living beings, also seek pleasure and happiness. Just as flowers are the simplest yet most vibrant expression of love, how could boys not appreciate them? Murphy felt his argument was flawless. What was wrong with boys? Do they not deserve flowers? Feng Liao squatted down, lifting the rollicking cat with one hand and brushing off the tiny petals clinging to its fur, and continued to inquire. You make a valid point, but now this insight belongs to me. She found the statement quite compelling. Love is colorful, and flowers serve as the simplest means of expressing affection. Coincidentally, she had a plot line regarding this theme today, and with a slight modification, it would become her own. Murphy, unbothered, fetched a broom to tidy up the floor while pondering what to eat for lunch when Feng Liao's question echoed in his ears once more. What kind of flowers do you like? Or, if you were to choose a flower to express your love, what color combination would you select? Feng Liao had not forgotten Wei Nanfeng's task. It was not easy for him to muster the courage to express his feelings, and as a friend, she felt obliged to lend a hand. Murphy contemplated for a moment, realizing he had never received flowers from a girl. Yet, since one must express love, it must indeed be unparalleled. He retrieved his phone and conducted a search, discovering that the flower he remembered was not yet available. With a smile, he replied, "The essence of love is unique, and thus the color must also be one of a kind. Do you have a customer with such a request?" Feng Liao nodded, picking up on Murphy's conversation. A customer wishes to send a bouquet to the boy she admires, but I find myself rather perplexed by the notion of uniqueness. You seem quite knowledgeable about flowers. Would you lend me your expertise? It's a 10,000 yuan order, and I would gladly share half with you. Feng Liao's enticing offer struck at Murphy's vulnerable point, for at that moment, he was in dire need of funds. He believed that the idea was worth far more than 5,000, and if executed well, could transform Feng Liao's struggling flower shop into a bestseller. All right, I shall venture out to procure some supplies. Please wait for me. Feng Liao beamed as she watched Murphy depart, although she was unaware of his intentions. She had faith in his ability to create a splendid bouquet. Truly, she considered herself quite clever. This month's turnaround for the flower shop depended solely on Wei Nanfeng's order. A little over 10 minutes later, Murphy returned with a bag of items, prompting Feng Liao's curiosity. What did you buy? Some chemical supplies, Murphy replied, squatting down as the plump cat, Pang Pang, approached him, seeking affection. Feng Liao was intrigued by Pong Pong's unexpected fondness for Murphy, given that the timid feline typically shied away from her own aunt and Wei Nanfeng. However, rather than petting Pang Pang, Murphy produced a magnet from his pocket. The magnet collided with the golden bell around Pong Pong's neck, producing a crisp sound. Pang Pang tilted his head, looking bewilderedly at his owner. Brimming with confusion, the adorably naive expression seemed to silently question Feng Liao, piercing her fragile heart, as if she could hear Pong Pong's imagined voice saying, "Mommy, mommy, when you bought me this, didn't you say it was pure 24-karat gold?" Meow. Chapter 20. They coated me in poison. It was adorned with the name of romance. On a sweltering summer day, the flower shop remained refreshingly cool, filled with delightful fragrances. "Grandfather, Li Bailu has deceived me. Will you not intervene on behalf of your daughter?" She gifted Pang Pang that bell, which is a fake. The magnet stuck to it with ease. "I didn't pay for it. I wouldn't give her a dime. Don't you dare question my friendships." Feng Liao's furious outburst reverberated through the shop, while Murphy cowered in a corner, clutching Pang Pang tightly. His curiosity about the bell's texture had led him to unconsciously test it with a magnet, revealing its deceitful nature. "This is merely a family matter. It's not a deception, just a playful trick on a child," Feng Liao muttered, her annoyance simmering as she hung up the phone after being urged about marriage. She had always noticed that woman's cheerful demeanor towards Pang Pang. Although she knew her aunt was not motivated by a mere trinket, she suspected it was a deliberate act. After all, it was during the new year when the family pressured her into marriage that she had been thrust forward as a shield. Feeling parched after the call, Feng Liao glanced at Murphy and asked, "I'm stepping next door to buy a drink. What would you like?" "Diet Coke," Murphy replied, suddenly recalling that in 2014, the market for sugar-free beverages was just beginning to flourish and was not yet ubiquitous. That is quite an unusual preference, Feng Liao remarked, as she herself was a fan of carbonated drinks, finding nothing more refreshing than a chilled soda on a summer day. She found the taste of Diet Cola rather peculiar and unsatisfactory. As Murphy sorted through his newly acquired items, he absent-mindedly responded, "If not, then perhaps Oriental Leaf. And please bring me a bottle of room-temperature Waha purified water." Feng Liao waved him off and exited the shop, while Murphy placed Pang Pang back in his cage. He then unpacked the items from his bag onto the table, and just as he donned a pair of rubber gloves, Feng Liao returned. The supermarket was conveniently located next to the flower shop. She handed Murphy the drinks. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him handling the two chemical reagents. Earlier that morning, while searching for pigments with Li Feng, he had stumbled upon a chemical reagent store near People's Park and Gina Hotel, and now he was putting them to use. Feng Liao gasped as she witnessed Murphy mix one powder with the mineral water he had just purchased, followed by the addition of another liquid. A mesmerizing fluorescent reaction unfolded in the cup as the two liquids combined, and Feng Liao quickly deduced Murphy's intentions. This, it's a glow stick, the kind we played with as children." Murphy nodded, revealing that he was attempting to create the viral glow-in-the-dark roses from his past life. While he was uncertain when this trend would take off, he recognized it as a novel concept at present. Oxalic acid is a type of carboxylic acid, while hydrogen peroxide serves as a potent oxidizing agent. When combined, the oxygen atoms from the hydrogen peroxide react with the carboxyl groups in the oxalic acid, resulting in a compound that emits a vibrant green fluorescence, a phenomenon known as fluorescence. Initially, he had intended to purchase a complete kit for a luminol fluorescence reaction, but was pleasantly surprised to find oxalic acid and hydrogen peroxide readily available. These two materials were simpler and yielded even better results. Murphy located a wilting white rose in a vase, applying a few drops of the mixture onto its petals. "Sister, the light is too bright. Please close the roller shutter." Feng Liao immediately fished out the key from her pocket and activated the shutter, marveling at what she deemed a stroke of genius. As the shutter descended, the light gradually dimmed, revealing a fantastical rose before them. In the darkness, the petals emitted a soft blend of green, white, blue, and gentle yellow hues, exuding an air of mystery as if they were blooms from fantasy realm, captivating and intriguing all who beheld them. "What do you think?" Murphy inquired. Feng Liao replied candidly, "Beautiful, but surely it is toxic?" She reached out to switch on the table lamp, enhancing the rose's beauty under its warm glow. Murphy, however, remained indifferent, fully aware that the substance he was handling was likely toxic, yet there were non-toxic fluorescent alternatives available as well. For instance, gel red and gel green are non-toxic fluorescent reagents commonly used for staining nucleic acids, making DNA or RNA visible under ultraviolet light, albeit at a slightly higher cost. That is indeed the case, but with non-toxic fluorescent reagents, one could encase them in a sealed acrylic box and label it as toxic. Feng Liao donned her rubber gloves, carefully lifting the dreamlike fluorescent rose. As she moved away from the warm light, its beauty only intensified. If crafted into a bouquet at night, such glowing roses would elevate the expression of love to new heights. At least in the present day in Rongqing, this enchanting color could undoubtedly be deemed one of a kind. "How do you know so much?" Feng Liao inquired, intrigued by this young man's unexpected depth of knowledge and the air of mystery he possessed that belied his age. Murphy, having turned on all the lights in the shop, responded, "Mixology. Surely you've tried a gin and tonic?" Tonic water glows under ultraviolet light. The Golden Tonic is a classic cocktail composed of gin, tonic water, and lemon, characterized by the refreshing herbal notes of gin harmoniously mingling with the bittersweet essence of tonic water. Feng Liao is certainly familiar with this cocktail, yet she has never experienced it in its luminescent form. While she has tasted it before, she has never encountered the glowing variant. Murphy added some reagents to a jar, transforming them into a non-toxic solid. Chemistry experiments are intriguing, regardless of the setting, as long as they are not confined to a laboratory. "Next time, I shall treat you," he declared, as Murphy prepared to open the shop door. He noticed Feng Liao gazing vacantly at the glowing rose. Holding the rose in her hand, she murmured, "They have coated me in poison, yet they call it romance." Soon, she recognized the absurdity of her thoughts, and, glancing at Murphy, she self-deprecatingly remarked, "I apologize. My literary pretensions have resurfaced. How splendid. I shall inscribe this line in my book later." Murphy had brought her an intriguing narrative and structure today, which was a delightful occurrence for an author. With the concept in her mind, the rest would merely require stitching together, making the task considerably simpler. However, upon hearing her words, Murphy shook his head, took the rose from her, and placed it in a freshly opened bottle of purified water, expressing with a touch of sentiment, "Rather, my body has long since perished. They have bestowed upon me one final marvel." Murphy, too, indulged in a moment of literary flair in his past life. He often drank and encouraged others, accumulating an abundance of such quotes. Feng Liao found his words quite insightful, yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered. TSK. This fellow is quite the contrarian. Chapter 21. I see all beings as grass and trees. The rolling shutter slowly ascended, allowing sunlight to pour back into the flower shop, and the ethereal glow of the rose began to fade. Murphy swiftly claimed the rocking chair, inhaling the floral aroma in the air, feeling slightly drowsy. Meanwhile, Feng Liao busied herself with the flowers. Although the shop consistently operated at a loss, there were still some orders to fulfill. Around 12:30, Wei Nanfeng, who had announced his departure an hour prior, was still ensnared in traffic. Feng Liao felt a pang of hunger, having woken up without eating. She had gone to procure supplies and had yet to dine. Smack, smack. A sound of munching reached her ears. Turning towards the rocking chair, she discovered Murphy savoring a guacamole. "Where did you get that guacamole?" she inquired, extending her hand assertively. Murphy handed her the now-cold guacamole, explaining, "I bought 6 this morning. Ate 4, and then you summoned me to work." Feng Liao felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled seeing him with a plastic bag earlier that morning. However, her embarrassment quickly transformed into astonishment at Murphy's appetite. 6 guacamole? He could really eat. Feng Liao perched on a small wooden stool at the entrance while Murphy nestled in a rocking chair. As they munched on the guacamole, their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked out the door. The traffic in Rongqing was notoriously severe, something both were acutely aware of. Yet they had not anticipated just how long Wei Nanfeng would be delayed. "What shall we eat?" Murphy asked, clutching his round belly. Feng Liao pondered for a moment before responding. "How about hot pot? It has a unique appeal." "Hot pot at noon? Are you mad?" Murphy exclaimed as he finished the last of his guacamole and stood up to grab a chilled Eastern tree leaf from the refrigerator, guzzling it down. Feng Liao didn't particularly want hot pot either, but in a way, it made sense since Wei Nanfeng was also from out of town. Returning to Rongqing, the first meal should definitely evoke familiar flavors. Skewered hot pot had been their favorite during college days. "I don't want to eat that either at noon, but Nanfeng enjoys it. And every time he returns, we must indulge in it first." Upon hearing Feng Liao's comment, Murphy suddenly felt curious. He had considered inviting Li Feng to enjoy hot pot and drinks by the Watermill River the previous night. It had been years since he had tasted authentic Rongqing hot pot or skewered dishes, and he had nearly forgotten their flavor. "Where shall we dine? Spring Square?" Murphy asked, feigning ignorance. While the hot pot restaurants along Spring Square were plentiful and well-decorated, most adjusted their flavors significantly, catering more to tourists from afar. Feng Liao shook her head, but soon nodded again. As a local, she certainly did not wish to dine in such touristy spots, yet with Murphy by her side, they should opt for somewhere upscale. "Can you handle spicy food? If so, we can go to number 8. If not, the Silver Beach Abalone is also a splendid choice." Both of these venues were considered relatively high-end, with an average cost of $500 and upwards. Murphy had only been to the Silver Beach Abalone Hot Pot in his past life, during an accidental business trip to Rongqing when Li Feng had treated him to a meal. It was indeed delicious, but he knew the flavors wouldn't match his memories, and the taste would surely be diminished. Youth and Nanfeng are not strangers. Isn't dining about reliving memories? Why not head to Watermill River? Upon hearing Murphy's suggestion, Feng Liao felt certain that he must have visited Rongqing before. He seemed far too knowledgeable about the area. This local familiarity was increasingly pronounced. One would not possess such insight without having lived in Rongqing for several years. After confirming their lunch plans, they resumed their eager watch of the outside world. During their wait, Wei Nanfeng called to inform them that he was still stuck in traffic, urging them to remain patient. Feng Liao, having consumed a guacue, did not feel excessively hungry and advised Wei Nanfeng to drive carefully. Murphy, on the other hand, began to wander around the flower shop. Though the flower shop appeared to be just that, it also served as Feng Liao's studio. Behind a wide screen, there was about 40 square meters of space containing a cozy cat climbing frame, a cat nest, a wooden desk, and a large bookshelf. The desk was adorned with a computer and keyboard, while the bookshelf housed not only books, but also numerous small trinkets. Among them was a picture frame containing a single phrase, "I see all beings as grass and trees." This was inscribed in a vigorous, calligraphic style, revealing the writer's considerable skill. "Such beautiful handwriting," Murphy remarked, and Feng Liao could not help but feel a sense of pride as she smiled and said, "Isn't it lovely? A friend wrote it for me. He was in the calligraphy club at school." Murphy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the calligraphy. Yet, he abruptly shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you know what this phrase means?" Without hesitation, Feng Liao replied, "He enjoys reading novels. This line belongs to a character, quite an imposing statement." Murphy appeared taken aback, questioning her, "Sister, are you truly a writer?" "Of course. I am a best-selling author. After all," Feng Liao retorted, holding up her published book to flaunt it to Murphy. The Case of the Fifth Murder, a suspenseful mystery novel. He had never expected Feng Liao to be an author in this genre. After contemplating for a moment, Murphy posed a different question. "What was your major in college?" Feng Liao returned her book to its place and replied, "Financial management." "Nanfeng and I shared the same major." "No wonder," Murphy thought to himself, as he recollected that he had not initially understood the meaning of the phrase either. It was Li Feng who had once recited it to him. The phrase was relatively obscure, originating from the Great Chung Xianlun, a foundational text on Buddhism that elucidates the core principles and doctrines of Mahayana Buddhism. During his university years, Li Feng developed a fleeting interest in Buddhism, largely influenced by his girlfriend, who was a devout believer. She often discussed her faith and shared various texts with him. "I see all beings as mere grass and wood, yet only you appear to me as a verdant mountain. May we have years to reminisce and grow old together." As Murphy recited these poignant lines, Feng Liao was struck as if by lightning, her mind momentarily blank. She suddenly recalled that summer when she had insisted that the shy, gentle boy write something for her. He had carefully inscribed those very words on paper, assuring her, "This is not just a casual scribble. I will frame it for you. Once I achieve fame, this handwriting will be of great value." He aspired to be a distinguished author, while she dreamed of becoming an exceptional business manager. "All right, when you become famous, I shall be your agent." The naive boomerang of youthful dreams unexpectedly struck her from the past, leaving Feng Liao momentarily speechless. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Murphy hastily suggested, "Perhaps there is something behind the frame. I've seen movies where this occurs." Prompted by Murphy's words, Feng Liao hurriedly retrieved the frame from the bookshelf. In her flustered state, she opened it, only to find no hidden notes as she had imagined. "Have you watched too many movies?" she quipped, dismissing Murphy's unrealistic notion. Her hopes and dreams abruptly deflated. However, Murphy noticed something amiss. The paper, originally of A4 size, had been folded. He slowly unfolded it, revealing the poem he had just recited in its entirety. As Feng Liao gazed at the words, a wave of bitterness washed over her, tears streaming down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. She quickly folded the paper back and returned it to the frame. The two emerged from the studio and sat at the entrance. Murphy sipped his tea, while Feng Liao drifted into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she softly inquired, "Murphy, why is it that love in books is so fervent, yet in reality, it feels so mundane?" Just then, Murphy spotted a black Maybach pulling up outside and stood to welcome Wei Nanfeng, replying gently, "You are the writer. You should understand this better than I." Upon hearing Murphy's words, Feng Liao fell silent, turning to observe the solitary fluorescent rose in a water bottle. It radiated vibrant colors in the darkness, but appeared dull under the sunlight. Deep down, she already knew the answer. People can effortlessly perceive the turbulent emotions of characters through words. Yet, real-life feelings are like that fluorescent rose. Their brilliant beauty is often unnoticed in the light of day. Love is a game for the brave, but most people's courage tends to be quite subtle, much like that rose. Just then, Feng Luyao saw her friend enter with a radiant smile. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of regret and frustration, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Collapsing into Wei Nanfeng's embrace, she felt as if she had won a prize, but alas, it had expired. Chapter 22, Film and Reality. Wei Nanfeng held the weeping Feng Luyao, a mask of pain overlaying her typically serene demeanor. She had dressed beautifully today in a carefully selected light floral sundress and applied subtle makeup, hoping to appear youthful. Feng Liao's tears and snot had left no part of her dress untouched. "How'll I go out with Murphy now?" she lamented. "Oh dear, don't cry. Isn T Lao Jian still single, always traveling for work. He has no time for romance. We still have our chances." Feng Liao had been close to Jian Wanzheng for many years, once believing they were destined to be together. Yet, for reasons unknown, neither had expressed their feelings. Even as Jian Wanzheng pursued further studies abroad, both were as stubborn as mules, remaining silent. Jian Wanzheng felt unworthy of Feng Luyao, while she feared hindering his ambitions. Coming from a wealthy family, she wished to study financial management and eventually take over the family business. In contrast, Jian Wanzheng, the son of humble beginnings, aspired to study classical literature and become a distinguished writer. They had grown up as childhood friends, attending the same high school and eventually the same university. After graduating in classical literature, Jian Wanzheng became a talent agent, while Feng Luyao, having studied financial management, emerged as a best-selling author. A tragic entanglement indeed. Wei Nanfeng, feeling the dampness on her chest, cast a reproachful glance at the plump Murphy beside them, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to poke at old wounds. Just last night, he had struck her thrice, leaving her emotionally raw. Today, Feng Liao, already a single woman at 27, found herself defenseless. As Murphy inadvertently created a wound that struck her deeply, it felt akin to winning a lottery only to discover that the prize had expired. Murphy felt helpless, never expecting that the sort of drama typically reserved for films and short videos would unfold before him. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's words, Feng Luyao cried even harder. "Woo, that little girl Nangong Wulan is so beautiful and young. Woo, that woman Xiong Yamen is so enchanting." Just yesterday, the news was filled with gossip about celebrities and their agents. "I have nothing. I'm short and flat-chested." Murphy was taken aback by Feng Luyao's outburst. Nangong Wulan was a rising pop diva, while Xiong Yamen was the goddess of countless men. What astounding revelations he was hearing. As Feng Luyao's sobs grew more intense, Wei Nanfeng could only hold her tighter, feeling her chest grow increasingly damp, realizing that their outing was likely ruined. But didn't tea matter? Murphy would be in Rongqing for a while longer, so one day didn't tea make a difference? Isn tea this still a sort of togetherness? Wei Nanfeng thought, glancing at Murphy, who bore an expression of mild curiosity, seemingly wanting to inquire further. At a time like this, why are you still thinking about gossip? Stop playing with the plump one and come over to console her. Murphy had a knack for comforting others. Although he had endured his share of emotional wounds the previous night, he had also purged some toxicity, allowing for healing. Yet, when Murphy spoke, he simply stated, "Regret always weaves its way through the fabric of life." Before he could utter a second sentence, Feng Liao's sobs intensified. "My life is filled with regret. Nanfeng, am I a failure? If only I were as brave as you." Woo. Wei Nanfeng found herself at a loss for words. Thankfully, she had found closure the night before. Otherwise, Feng Luyao's lament would have struck her too. She still had no idea how things stood with Murphy. In truth, her advantage over Zhang Lanjun was minimal. Moreover, a person like Murphy would never lack for female companionship. "How about a drink?" Murphy proposed a rather sensible suggestion, for without alcohol, there was little he could do to ease their troubles. Matters of the heart often required a drink and a chat. Feng Liao initially thought to agree. as nothing could drown sorrows better than a drink. Yet, just as she was about to nod, she suddenly remembered that today was not about her. It was about Nanfeng and that rascal Murphy. The capricious nature of women's emotions can shift as swiftly as the turning of a page. Feng Liao, aware that she could not impede Wayne Nanfeng's important matters, swiftly regained her composure within half a minute. As a mature adult, mastering one's emotions is an essential skill. In the presence of Murphy, even if she were to shed tears, she would not unleash a torrent of sobs as she might in Wayne Nanfeng's embrace. For she understands that Wayne Nanfeng is the one she can rely upon, the one with whom she can indulge in unabashed weeping. Before Wayne Nanfeng, there is no need to temper her feelings. She can release them freely, wiping away her tears with a tissue. Although her eyes remained slightly red, her emotions had stabilized. Well, if it's expired, so be it. I shall weave this chapter into my narrative. Inspiration, fleeting as it is, must be harnessed for work. Feng Liao adeptly crafted an excuse, for a writer thrives on inspiration, and Wei Nanfeng was well aware of Feng Liao's habit of carrying a notebook. Very well. I shall return home to change my attire. Murphy, please keep Liao company for a while longer. Noticing the large wet patch on Wei Nanfeng's chest, Feng Liao inwardly scolded herself and hastily exclaimed, "Why go back? I have clothes here. The daytime is a mess. You two might as well have dinner together. And seeing this little rascal irritates me. Last night he slipped me a sedative, and today he reopened my wounds. Either you take Murphy along, or you wear my clothes." After pondering for a few moments, Wei Nanfeng realized that she had stayed at Li Bailu's place last night, and it would be inappropriate to bring a boy back so suddenly. While she would have liked to take Murphy home, she had no residence in Rongqing, only a hotel room. It wouldn't do to suggest they stay in a hotel on their first meeting, saying something like, "It's too hot to wander around. Let us just stay at the hotel." What a predicament! Is she, Wei, truly such a person? Even if it were so, she could not voice that sentiment. "Wait for me. I'll go change my clothes," Wei Nanfeng said, accompanying Feng Liao into her changing room. Murphy waited outside the shop with a plush toy, contemplating how to persuade Wei Nanfeng to join him at a tea house later. Even if they did not nap in the afternoon, playing cards and sipping tea would be quite pleasant. Ideally, a brief rest would be the most agreeable option. Before long, Wei Nanfeng emerged, clad in Feng Liao's oversized t-shirt, which she paired with denim shorts. The loose neckline of the t-shirt cascaded slightly to one side, revealing her delicate shoulder. Her long, fair legs were accentuated by exquisite open-toed heels, exuding a mix of innocence and a hint of shyness. Her previously frosty demeanor softened, reminiscent of a sweet, neighborly older sister. "Let us go eat." Wei Nanfeng beckoned to Murphy, who was lost in thought at the entrance, and the two departed the flower shop in tandem. Feng Liao, donning Wei Nanfeng's dress, watched the pair leave, a pang of envy stirring within her. Ah, to be young is truly wonderful. She still needed to prepare a bouquet for Murphy, that fortunate rascal. Suddenly, it struck her that she had forgotten something crucial. The essential aspect of the fluorescent rose bouquet was, indeed, the glow. Where could she procure such a non-toxic glow as Murphy had mentioned? Never mind. She would inquire with her aunt later. Being in the gold business, her aunt surely had associates knowledgeable in chemical reagents. As she pondered her expired lottery ticket, Feng Liao felt a hollow ache in her heart. She lightly caressed her chest, pressing her palm gently, seeking to touch the location of her heartbeat. The thin fabric could not withstand the pressure of her hand. The once buoyant chest deflated like a punctured balloon. Upon touching her heartbeat, Feng Liao fell silent. After a prolonged moment of quietude, she turned and stepped back into the flower shop, muttering under her breath. Chapter 23. Matters of girls are best left uninquired by boys. Ninshui community is not far from Tianfu Square. A 20-minute ride on line 2 suffices to reach it. In the years to come, this area will transform with the city's development, evolving into a landscape of towering buildings and bustling commerce. The eateries here are more authentic and generous in portions compared to those on Chuanxi Road. Wei Nanfeng strolled leisurely alongside Murphy. Both intended to take the subway to Ninshui community for some skewered delicacies. Murphy walked at a slow pace, and Wei Nanfeng recognized that he was accommodating her. She longed to leap on a Murphy's back, but her attire was not conducive to such spontaneity. "You needn't wait for me. These long legs of mine aren't for naught." Wei Nanfeng urged Murphy to quicken his pace, for it was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and the traffic had delayed their meal. She knew Murphy had a hearty appetite, and, at his growing age, was prone to hunger. She could not allow this little tiger to go hungry. When Murphy felt Wei Nanfeng pat his thigh, he instinctively glanced over, noticing the quivering of her muscular legs. Last night, he had admired her legs for quite some time. They were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also robust. A little more weight would appear plump, while a little less would seem frail. Her physique struck a perfect balance, showcasing her figure beautifully in any attire. Feng Liao wore a loose-fitting t-shirt that bore a lethargic Garfield print. However, on Wei Nanfeng, it appeared as if Garfield had consumed an energy drink, his eyes wide with vitality. "Are your feet feeling better?" Murphy teased as he caught up with Wei Nanfeng. Upon hearing his remark, Wei Nanfeng felt a twinge of shyness. She had been quite selfish last night, making him carry her for so long. "They're fine, just a little twisted. It's nothing serious," she replied softly, her voice sweet and endearing, reminiscent of a gentle pout. As the subway approached, Wei Nanfeng grasped Murphy's hand and quickened her pace. "Hurry, the next train will take a while to arrive." Their hands brushed lightly before becoming intertwined, the sensation lacking the anticipated electric shock, instead flowing smoothly as if it were meant to be. With her little scheme succeeding, Wei Nanfeng felt a surge of joy. Even as they entered the subway car amidst the throng, she did not release his hand. Murphy's hand enveloped hers, significantly larger, with calloused palms indicative of his dedication to fitness. His grip was warm and firm, yet perfectly measured, offering a comforting cocoon rather than discomfort. She recognized her own capriciousness, but Murphy always indulged her whims. How gentle he is! Last night, he had carried her for over an hour on Yulin Road without a hint of impatience. There were seats available on the subway, and given Murphy's languid nature, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sit. Upon sitting down, Wei Nanfeng reluctantly released Murphy's warm grasp. As she turned to gauge his expression, she was met with Murphy's beaming smile directed at her. A flush crept up her neck to her cheeks, her adorable demeanor causing Murphy's heart to race. Recalling the softness of Wei Nanfeng's hand, he seized the opportunity to compliment her. "Your hands are beautiful. It would be a shame if you couldn't play the piano." Wei Nanfeng joyfully raised her hand, feeling proud of its beauty, presenting it to Murphy with a hint of smugness. "Isn't it pretty? This pair of hands can also cook. I make delicious meals." After she spoke, she eagerly looked at Murphy, anticipating his response. "Absolutely. When the opportunity arises, I must try your cooking," Murphy replied without hesitation, eagerly biting the bait Wei Nanfeng had thrown. Upon hearing his response, Wei Nanfeng immediately nodded, thinking that there was no time like the present. Before he departed from Rongqing, she must prepare a meal for him. The two engaged in hushed conversation throughout their journey, traversing from Rongqing to Guangdong and then to the northeast. Their discourse meandered through the culinary disparities between the north and south, the sweet and savory debate over tofu pudding, and even delved into the realm of online gaming. It seemed as though they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of topics to discuss, each subject serendipitously aligning with the other's interests. Even the most mundane topics transformed into captivating exchanges simply by virtue of being articulated by the other. Last night, Murphy's gentle demeanor had ushered in the narrative's inception, while today, Wei Nanfeng's audacity further enriched the tale's unfolding. As the subway reached its stop, throngs of commuters surged forth. Instinctively, Wei Nanfeng wrapped an arm around Murphy's shoulder, bracing against the current of the crowd. It was the height of summer, and the influx of people in Rongqing was substantial, with the subway exit resembling a bustling thoroughfare. Murphy, compelled by the throng, reached out to encircle Wei Nanfeng's waist, drawing him close to shield him from the crowd's density. After a considerable struggle, they finally emerged from the station, only to be met by a gust of warm air that nearly sent Murphy tumbling. The humid atmosphere quickly beaded sweat upon him, particularly in the areas where their bodies pressed together, which soon became damp. Yet, Wei Nanfeng did not relinquish his hold on Murphy's arm, oblivious to the discomfort of the moisture. The intoxicating scent emanating from Murphy intensified, and she inhaled deeply, her heart yearning to replicate the intimacy of the previous night. To leap onto his shoulder and bury her face in his neck, inhaling deeply. The allure was overwhelming. Having conducted a cursory search online, she learned that beyond mere hormones, pheromones played a significant role in attraction. According to netizens, the ability to detect one's pheromones indicated a genetic affinity. Only those genuinely enamored could perceive them. Her heart did not deceive her. Her body echoed the truth. Murphy was indeed the one she adored, both in spirit and in flesh. As Wei Nanfeng's heart raced, he suddenly sensed Murphy's breath quickening, more hurried than before. "Are you feeling unwell in this heat?" he inquired, noting Murphy's discomfort in the humid southern climate, which she, a typical northeasterner, found quite challenging. She had prepared for the weather, packing cooling supplies just in case. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's concerned tone, Murphy hastily turned her head away, softly responding, "Not all, I'm not that fragile yet." Standing at 182 centimeters, Murphy towered over Wei Nanfeng by approximately 10 centimeters, who stood at around 170 centimeters. In their close proximity, Murphy's lips hovered just above Wei Nanfeng's head. As they exited the subway station, Murphy had caught a whiff of a particularly delightful scent emanating from Wei Nanfeng, a fragrance that was indescribable, neither identifiable as a specific perfume nor merely a shampoo's aroma. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Your perfume today is quite captivating. Which brand is it?" Upon hearing Murphy's question, Wei Nanfeng flushed with embarrassment, instinctively tightening his grip on her arm, pressing closer against her. Following Li Bailu's advice, she had refrained from applying perfume that day, wishing to appear less contrived. The aroma that Murphy detected was, in fact, the scent of pheromones. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating sensation, Wei Nanfeng mustered all her strength to extricate herself from Murphy's embrace. Playfully winking at him as she replied, "It's a matter of girl talk. Boys should refrain from probing." Chapter 24. Love is a grand gamble of humanity. Murphy found profound wisdom in Wei Nanfeng's words, yet this was the first time he had encountered such a delightful scent. It was an aroma that left him entranced, though he struggled to articulate its essence. Perhaps it was an expensive fragrance he had never encountered before. After all, the finest things often possess an addictive quality. Upon exiting the subway station, Wei Nanfeng found no further excuse to maintain her embrace with Murphy. Reluctantly releasing him, they strolled side by side towards their destination, exchanging laughter and conversation. Along the way, Wei Nanfeng recounted the romantic history of Feng Luyao, a tale of a poor boy enamored with a wealthy girl. Fortunately, there were no familial objections or melodramatic conflicts. Feng Luyao's parents held a favorable view of Jian Wenzheng. Despite the disparity in their backgrounds, Feng Luyao, though affluent, shared similar lifestyle habits and consumer values with ordinary folk. She was equally content wearing a comfortable t-shirt priced in the tens and indulging in street food. The first piece of jewelry she had ever acquired was a gold bell for her cat, gifted by her aunt. "In all the years I've known Luyao, the most extravagant thing she's done was running that unprofitable flower shop. Yet, her writing fees are substantial, making it reasonable for a creative soul to maintain a studio that inspires her." Neither Feng Luyao's family nor she herself placed much importance on social status. Yet Jian Wenzheng persisted in feeling as though he were living off her wealth. As Wei Nanfeng spoke, she observed Murphy's expressions, noting a striking resemblance between him and Jian Wenzheng. Both appeared gentle and cultured, yet bore strong principles within. "Is there anything wrong with enjoying a comfortable life?" Murphy quipped. However, as a man, Wei Nanfeng understood Jian Wenjing's psychology well. The young man possessed ambition, not wishing to be the subject of gossip or to tarnish the reputation of his beloved. Intrigued by Murphy's jest, Wei Nanfeng replied, "Very well. Then I shall let you experience Jian's fortune. Today, the expenses are on me." Murphy's declaration struck a chord with Wei Nanfeng, who had felt a twinge of guilt over the 500 yuan she had spent the previous night to cheer him up. To her, that amount was trivial, but for freshly graduated Murphy, it was substantial. Having gleaned from Li Feng that Murphy's parents were both ordinary workers, it was apparent that even for outings, they would not have much to spare. To lift Murphy's spirits, she had readily opened her wallet, though Wei Nanfeng was genuinely moved by her generosity. With a smile, Murphy nodded in agreement. All right then, the doctor told me I've had poor dental health since childhood, but aside from my mother, I've never truly indulged in the finer things. He indeed had little money in his pocket and did not wish to overextend himself. He could always reciprocate in the future when he earned his keep. Such is the essence of friendship. Reciprocity fosters longevity. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Wei Nanfeng led them to a skewer shop she frequented during her university days, known as Luo Wei Chuan Chuan. It masterfully blended the fragrant notes of traditional marinated dishes with the spicy zest of skewered delights. This culinary experience placed great emphasis on the meticulous preparation of the base sauce, developed over time to preserve the rich flavors while ensuring the ingredients retained their vibrancy and essence even after prolonged cooking, all while embodying the unique, spicy, and refreshing qualities of skewers. Though many establishments fell short in their execution, often resorting to subpar pre-made products, the atmosphere within the shop was vibrant and bustling, with patrons eagerly awaiting their turn, even as the dinner hour drew near. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, the two finally took their seats at a small table in a corner. Following their order, they resumed their hushed conversation regarding the previous topic. What do you suppose Lao Jian is thinking? They clearly have a profound mutual affection, one remarked. Murphy took a sip of her familiar whey, soy milk, and, reaching for the skewers, replied, "From your descriptions and Sister Fang's, it seems that Brother Jian has been exceptional throughout his life." Wei Nanfeng nodded, amused by Murphy's playful reference to Brother Jian, as she gently chewed on a piece of pickled cabbage. The familiar taste made her squint in delight, reminiscent of a contented cat savoring fish. Lao Jian is indeed remarkable in every aspect. You must try his family's pickled vegetables. You simply cannot find this flavor outside of Sichuan. Murphy also took a piece of pickled radish, and the instant the familiar taste graced her palate, she eagerly fished out the freshly cooked intestines with a ladle, sharing some with Wei Nanfeng. However, individuals of such caliber often possess a formidable pride. Someone like Brother Jian, in matters of affection, tends to be more sacrificial, reluctant to take advantage of their partner. As Wei Nanfeng listened to Murphy's analysis while eating, she found Murphy's understanding of relationships profoundly insightful. Many commonplace observations, when articulated by him, offered a refreshing perspective that elicited a sense of realization. Watching as Murphy transferred the cooked chicken feet and skewers using shared chopsticks in her own bowl, she pouted in discontent. "I'm not that particular. There's no need to switch chopsticks. It seems rather pretentious." Wei Nanfeng had never indulged in skewers in such a manner before, where someone would remember the cooking times for various ingredients and serve themselves with such finesse. The intestines retained their richness despite being well cooked, and the beef duck intestines and tripe maintained their delightful texture. She felt like a blissful little creature, needing only to open her mouth to savor the delicacies. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's mild complaint, Murphy chuckled. "I just add garlic. I was worried about offending you." Wei Nanfeng sipped her soy milk in small gulps, her cheeks flushed from the spice, appearing endearingly adorable. "Ah, Yao Yao, I isn't a materialistic person. Lao Jian's pride is somewhat excessive. Besides, being together would hinder his career. Both of them have their own wealth to share." Wei Nanfeng felt a pang of sympathy for her lifelong single friend, simultaneously issuing a caution to Murphy. This situation touched upon the sensitive issue of a man's pride. Although Murphy appeared gentle, he was, in fact, quite principled. Their recent interactions revealed that he took meticulous care of her, managing everything with remarkable organization. To be honest, she had no significant expectations regarding Murphy's career. She only wished for him to pursue his passions. Yet, she feared he might be like Lao Jian, overly prideful and reluctant to spend his own money. Isn't the dynamic of a woman working while the man stays home acceptable? If Murphy truly married her, she would entrust all her finances to him. As Wei Nanfeng pondered the future, she found herself open to the idea of love at first sight, even feeling a sense of joy. In a vast world, Encountering someone you cherish is a rare blessing. Failure is inevitable, but lacking the courage to take the first step would be a lamentable regret. For instance, the couple of Yao Yao and Lao Jian, despite their evident affection for one another, various circumstances had kept them apart. One remained single to this day, while the other sought opportunities to prove himself. Just then, a table of guests arrived, and Murphy found it peculiar that a couple wore masks and caps on such a hot summer day. After hearing Wayne Nanfeng's quip, Murphy chose not to dwell on the pair, instead placing the cooked tripe into Wayne Nanfeng's bowl and continuing, "It's different. Affection, love, and responsibility are not synonymous. Yet these three elements are interwoven. Love can conquer all. However, love is also a gamble concerning human nature." Wayne Nanfeng nodded in agreement as Murphy deftly deboned the cooked pig's trotter with chopsticks, pouring a spoonful of sauce over it before gently placing it in front of Wayne Nanfeng. "If you win the gamble, it becomes a devoted wife supporting my lofty aspirations, and I become a devoted husband with ample riches. If you lose, it's a swift severing of ties with the one you cherish." Chapter 25. Learning to let go is an essential lesson for life. Wayne Nanfeng lifted the plate and took a bite of the tender pig's trotter, only to be scalded by the steam. "Hot, hot, hot," she exclaimed, reluctant to spit out the food, instead puffing air to cool her mouth. Murphy quickly offered her the soy milk at hand. "Take your time. Don't burn yourself." Wayne Nanfeng sipped the soy milk in small gulps, unable to resist another bite of the pig's trotter. As she chewed, she realized Murphy was gradually laying the groundwork for deeper conversation, making it easier for her to comprehend his words. Murphy was correct. Over the years, she had witnessed numerous tales of love. How many had lost everything in the name of love? Conversely, how many had found the most precious treasures through it? Couples supporting each other can transform hardship into sweetness. This is no fantasy. Yet, there are also plenty of realistic accounts where couples engage in petty rivalries, treating each other inhumanely. There were two news stories, both featuring men working to support their female partners through graduate school. One couple was already married with a child, while the other went their separate ways once the woman achieved her goals. The same gamble, yet vastly different outcomes. The joys and sorrows intertwined within those experiences are known only to the participants. "So, what do you think is going through the mind of Brother Jian regarding the reward ticket?" Wei Nanfeng asked, realizing her phrasing was off and playfully sticking out her tongue. "What reward ticket? I've been led astray by you, Murphy." She was well aware of Feng Luyao and Jian Wenjing's dynamics, convinced their union would yield a positive result. Yet, in matters of the heart, missed opportunities remain as lingering regrets. Seeing that Wei Nanfeng was full, Murphy scooped the remaining skewers into his own bowl and replied, "Brother Jian fears that Sister Feng might lose the gamble. Even if she knows that this ticket is bound to win, he is uncertain whether he can redeem it. This is a true gentleman, unwilling to risk his beloved's future as a wager, acknowledging the inherent risks." Murphy admired Jian Wenjing's straightforward and pure mindset, recognizing that it wasn't solely pride at play. Perhaps had Feng Liao discovered his confessions of love back in the day, she might have chosen to remain in the country. People possess different personalities. Some are brave while others are shy. In the innocent years of youth, who has not harbored regrets or concealed unexpressed courage deep within, or perhaps one musters the courage for 20 seconds, only to become the joker in everyone's eyes. Wei Nanfeng, now full, began to prepare skewers for Murphy, who had a hearty appetite. As they cooked, Murphy extended an invitation. "Tonight, Yao Yao will likely need a drink. Would you care to join me in comforting her?" Murphy readily agreed, as he happened to be heading to Renmin Park with Feng Luyao to sell flowers that evening, and a small drink afterward would be quite fitting. "Flowers?" Wei Nanfeng inquired with curiosity. "Didn't T's sister Feng receive a substantial order? I suggested she sell the shop's sow flowers in the park after taking care of them." Murphy finished the last skewer in his bowl, feeling a sense of lingering anticipation as he continued. "Although she is financially secure, turning a loss into a profit is still quite commendable. She mentioned that once the sales are completed, she would share half of the proceeds with me, and I could use my share to treat you both to drinks." Murphy speculated that those flowers, transformed into a fluorescent series, would yield a substantial profit. Of course, It wouldn't be long before imitators emerge, but securing the initial wave of income would be deemed a success. Accumulating a modest sum of tens of thousands would help build up some initial capital, ensuring that when a suitable project arises next time, there would be enough funds to invest. There are quite a few young couples near People's Park. They are the easiest to entice, and fluorescent bouquets would undoubtedly catch the eye at night. All right, I'll join you too, Wayne Nanfeng agreed on the surface, yet inwardly he harbored doubts. What significant order were they referring to? Wasn't he the one who was the big order? Last night, Feng Luyao had casually mentioned 2,000, stating she wanted a bouquet that any boy would surely adore. How did this lead back to Murphy? That woman wouldn't be stirring up any trouble, would she? She still intended to deepen her relationship with Murphy tonight. After Wei Nanfeng finished savoring the last piece of beef, he inquired with concern, "Are you still hungry? Shall we order something else?" Murphy quickly waved his hand. He needed a few days to recover from the spiciness of the meal. He planned to eat something more substantial later. He had to admit that his digestive system still leaned towards a northern palate, lacking sufficient resilience against spicy food. At that moment, Murphy felt as though the girl at the table ahead, wearing sunglasses, was staring intently at him. However, he paid it no mind. He looked rather appealing at present, and just this morning, some elderly folks in People's Park had even wanted to introduce him to potential partners. As Wei Nanfeng observed Murphy rising, he presumed he was heading to settle the bill and hurriedly pressed down, saying, "I've got this, don't compete with me. I'm going to the restroom." Murphy innocently shrugged. When he emerged from the restroom, Wei Nanfeng had just completed the payment. As the two returned to check if they had forgotten anything, Wei Nanfeng spotted a familiar couple at the table ahead. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she reached out to remove the other person's sunglasses, softly exclaiming, "Old Jian, when did you return to the country?" Jian Wenzheng, seated at the table, stood up with a smile, teasingly responding, "I thought President Wei wouldn't recognize me. I just got home last night. Recently, Jingguang has a concert in Chengdu, and I happened to return for a visit." Wei Nanfeng paid no heed to Jian Wenjing's teasing and promptly returned the sunglasses, then quietly remarked to Murphy, "This is the prize ticket, Jian Wenjing." Upon hearing the term prize ticket, Jian Wenjing's lips twitched slightly. These two truly did not regard him as an outsider, but then again, he wasn't exactly a stranger. The girl wearing sunglasses stood up, and Jian Wenjing casually introduced her to Wei Nanfeng and Murphy, saying, "Nangong Guanchuan, the best singer in the world. Wei Nanfeng, one of my best friends." His introduction of Wei Nanfeng was notably brief, indicating their deep familiarity. And who might this be? Jian Wenjing, having listened intently, discerned that Murphy and Wei Nanfeng shared a close relationship, even with the girl he had long admired. Murphy also turned to look at Jian Wenjing, realizing that Feng Luyao hadn't exaggerated in her praise. With refined features complemented by masculine strength, his tailored suit paired with casual trousers exuded a refreshing aura. A dashing gentleman, as graceful as jade. Who could this illustrious offspring belong to? Before Wei Nanfeng could introduce him, Murphy proactively extended his hand to shake Jian Wenjing's. "I'm Murphy. Sister Feng often speaks of you. Today, I finally meet the real person." Wei Nanfeng stifled a smile at the side. Although Murphy had only met them yesterday, he had already transformed it into a frequent mention. Yet, she understood that Murphy was laying the groundwork for the encounter between Jian Wenjing and Feng Luyao. As Jian Wenjing shook hands with Murphy, he humorously self-introduced, "Hello, I'm a prize ticket guy. May I inquire why I have acquired such a nickname?" The four of them sat together, and Murphy began recounting the events of the morning. While serving Jian Wenjing and Nangong Guanchuan skewers, he spoke animatedly. "The tripe is ready. Do get a try. I must say it's just like in the movies." Sister Feng was utterly heartbroken, lamenting that her prize ticket had expired. "You all should have been bolder. It would have spared you such a significant regret." Everyone possesses regrets, and they inevitably weave through the entirety of life. However, regret does not dictate one's entire existence. One must continue to move forward. Yet, based on Murphy's observations, Nangong Guanchuan, hidden behind her sunglasses, was brimming with curiosity, appearing to be a spectator of the drama. It seemed that Jian Wenjing and Nangong Guanchuan shared no intimate relationship beyond friendship. Did she catch those lines? Jian Wenjing had been lacking an appetite since earlier, yet out of politeness, he felt compelled to sample the skewers Murphy had served him. How is Yao Yao doing now? Jian Wenjing's tone bore a hint of bitterness. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. What did it mean that the prize ticket had expired? Was he still here? Could it be that Feng Luyao was in a relationship? No, he had been keeping close tabs on her. How could he not know if she was dating? From Murphy's narration, it sounded as if he had been sentenced to death in this relationship. She is doing well. Don't worry, Jiange. I assure you, after a few drinks tonight, Sister Feng will be just fine by tomorrow. Wei Nanfeng stifled a laugh from the side. Realizing that Jian Wenjing's character needed someone like Murphy to challenge him. This morning, Yao Yao cried so heartbreakingly that her little dress was soaked through. Just as Jian Wenjing seemed unable to eat anything, Wei Nanfeng sensed the moment was right. It was time for Murphy to strike at the heart. Rest assured, Jiange, with us around, Sister Feng will soon move on and embark on a new relationship. Regret is a constant companion throughout life. Who doesn't have a few regrets? Meanwhile, Nangong Guanchuan, who had remained silent, felt increasingly uncomfortable with Murphy's veil barbs. Every reassuring remark seemed to stab Jian Wenjing's heart. She felt a surge of indignation. After all, Jiange had never forgotten Liao Jia, so why did Murphy portray him as a heartless scoundrel? Wei Nanfeng was thoroughly pleased, finally feeling a sense of relief. If it weren't for Jiange's timid nature, he would not have been wearing oversized t-shirts while out on a date with Murphy. She had even hoped to take some beautiful photos in the afternoon for memories. Observing the furrow in Jian Wenjing's brow, she could tell he was on the verge of losing his composure. How delightful, driving you to the brink of madness. Yet, her little man was indeed quite bold. He had directly declared Jian Wenjing to be Feng Luyao's lingering regret. As the atmosphere reached a climax, Murphy stood up and retrieved a bottle of Wuliangye from the front desk, uncapping it to pour Jian Wenjing a glass. Don't fret, Jiange. Learning to let go is a lifelong lesson. You seem quite burdened. How about a drink or two? Both Nangong Guanchuan, who had remained silent, and Wei Nanfeng, who had been cheering from the sidelines, simultaneously interjected, No, Jiange never drinks. No, Jiange cannot drink. Murphy felt a bit awkward. Who would have thought Jian Wenjing couldn't hold his liquor? What a splendid atmosphere wasted. Yet, Jian Wenjing picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid instantly reddened his face, but feeling unsatisfied, he took another swig straight from a bottle. The few individuals at the table were left somewhat bewildered by Jian Wenjing's sudden outburst, prompting Murphy to hurriedly retrieve the bottle of liquor. This fellow truly seemed inexperienced with alcohol. It was not merely the drink that emboldens the timid. Jian Wenjing, swaying slightly, rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings before earnestly addressing the three of them. I harbor regrets. It is not yet the time for absolution. Chapter 26. Hello, goodbye. Jian Wenjing rarely indulged in alcohol, partaking only when absolutely necessary, but he felt the need for a modicum of courage. He did not wish to become a mere regret for Feng Liao. His return was solely for the purpose of confession. Why had he been so timid in the past? Why had he been unable to voice his feelings over the years? Was he afraid of rejection? Or was it the fear of being unable to provide her with a good life? No, it was a lack of bravery on his part. But what could he offer to the woman he adored? His siblings had extravagant weddings, with jewelry and adornments that cost a fortune. Feng Liao may not desire such things, but he could not deprive her of them. Whatever others possessed, she too deserved to have and to utilize. Jian Wenjing had a plethora of words he longed to express, yet he found himself hesitating. He felt somewhat pretentious. Perhaps to outsiders, it seemed that Feng Liao's affection for him was an unattainable blessing. He pondered whether his own pride was at play, wanting only to spare her any embarrassment. The traditional customs of courtship, 3 letters and 6 etiquettes, an 8-bear sedan chair, 12 invitations, and a 10-mile bridal procession were all things she deserved, and not a single one could be omitted. Wei Nanfeng cast a sidelong glance at Murphy. Recognizing Jian Wenjing's state, having experienced something similar the previous night, the atmosphere still felt lacking. Another couple of drinks would pave the way for storytelling. Murphy was inclined to share a drink, but with obligations in the afternoon, indulging in alcohol was less than ideal. After a slight inebriation, One should seek rest rather than aimless wandering. Uncle, are you all right? Nangong Wulan quickly fetched a bottle of soy milk, which Jian Wenjing gulped down eagerly. Already beginning to feel the effects of the drink, he glanced at the soy milk bottle and muttered, "This tastes better than the previous one." Wei Nanfeng and Nangong Wulan simultaneously directed their gaze toward Murphy, with Nangong Wulan expressing her annoyance by removing her sunglasses and shooting him a glare. Murphy had previously seen this young lady on television and noted that she appeared rather slender. Nangong Wulan embodied the quintessential delicate beauty with porcelain skin, exuding an innate tenderness and purity. Her features were finely chiseled, as if crafted by an artist's hand. Young, likely around 20, her hair was tied back in a ponytail, radiating youth and vitality. A beauty mark graced the corner of her left eye, its origin unclear. However, Murphy did not find himself attracted to this type. A mere glance was sufficient for him to divert his gaze, feeling indifferent. He personally believed that a girl should possess a healthier physique, and Wei Nanfeng epitomized his aesthetic ideals perfectly. Slightly plump, that was the way to go. Sensing a slight deficiency in the atmosphere, Murphy felt the need to stoke the flames further before he could make his own confession. Alcohol was no longer an option, so he shifted the topic. "Tell me, who is happier, the one who is loved or the one who loves?" Jian Wenjing, already unsteady on his feet, poured the soy milk into a cup, sipping it as if savoring a rare delicacy. Wei Nanfeng refrained from responding to Murphy's question, aware of his intentions. The same tactic would not ensnare a saint twice, and she was not about to fall into his trap again. Meanwhile, Nangong Wulan, encountering Murphy for the first time, contemplated before responding. The one who is loved is a bit happier. A smile graced Murphy's lips as he looked at Jian Wenjing and remarked leisurely, regrettably, "I too do not possess the answer. Love itself is an inherently unsolvable conundrum. Is it that Jiange does not love Feng Jie? Or does Feng Jie not love Jiange? Who is the one being loved, and who is the one loving?" Murphy's barrage of questions nearly caused Nangong Wulan's mind to short-circuit. She found his words somewhat convoluted, yet undeniably valid. For someone who had never experienced love, this discussion felt a bit beyond her grasp. Why ask questions if you do not know the answers? Nevertheless, as someone aligned with Jian Wenjing, she felt compelled to defend him. What if Uncle Jian confesses and fails? She queried. Emotions are irrational. Who can guarantee success? Wei Nanfeng sighed. This young girl was no match for Murphy, having fallen into his trap in just one round. Murphy was correct. Love was indeed an unsolvable conundrum. No one dared to define what love truly resembled. They could only dream and yearn for its essence, regardless of how the other answered. Murphy would reiterate that love was an unsolvable conundrum, maintaining control over the conversation. It appeared to be a multiple-choice question, yet it was essentially a mandatory response. Feeling that the moment had arrived, Murphy poured himself a cup of soy milk, clinking glasses with Jian Wenjing and softly saying to Nangong Wulan, "Let us refrain from discussing the past, nor dwell on hypotheticals. Let us only hope for a brighter future. Do not let waiting become a regret." At that moment, Nangong Wulan realized that Murphy's true focus had never strayed from Jian Wenjing. Circling back, they returned to this same topic. Wei Nanfeng remained silent. Murphy seemingly possessed a unique talent for unearthing the regrets nestled deep within others. Jian Wenjing, having navigated through so many years, was no longer the naive youth he once was, yet he found himself vulnerable to Murphy's subtle provocations, struck twice in succession. Nangong Wulan likened Murphy's words to a penetrating arrow in a game. The heavy arrow could not pierce through armor, but a whispered suggestion could strike at the heart. Do not let waiting become a regret, echoed Jian Wenjing's earlier sentiments. He did not wish to become a source of regret, nor did he desire to find closure. Nangong Wulan cast a concerned glance at Jian Wenjing, the man who had guided her into this realm, who had always looked out for her. Jian Wenjing stared at the soy milk before him, as if it held an endless enchantment, drawing his gaze and stirring his memories. What was he still worried about? Was he afraid he could not bring her happiness? No, he could now. His return was meant for confession. What was he waiting for? If he delayed any longer, Jian Wenjing would become a regret for Feng Luyao to let go of. Sensing that Jian Wenjing was in the right frame of mind, Murphy's devilish whisper floated from his lips once more. Love is indeed an unsolvable conundrum. All three turned their attention to Murphy, while Nan Gong Guolan wished fervently to seal his lips. Unfortunately, she could not. Under their watchful eyes, Murphy lazily offered his conclusion. Love cannot conquer anything, but mutual love can. Upon hearing this, Jian Wenjing felt as though a switch had been flipped. He looked at Murphy and articulated each word with clarity. I have returned this time to confess to Yao Yao. Wei Nanfeng gasped in delight, covering her mouth, feeling as if the two iron trees she had nurtured were finally about to bloom. After so many years of anticipation, the sweetness had finally come to fruition. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Guolan felt a twinge of sadness, not for herself, but for her sister who had cared for her. The trajectories of their lives diverged, leading them to different encounters. She did not know Feng Luyao well enough to stand on that side, and it was entirely understandable. Just a confession? Murphy inquired further. Jian Wenjing rose to his feet, responding without a moment's hesitation. I wish to propose to Yao Yao. Nan Gong Guanlan was taken aback by Jian Wenjing's declaration. When had this transpired? She had been completely unaware. She was already astonished by his confession. Propose? What kind of proposal? Murph also stood up, placing a hand on Jian Wenjing's shoulder. Pressing for details. How do you intend to propose? Jian Wenjing, as if invigorated by a surge of fervor, proclaimed his long-held aspirations. 3 mediators and 6 invitations. 3 letters and 6 rituals. 8 bearers for the bridal sedan. 12 invitations. A bridal dowry worth 10 miles of red. Not a single detail can be overlooked. The surrounding patrons were equally astonished by Jian Wenjing's exuberant exclamation, unsure who initiated the first cheer as the entire restaurant buzzed with an electrifying atmosphere. Count me in. It must succeed today. I'll join as well. That was beautifully articulated. When the conditions are ripe, success is assured. I'll partake. Jian Wenjing, swept up by the infectious enthusiasm, uncorked a bottle of soy milk and downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, Thank you all for your blessings. Love conquers all. I'm off right now. With that, he strode towards the exit, and the 3 friends hurried after him, with Murph not forgetting to grab the remaining half bottle of Wuliangya. Just before exiting, Murph called out to Nan Gong Guanlan, Time to settle the bill. The owner is offering a 20% discount. Nan Gong Guanlan shot him an exasperated glance. If they weren't so unfamiliar, she would have been tempted to jump up and thump Murph on the head. What a turn of events. After all, she had finally gotten a holiday, hoping to savor authentic Sichuan hot pot with Uncle Jian, only for this brat to ruin it all. Her holiday might be spoiled, but more importantly, Sister Xiong was effectively sentenced to a life of solitude today. Nan Gong Guanlan and Jian Wenjing had driven there, and after helping him into the passenger seat, Nan Gong Guanlan jogged over after settling the bill. Guanlan, can you drive? Wei Nanfeng inquired. Having left her flat shoes in the car to maintain her appearance in her high heels, rendering her unable to operate the vehicle, Nan Gong Guanlan approached the driver's seat. Her voice sweet as she replied, Sister Wei, I can drive. She then glanced at Murph, who was still outside, and impatiently urged, You rascal. Hurry up and get in. Murph chose to ignore Nan Gong Guanlan's sharp words. It was typical for a young girl to exhibit a bit of temper. The most important thing was that they were about to witness a fresh and delightful romance, which was indeed a splendid affair. Wei Nanfeng quietly sent a message to Feng Luyao while in the car. All girls cherish beauty, and now that Feng Luyao was dressed in her own clothes with no makeup, she would undoubtedly feel quite embarrassed, just as Wei Nanfeng had anticipated upon receiving the message. Feng Luyao first felt a wave of surprise, followed swiftly by endless regret. She immediately rushed to the mirror, her eyes still red, her hair unwashed, and her dress ill-fitting. How could she possibly face the boy she had been yearning for in such a disheveled state? Feng Liao had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Jian Wenjing, yet she had never imagined it would occur under such circumstances. In a frenzy, she scooped up her sleeping chubby pet, exclaiming joyfully, Chubby, the redemption ticket ISNT expired. You're going to have a father. After the initial excitement, anxiety set in. She confined Chubby in its cage and dashed outside with the car keys. She absolutely had to make a good impression on Jian Wenjing. She must look beautiful. By the time everyone arrived, Feng Liao had already driven off without a trace. The flower shop was deserted, save for Chubby, who remained alone in its cage. Meanwhile, Jian Wenjing was blissfully asleep in the car, unresponsive to calls. His phone's illuminated screen displayed his conversation with Feng Liao. Feng Liao, I heard from Nanfeng that you're back. Why didn't you call me? Jian Wenjing, I just arrived last night. I tried calling, but your phone was off. I'm heading to your flower shop now. Feng Liao, oh dear. I completely forgot. I'm not at the shop right now. Can we meet this afternoon? Jian Wenjing, anytime works, but I must mention, your winning ticket hasn't expired. I'm back to claim your prize. Feng Liao, yes, let us meet. We must see each other. Nangong Guanlan watched the slumbering Jian Wenjing, contacted his assistant, and drove back to their hotel. Wei Nanfeng managed to reach Feng Liao, who was stuck in traffic on her way home, nearly in tears. Knowing Jian Wenjing had drunk too much and fallen asleep lightened her mood a bit. Soon after, she began to vent about Murph. You little rascal, how dare you drink with me and bully Uncle Jian? Just wait until tonight. Don't think you can escape. Are the flowers still for sale? Murph, overhearing Feng Liao's complaints, took the phone and cheerfully called out, You'd better get me a bouquet. The kind that all men adore. How much will you charge me? Murph quietly asked Wei Nanfeng. Wei Nanfeng gestured with 2 fingers. And then Murph declared emphatically into the phone, 20,000. All right. Feng Liao laughed in exasperation. This pair of lovebirds had already begun their romantic escapades last night and were now taking advantage of the situation. However, she too was about to embark on a sweet romance. It seemed everyone had the chance. I'll contribute 40,000. I want the best. Better than Nanfeng's. Wei Nanfeng, feeling competitive, quickly interjected. I'll up it to 80,000. Let us make it better than hers. Amidst the cheerful banter, Murph reminded Feng Liao to drive safely, and after hanging up, released the innocent Chubby from its cage. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle arrived outside, and staff from the chemical reagent store unloaded the harmless fluorescent agents that Feng Liao had ordered. Another half-hour passed before a delivery truck arrived, bringing an assortment of transparent acrylic boxes and colorful lights to the flower shop. Murph busied herself with the new arrivals while Wei Nanfeng offered to help, only to be gently pressed back into a rocking chair by Murph. I'm Feng's partner. I'll do the work. You can't work for free. She has ice cream in her fridge. I'll fetch it for you. Wei Nanfeng maneuvered the rocking chair to a spot by the door where she could see Murph without being in the way. There lingered a tinge of disappointment. Jian Wenjing had drunk too much, and Lu Yao was still stuck in traffic. She wondered if they would even get to meet today. Lying back in the rocking chair with Chubby, she enjoyed a green bean ice cream and couldn't help but muse. The fresh, slightly sweet taste of green bean ice cream bursts with coolness in the mouth. Each bite is pure delight. Murph, perched in the shade of the door with her ice cream, echoed Wei Nanfeng's sentiment. Indeed, life is replete with regrets. Thus, goodbye often proves to be the most fitting conclusion. After finishing her smoke, she quickly devoured her ice cream and returned to tending the beautiful flowers, as engaging with such lovely things invariably lifts one's spirits. These flowers, much like Wei Nanfeng, brought him joy. Wei Nanfeng, holding Chubby, found herself lost in thought while observing Murph arranging the bouquets. Yes, daily life is full of regrets. Only farewells extend the narrative. Will they meet again tomorrow? Surely they would. The lazy afternoon breeze wafted through the doorway, lulling Wei Nanfeng into a drowsy stupor. With a gentle yawn, she playfully teased Chubby, whispering, We will meet again tomorrow, won't we? Without turning around, Murph, while arranging the flowers, replied earnestly, Of course. Wei Nanfeng cradled her plump and jovial companion as she rocked gently in the chair. The sky above was a brilliant blue, adorned with soft, well-defined clouds. The summer breeze brought with it delightful tidings, indicating that tomorrow would mirror today in terms of splendid weather. Greetings and farewells echoed. A message more uplifting could scarcely be conceived. Chapter 27. The Beauty of Twilight Before Nightfall. It was late afternoon, around 4:30. Suddenly, Dark clouds loomed in the sky, and raindrops began to patter rhythmically against the concrete, releasing a familiar yet indescribable fragrance. Murphy dashed back, hauling 2 large bags, and just as he entered, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Phew, what luck! We narrowly avoided a soaking. Wei Nanfeng blinked her sleepy eyes, gazing at the relentless rain outside, and, tugging at the cozy blanket draped over her, she sleepily inquired, "Is it raining?" Murphy, placing the freshly acquired groceries on the floor, responded to her confusion. "Indeed, it's raining quite heavily." Checking her phone, Wei Nanfeng was startled to discover that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. A wave of disbelief washed over her as she muttered, "Did I really sleep the entire afternoon?" Now filled with regret and frustration, she lamented how she had lost track of time and how the rain had thwarted her carefully planned outings, leaving only the meal unfulfilled. Murphy opened a chilled bottle of Dongfang Shai, taking a hearty swig before grinning and remarking, "You must have been exhausted last night. Catching up on sleep is beneficial." While Wei Nanfeng had enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the rocking chair, Murphy had been industriously occupied all afternoon, meticulously dyeing bouquets with a harmless fluorescent reagent, packaging them into acrylic boxes of varying sizes. He even found time to visit a nearby copy shop to print ingredient labels and design a logo featuring a photo of the plump one. The flower shop, whimsically named Luyao Studio by Feng Luyao, bore no special significance. Although Murphy had studied advertising in university, he never pursued it as a career. Nevertheless, designing a small logo came quite naturally to him. A simple outline of a Maine Coon cat holding a sign inscribed with the elegant script of Luyao instantly elevated its appeal. Though Wei Nanfeng relished her slumber, Murphy was acutely aware of the importance of financial gain. With the initial capital secured, the other ventures could gradually unfold. Feng Luyao had promised to share half the earnings, and if priced according to his calculations, this venture could yield a profit of around 30 to 40,000. The smallest variant of the fluorescent rose contained merely a single rose accompanied by sprigs of gypsophila, encased in an acrylic box adorned with simple fairy lights. Even with the costly fluorescent reagent, the total cost barely exceeded 5 yuan, while Murphy planned to price it at 30. Moreover, after diluting the fluorescent reagent and incorporating some glitter, costs were further minimized. As for the brief luminescence after dilution, well, the high price of the harmless fluorescent reagent justified its fleeting glow. Rising from her seat, Wei Nanfeng surveyed the room filled with neatly packaged fluorescent roses and casually picked one up. She marveled at the logo and ingredient list, genuinely impressed. Murphy had also devised basic, intermediate, and advanced versions of the bouquets. Although the floral arrangements varied, each version was stunningly beautiful. As someone who owned an advertising company, Wei Nanfeng was particularly attuned to the concept of brand effect, and what Murphy was doing was undoubtedly crafting a brand. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," she praised without reservation, while Murphy, busying himself with the ingredients, chuckled and replied, "Just a casual effort. I wouldn't dare compare it to your professional standards." Wei Nanfeng felt a tinge of frustration at Murphy's modesty. Such a brilliant design deserved more recognition than his nonchalant dismissal. Murphy was exceptional in every way, yet his humility seemed almost out of place for someone of his age. Excessive modesty can sometimes be pretentious, Wei Nanfeng playfully remarked, finishing the last of her tonghulu in under 4 minutes. As Murphy prepared rice flour in a blender, he smiled at her comment before casually asking, "Have you ever watched One Piece?" Wei Nanfeng nodded gently, recalling the classic anime fondly. Indeed, she had a complete set of the original manga at home. "I adored it during my university days and even engaged in quite a bit of cosplay." In her youth, she had been enamored with the world of anime. But entrepreneurial pursuits had since consumed her time, leaving little room for such hobbies, save for the occasional binge-watching session. Upon hearing about her cosplay experiences, a vivid image sprang to Murphy's mind. There were countless characters well-suited for Wei Nanfeng. Yet, he remained focused on her earlier question, pouring the crushed rice flour into a pot while thoughtfully remarking, "The more one grows and ascends, the more formidable individuals one encounters. It is essential to recognize one's own limitations and acknowledge the brilliance of others." Wei Nanfeng still felt Murphy was overly humble. The room, brimming with fluorescent roses, was bound to generate considerable revenue, making it an impressive initial success. Moreover, the true value lay not merely in the products, but in Murphy's keen insights into marketing and his astute grasp of business opportunities. Fluorescent sticks were ubiquitous, a childhood staple for many. The flower industry had existed for countless years. Yet, through Murphy's innovative vision, these two seemingly mundane items were transformed into a best-selling product. His meticulous approach left her feeling somewhat inadequate. The non-toxic fluorescent agents testing report, the acrylic boxes, and the trademark. He even found time to sketch a small logo. All of this contributed to establishing the authenticity of the product and creating a barrier for a potentially replicable bestseller. While this barrier may not endure indefinitely, the mere act of conceptualizing it was commendable. Murphy was striving to eliminate the uncertainty of luck from this endeavor, aspiring to forge it into a sustainable and replicable avenue for wealth generation. Your prowess is truly remarkable. At your age, I could scarcely fathom such a complete industrial chain. Young man, your humility may not serve you well. It can evoke an air of despondency. Wei Nanfeng unabashedly extolled Murphy. Yet his subsequent words instilled in her profound admiration for her little man. I am particularly fond of a quote from One Piece. In the latter half of the Grand Line, those with royal qualities abound. Therefore, one must recognize oneself. I am, at this moment, quite inexperienced. Outside, the rain pours incessantly, while within the dimly lit room, the kanji bubbles with a sweet aroma. Wei Nanfeng eagerly seated herself at the small dining table, extending her hand to pass the coconut juice. Please help me open this. The formidable female CEO, usually unfaltering, now unwittingly transformed into a damsel unable to unscrew a bottle cap. She gazed at the man she cherished and curiously inquired, "What level do you believe you occupy in One Piece?" Murphy easily twisted off the cap of the coconut juice, raising an eyebrow, and replied with a hint of pride, "I am indeed an expert at opening bottle caps. As for my rank, I suppose I could be considered one of the 7 warlords." Wei Nanfeng laughed joyfully, retrieving the cooked shrimp and placing it in her bowl. Ignoring the scalding shells, she deftly peeled a shrimp for Murphy and gestured for him to lean down. Murphy felt a twinge of shyness, uncertain whether he should partake of the shrimp she offered. What exactly was their relationship at this moment? The dusk, just before darkness fully descends, is the most beautiful. Love, before it fully blooms, is the most enchanting. Water, before it becomes clear, is the purest. A person, before enlightenment, possesses the greatest freedom. This navet and ambiguity birthed an intoxicating flirtation, a sensation that Murphy had never experienced before, and the only aspect devoid of information disparity. Yet, Wei Nanfeng's boldness disrupted Murphy's reverie as she playfully urged him, "I peel shrimp for you. You open the bottle caps for me. This is quite reasonable. Hurry, or we'll lose its flavor." Murphy lowered his gaze, carefully savoring the shrimp meat. The flesh was firm and succulent, imbued with an inexplicable fragrance. Outside, the rain continued to pelt down, a cacophony of droplets striking the ground. Within, the kanji hot pot exuded a rich aroma, bubbling enticingly. Following Wei Nanfeng's guidance, Murphy added the ingredients one by one. As a local delicacy, Wei Nanfeng held considerable authority over the kanji hot pot. In return for her contribution of a shrimp, she claimed the right to continue indulging in her playful demeanor. The shrimp was already peeled, the crab meat extracted, and even the vegetables and beef were perfectly timed. "I am quite skilled in the culinary arts. Perhaps I could serve as your chef on the ship," she declared. "You can cook?" Murphy inquired, intrigued. Wei Nanfeng responded with conviction, "Not really, but I can peel shrimp." She repeated her earlier act, offering the peeled shrimp meat to Murphy's lips. He consumed it without the previous hesitation, his tongue inadvertently brushing against Wei Nanfeng's fingers. She remained unperturbed, withdrawing her hand only to continue extracting crab meat, placing it delicately atop the shell. Having already satisfied her hunger, it seemed only fair for her to care for Murphy now, having been tended to by him earlier. Next time they dined, she resolved to take the initiative. She couldn't always allow Murphy to attend her first. "What shall we eat tomorrow? Perhaps some authentic Sichuan cuisine." though it appears Murphy cannot handle spicy foods well. At that moment, Murphy's voice interrupted Wei Nanfeng's musings. Perfect timing. The captain can cook. Surprised, Wei Nanfeng looked up at Murphy's response. In this tranquil flower shop, devoid of the usual clamor, only a serene joy remained. Wei Nanfeng paused her actions, turning her gaze toward Murphy, who also set aside his utensils to quietly regard her. Amidst the fluorescent roses, the enchanting atmosphere thickened with rich hues. The delicate clinking of fine glassware and cans reverberated, creating a deafening sound in that moment. Wei Nanfeng parted her lips, bravely and fervently, wishing to utter those words first. She was constantly cared for by Murphy. It was now her turn to tend to his shyness and innocence. The tale of Feng Luyao and Jian Wenzheng was indeed captivating. Yet it failed to resonate with her. To like is to like, and to dislike is to dislike. Love cannot conquer all, but mutual affection can. True sincerity does not guarantee love, yet the sincerity shared between two can. She could distinctly feel that Murphy harbored feelings for her as well. Her ability to discern character and emotions was astute. Wei Nanfeng could not fathom being bested by Murphy. Thunder rumbled ominously. Wei Nanfeng, startled, leapt into Murphy's embrace. Murphy seemed to catch a fragment of Wei Nanfeng's words, though unclear, and sought clarification. What did you say? As Wei Nanfeng prepared to repeat her unfinished thought, a figure unexpectedly pushed through the door. Although unperturbed by the thunder, the sudden appearance of the silhouette startled her. The plump cat, previously nestled in slumber, sensed danger and bolted upright, rushing toward Wei Nanfeng like a piglet. Murphy held Wei Nanfeng while she embraced the cat. As they all turned to face the figure entering the shop, Jian Wenzheng, what brings you here on such a rainy day? Jian Wenzheng hastily tucked away his umbrella at the entrance, drenched and soaked through. He observed the glowing roses within and spoke to Murphy in haste. Brother Murphy, please help me prepare a bouquet. I need the one worth 40,000. No, make that 80,000. Upon hearing Jian Wenjing's urgent request, Murphy glanced at Wei Nanfeng, who reciprocated his gaze. They both sensed that Jian Wenjing might have misunderstood something, or perhaps Feng Liao had boasted about something extraordinary. Although Wei Nanfeng was reluctant to leave Murphy's embrace, she had no choice but to rise begrudgingly and fetch a pack of tissues for Jian Wenjing. Old Jian, don't rush. Sit down and explain slowly. When did Yao's flower shop ever have 80,000 flowers? Jian Wenjing, drying his hair with the tissue, glanced at the room filled with fluorescent roses and began to explain. There weren't any before, but Brother Murphy has been instrumental in this. Yao informed me that the glowing roses are indeed her brainchild. As a professional agent, he was acutely aware of commercial matters and quickly recognized the value of these glowing roses. Murphy served Jian Wenjing a cup of hot tea, and after expressing his gratitude and taking a sip, Jian Wenjing continued. Yao mentioned that her flower shop is no longer operating at a loss and has begun to pursue a high-end market. With Brother Murphy's involvement, their business is thriving. Just today, they've sold a bouquet for 20,000 and another for 40,000. Wei Nanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at Jian Wenjing's serious tone, but he found it perfectly normal. Bouquets, much like luxury goods, carry significance far beyond their monetary value. Especially upon seeing the abundance of glowing roses, he became even more convinced of Feng Luyao's assertions. Are luxury items truly worth their exorbitant prices? No. It is the compelling narratives behind luxury goods that imbue them with value beyond their mere existence. In a similar vein, bouquets too embody a terrifying premium when imbued with meanings and values that transcend their mere existence as commodities. Wei Nanfeng found herself at a loss as to how to elucidate this to Jian Wenjing, casting a helpless glance toward Murphy. The 20,000 yuan bouquet had been an opportunistic acquisition by Feng Luyao the previous evening, while the 40,000 yuan bouquet was a playful jest by Murphy during the afternoon. Altogether, they had inadvertently contributed a total of 60,000 yuan to the floristry's revenue for the month. Wei Nanfeng could easily envision Feng Luyao's smug expression, confidently asserting that it mattered not who paid, but rather whether the shop was profitable. What should she do? Wei Nanfeng timidly inquired of Murphy. Reluctant to expose her friend's little secret, yet uncertain how to navigate Jian Wenjing's earnest belief in the situation. Murphy shrugged nonchalantly, whispering in reply, "Just sell it. After all, the flower shop belongs to Sister Feng, and the money is hers to keep." Wei Nanfeng found great wisdom in Murphy's words. The old Jian and Feng Liao would undoubtedly become an item, and inevitably, the money would remain with the two of them. She quickly donned a professional smile and addressed Jian Wenjing. "Mr. Jian, please hold on a moment. The 80,000 yuan package will be ready shortly. We be paying by card or cash." Jian Wenjing readily opted for card payment, but Murphy was suddenly beset by confusion. "Wait, brother, are you really going to buy this? He doesn't know the first thing about floral arrangements. How does one even arrange these flowers?" In a moment of desperation, Murphy whipped out his phone to search for tutorials. Observing Murphy's bewildered expression akin to that of an elderly person lost in the subway, Wei Nanfeng approached him as if she were the proprietress, urging, "Enough with the phone. Mr. Jian is in a hurry." Glancing at the information on Murphy's screen, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Tutorial 2, Advanced Flower Arrangement, teaching you to create more beautiful bouquets. In Chapter 28, The Value of Mutual Pursuit, Wei Nanfeng regarded Murphy as a genius, at least in the realm of floral artistry. Within just over 20 minutes, he had expertly assembled a stunning bouquet. 999 vibrant roses, meticulously arranged, coalesced into a breathtaking display. This bouquet was not composed solely of traditional red roses. Rather, it featured a predominant mix of blue and white roses, which, when illuminated, sparkled like stars in the night sky. Wei Nanfeng recalled the bouquet Feng Liao had crafted for her, which, while beautiful, lacked this profound impact. Size indeed matters. Abundance begets beauty. After finishing, Murphy mused to himself, "If the technique is lacking, let the quantity compensate." Flowers, inherently beautiful, yield transformative effects when amassed in sufficient numbers. To achieve this, Murphy even disassembled several package bouquets, pondering that perhaps the quantity still fell short of creating that exhilarating surprise. Flowers, the most common of entities, regardless of how they are arranged into bouquets, remain simply bouquets. Such symbols of affection ought to evoke 3 to 4 times the surprise, transcending expectations to elicit that intense feeling. After contemplating for a moment, Murphy suddenly recalled a classic concept from a previous life and turned to the somewhat anxious Jian Wenjing, asking, "Brother Jian, did you drive here?" Jian Wenjing nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I came in my father's car." "What kind of car?" Murphy continued. "A Buick GL8. It's spacious enough for these flowers." Jian Wenjing's father, an avid fisherman, found this 7-seater MPV very practical. Jian Wenjing assumed Murphy's inquiry was born from concern about whether the flowers would fit. He nervously eyed the massive bouquet, contemplating the imminent confession to the girl he had long admired. The bouquet was indeed magnificent, the color combinations exuding artistic flair. "It truly is beautiful," Jian Wenjing mused, lost in thought, even envisioning inviting Murphy to design an exclusive bouquet for his wedding with Feng Liao. Wei Nanfeng leaned closer to Murphy, gently nudging him with her elbow, and quietly asked, "How did you manage that? Just moments ago, you were examining the advanced tutorial. This bouquet is entirely different from what the tutorial showcased. I couldn't glean even a hint of your method. Or was it possible that this rascal had merely sought to tease her, feigning ignorance with the tutorial?" Yet, Murphy's technique appeared somewhat clumsy, as if it were his first attempt at crafting such an elaborate bouquet, with even some areas requiring glue. "It's simple, just copy it. Don't you think this bouquet resembles Van Gogh's Starry Night?" Murphy replied, astonishing both Wei Nanfeng and Jian Wenjing, as they had just remarked on the bouquet's inexplicably familiar allure. Furthermore, it wouldn't be accurate to say he merely copied. It was a tribute. This bouquet would be named Starlit Sky, for in the years to come, you shall be the most beautiful star in my night sky. In the future, other masterpieces or artistic series could be crafted. Nothing tells a story quite like art. The more Murphy contemplated, the more invigorated he became. If he could assist Feng Liao in revitalizing her flower shop, she would not neglect him in return. With initial capital secured, he could soon embark on a leisurely life. Savoring l'existence. He found a genuine affinity for the profession of floral artistry, engaging daily with exquisite creations. Moreover, he intended to pursue a high-end route, customizing according to client preferences, producing only one elite series bouquet per week. This was not due to laziness. Rather, scarcity enhances value. Not only would he work less, but he would also amass considerable wealth. Truly a splendid arrangement. As Murphy drifted into reverie, both Wei Nanfeng and Jian Wenzheng marveled at his ideas. Jian Wenzheng instinctively began to analyze the feasibility of this venture. With effective promotion, establishing a high-end bouquet brand would be straightforward. Wei Nanfeng, her eyes brimming with affection, gazed at her little man, recognizing his brilliance. Truly, he was a genius, deserving of her admiration. Reflecting on the recent events, a delicate blush adorned Wei Nanfeng's fair visage as she shot a reproachful glare at Jian Wenzheng. Had it not been for his interference, perhaps she would have already been sharing a moment with Murphy. As Jian and Liu Yao prepared for their evening rendezvous, she pondered her own plans. Realizing she couldn't simply invite Murphy to her home, especially since she had no residence in Rongqing, only a hotel room. In this season, the rains in Rongqing arrived abruptly but departed just as swiftly. What began as a tempestuous downpour now hinted at clearing skies. Wei Nanfeng checked the time, prompting Jian Wenzheng, still engaged in conversation with Murphy. Has the rain stopped outside? Aren't you in a hurry, Mr. Jian? Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's urging, Jian Wenzheng, reluctant to end his conversation with Murphy, decided it was time to leave as he had pressing matters at hand. Why rush the gossip? He would have ample opportunity to discuss it with Liu Yao later. Murphy, Nanfeng, I'm off now. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Jian Wenzheng declared, clutching the bouquet as he prepared to depart. But Murphy quickly followed him outside, insisting, we're not done here yet. You need to reposition the car. We must arrange the interior as well. Murphy instructed Jian Wenzheng to fold down the last row of seats, carefully securing the bouquet in the center. Subsequently, Murphy directed Jian Wenzheng to retrieve several packages of glowing roses from inside the shop. He opened the acrylic box containing the colorful lights and arranged them systematically around the starry bouquet. Thanks to the presence of the acrylic box, a strong three-dimensional effect could be achieved with just a bit of glue as an aid. Once everything was complete, Murphy reached out to close the trunk, then opened it again under the gaze of the two, nodding in satisfaction before inquiring, what do you think? Jian Wenzheng and Wei Nanfeng both nodded in unison, unable to deny that Murphy truly had a knack for this. What girl wouldn't be enchanted by such a trunk full of flowers? It was simply magnificent. Jian Wenzheng unabashedly expressed his delight and praise. Even as a man, he found it overwhelmingly romantic. He envisioned himself driving this car, holding Yao Yao's hand, approaching the trunk, opening it, and confessing his feelings. The beautiful bouquet instilled in him an immense confidence. With Murphy's impressive setup, it was now up to him. I'm off, Jian Wenzheng declared, brimming with confidence, but was suddenly called back by Murphy. Brother, come here. Jian Wenzheng felt an immense gratitude towards Murphy and promptly walked over. Murphy handed him a tube of harmless glowing reagent, whispering in his ear, in a moment, use this glowing reagent to write a message on the ceiling of the car. What should I write? Jian Wenzheng speculated on Murphy's intentions. Murphy, slightly exasperated, patted Jian Wenzheng's shoulder and said, I see all beings as grass and trees. Upon hearing this, Jian Wenzheng's mind was set ablaze, and he could vividly imagine the scene. Murphy, you're brilliant. All right. You must come for dinner tomorrow. I need to thank you properly. Jian Wenzheng felt that everything was in place, now only awaiting the right moment. What are you rushing for? Later, find a flower shop and have them fill every spot in the car where flowers can be inserted. The flowers in the shop today have been dyed, and the effect isn't great. Wei Nanfeng observed that Jian Wenzheng, after Murphy's guidance, had completely shed his previous anxious demeanor, replaced instead by an unparalleled confidence and composure. She was thrilled to hear this. How did Murphy come to possess such skills? When would she be able to apply these little tricks to herself? Watching Jian Wenzheng, full of vigor in the driver's seat, she suddenly remembered something and shouted as she pressed the car window. Tickets. Concert tickets. Guanlan is performing tonight. You two can go and enjoy. Murphy dashed over to take the concert tickets from Jian Wenjing's hand, only to discover he had given him a whole stack. Seeing Murphy's puzzled expression, Jian Wenjing chuckled and explained, I heard from Yao Yao that you and your friend are visiting Chengdu, so I thought I'd bring some along for fun. Guanlan sings beautifully. Murphy accepted without reservation. Nangong Guanlan was currently very popular, especially among the youth as a rising diva, and tickets were hard to come by. Thank you, Jiange. I'll wait for you and Feng Jia to treat me to a meal. Jian Wenjing laughed joyfully at Murphy's teasing. Speaking with Murphy was always a pleasant experience. All right, I'm off. Await good news for me. Wei Nanfeng gazed at the departing GL8, then looked up at the beautiful evening glow after the rain, feeling quite content. Surely, they would end up together. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's question, Murphy nodded with certainty. Absolutely. Wei Nanfeng followed Murphy back to the flower shop, observing the half-empty, glowing roses, smiling in agreement with Murphy's words. Of course, they will be together. With our talented Murphy's skills, Yao Yao will undoubtedly be entranced by the beauty. Murphy couldn't help but smile back at Wei Nanfeng. Her smile was captivating, dissipating the coolness from her face and imparting a sense of warmth. Moreover, Wei Nanfeng had a rich array of expressions. Her smile varied in appearance depending on its intensity. She was truly an intriguing girl, possessing a fascinating spirit and personality. Lost in thought, Wei Nanfeng noticed Murphy's silence and waved her hand in front of him. Murphy shook his head, unsure why he had drifted into daydreams. The flowers, after all, were not the most important. What truly mattered was mutual affection. If one did not feel love, even the most beautiful flowers would hold no meaning. However, if one was in love, even the presence of that person rendered the significance of flowers trivial. Wei Nanfeng felt that Murphy's words resonated deeply. Finding the right partner was far more vital than anything else. She took out the strawberries Murphy had bought for her dinner, washed one, and offered it to him. Listening to him mumble the essence of mutual pursuit. Have you decided what you want to eat tomorrow? Let us pick something extravagant to treat them. Wei Nanfeng detected not just sentimentality in Murphy's tone, but also a hint of envy. Although Murphy concealed it well, she keenly sensed it. This boy, with his profound understanding of relationships, was a mature individual beyond his years. He too yearned for beautiful love, enviously admiring the mutual pursuit between Jian Wenjing and Yao Yao. Holding the strawberries, Wei Nanfeng fed Murphy another one, feeling a unique sense of satisfaction in nourishing him. Don't worry about them. Whatever you wish to eat, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you. Another strawberry. Murphy opened his mouth to receive it. The strawberry was sweet and tangy, its distinct aroma evoking memories of the previous night. Last night, after much of Wei Nanfeng's lipstick had been smeared off by the straw, she had decided to wipe it off completely and applied a light lip balm. Even with a faint color, her lips remained strikingly red, leaving an imprint on his own. It was strawberry-flavored, soft, and very moisturizing. This time, Murphy was not lost in thought. He sat alongside Wei Nanfeng and the chubby one at the shop entrance, all enjoying strawberries together. Although Chubby was quite large, he ate with remarkable grace, taking small bites of the strawberry. Murphy pulled out his phone and sent a message to Li Feng, inquiring if he wanted to attend the concert. Murphy, Nangong Guanlan's concert, do you want to go? He remembered that Li Feng's girlfriend adored Nangong Guanlan's songs and had even cried over not securing tickets before coming. Li Feng, gut fata. Tickets, please. Murphy, how did you know I had tickets? Li Feng, even if you didn't you wouldn't ask, right? Murphy, you understand me. 7 tickets are scattered. Ask around who is going. Murphy, it starts at 8. Let us meet at Chuanyu Sports Center at 7:30. Li Feng, Awazuma. Xiaona will probably cry tears of joy. Murphy felt he might be able to leverage his connection with Jian Wenjing to get a signed photo or something. Everyone has their favorite singers and stars. He had long been a fan of Jay Chou, but had never attended one of his concerts. The closest he had ever gotten was during a concert in Jinwei City, where he had miraculously secured a ticket, but due to work commitments, he ultimately couldn't attend, though he managed to resell the ticket for a profit of 300. Though he felt quite reluctant, he consoled himself with the fact that he had at least made some money. After that, he had never found the time again, Even during the new year, he could only stay home for a few days. Wei Nanfeng continued to pluck the green tops from the strawberries, happily feeding them to Murphy. Whenever she reached out, he instinctively opened his mouth. After Murphy sent his final message, Yu Guang caught sight of Wei Nanfeng's delicate, snow-white hand extending towards him, prompting him to open his mouth once more. However, this time, he did not savor the anticipated strawberry, but instead bit down on something he ought not to have. Glancing down, Murphy hastily released his hold, allowing Wei Nanfeng's finger to slip from his grasp, and softly uttered, "I apologize." Wei Nanfeng, unfazed, felt a flicker of joy within her. "It's nothing. I was merely teasing you." Upon witnessing the triumphant expression on Wei Nanfeng's face, Murphy found it amusing and suddenly recalled something. "What did you say to me just before Brother Jin arrived?" The thunder was too loud. I couldn't hear clearly. Wei Nanfeng was taken aback that this topic would persist. Yet it was not too late. Some matters are destined to be revealed. This evening, she must convey this sentiment to Murphy. With determination, she gazed earnestly at him, summoning her courage as her lips parted. However, her words remained unspoken as Feng Liao rushed out of the car, her urgency evident as she approached the two and inquired, "You two, stop being so lovey-dovey. Where's my 40,000? Chapter 29, Affection on the Breeze. In the evening, at 5:30, the rain ceased. Feng Liao made a grand entrance, her white backless gown accentuating her relatively proportionate figure. Since she was to drive, she wore flat shoes, intending to change into her newly purchased Valentino heels upon exiting the vehicle. Truth be told, she seldom wore high heels, but Li Bailu and Wei Nanfeng often did, leading her to develop a false impression that walking in heels was effortless. Nonetheless, this posed no issue for her. Surely, a few steps wouldn't lead to a tumble. Moreover, when old Jian confessed to her, she would be a girlfriend in her own right. At that moment, she would simply have him carry her, just as Murphy had done for Wei Nanfeng the previous night. A boyfriend? Who doesn't have one? No, this is my boyfriend. Nanfeng's little tiger has yet to be secured. Mine is the genuine article. In stark contrast to Feng Liao's cheerful demeanor, Wei Nanfeng stood to the side, simmering with frustration. Her cool countenance was marred by displeasure and a sense of grievance. She wished nothing more than to throttle Feng Liao, along with Jian Wenzheng. How could this pair disrupt a perfectly good atmosphere twice in succession? Those wretched souls are ruining her good fortune. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Wei Nanfeng muttered while poking at the soft flesh around Feng Liao's waist, venting her pent-up anger. Feng Liao felt the incessant poking at her waist, making her feel ticklish. She did not regularly exercise, and there was still a hint of excess weight around her midsection. To fit into this gown, she had refrained from eating all afternoon and barely sipped water. Quickly, she pressed down on Wei Nanfeng's pouting little hand and explained, "Oh dear, I didn't mean to interrupt your good fortune. Look what I prepared for you." Seizing the moment while Murphy was busy loading flowers into the car, Feng Liao, her face brimming with eagerness, thrust 2 boxes from her pocket into Wei Nanfeng's hands. Curious, Wei Nanfeng opened the boxes to reveal a pair of diamond rings. The diamonds sparkled brilliantly under the dim light, causing her to shut the boxes quickly, her expression filled with astonishment. Nothing could serve as a more fitting token of affection than a ring, and nothing could be more exhilarating than personally placing the ring on Murphy's hand. Flowers? What surprise could they offer in comparison? When the time comes, she would present this little ring to Murphy. Regardless of how mature or clever Murphy might be, he would surely be left bewildered by this gesture. What if he knows all the tricks? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. In that moment, she would leave him utterly defeated. Nestled within her embrace, weeping softly, the displeasure on Wei Nanfeng's face dissipated in an instant as she tugged at Feng Liao, whispering, "Did you rob your aunt again?" Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's inquiry, Feng Liao recalled the golden bell adorning her plump neck and couldn't help but chuckle. When a younger generation is in love, the elders ought to contribute a little. You have no idea how embarrassed I was this morning when that bell clung to the magnet. Wei Nanfeng had heard Murphy mention this incident, but she still had a question. She wasn't surprised that Feng Liao and Li Bailu knew her ring size and measurements. But how did they know Murphy's? How do you know Murphy's ring size? With a mischievous grin, Feng Luyao replied in a low voice, it may not be accurate, but should fit. I can always adjust it at my aunt's place. It's a done deal. Get in the car first, and we'll settle the details later. Wei Nanfeng's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing Feng Luyao's suggestive words. Get in the car first and settle the details later? Such words were mortifying. Feng Luyao, feeling envious of Wei Nanfeng's fair skin, leaned closer. She too had decent skin from not spending much time outdoors. But Wei Nanfeng possessed an exceptionally fair complexion that reflected light under the sun. People with fair skin are so fortunate. The right areas blush beautifully, and even earlobes and cheeks turn rosy at will. Murphy is quite lucky, but today I too am basking in Murphy's glow. If it weren't for Murphy nudging Jian Wenzheng, I wonder how much longer it would have taken. Feng Liao wrapped her arm around Wei Nanfeng's waist, sighing with a hint of envy. What a splendid cabbage, only to be ravaged by a pig. How did you and Li Bailu manage it? Teach me your ways. Wei Nanfeng, wearing a face of disdain, pushed her friend away, vividly recalling the morning's events. If it weren't for Feng Luyao's dramatic display, she would have been clad in a lovely dress by now. Keep your distance. You got my powder on your clothes. Feng Liao, flustered, pulled out a small mirror from her bag, glancing at her reflection in a panic. Nanfeng, please let me touch up. Due to her profession, she rarely engaged in social activities, spending most of her time either at home or in the flower shop. For occasions requiring makeup, she would simply hire a professional artist. Women adorn themselves for the ones they cherish, she thought. Now that she too was taken, she must strive to be as exquisite as Nanfeng and her aunt. In simpler terms, Feng Luyao's makeup skills were virtually non-existent, and minor issues like powdering were beyond her capabilities. Seeing her friend's anxious demeanor, Wei Nanfeng couldn't bear to tease her any longer and quickly reassured her. All right, I was just joking. After all these years, I've never seen you look this beautiful. Feng Liao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her friend's compliment. She had waited far too long for this day. There could be no room for error. She must present herself in the most perfect state to embrace her destined happiness. At that moment, a busy Murphy wiped the sweat from his brow. Sitting on a nearby stool, he indulged in some chilled Dongfang tea. Observing this, Wei Nanfeng promptly abandoned her good friend, retrieving a delicate handkerchief from her bag and offering it to him. You must be exhausted. Wipe your sweat. Murphy accepted the handkerchief and began to dab at his perspiration. The silk fabric felt soothing against the skin, infused with the familiar scent of Wei Nanfeng's preferred perfume. He inhaled deeply, convinced that his sense of smell was intact, for the fragrance of the perfume was indeed the same one he had encountered the previous day. What scent had he perceived that afternoon? Murphy believed that the fragrance on Wei Nanfeng was the most exquisite perfume he had ever experienced. He would even consider spending a little money on it to spritz on his pillow and savor its scent while he slept, enhancing his slumber quality. Not bad, he thought. Not overly fatigued. After all, practice makes perfect. Murphy approached the sink, washing the handkerchief that Wei Nanfeng had handed him, and hung it to dry on the corner of the table. Feng Liao regarded her best friend with a sense of mischief in her quest to win over Murphy. She seemed to employ every trick in the book. Normally, tissues would fly about, yet today she had even brought along a handkerchief. How pretentious! She resolved to carry a handkerchief herself in the future, so that when Lao Jian broke a sweat, she could tenderly wipe his brow. What a romantic notion! After hanging the handkerchief, Murphy glanced at the waiting Feng Luyao and produced a harmless fluorescent reagent, explaining, sister, when the time comes, do this, and then that. Yes, there are words on the car's roof. You'll need to fill in the next line. Oh, there's no need to feel embarrassed. The flower shop is all ours. Feng Liao was momentarily taken aback by Murphy's words, her face radiating surprise and anticipation as images began to dance in her mind. She envisioned herself in the car with Lao Jian as he revealed the phrase, I see all living beings as mere grass and wood, at which point she would extend her hand to complete the next line. The romantic ambience would surely escalate. Perfect. Let us do it this way. Her heart brimmed with pride. Today, her love and surprise must surpass that of her beloved. She had never felt the need to compare herself with others, but now she felt compelled to do so. After waiting for so many years, Lao Jian "Oh Lao Jian, this flower shop bears the surname Feng, and Murphy is but her younger brother." Today, she was determined to steal Jian Wenjing's heart and bind the boy she had cherished for so long to her side. Moreover, Murphy's meticulously crafted plan was simply flawless. It resembled a scene from a dream, akin to the plots found in novels. Art truly springs from life. This was far more engaging than the typical domineering CEO's romantic confessions. Indeed, Murphy had a knack for these things. It would be wise to swiftly tame Nanfeng, lest he roam the world unchecked. As a freelancer, she envisioned herself wandering the globe with her beloved, always by his side. Murphy's expertise in floral artistry far surpassed her own. How she wished he could manage the flower shop for her and help take care of Fatty. She must find time to discuss this with Murphy, or else her flower shop would have to temporarily close its doors. Once everything was in order, Feng Liao stood proudly at the entrance of the flower shop, calling out to the two, "I'm off to claim my prize. From now on, your sister is officially taken." Murphy smiled and waved goodbye, while Wei Nanfeng also waved, though a twinge of bitterness lingered in her heart. It was all the fault of that couple. They had spoiled the lovely atmosphere. A gentle evening breeze swept through, carrying with it a sense of affection, yet she wondered if she would have another chance tonight. Just as Wei Nanfeng was lost in her thoughts, Murphy's energetic voice chimed in beside her. What a fulfilling day. The heat of the day gradually faded, and the pleasant post-rain evening weather enveloped them. Murphy felt rejuvenated, as if his languid spirit was about to be unshackled, even feeling motivated to wash the dishes. Observing Murphy tidying up the tableware, Wei Nanfeng hurriedly joined in, exclaiming, "Let me help. I can wash the dishes too." She was eager to cultivate the image of a devoted wife. Though she could not cook, she could certainly peel shrimp and wash dishes. She could not allow Murphy to think of her merely as a helpless little creature. While being a little creature was delightful, embodying Murphy's ideal wife was equally crucial. As she approached, Murphy deftly positioned himself in front of the narrow sink, blocking her from assisting. "No need, I'll finish quickly." Wei Nanfeng looked around, desperately searching for an opportunity, but finding none, she pouted in frustration behind Murphy. "He really doesn't give me any chances." It seems my little creature persona is firmly established in Murphy's mind. She did not wish to be just a little creature. She aspired to be Murphy's ideal partner. It seemed Murphy sensed Wei Nanfeng's discontent, as he smiled and turned to say, "In the top compartment of the fridge, there's a box of cut watermelon. It's perfectly chilled." Upon hearing this, Wei Nanfeng dashed to the refrigerator, her feet clad in Feng Liao's slippers. Indeed, she found the cut watermelon and, beaming, returned to Murphy's side. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks, spearing a piece of watermelon and offering it to Murphy's lips. How the diligent captain eats first. As they grew more familiar, Murphy opened his mouth, and the refreshing, cool watermelon was placed on his tongue. The watermelon was delectable, the kind he adored, bursting with juice and crispness. However, after chewing for a moment, he realized there were no seeds. He distinctly remembered purchasing a seeded watermelon. Turning to look, he found Wei Nanfeng carefully picking out the seeds with chopsticks. "No need to be so dramatic," Murphy hurriedly interjected, yet Wei Nanfeng seemed oblivious, placing the seedless watermelon back to his lips, repeating her previous gesture. Murphy, caught between amusement and exasperation, opened his mouth to receive it, finding that this piece was even sweeter than the last. How fortunate was he to have Wei Nanfeng, the esteemed lady, delicately selecting watermelon seeds for him. In both his past and present lives, he had never experienced such a delight. It felt remarkably pleasant, even wonderful. "Really, no need to pick out the seeds. I can manage on my own. I just had seafood, and eating too much fruit can upset my stomach. You should enjoy it yourself." Upon hearing Murphy's explanation, Wei Nanfeng immediately ceased her theatrical efforts, inserting a piece of watermelon into her own mouth. "Then I won't be a bother," she mumbled as she stepped away from the sink, calling out to Fatty at the entrance of the flower shop. "Fatty, Fatty, come eat watermelon." Fatty, who had been dozing in his little nook, sprang into action at the sound of her voice, charging over like a small tank. Wei Nanfeng placed a piece of watermelon in Fatty's food bowl. She then found a bag, spitting out the watermelon seeds she had collected. The evening breeze felt delightful as she turned to glance at Murphy, who was washing the dishes, savoring the cool watermelon. An unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation washed over her, as all her recent pressures and fatigue vanished without a trace. She even felt an urge to retire and open a flower shop with Murphy and Ronching, spending each day in such a tranquil and blissful manner. Fatty quickly devoured the watermelon in his bowl, looking up at Wei Nanfeng with eager eyes, his paws tapping rhythmically against the bowl. At first, she remained unmoved. Although it was just ordinary watermelon, the one who had cut it for her was anything but ordinary. She still had not had her fill, and sharing a piece with Fatty was already the utmost she could offer. Yet Fatty persisted, placing his front paws on Wei Nanfeng's lap and meowing insistently. The adorable, wide eyes brimmed with longing melted Wei Nanfeng's heart. "You can only have one more piece," she said, as she sliced a chunk of watermelon for the chubby cat. Just as she was about to place it in the bowl, the morsel was suddenly snatched away. Murphy, under the expectant gaze of the plump feline, popped the watermelon into his mouth and then murmured, "You've had enough already. You can't have any more today." He sat beside Wei Nanfeng at the storefront, discussing their plans for the concert later. "Shall we drive over? It might be hard to find parking." "No worries. I'll have Xiao Zhu drop us off." Wei Nanfeng yearned to lean closer, but was uncertain about how to justify it. It was all the fault of that insufferable couple. Alas, while she possessed courage, such bravery was not without its limits. Just then, the wind ceased, seemingly indicating that the ambience was not conducive for declarations of affection. Love stirred with the breeze. Yet when it halted, her feelings remained unfulfilled. Disappointment echoed in her heart as she repeated to herself, "Love stirs with the wind, yet when it stills, emotions remain unquenched." However, she quickly rallied her spirits. The day's progress had been quite remarkable, and she had secured a precious treasure. Perhaps when she presented flowers to Murphy later that evening, everything would fall into place. Her inner fervor stood ready for a charge, poised to leap into the depths of the little tiger's heart. Murphy observed the bustling flow of people outside, locals taking a leisurely stroll after their meals and curious tourists. The cacophony of voices outside contrasted sharply with the serene atmosphere around them. In the midst of summer, the sounds of insects chirping, frogs croaking, and leaves rustling in the breeze filled the air. A quaint little courtyard, complete with both cats and dogs, and a graceful silhouette. With newfound determination, Murphy softly inquired, "Are you free tomorrow?" His tone was laced with caution, devoid of the commanding bravado he had displayed earlier with Jian Wanzheng and Feng Liao. Upon hearing Murphy's words, Wei Nanfeng immediately nodded, and a joyful smile illuminated her previously serene features. "Yes, I am." With her affirmative response, Murphy's anxieties dissipated, replaced by a comforting sense of relief. It had been years since he had experienced such vulnerability. When had he last felt this eager anticipation? It didn't matter. What was significant was that she had acknowledged his hopes. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Wei Nanfeng wiggled her pinky in front of Murphy, proposing a pinky swear. "If we don't meet tomorrow, you'll be a little puppy." Pinky swear. Recalling the events of that morning, Murphy quickly extended his pinky to intertwine with Wei Nanfeng's. As the evening breeze swept by once more, their pinkies remained linked. "This time, you mustn't be a little puppy," Wei Nanfeng teased with a smile. Yet she made no move to release his hand. Murphy found himself momentarily speechless, feeling a tinge of shyness, and promptly took out his phone to designate Wei Nanfeng's number in WeChat as a special contact. "I sleep like a log, but now you're set as a special contact, so you can reach me at any time." Wei Nanfeng beamed and mirrored his actions on her own phone. From now on, they would be each other's special contacts, always accessible to one another. As the wind carried the promise of love, it also ushered in an unexpected guest. Just as Murphy and Wei Nanfeng were reluctant to part, the plump cat, startled, scampered away like it had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, a sultry voice drifted into their ears. Oh, holding hands already? Things are progressing quite swiftly, aren't they? And what is this? 14,000 in sales for today?" Startled by the voice, Wei Nanfeng and Murphy immediately released their hands, turning in unison to see Li Baijiu crouching before them. Moments later, Wei Nanfeng stood up and pouted, launching herself toward Li Baijiu. "What is wrong with your family?" "I'm spilling the tea." In a playful scuffle, Wei Nanfeng seized Li Baiju by the throat. Despite her seemingly unassuming appearance, Wei Nanfeng had been training regularly, and while she lacked visible muscles, her strength was considerable. Li Baiju, who was accustomed to leisurely activities, found herself easily overpowered, trapped in the embrace of her niece. The pressure of Wei Nanfeng's bosom felt overwhelming, leaving Li Baiju breathless. Let go! Let go! You'll ruin my makeup. I was wrong. She smacked Wei Nanfeng's pert backside, leaving Murphy a loss for words. After a minute of playful banter, Wei Nanfeng, in a huff, released Li Baiju, lifting her head triumphantly like a victorious rooster. Li Baiju, panting heavily, gazed mournfully at the smudged makeup of the Garfield on Wei Nanfeng's chest, lamenting the destruction of her meticulously crafted appearance. Murphy watched as Li Baiju, almost like a magician, pulled various cosmetics from her bag, hurriedly retouching her makeup by the flower shop's full-length mirror. Typically, her makeup was light, but despite her diligent self-care, signs of aging were gradually appearing. Noticing Murphy's scrutinizing gaze, she defended herself while applying makeup. Sister, I've aged. Back in my youth, I could easily outrun Yao Yao. In your northeastern dialect, you'd say I was quite the sprightly one, right? Ah, the children of Nan Village have taken advantage of my old age. While Wei Nanfeng wiped the remnants of her makeup from her shirt with a wet wipe, her indifference pierced through. I know all about that. Yao Yao told me that when she was 8, she raced you and lost all her red envelope money. Li Baiju, unperturbed by the revelation, replied smugly, Is that so? When she was 10, I told her that money expires. She believed me then. Murphy instinctively glanced inside, reminiscing about the 24K gold bell that adorned the chubby cat's neck, which could be attracted by a magnet. This family is quite amusing. Feng Luyao is entertaining, and her aunt is even more so. Li Baiju soon finished her makeup and plopped down onto a rocking chair, swinging it vigorously, resembling Feng Luyao. Now, on to serious matters. What did Yao Yao's flower shop do today? 14,000 in revenue. I know you contributed 2,000. Where did the remaining 12,000 come from? As Wei Nanfeng listened to Li Baiju's inquiry, she retrieved a bottle of Eastern tree leaves from the fridge, took a long swig, and replied irritably, Selling flowers, of course. Your niece bought 4,000 worth, and Jian Wenzheng purchased 8,000. Today's earnings are half thanks to Murphy. Time to pay up. Wei Nanfeng was quite familiar with the flower shop. The premises belonged to Li Baiju, and all the necessary business permits were also arranged by her. Even the POS machine used for transactions was from Li Baiju's shop. Jian Wenzheng is back. Yao Yao has gotten together with him. When did this happen? Li Baiju exclaimed, shock evident on her face as she stared at Wei Nanfeng. Having watched Feng Luyao grow up, she was appalled to find herself the last to learn of such a significant development. Wei Nanfeng, too, was curious and leaned closer to Li Baiju, whispering, Hasn't she come to ask you for the ring? Li Bailu cast a furtive glance at Murphy, who was still tidying up, and whispered, Indeed. She mentioned that you were to present little Mo with a ring. She was concerned about the size, so she chose 2 options to take with her. Wei Nanfeng exchanged a knowing look with Li Bailu, suddenly grasping the situation at hand, particularly as Wei Nanfeng recalled the events of the previous night. He realized that had it not been for the interruptions caused by these 2 mischievous women, he might have enjoyed more time with Murphy. Shall we go over and take a look? I feel we ought to, just to ease our minds. The 2 instantly understood each other's intentions. How could such a significant moment in Feng Luyao's life transpire without their witness? Wei Nanfeng felt a flicker of desire, but upon remembering that he was to accompany Murphy to a concert soon, he quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating, No, I must go with Murphy to the concert. Li Bailu nonchalantly waved her hand, considering Feng Luyao and Wei Nanfeng as her juniors. She was elated for their double happiness during these past few days. Having experienced a failed marriage herself, she still hoped that they could discover their own happiness. She knew Jian Wenzheng relatively well, although Murphy did not know much about him. Wei Nanfeng was no fool. Love at first sight requires a foundation. Physical appearance is merely the most superficial layer. There must be something incredibly alluring about Murphy's inner self that captivates Wei Nanfeng. However, only Wei Nanfeng could currently perceive this inner essence. concerning love and marriage. The risks associated with love at first sight are equivalent to those of a careful selection process. She had once meticulously chosen, only to end up with a disappointing outcome. Feng Luyao's father had fallen in love at first sight with her sister in Europe, and now they lived a flourishing life together. Wei Nanfeng had always been fortunate and possessed keen insight, although his company had received familial assistance in its early stages. His current success was largely attributable to his own abilities. Entrepreneurship is far from a simple endeavor. It demands both talent and luck. Feng Luyao's father had harbored aspirations of becoming a businessman in his youth, but after several misfortunes, he now contentedly stays at home to support his wife and raise their children. Recognizing that Wei Nanfeng's heart was presently with Murphy, Li Bailu called out, Murphy, sister's taking you to enjoy some gossip. Who cares about the concert when you can indulge in some sweet moments? Plus, we might snag a late-night snack. Just then, Murphy had finished tidying the flower shop and was feeding water and food to Fatty. Upon hearing Li Bailu's call, she smiled and approached, saying, Sure, I must witness Sister Feng and Brother Jian's significant moment. But I will need to trouble Sister Zhu to help me deliver the tickets. Upon hearing Murphy's response, Wei Nanfeng's inner turmoil dissipated immediately. Whether or not they attended the concert was of little consequence. The main thing was being with Murphy. Let Xiao Zhu make a trip. We can ride in Sister Li's car. After receiving Wei Nanfeng's reply, Murphy called Li Feng and made a few remarks. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaona's excited voice rang out. Being able to attend her idol's concert was already a tremendous surprise, and unexpectedly receiving precious inner circle tickets was beyond her wildest dreams. Murphy sent Assistant Zhu's contact information to Li Feng, ensuring everything was set with Wei Nanfeng. At that moment, Murphy posed a profound question. By the way, do you know where Sister Feng and Brother Jian are meeting? They are set to indulge in sweet moments, but they are unaware of the exact rendezvous. Upon hearing Murphy's inquiry, Wei Nanfeng and Li Bailu replied in unison, People's Park. It must be People's Park. Chapter 31. Free is the most expensive. A little over 10 minutes later, Wei Nanfeng's assistant drove another vehicle to collect the tickets. As Wei Nanfeng's dedicated life assistant, Assistant Zhu was highly professional, having initially been introduced by Jian Wenzheng. She felt that assisting Wei Nanfeng was far more comfortable than working for other celebrities, and the remuneration was higher with less workload. Most importantly, Wei Nanfeng treated her exceptionally well, providing generous bonuses and allowances, along with 4 days of vacation each month. In the realm of life assistance, such a generous holiday allowance was exceedingly rare. Moreover, if she needed time off, she only had to inform Wei Nanfeng in advance. However, Assistant Zhu rarely requested leave, concerned that others might not care for their esteemed president properly. Mr. Wei, Mr. Li, Mr. Mo, I'm leaving now. Feel free to call if you need anything. After witnessing Assistant Zhu drive away, Wei Nanfeng and Murphy entered Li Bailu's car, and the three of them leisurely made their way to People's Park. Feng Luyao's flower shop was located near Tianfu Square, not far from People's Park. A walk would take about 15 to 16 minutes. However, just moments ago, Murphy had subtly probed Jian Wenzheng, acquiring precise details about the date and time of their meeting. Arriving too early would only invite mosquitoes. It was better to drive and enjoy the air conditioning. Murphy, Jian Ge, did you secure it? Jian Wenzheng, I arranged to meet Yao Yao at 7:30 in the parking lot. Jian Wenzheng, should I bring the flowers to the artificial lake or surprise her by the car after the event? Jian Wenzheng, little Mo, what do you think? What if? Jian Wenzheng sat in the car, feeling immensely anxious. Murphy's inquiry seemed to open the floodgates, allowing all his worries to spill forth. Murphy, what's there to panic about? The outcome is already predetermined. We are merely going through the motions. With Murphy's words, Jian Wenzheng felt his anxiety dissipate. This was indeed a mutual pursuit. There was no need to hesitate. The conclusion was already written, and love was overflowing. Now it was merely a matter of who could express their affection more eloquently. Just as Murphy had calmed Jian Wenzheng, Feng Luyao called Wei Nanfeng. Nanfeng, I'm so nervous. What do you think? Wei Nanfeng recounted Murphy's words, feeling that Murphy had a genuine talent for language and a remarkable ability to analyze people's psychological states. After soothing Feng Luyao with a few words, Li Bai Lu, who was driving, called out, "There's water in the small fridge by your feet. Could you fetch me a bottle?" Wei Nan Feng bent down to retrieve a bottle of mineral water and noticed a can of sugar-free cola inside. He waved it in front of Murphy, asking, "Would you like some cola?" Feeling a bit parched, Murphy replied, "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude, took the can, opened it, and took a sip. The dense bubbles of cola filled her mouth, and the cool sensation was just right, offering a refreshing feeling. Wei Nan Feng twisted open the mineral water and was about to hand it to Li Bai Lu when a sudden heartbreak caused her to lose her balance. Murphy quickly reached out to protect Wei Nan Feng's head, causing Wei Nan Feng to lean toward her. Once the car came to a halt, they were unharmed. However, the cola in Murphy's hand and the mineral water in Wei Nan Feng's both spilled onto Murphy's clothes. "Are you all right? Does this kid know how to drive?" Li Bai Lu exclaimed in exasperation, as the traffic in Rongqing was quite congested, and a car had just cut in front of hers. Wei Nan Feng hurriedly grabbed some tissues to help Murphy clean up, but in her flustered state, she only managed to smudge the gray sweatpants further. Suddenly, she froze. Quickly withdrawing her hand and casting a shy glance at Murphy, softly replying to Li Bai Lu, "It's nothing serious, just that Murphy's clothes got wet. Pull over at the nearby mall. Let's buy him a new set." As Wei Nan Feng contemplated buying clothes for Murphy, she also thought about getting herself a lovely little dress. Though Feng Luyao's loose-fitting short sleeves were undeniably comfortable, she resolved to present her most beautiful self to Murphy, her little tiger, tonight. Despite the passage of time and the years weighing heavily upon her, a bit of embellishment could still evoke her youthful charm. She had been quite pleased with her outfit that morning, only to have it marred by the tears and snot of Feng Luyao. Wei Nan Feng remained acutely aware of her age, especially considering she was 7 years senior to Murphy. The 7 years felt like an invisible blade, leaving subtle wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, reminders of time's relentless passage. Li Baidu nodded, catching a glimpse of Murphy's damp attire in the rearview mirror, and confidently declared, "All right, the clothing expenses are on me, dear sister. Let's take a stroll, and once we've shopped, we'll head straight over." The two women did not afford Murphy an opportunity to decline, and by the time he regained his composure, the car had already come to a halt beside the shopping center at Tianfu Square. The selection here was somewhat limited, yet there were still suitable options. After parking the car, Li Baidu expertly guided the trio into the mall, heading directly for a store specializing in suits. Knowing Wei Nanfeng's fashion preferences from their many years of acquaintance, she recognized that Murphy's well-proportioned physique lent itself to a style that was both sharp in attire and appealing in form. Such a handsome young man would be remiss not to wear a suit. It's hot? No matter. A pair of dress pants and rolled-up sleeves will suffice. Really no need. The sportswear nearby looks fine. Murphy protested vehemently against donning formal attire in this weather. Although he might not have been well-versed in the brand Burberry from his previous life, he was certainly aware of its exorbitant price. He felt undeserving of such luxury, even if his clothes were soaking wet. Li Baidu di regarda Murphy's objections, selecting the outfits she deemed appropriate and calling over a sales assistant to finalize the purchase. "This ensemble, please, let's check out." After completing the transaction, she beamed at Murphy and continued, "Today, you can choose whatever you fancy. Your sister will cover it all. Dress sharp, young man, as in a couple of days. I have a favor to ask of you." Hearing Li Baidu's honeyed tone, Murphy reluctantly accepted the suit she handed him and made his way to the fitting room. Just as he removed his pants, Li Baidu entered, glancing at his shoes to check the size. "Sister, my dear sister," he exclaimed in exasperation, prompting her to hastily shut the door. A while later, she slipped a pair of dress shoes and black socks through the crack in the door, announcing, "It's a complete look. Put everything on." Murphy thought Li Baidu's boldness was rather excessive. Although she was now a married woman, she should still maintain some decorum. He was not some naive young man. Nothing is truly free, he mused. If he was to wear such an expensive suit, he might as well feel no shame in doing so. Due to his previous work experience, he was accustomed to wearing formal attire, though this was his first time donning something so lavish. Once he had dressed, he tidied his shirt and stepped out to find both Li Baidu and the sales assistant taken aback by his appearance. He exuded a robust elegance, While the suit may not have been perfectly tailored in every aspect, it fits snugly at the shoulders, accentuating a natural and fluid silhouette. The suit was a classic dark hue, either deep blue or charcoal, crafted from premium fabric that was soft and subtly lustrous. The lapels were crisply pressed, exuding an air of meticulousness. His shirt, pristine white, had 2 buttons left undone, adding an effortless charm to his overall demeanor. Li Baidu intended to assist him further, but was taken aback when she realized he had managed it all by himself. "You wear suits often?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Murphy nodded, concocting a casual excuse. "Mixology is all about style. I've studied it." Li Baidu accepted this explanation, linking her arm through his as they stood before the mirror, nodding in satisfaction before capturing the moment with her phone. Truth be told, Murphy in a suit carried none of the innocence one might expect. Instead, he appeared significantly more mature and composed. Little did he know, in a couple of days, whether Nan Phone would allow her little tiger to assist her with something. The incessant marriage pressure was becoming unbearable. After all, she was a woman of means. Was it so unreasonable to support a handsome university student? As she anticipated the responses from her family, she steeled herself for the inevitable onslaught. "Let's see what they have to say this time," she thought, plotting to take decisive action, hoping to quell their relentless urgings. Murphy sensed an ominous premonition as he observed Li Baidu preparing to share their photo in the family group chat. His apprehension deepened when he caught sight of her message. "Li Baidu, I'm bringing my fiancé home for Dad's birthday in 2 days. Feng Liao." Chapter 32. Life's choices are often laced with regret. At that moment, Feng Liao was nestled in the car, indulging in a serving of spicy fatty intestines she had just purchased. A day without food was simply intolerable, and when she came across a vendor on her bicycle, she seized the opportunity to buy some. These intestines were both gratifying and light, allowing her to indulge without jeopardizing her figure. The consequences of the fat could await her tomorrow, for she planned to hit the gym then. As she savored her meal while scrolling through her phone, she nearly choked on her food upon reading the messages in the family group chat, her barrage of question marks quickly overshadowed by her parents' responses. "Li Bai Feng, Bai Lu has finally found true love. Tears up JPG. Feng Song, my sister's boyfriend looks a tad younger, doesn't he? Puzzled JPG. Feng Liao was at a loss for words. How could he not be young? Murphy was merely 19. How could that audacious woman have set her sights on him? She had noticed Li Baidu's brazen demeanor during their earlier conversation about marriage pressures, and it had struck her as peculiar. Feng Luo Wang. Being young isn't a problem. What does the young man do for a living? Upon seeing her composed aunt chime in, Feng Liao felt a flicker of relief. Given her aunt's temperament, she was certain she would not allow Li Baidu to act recklessly. It was no laughing matter. Admitting to the family that she was supporting a university student was tantamount to an admission of insanity. "Li Baidu, my little MO just started college this year. You want to need to work, I'll support him." Feng Liao hastily finished her meal, exited the car, and disposed of her container, her expression shifting to one of inevitable resignation. Year after year, her family had pressured her into marriage, and now that she was on the verge of liberation, only Li Baidu remained in the hot seat. Thus, she resolved to turn the tables. Li Baidu's intentions were crystal clear. "Keep pushing me, and I might just resort to drastic measures." Feng Luo Wang. He's only a freshman this year, so he's just over 20. That's still below the legal marriage age. Li Bai Feng. No worries. Our family is affluent. As long as Bai Lu has found true love, that's what matters. Feng Liao paid close attention to the messages on her phone, finding her aunt to be more reliable than her own parents. However, before she could catch her breath, her aunt delivered a jaw-dropping statement. Li Bai Wang remarked, "Bai Lu is no longer young. It is time to consider having child, which can be raised at either my home or the Baifeng residence." She added, "My second sister and I lack ambition, so do strive to have two. Perhaps we could discuss with Xiaoma the possibility of having one for our family." As the eldest sister, Li Bai Wang harbored traditional values, always yearning to secure a lineage for the Li family. However, she was not unreasonable. She had reached an agreement with her husband that their firstborn would take the father S surname, while the second would carry the mother S. Unfortunately, after giving birth to a son, they struggled to conceive a second child despite consulting various doctors. Consequently, she placed her hopes upon her younger sister, Feng Liao, whose parents were quite progressive, deeply involved in the arts, and wholeheartedly supported her wife's proposal. To them, a surname was merely a label. The Feng family had no throne to inherit. Yet, Li Baifeng was equally steadfast. Regardless of Feng's father's persuasion, the firstborn must bear the Feng surname. Thus, the matter reached an impasse. From a young age, Feng Liao had longed for a younger brother or sister to command, yet she remained an only child. This situation had almost become an obsession for her aunt, who ultimately decided to place her hopes on the youngest in the family. Eventually, her aunt ceased to dwell on the issue, for the safety and well-being of Li Bailu outweighed all else. The events of that year stirred considerable uproar, leaving Li Bailu with profound scars. Observing her aunt appearing carefree each day masked an underlying turmoil. In her dreams, she often awoke in tears, lost in contemplation. Wang Tianjing asked, "What transpired, Feng Liao?" He exclaimed, "What? My aunt has found a younger husband?" He continued, "Li Wang, Grandpa, my aunt is supporting a university student." Following this, Wang Tianjing was silenced. Feng Liao sighed in relief upon seeing her cousin muted. While Grandpa was understandably anxious, he was indeed the head of the family. How could he allow his daughter to act so recklessly? Li Wang advised, "Don't delay. Bring him back tomorrow at noon for a visit." He remarked, "Tianjing, your views are excessively traditional. Your grandmother is merely 10 years younger than I am, and she is doing quite well." He added, "Everyone is busy. I miss Suiqin." Feng Liao felt utterly bewildered. Had the pressure for marriage escalated to such an absurd level? Nevertheless, she truly needed to return home, as her grandfather had spoken. No one could bear to remain away. It seemed they had played with fire and ignited something significant. She was eager to see how Li Bailu would handle the situation. Wei Nanfeng, hastening to purchase clothing, still took about 15 minutes. She selected a light green, off-shoulder, floral dress. Although it did not surpass her carefully chosen outfit from the morning, there were no other options. After making her purchase, she glanced at her phone, noticing a message from Li Bailu stating she had left the mall early with Murphy, likely due to Murphy's craving for a cigarette. Upon exiting the mall, Wei Nanfeng spotted Murphy and Li Bailu squatting on the ground, exhaling smoke. Murphy, with his shirt sleeves unbuttoned, exuded a rebellious charm, while Li Bailu donned an eye-catching blue bodycon dress, her exaggerated curves compelling Wei Nanfeng to playfully nudge her from behind with her foot. The sensation was irresistible. However, contrary to her expectations, Li Bailu did not respond with anger, but instead turned with a forlorn expression. Murphy mirrored her demeanor, both appearing as if confronted by some monumental crisis. "What is wrong? Why the long faces?" Wei Nanfeng inquired with concern. Li Bailu glanced at Murphy, who in turn looked at her, and they exchanged explanations of the situation. Ultimately, Li Bailu sighed, pitifully grasping Wei Nanfeng's arm, saying, "I merely wanted to flip the table," yet they ended up igniting the entire house. Wei Nanfeng found herself both amused and exasperated, advising her, "Do not fret. They are merely excited. There is no ulterior motive." The incident involving Li Bailu had once caused quite the uproar, leading to a reluctance among others to suggest she remarry, with the focus shifting to Feng Liao instead. For the Li family, Li Bailu agreeing to date was a significant step forward. With one step taken, the subsequent ones would follow. If it wasn't a good match, no matter, one could stumble upon the right one through trial and error. Li Bailu dating signified a pivotal signal. She was ready to embrace love once more. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's analysis, rather than feeling reassured, Li Bailu's expression grew more distressed. "This is disastrous. If even love-struck dogs avoid relationships, how can I engage in one? Can Murphy shield me for a lifetime?" Following behind Li Bailu and Wei Nanfeng, Murphy was deeply moved by their conversation. Just yesterday, he had been firmly against relationships, yet after meeting Wei Nanfeng, his resolve began to waver and crumble. Although he still harbored some reservations, they were dwindling. Despite claiming otherwise, who wouldn't he yearn for a sweet romance? Wei Nanfeng playfully jabbed at the soft flesh of Li Bailu's waist, saying, In less than a week, you'll be embarking on a sweet romance. How can you still be a dog? Do not reprimand me. I can thrive without a man, just as well as with one. Toys are far more convenient than men. They are larger and more enduring. Li Bailu muttered her grievances to Wei Nanfeng, who felt a blush rise to her cheeks at such brazen words. Such audacious remarks might be acceptable at home, yet Murphy was present. Just as she felt flustered, Murphy approached from behind, contemplatively stating, "There are merits to both being unmarried and married. Whichever path you choose, happiness can be found." Li Bailu's spirits lifted at Murphy's words, and she cheerfully remarked to Wei Nanfeng, "See, our brother is quite articulate. Happiness exists in all forms of life. For me, my life is happiest without a troublesome man." Wei Nanfeng regarded Li Bailu with pity. It appeared that Murphy genuinely wished for his friends to flourish, passionately encouraging them to move beyond their past shadows. He seemed to possess a unique ability to effortlessly pierce through the facades of others' strength. Last night, he had done so with her. This morning, he had done the same with Feng Luyao, and at noon with Jian Wenzheng. 3 incisive strikes, each one deadly. Yet the outcomes were consistently favorable. Murphy seemed to possess a miraculous remedy for healing. At this moment, Li Bailu felt immense joy. It delighted her to find someone, especially a man, who resonated with her thoughts. In a society where remaining unmarried often carried a stigma, she had wavered over the years. Yet the painful memories of the past made it impossible for her to love again wholeheartedly. She made efforts to return to a semblance of normalcy. She could accept a partner, engage in public displays of affection, accompany him to movies, dine together, and even meet the parents without reservation. In reality, however, holding hands or embracing bore no significant emotional weight. Uncertain whether it is her own insincerity or a loss of the capacity to love, it appears that love has been irrevocably erased from her life. Thus, her decision to refrain from causing harm to others reflects a certain reverence for love itself. "Could you enlighten my sister on the merits of remaining unmarried?" Li Baitu recognized that Murphy harbored insights about relationships that belied his years. Unconsciously, she sought his perspective, attempting to fortify her own convictions through his words. Meanwhile, Wei Nanfeng stood by, fervently hoping that Murphy would exercise restraint. The wounds of Li Baitu were far deeper than those of her companions, Feng Luyao and Jian Wenzheng combined. Should Murphy breach her defenses, it would spell chaos for everyone that evening. Upon hearing Li Baitu's words, Murphy lit a cigarette and responded with a contemplative tone. There are numerous advantages to remaining unmarried. He had indeed pondered this question many times before, ultimately finding that the answers provided by ChatGPT resonated most closely with his thoughts. "If I choose to remain single for life, after my parents pass, I shall have no direct blood ties in this world. This signifies that I have completed all the main quests in the game of life. I shall bask in the purest form of freedom, unencumbered by vulnerabilities or worries, exploring the world without restraint. Although my time may be limited, the remaining days will offer the most exhilarating experiences of this life game. Moreover, I reserve the right to withdraw from this game at any moment in a serene, picturesque setting." Murphy's eloquence and clarity compelled both Li Baitu and Wei Nanfeng to turn their gaze towards him. The more Li Baitu listened, the more disconcerting it became, while Wei Nanfeng felt an increasing sense of dread, sensing that Murphy's perspective on life was perhaps overly detached. He even broached the grim topic of death with disconcerting ease. Had he not been standing beside them, it would be hard to believe that such words could emanate from a 19-year-old. Yet, Wei Nanfeng discerned something amiss. Perhaps Murphy had genuinely contemplated the significance of marriage and death, but he was also leading Li Baitu astray. The use of "I" in his discourse inadvertently drew them into his perspective as an only child, whereas Li Baitu was not alone in her familial ties. She had siblings. "What, then, are the benefits of marriage?" Wei Nanfeng inquired eagerly. She was contemplating a romantic involvement with Murphy, even envisioning a life together, and was keen to understand his views on love and marriage. "The advantages of marriage are plentiful," he began. "For instance, during the New Year festivities, as fireworks illuminate the night and the aroma of neighbors cooking wafts through the air, families stroll together in harmonious delight. And you see, among the myriad of lights, there is always one that shines for you. Upon hearing this, Li Baitu immediately countered. But who prepares the meals? Who washes the dishes? Who tidies the house? Soothes the children to sleep and assists with their studies? Even if we could resolve these issues with money, what of love? Love, too, will ultimately perish, and in a most tragic manner. Murphy paused, seemingly deep in thought, as he recalled answers he had long been unable to articulate. In this rebirth, he had come to understand certain truths, or at least developed his own interpretations. Rather than refuting Li Baitu, he sighed and softly replied, in truth, whether one marries or not, regret is inevitable. The alley cat enjoys its freedom, yet lacks a sense of belonging, while the dog within the confines of a yard may belong, but must bow its head to its master's whims. It seems that no matter the choice made in life, there will always be a tinge of regret. This topic appeared to reach a somewhat perfunctory conclusion with this response. Each individual harbors regrets and a past. The choices of life are fraught with such sentiments. Li Baitu felt a sense of detachment, having traversed similar paths, but for the young Murphy and Wei Nanfeng, their journeys had only just begun. She questioned whether she ought to propagate such thoughts to them. Just as she contemplated the inappropriateness of debating this point, Murphy continued, love and death are eternally intertwined. The will to love is akin to a willingness to embrace death. Hence, love is a kind of sin, and each person seeks redemption from that sin. Wei Nanfeng sensed that a significant revelation was imminent and felt a foreboding premonition that Murphy's lengthy exposition was finally culminating. Tell me, why do people persist in asking questions to which they already know the answers? They were once lovers. How could they not have loved? Li Baitu found herself unwittingly swept into Murphy's rhythm, contemplating the past he had prompted her to reflect upon. People always seem to know the answers. They were once lovers. How could they not have loved? The fervent passion they once shared has now faded into indifference or even hurt. Aside from gambling, is there truly no shortcut to love? This world is vast, filled with regrets. How can there be so much empathy? Suddenly, Li Baitu felt an envy stir within her. The phrase youth is wonderful transformed from mere exclamation to a reflection of enviable courage and nonchalance. She marveled at Wei Nanfeng's ability to muster the courage for love at first sight, and at Feng Luyao's patience in waiting for 7 long years. As a graduate in psychology herself, she recognized that Murphy's words echoed Nietzsche's philosophy. Love and death are eternally intertwined. The will to love is akin to a willingness to embrace death. Love and death are akin to sin, and sin and love sing the same song. If one fears not death, why fear love? What is there to dread in regret or pain? Though she understood the reasoning behind these sentiments, she found herself unable to act upon them. She, too, yearned for compromise, for marriage, for stability. She longed for a sense of security, for a support system, for a light among the countless homes left aglow for her. Yet, she felt incapable of achieving it. Li Baitu's tuts rasa. As a psychologist, she had long since dissected her own psyche. After swiftly recalibrating her mindset, she linked arms with Wei Nanfeng and glanced at Murphy with playful disdain. Huh, what sort of normal person reads Nietzsche? My sister is a serious graduate of psychology from a prestigious university in Shanghai. You might fool a naive girl with those words, but you'll need to try harder to deceive me. Young people should engage with literature suited to their age, rather than the musings of madmen. Murphy chuckled resignedly. In his previous life, he scarcely had time to read, and this discourse had merely stemmed from a casual reflection. He had not anticipated that Li Baitu was studying psychology, which surely lent her insights into his state of mind. Was she not more qualified than he? He recognized this old habit of his and decided it was time for a change. However, Murphy sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Had they been in a different setting, sharing a couple of drinks, he would surely have been able to draw Li Baitu out of her shell. He was uncertain where his newfound confidence stemmed from. But it seemed that in this rebirth, letting go of past sorrows had become significantly easier. He always hoped that his friends and family could lead lives filled with both material and emotional well-being. You're right, and speaking of which, I should visit your home. Your uncle and grandpa. Murphy's interjection elicited laughter from Li Baitu, and the group's mood brightened once again. Call him uncle, and let Yao Yao refer to you as little uncle from now on. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at People's Park, their conversation flowing effortlessly along the way. Murphy found himself parched. I'll go buy some water. Please wait for me. As Murphy stepped away to fetch the drinks, Wei Nanfeng, who had been troubled throughout, could no longer contain herself and quietly asked Li Baitu, "Are you really all right?" Li Bailu shook her head with a smile, gazing at Murphy's retreating silhouette as she remarked, "What troubles could possibly befall me? You all have been caught off guard by this lad. Or perhaps it is your immaturity that is to blame. He truly possesses the potential to be an exceptional psychologist. He nearly cured my obsessive-compulsive tendencies just moments ago." Wei Nanfeng, listening to Li Bailu's obstinate words, sighed. Therein lay the crux of the matter. The more one understands, the clearer one's perception becomes. And the clearer it is, the more challenging it becomes to break free. She chose silence, gently wrapping her arm around Li Bailu's shoulders, offering a soft pat. She was well aware of everything. It was simply that Li Bailu was adept at masking her true feelings. Just last night, Li Bailu had woken in the dead of night, sitting on her bed in a daze. As her close friend, she felt utterly at a loss as to how to help. All she could do was hold her and pat her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As Li Bailu felt Wei Nanfeng's solace, her body suddenly trembled, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. When that scoundrel had cheated and divorced her, she teetered on the brink of depression, unable to find solace in sleep for nights on end. Especially when she had seen him entwined with another woman in her own bed, a sense of indescribable revulsion washed over her. She withdrew from the world, locking herself away, convinced that her life was a monumental failure. This gamble she had taken in life had ended in utter ruin, something her character simply could not accept. She had confided in no one at home, lacking the courage to speak of her plight. She had always been the exemplary child in the eyes of others, consistently achieving first place, her choices deemed eternally correct. Yet, she had only managed to muster the courage to call Wei Nanfeng, but even then, the words eluded her. Wei Nanfeng sensed her distress. During the day, she attended classes, and at night, she took leave to accompany her. Nanfeng was not particularly eloquent and offered no advice. She could only be there for her. For an entire month, she slept on the sofa beside her, sharing takeout meals. Each night, when sleeplessness consumed Li Bailu, Nanfeng would hold her, gently patting her shoulder, coaxing her into a peaceful slumber. Gradually, she pulled her back from the unfathomable abyss. In the end, Wei Nanfeng gained 10 pounds, while Li Bailu gained 15. One day, with a pained expression, Wei Nanfeng held up a pair of pants, exclaiming, "Let us hit the gym. I can't fit into these anymore." Li Bailu stood up, retrieved her own pair of jeans, and after a struggle, managed to squeeze into them, only for the fabric to tear as she took her first step. From that point on, Wei Nanfeng made it a point to visit Chengdu every year, solely to check on her. Even if this place was a source of her sorrow, she would come for her sake. That gentle pat on the back surpassed all worldly words of consolation. At that moment, Li Bailu could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing into Wei Nanfeng's embrace and weeping profusely. "Look at the kind of boyfriend you've chosen. It's utterly exasperating. And you, I was doing just fine until you started patting me." She lamented through her tears. Woe is me, that little scoundrel Murphy. She was resilient, capable of handling any situation and enduring any grievance. She could even publicly berate her ex-husband at family gatherings, recounting her past as a cautionary tale for the younger generation. Yet, she feared the concern and unexpected inquiries of her dear friend. Only one person knew that she had never truly moved on. Chapter 33. The Wind is Pleasant. Let us dance. Li Bailu shared a habit with Feng Luyao. When in tears, she instinctively sought refuge against Wei Nanfeng's chest. Crying until her nose was red was a common occurrence for Li Bailu, as she could swiftly recalibrate her emotions. She lifted her head, glancing at the now-soaked fabric of Wei Nanfeng's shirt, puzzled by the abundance of her tears. Alongside her tears, Wei Nanfeng's newly purchased dress bore traces of foundation and blush, remnants of her makeup. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Li Bailu thought it was one thing to cry, but to soil Wei Nanfeng's clothing at such a moment weighed heavily on her conscience. What girl doesn't wish to look beautiful in front of the one she admires? Nanfeng, your chest always brings such comfort. Perhaps you should wear my clothes instead, she suggested playfully. Wei Nanfeng gently shook her head, smiling as she teased. My dairy re is not as ample as yours. I wouldn't look good in a bodycon dress. Oh, come now. Our Nanfeng is no small fry. Li Bailu retorted unabashedly, giving Wei Nanfeng a playful squeeze on her well-shaped backside, before linking arms with her as they headed towards Murphy. Let's go buy some wet wipes and tissues. In stark contrast to Feng Liao, who could cry for over 10 minutes, Li Bailu truly embodied maturity. When they arrived at the convenience store, they found Murphy squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette, a plastic bag containing freshly purchased bottled water at his feet, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. I have enough money. No need to call me. I'm taking my medicine, don't worry. Lon Lon? Not yet. We're not together. Love you, Mom. After hanging up, Murphy glanced around and, spotting Li Bailu and Wei Nanfeng behind him, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the tear stains on Li Bailu's face. With an apologetic expression, he said, I'm sorry. What is there to apologize for? You're helping me feel better, so no need for that. Li Bailu replied nonchalantly. Whether she cried today or later, she would still end up weeping on Wei Nanfeng's shoulder. It was inevitable. However, Wei Nanfeng did seem concerned about Murphy's mention of taking medicine. Noticing her friend's hesitation to inquire, Li Bailu boldly slung her arm around Murphy's shoulders, quietly asking, I just heard the aunt advise you to take your medicine. Is your body unwell? Wei Nanfeng understood that Li Bailu was inquiring on her behalf and listened intently. Murphy, upon hearing Li Bailu's question, smiled wryly and responded candidly. During my senior year, the stress was overwhelming and I've struggled with sleep. The doctor said I was deficient in qi and blood due to late nights. He prescribed me a fair amount of traditional Chinese medicine for my health, which I brought along on this trip, stored in the hotel fridge. Reflecting on this, Murphy felt somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the phone call with his mother, he would have forgotten about the herbal concoctions. He had indeed experienced a bout of insomnia for a time, but now, having been reborn with clarity of thought, the troubles of youth had dissipated, and insomnia was no longer a concern. Deficient. Murphy flexed his arm, showcasing his muscles as he continued, Sister, do I look like someone who has deficient? Li Bailu reached out to pinch his muscle, confirming its firmness. Not bad. Do you work out on your own or with a trainer? At Li Bailu's inquiry, Murphy raised an eyebrow with pride, responding, Of course, I train myself. Do I look like I can afford a personal trainer? Li Feng told him that sleeplessness stemmed from a lack of exhaustion, so he needed to exercise more. He trained with Li Feng, using his protein powder and branched-chain amino acids. Murphy resolved to maintain this fitness routine. After parting ways with Li Feng for college, his exercise time had drastically diminished, and he had completely abandoned it once he began working. No matter how busy life became, one must pay attention to health. One's body is the greatest asset. In reality, dedicating just a little time each day to home workouts is better than doing nothing at all. It was merely his own laziness that held him back. All just excuses. A cup of black coffee every morning is self-discipline. It's about getting things done. Observing Murphy's confident demeanor, Wei Nanfeng felt a surge of concern and unconsciously clutched Li Bailu's arm. She felt that Murphy's mother's admonitions were not unfounded. Yet the confident demeanor he now exhibited suggested that he had not heeded her counsel in the slightest. While he might superficially acquiesce, it was likely that upon arriving in Rongqing, he had neglected to take even a single dose of his medication. No, it was clear that Murphy had indeed abstained from taking his medicine, as consuming traditional Chinese medicine typically necessitates avoiding alcohol and spicy or pungent foods. Though she believed Murphy ought to adhere to his prescribed regimen, her own ineptitude with words left her at a loss for how to persuade him. Li Bailu, sensing Wei Nanfeng's anxiety, gently patted her hand and continued with a smile, Could you please fetch me a couple of grilled sausages, and while you're at it, grab a pack of wet wipes and tissues? I've gone to the trouble of putting on makeup, so I'd rather not show my face in public. Upon hearing this, Murphy immediately nodded in agreement, replying, Sure. He placed a bottle of water he had just bought on a nearby bench and swiftly entered the convenience store. As soon as Murphy left, Wei Nanfeng began to voice her complaints. How could he possibly skip his medication? It's crucial to prioritize his health. Calm down. Persuading him to take his medicine is not a daunting task, Li Bailu replied nonchalantly as she took a sip of mineral water. While she was uncertain how to counsel herself, she possessed an uncanny knack for advising others. By sending Murphy to buy grilled sausages, she aimed to create a relaxed atmosphere conducive to their forthcoming conversation, knowing that both she and Wei Nanfeng were quite passionate about health and fitness. They were willing to invest in professional guidance and had absorbed knowledge through observation. Murphy was still young, and his nonchalance might not pose immediate issues. Yet that did not guarantee his body was in optimal condition, especially with young men who often possess boundless energy when they engage in rigorous training. It could lead to complications. As Li Bailu had anticipated, Murphy soon returned, a grilled sausage clamped between his teeth, with 3 more in hand. Wei Nanfeng took one of the sausages, nibbling delicately, while Li Bailu bit into hers with gusto, only to wince as the heat caused her to grimace, exhaling sharply. The sausage was indeed quite hot. In just 3 bites, Li Bailu had devoured her small sausage, tossing the skewer into the trash, and with a look of concern, she patted Murphy on the shoulder, muttering, "Young man, you really need to take better care of your health. My fitness coach, despite his impressive muscles, is actually gay." Upon hearing Li Bailu's teasing, Murphy paused, pondering whether the societal norms in Rongqing had already evolved to this extent. "Me perfectly fine," he retorted defiantly, convinced that he was in no way unwell. This morning, everything had functioned as it should, and he felt energized. Unwell? Nonsense. Li Bailu, wiping her face with a wet wipe, responded nonchalantly. "Youth is indeed a blessing. The body is resilient. My father-in-law was just like that. And when my sister's husband suggested he was unwell, he refused to believe it. Yet, once he hit 30, he began to complain daily about back and leg pain." Murphy recalled his life before his rebirth, where chronic aches and pains were the norm. He had never been particularly virtuous, nor had he indulged excessively. So why should he be experiencing back pain? He had previously attributed it to sitting for prolonged periods. Suddenly, he remembered the traditional Chinese medicine he had yet to consume. Surely, it was during this period that he had failed to properly care for himself. Health supersedes all other concerns. He still had mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars to explore, and he could not afford to neglect his physical well-being. He resolved to take his medicine upon returning home, determined to restore his health. Though these thoughts churned in his mind, his words remained defiant. I'm incredibly healthy. I'm just out having fun. I'll definitely take my medicine once I'm back." Li Bailu retrieved makeup remover oil from her bag, using a wet wipe to tidy her tear-streaked face. Stripped of cosmetics, she remained quite lovely. Time had left its marks upon her visage, adding to her charm. Wei Nanfeng, having cleaned her chest with a wet wipe, finally managed to clear away the remnants, only to hear Li Bailu cheerfully remark, "Whether you're well or not is not for you to decide. Don't wait until you return. My family has an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese doctor. Tomorrow, when you join me for dinner, I'll have my brother-in-law take your pulse." Seeing Murphy still hesitating, Wei Nanfeng quickly added, "Uncle Wang is truly remarkable. My father suffered from headaches for years, and he was cured with just a few doses. Regardless, it was essential to prioritize health." Murphy wished to refuse, yet upon meeting Wei Nanfeng's concerned gaze, he found himself unable to voice his objections. Although he did not explicitly decline, he remained steadfast, asserting, "I'm definitely not unwell. Tomorrow, I'll let Uncle Wang check me out. I'm not worried at all." Truth be told, Murphy himself was uncertain about his health status, yet the notion of being unwell was something no man could readily admit. Li Bailu stifled a laugh at his protestations, while Wei Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, her worry lessening somewhat. The more Murphy insisted, the more Li Bailu's laughter rang out. Boys ought to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, they may find themselves with nothing left for the future. She cackled. Wei Nanfeng poked Li Bailu in the side, feigning discontent. Murphy's face flushed crimson. The relentless teasing from Li Bailu was relentless. What young boy could withstand such ribbing, especially being accused of being unwell? Li Bailu truli buragruja. Left with no choice, Murphy feigned ignorance to her laughter, reaching into a convenient bag to retrieve a large packet of cheese sticks. "Want some? Cheese sticks?" he offered, attempting to distract her, but Wei Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with desire. Li Bailu reached for the bag, taking 3 or 4 to hand over to Wei Nanfeng, before grabbing one for herself. Wei Nanfeng had a fondness for cheese sticks, something Murphy had learned during their time together. She had once heard that food could heal one's mood. Back then, they indulged without restraint, disregarding weight and appearance. Wei Nanfeng often devoured large tubs of Haagen-Dazs ice cream alongside bulk packs of cheese sticks while watching shows. She would eat in silence until there was nothing left. Carefully, Wei Nanfeng opened one and popped it into her mouth, stowing the remaining cheese sticks in her bag. Li Bailu, however, took a single bite before discarding the plastic stick into her convenient bag, elegantly retrieving a cigarette case from her purse. Lighting up, she savored the smoke. The lingering effects of the cheese sticks Murphy and Wei Nanfeng had brought her were quite strong, and she needed to take a moment to ease her mind. Cigarettes were the cheapest and most convenient source of dopamine, and while she was aware of the health risks, she found no better or faster alternatives. Wei Nanfeng's embrace was comforting, but she too had her own life to navigate. Ultimately, one must learn to find their way and rise on their own. Murphy devoured the cheese sticks with gusto, quickly finishing the entire bag, then glanced longingly at Wei Nanfeng. She, noticing his gaze, produced 2 more from her bag and offered them to him. Murphy accepted with a smile, mimicking Wei Nanfeng as he placed one in his mouth. As he chewed, the stick inexplicably vanished, leaving only the plastic stick behind. "Why do you like Nanfeng? Enjoy these childish snacks." Li Bailu quería perplexa. From the moment she had met Murphy, he had always exhibited a maturity beyond his years, yet she was surprised to discover his fondness for such juvenile treats. The trio strolled toward People's Park, confident that Feng Liao and Jian Wenzheng would be found by the artificial lake within. Murphy sipped his cola, reminiscing slightly. "I used to be indifferent to it, but my cousin from my aunt's side has always had a fondness for it. Once I entered middle school and had more pocket money, I would often buy her a couple of bags whenever we met. One year, during the New Year celebrations at my grandfather's place, I found myself with little to eat in the middle of the night and decided to take a tentative taste. I found it quite amusing, and perhaps I was genuinely hungry at the time. In any case, cheese sticks left a profound impression on my mind. Once I started, I couldn't stop. How delicious they were." The next day, my cousin woke up in a daze, crying and shouting for Grandpa, claiming there were mice in the house. I recall that morning. Grandpa took some sugar and went to the neighboring village to fetch a big orange. When I awoke, the plump orange was presenting its rear to me, as if to greet me. As Murphy spoke while walking, he not only conjured images, but also recalled some flavors from memory. "In my family, we have a custom regarding cats. When you adopt one, you must bring something to the owner's home for the exchange. Aside from my sister, no one in my household typically eats cheese sticks, and no one even thought it was me. They were merely astonished at how clever the mice were, capable of tearing open the packaging. By the time I woke up from my afternoon nap, everything was already too late. The cat had been brought back, and the entire family was rummaging through the house looking for mouse holes. At this point, Wei Nanfeng grew curious and quietly asked, "Aren't you all supposed to be sleeping on heated con beds? Why didn't you get up until noon? Didn't everyone see you?" She had woken up early, fearing she wouldn't have anything to discuss with Murphy, and had made a point of studying the customs of the Northeast from her friends there. Murphy, however, was indifferent. "It's no big deal. They're used to it. I've never been an early riser. Why would I get up early during the New Year?" Not only was Murphy's family accustomed to his penchant for sleeping in, but even the villagers who came to pay New Year visits had gradually gotten used to it. Murphy, who had never needed to rise early, garnered a great deal of envy from the village children and his siblings from a young age, and he understood the advantages of being shameless early on. Wei Nanfeng imagined her friend's description. Every New Year, numerous aunts and uncles would visit, sitting on the Kong to chat. Murphy would be bundled in a small quilt, sound asleep, with a remarkably strong psychological fortitude. Wasn't he a poor sleeper? Did the aunt have some misunderstanding about sleep? This morning, in his quest for slumber, he had even barked like a dog. As it turned out, the time agreed upon by Feng Liao and Jian Wenzheng had arrived, and the trio had circled the artificial lake without spotting them. Logically speaking, Jian Wenzheng bearing 999 roses, should have been quite conspicuous, given the Chinese penchant for excitement. It should have been easy to find him. Li Bailu, wearing flat shoes, managed to walk comfortably, but Wei Nanfeng, who had just sprained her ankle the night before and was now in high heels, found it difficult to move. Feeling sympathy for her dear friend, she strolled around and found a spot to sit, exclaiming that she couldn't walk anymore. "Let us stop looking. Just call that Jian Wenzheng and ask where he has gone." "No. They must be here at the artificial lake in People's Park. They wouldn't go elsewhere." Wei Nanfeng thought Li Bailu's reasoning was sound. Every year, when Feng Luyao and Jian Wenzheng met, they would stroll by the artificial lake. They wouldn't confess their feelings in such a place devoid of significance. The three sat by the lake, and instead of calling Jian Wenzheng, Murphy sent a message. Even though Wei Nanfeng and Li Bailu were quite familiar with Feng Luyao, there was always a chance of the unexpected. What if the two simply wanted some excitement and chose a different location? After sending the message, Jian Wenzheng didn't reply, likely too preoccupied to check. Meanwhile, Li Bailu, restless, noted the pleasant ambience under the streetlight and beckoned. "Nanfeng, this atmosphere is lovely. Let me take a picture of you." Wei Nanfeng stood beneath the streetlight, striking a few poses that looked delightful. The light was dim, yet sufficient to illuminate her figure, gradually aligning with the silhouette she had envisioned in her dreams. As Murphy watched, entranced, nearby couples began to stir. Li Bailu ignored the advances of those older folks, thinking they had lost their minds. She recalled her own visit at 17, when these elders had inquired about her age and advised her to seize her youth. "Lift your leg. Dance gracefully." Li Bailu felt a mix of frustration and encouragement, seeing this as a splendid opportunity to showcase her beauty, noting how Murphy's eyes were glued to her. Wei Nanfeng, however, was less concerned. She had learned folk dance before. Though not professionally, she could still manage the high knee movements. Yet today, her skirt was relatively short, only reaching her knees. So she tempered her actions and performed a brief, elegant dance. Folk dance photographs came out beautifully. She had learned to dance primarily for the sake of aesthetics. Upon returning, she overheard Li Bailu boasting to Murphy, "So what do you think? Isn't my Nanfeng beautiful?" "Indeed," Murphy replied candidly. "She is exceptionally stunning." The evening breeze wafted a refreshing coolness across the night, and Murphy spoke idly about his own experiences. "I have a great admiration for those who can dance. It's unfortunate that my body is uncoordinated. Back in middle school, we had a social dance performance at school. I danced terribly and was granted special leave, happily rushing off to the internet CAF. At the time, I was quite pleased. But looking back, it was rather pitiful. While Murphy was adept at finding topics to discuss, Li Bailu was even more skilled. Nanfeng can dance. Let her teach you to compensate for your regrets." Jian Wenzheng and Lu Yao seemed to have vanished, and since they had some free time, Wei Nanfeng, without hesitation, grabbed Murphy's hand and pulled him up. "I'll teach you something simple. Don't be afraid." Murphy, somewhat amused and exasperated, hastily declined. "What am I scared of? I'm not stepping on my own toes. Back in the day, I even made a classmate cry." Though he said this, his body instinctively began to move under Wei Nanfeng's guidance. "Don't be nervous. Just follow my lead." Wei Nanfeng gently encouraged Murphy. "The wind is nice today. Let us dance a little." Her warm smile instantly alleviated Murphy's tension, and his stiff body relaxed. "Yes, the wind is nice. Teach me." She suspected that Murphy had likely been nervous back then, rather than truly uncoordinated. After all, someone who could toss a cocktail shaker with flair couldn't possibly lack coordination. As Wei Nanfeng led him, Murphy's movements began to flow more smoothly. Li Bailu recorded the moment on her phone, though most of the time it was Wei Nanfeng who led the dance. Yet Murphy was not lacking. He learned quickly and was able to keep up with her movements. Without any music, their bodies swayed gently in the light, the crowded masses parting to make way for them. A remarkably simple dance birthed stunning shadows beneath the streetlight, enveloped in a mysterious sense of fate. Their figures flickered in and out of the light like a captivating painting. It seemed as though they were born to be a pair. This thought reminded Li Bailu of the phrase Wei Nanfeng had repeatedly mentioned the previous night. One must listen to the wind 800 times to understand that beauty is abundant in the world. Whether it was the wind, the people, or the scenery, her spirits lifted along with her mood. Youth is truly wonderful, Li Bailu exclaimed sincerely, only to be met with an approving response tinged with the aroma of spicy oil. Indeed, it must be said that Murphy, that little rascal, looks rather dapper in formal attire. She turned in astonishment, her gaze landing upon the protagonist of the day. Her niece was holding a large bucket of spicy chicken skewers, relishing each bite, while Jian Wenzheng assisted her by carrying the freshly purchased milk tea. When did you arrive? Li Bailu Kazwali inquired, only to notice the diamond ring adorning Feng Lu Yao's ring finger, prompting her to exclaim, "Have you too tied the knot?" Feng Lu Yao chewed on a slice of lotus root with a satisfying crunch, passing her bucket of skewers to Jian Wenzheng, who promptly reciprocated with the milk tea. "Yes, we're done," he said it, and I agreed. "Old Jian, call me Annie." Feng Lu Yao spoke with an air of nonchalance, shedding any previous anxiety. Yet, the events of the day were known only to her, a little too awkward for comfort. When she had succumbed to temptation and bought snacks, she had unexpectedly encountered Jian Wenzheng in the parking lot. At that moment, she believed she was exercising restraint, having refrained from purchasing any substantial food. However, as she held the spicy chicken in her left hand and the milk tea in her right, she spotted Jian Wenzheng contemplating how to lift a massive bouquet of roses beside the car. Just then, Jian Wenzheng inexplicably glanced back, leading to their dramatically fortuitous encounter. There was no romantic ambience, no declarations of eternal love, nor the tearful displays she had envisioned. He had merely stated, "I am here to collect my reward," and she had placed the ring on his finger. Their passionate kiss lasted barely 2 minutes before they strolled towards the artificial lake, laden with their purchases. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet everything had transformed in subtle ways. Jian Wenzheng respectfully greeted Li Bailu with "Hello, Annie." Li Bailu, visibly pleased, paused her recording to pat Jian Wenzheng on the shoulder with a sigh. "Ah, with Yao Yao's temperament, you're in for a challenge, little Jian." Upon hearing this, Feng Lu Yao became displeased and began playfully tussling with her aunt. Wei Nan Feng and Murphy, having spotted the main character's return, ceased their dancing and approached. As the two made their way back, Li Bailu, with a hint of annoyance, patted Jian Wenzheng and pointed at Murphy, saying, "Call him any husband." Li Bailu's remark left Jian Wenzheng momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. Earlier, when he saw Wei Nan Feng and Murphy, he hadn't perceived them as a couple. He cast a helpless glance at Feng Lu Yao, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Feng Lu Yao, with a resigned look at Li Bailu, linked her arm with her boyfriend's and replied, "What are you thinking?" "P.S. hired. You're coming with me for dinner tomorrow. You'd better change your address now to avoid calling him the wrong name tomorrow." Jian Wenzheng stuttered, struggling to utter the words. This was indeed absurd. Murphy was barely around 20. How could he possibly refer to him as Annie husband? Was Wei Nan Feng not going to intervene? Were these two women to be allowed to run amok? Seeing Jian Wenzheng's hesitance, Li Bailu feigned wiping away tears with a pitiful expression. "Oh, little Jian, you have no idea how urgent the family is about marriage. Now that you and Yao Yao are finally together, all the pressure will shift onto me." She continued, "If you mess this up tomorrow, I might have to share some stories during the family gathering." At the mention of Li Bailu's storytelling, Feng Lu Yao involuntarily shuddered. What kind of tales could this woman weave? Certainly, they would revolve around her and Jian Wenzheng. Images of their relatives' loving yet nosy faces flooded her mind. "Call him out, or you'll miss a piece of the action. Do you want to be publicly executed alongside me tomorrow?" Feeling the gentle nudge of his girlfriend's encouragement, Jian Wenzheng summoned his courage and called out to Murphy, "Any husband." After the initial awkwardness, he found that uttering the phrase was not as embarrassing as he had anticipated. It even began to feel amusing. Feng Liao exhaled in relief, believing the matter had concluded, only to hear her aunt's mischievous voice whisper in her ear, "Yao Yao, you should also call him." "What? Why should I?" Feng Liao protested vehemently. "Murphy and I are practically siblings. We have a legitimate partnership." In that moment, she comprehended her boyfriend's sense of embarrassment. She simply could not bring herself to call Murphy Annie husband. "Can't we each have our own terms? One of us has already committed. Old Jian calls Murphy Annie husband, so I'll call you Annie." Li Bailu, sensing the opportunity, grasped Feng Liao's hand with earnestness etched on her charming face. Your grandfather is getting on in years. If this comes to light tomorrow, it would break his heart. I've never asked you for anything in all these years. Murphy looked at Wei Nanfeng with a resigned expression, acknowledging that Li Bailu was indeed formidable. With just a few words, she managed to manipulate Jian Wenzheng and Feng Luyao without eliciting any resentment. Wei Nanfeng offered an awkward smile, feeling the weight of embarrassment herself, her toes unconsciously curling in discomfort. Could she not be embarrassed? Murphy had come out to date her, helped her friend in the morning, and was set to pose as another friend's boyfriend in the evening. It felt as if her boyfriend was being commandeered by these two women, and he was being used without any regard. Don't worry, we won't let you go empty-handed. Tomorrow, we'll steal a watch from her family. Consider it our gift for your school opening. Wei Nanfeng, concerned that Murphy might refuse, emphasized their collective involvement. She playfully shook Murphy's hand and cleared her throat, stating ahem, "You have your outfit for tomorrow's banquet, but do you still need a watch?" Before Li Bailu and Feng Luyao could respond, Murphy hastily interjected, "No need. That's truly unnecessary. A watch is far too extravagant. Given the circumstances of Wei Nanfeng and Li Bailu, I doubt it would be a modest gift." Having already benefited from Wei Nanfeng's generosity, he felt guilty for taking advantage of the flower shop's generous offerings. He had genuinely contributed his efforts, not only designing the logo for Feng Luyao, but also outlining the production process and product positioning. If the fluorescent roses were well managed, Feng Luyao's flower shop could indeed penetrate the high-end market in Rongqing. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us not linger here and invite mosquitoes, Feng Luyao declared, pulling her boyfriend along with a bold gesture. You truly have no idea of my aunt's prowess. Seeing his opportunity to shine, Jian Wenzheng quickly chimed in. I also have a watch. I can bring one for Murphy tomorrow. No need. We will take care of it ourselves, Li Bailu remarked, feeling a tickle on her leg. Earlier, while Murphy and Wei Nanfeng were dancing energetically, she had stood still for quite a while, attracting mosquitoes despite the repellent. Unmarried men and women, eligible yet unworthy, none of them are good company. As the group reached the parking lot, Wei Nanfeng and Feng Luyao prepared to part ways, planning to reconvene later in the night. Yet, Li Bailu grabbed them back. Where do you think you're going? Now that you have men, you've forgotten your sisters, have you? Little Jian, take Murphy around. The three of us will have a little tea party. Feng Luyao and Wei Nanfeng exchanged resigned glances, having intended to spend a couple more hours with their beloved before heading off for drinks. But this woman was in a hurry. See you tomorrow, after dinner. I'll come and pick you up, Wei Nanfeng lamented, leaning against the car window to bid farewell to Murphy. Feng Liao appeared quite relaxed as she handed the car keys to Jian Wenzheng, gesturing as if to indicate a phone call, and then waved goodbye. Jian Wenzheng understood the meaning behind her gesture. They performed this action each time they parted, signifying that he would call her upon his return. Once the car had driven away, a wave of anxiety washed over him at the thought of meeting his parents tomorrow. Mu Laudi, my future uncle, he muttered to himself, feeling the pressure of possibly saying something amiss. What do you think we should bring for the elders tomorrow? Montak Fai, taking a drag from a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke, responded with a weary expression, Jian Ge, I'm only 19. This is quite the burden you've placed on me. Jian Wenzheng acknowledged that Mo Fei had a point, realizing he was perhaps overthinking the situation. At 19, Mo Fei seemed remarkably mature, leading Jian Wenzheng to mistakenly assume he was in his early 20s. Hop in. Let us take a leisurely drive, Jian Wenzheng beckoned, contemplating where to procure gifts, while also considering what to bring for Mo Fei. Although Mo Fei's status as a son-in-law was merely a fade, it was still necessary to present something when visiting. By the way, what do sons-in-law typically bring when visiting around here? I'll have to call my parents for advice. As soon as Mo Fei entered the car, he was enveloped by a delightful floral fragrance that nearly took his breath away. You haven't even used these flowers, have you? You two are far too familiar with each other, he remarked, gazing at the vehicle filled with blooms and feeling a pang of sympathy, thinking how much they could fetch if sold. Jian Wenzheng, however, seemed unfazed, smiling as he examined a ring in his hand. As long as the ending is perfect, That's all that matters. We'll have the wedding this year, and you could be my best man. Even a mature man deeply in love, like Jian Wenzheng, could find himself feeling like a naive youth. The mutual pursuit of love was indeed a precious endeavor, one that evoked envy in Mo Fei. Brother, if we leave these flowers in the car overnight, they'll be ruined. We should return them to the flower shop. They might still sell tomorrow, he continued, his tone tinged with melancholy. Coming from an ordinary family, Jian Wenzheng, despite his modest success, still felt a twinge of regret over wastefulness. Suddenly struck by an idea, he glanced at the time and urgently suggested, "Shall we try to sell these flowers? Where we sell them? By now, all the couples at People's Park have likely moved on to other locations. Who would linger here to attract mosquitoes?" Mo Fei replied with a hint of despondency. Initially, he had discussed with Feng Luyao the possibility of finding a spot near People's Park. The plan was to display the flowers in the car and park temporarily, ready to make a swift exit if the authorities arrived. But at this hour, the couples had likely finished their strolls, and potential buyers were scarce. Confidently starting the engine and fastening his seatbelt, Jian Wenzheng replied, "Let us head to the sports arena. There are bound to be many young people there, especially since the concert is happening tonight." Upon hearing Jian Wenjing's words, Mo Fei's eyes lit up. Young people were the easiest to sell to, and his glow-in-the-dark roses would undoubtedly captivate them. Regardless of whether it was an original idea, tonight in Rongqing, his glow-in-the-dark roses would be one of a kind. "Let us go. Tonight, we'll make sure to establish the name of Lu Yao's flower shop," Mo Fei exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, as the plan, which had seemed almost over, took on new life. Jian Wenzheng was also aware that his girlfriend was quite invested in the flower shop, having previously launched several initiatives. Unfortunately, Feng Luyao lacked the innate talent for business, and ultimately came to terms with the reality that not striving would yield fewer losses. "I'll buy some trending topics later. Let my team manage them," Jian Wenzheng added, driving while helping Mo Fei refine their strategy. The concepts of marketing a celebrity and a product bore significant similarities. Today's youth were in pursuit of novelty. Once the herd mentality took hold, it would inevitably incite a competitive spirit, thereby stimulating consumption. Mo Fei's glow-in-the-dark roses possessed the potential for a viral hit, especially since flowers inherently carried romantic narratives. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, and a preliminary marketing plan began to take shape, firmly positioning Lu Yao's flower shop as a provider of high-end bouquets. Jian Wenzheng found Mo Fei's ideas remarkably astute, even hinting at the beginnings of an industrial chain and franchise model. Even he, seasoned as he was, felt swayed by Mo Fei's grand vision. Mo Fei was not merely interested in a quick profit. He narrated an expansive, beautiful, and lucrative story. If this were not his girlfriend's flower shop, he would consider investing in such a project himself. High-end, love, franchising, even online stores. Mo Fei laid out a clear 10-year plan. Though Jian Wenzheng recognized that Mo Fei was painting an idealistic picture, he felt that this vision was tantalizingly within reach. The prospect of a 100 billion industry unfolded before him with simplicity. Once franchising was fully established, Lu Yao's flower shop's public listing would be an achievable goal. Love is indeed quite costly, he mused. If diamonds can be marketed successfully, so too can flowers. In a matter of minutes, Mo Fei transitioned from discussing storefront marketing to the potential of going public, igniting a fervor in Jian Wenzheng. It was no wonder that Wei Nanfeng had taken such an interest in him. His vision and insight surpassed many. Furthermore, Mo Fei articulated his thoughts with clarity and structure, presenting his ideas in a way that was accessible and easy to comprehend. This remarkable social skill was formidable, particularly in discussions with investors. Such an ability could swiftly identify what would appeal to them, leading them to invest enthusiastically. Notably, Jian Wenzheng had heard that Mo Fei was also quite adept at mixology, which was a powerful and socially influential skill. He himself did not often indulge in alcohol, but occasionally found it necessary to partake in a drink for social occasions, especially in front of individual investors. Investors were drawn to whether they found you likable and if you could bring people into the project. The latter was a given. But the former was a true test of one's character and charm. At the very least, one had to maintain a facade of decorum. Mo Fei was undoubtedly one of those individuals born to excel in business. His vision and capabilities were already surpassing many, with his social attributes and personal charisma reaching exceptional heights. At his age, Jian Wenjung felt as though he was still pondering where to find part-time work to buy gifts for Feng Luyao. Comparisons could be disheartening. One could only commend Wei Nanfeng's discerning eye. In a few years, once school started, Mo Fei would likely find himself surrounded by admirers. Jian Wenjung wondered if Nanfeng's current courage would yield a favorable outcome. As they arrived at the parking lot beside the Sichuan Chongqing Sports Arena, they swiftly hailed a taxi and returned to People's Park, retrieving Feng Luyao's Audi Q7. The atmosphere outside the sports arena was vibrant, bustling with vendors selling light sticks and other concert merchandise, alongside food stalls offering snacks and bottled water. Additionally, several flower stalls were present, and even vendors selling intimate apparel could be seen. Mo Fei and Jian Wenjung scoured for an appropriate spot to sell their flowers, contemplating the possibility of selling directly inside the arena if necessary. As the concert's organizers, profiting from merchandise sales was an integral part of the event, making it a reasonable endeavor. Moreover, Jian Wenjung has plans to have Nangong Guanlan serve as the spokesperson for the Luyao Bouquet brand. Utilizing one's own resources for a family business is hardly a transgression. Should the brand happen to go public in the future, he too would enjoy the fruits of financial freedom. Murphy, on the other hand, found himself ensnared in memories and reflections as he observed the stalls lining the streets. Setting up a stall is, in fact, quite beneficial for personal growth, and it requires minimal capital. Even in the event of losses, the impact remains manageable. Of course, Murphy had his own share of setbacks. During one summer, he accompanied Li Feng to set up a stall selling iced jelly in People's Park, only to be besieged by mosquitoes while managing to sell a mere 3 bowls throughout the night. From that moment on, Murphy learned that the world is never short of those who can spot business opportunities. By the time one perceives something as profitable, the market is often saturated with competitors. The most unfortunate aspect is that the ones outshining them are not other iced jelly vendors, but rather elderly gentlemen selling chilled watermelons and cantaloupes from small carts. In the marketplace, akin to a battlefield, just as he and Li Feng resolved to sell watermelons the next day, identical pushcarts appeared on the street within the hour. After a day of stall operation, both Murphy and Li Feng gleaned numerous life lessons they had never contemplated before. Upon reflection, they calculated that running a stall was less economical than playing games at an internet CAF. The cost of materials and equipment required for a day's work would suffice to cover a month's worth of gaming. At that time, Li Feng was still at Tsinghua University, where he was quite popular. Every evening, Murphy would accompany him there to socialize. On their way back, they happened upon a classmate who inquired about their earnings. The boy, unable to admit to losses, boasted that they could earn over 1,000 in a day. The classmate believed him, and the news spread rapidly through the university, with all the students at Tsinghua learning that selling iced jelly to tourists could yield over 1,000 a day. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng sold off his equipment and broke even. Remarkably, someone did manage to profit, creating a milk mochi iced jelly that became extraordinarily popular. The experiences gained from running a stall were invaluable to Murphy. Every summer during university, he would set up stalls with Li Feng. There were gains and losses, yet they had much fun. As Murphy reminisced, a sudden tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Murphy!" Turning around, he recognized a familiar cherubic face. It was the young proprietress of the foot massage shop from earlier that morning. "You roam? You're setting up a stall here?" Murphy greeted her with a smile. This young lady, though petite, possessed a vibrant personality and had even waved Li Feng's bill that morning. "This is my brother, Jian Wenjung," he introduced. Yu Rong found Jian Wenjung, the handsome gentleman, strikingly familiar, but couldn't quite place him. "Wow, your brother is so handsome, like a movie star. Are you two out for a stroll after dinner?" Jian Wenjung greeted Yu Rong with a smile, while internally recalling his earlier thoughts on the relationship between Yu Rong and Murphy. Murphy, possessing both charm and character, would undoubtedly attract romantic interests. Aware of his own shortcomings compared to Murphy, He felt the need to step up his game, especially considering that Murphy was far superior to him. He needed to be more proactive, as even approaching Murphy's acquaintances could yield promising connections. Alone with an abundance of flowers to transport, it was quite the challenge. Yu Rong was a beautiful, astute girl from Sichuan. While Jian Wenjing pondered the dynamics between Yu Rong and Murphy, Murphy shook his head and said, "No. We're looking for a place to set up a stall." "A stall? There's no space left. I'll make room for you," Yu Rong exclaimed, pushing her flowers aside to clear a spot for Murphy. She had a favorable impression of Murphy and saw no harm in helping a friend out. Making money is no easy task, and friends should support each other when possible. Yu Rong didn't give Murphy a chance to decline, urging him to hurry as they moved. "You need to act quickly. The crowd will be huge after the concert ends. By the way, what are you selling? Is there enough space here?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Murphy hesitated before finally mustering the courage to respond, "Flowers." "Selling flowers? That's great. Flowers are quite profitable." Yu Rong suddenly felt something amiss, halting her actions. She turned her head, her youthful, fair face filled with shock as she exclaimed, "What did you say you're selling?" Chapter 35. Thank you. At 8 in the evening, the weather was pleasantly cool. The temperature difference in the rain-soaked city of Rome was quite significant. With daytime temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius, the evening cooled down to a comfortable 18 or 19 degrees. Yu Rong, clad in a white tank top and blue denim overalls, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Flowers are high-profit goods. These items, capable of expressing affection, often carry a premium price. Whenever there is a concert in the city, Yu Rong would procure flowers wholesale from the market to sell. She had a deep fondness for flowers. Anything that could bring in money captivated her. Conversely, anyone attempting to encroach on her profits was deemed a competitor, an adversary. Yu Rong longed to reclaim the space she had relinquished to Murphy, and she certainly had the means to do so. However, she had come with Sister Lee today, who was quite attentive to Murphy and that young man. Given the care she had received from Sister Lee, it felt somewhat unjust not to extend the same courtesy to Murphy. In the world of commerce, camaraderie and warmth are paramount. While money is crucial, personal relationships hold equal importance. Yet, why must this young man sell flowers of all things? She had calculated her inventory based on expected foot traffic, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she anticipated selling out completely. A conflicted expression crossed Yu Rong's cherubic face, but ultimately, she conceded and allowed Murphy a portion of her space. Accepting a loss was trivial in her eyes. She surmised that Murphy likely didn't have much money, and this setback might leave him struggling in Rome. Young people should pursue various endeavors, yet starting a business is notoriously challenging. Setting up a stall this late is risky. Fortunately for him, he had the luck of encountering her today. "Quickly bring your flowers over. The more you sell, the better." Murphy, grinning, extended a cigarette towards her, suggesting, "My brother has a truckload of flowers left over from a confession. It would be a shame to waste them. Let us see if we can sell some. You are quite resourceful. With flowers, as long as the mood strikes, you can make some profit." Yu Rong took the cigarette without hesitation and lit it. Her gaze fixated on Jian Wenjing, who seemed increasingly familiar, although she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Upon hearing Murphy's words, Yu Rong felt somewhat relieved. After all, the amount of flowers used for confession wouldn't be excessively large. She recalled a conversation with Sister Lee earlier that day, and the teasing from Murphy that morning, prompting her to grin and ask, "So, did you fail your confession while my brother succeeded?" Jian Wenjing, exuding confidence, displayed the ring on his left hand, his demeanor akin to a victorious general. "Thanks to Murphy, I was successful." Yu Rong had already noticed the ring, which was why she had teased him. She was adept at social interaction. However, her banter piqued Jian Wenjing's interest. "My brother, who did he fail to confess to last night?" he asked curiously, despite having only known Murphy for a short time. However, given their mutual connections with Fei Luyao and Li Bai, they had grown quite familiar. He indeed wished to hear what kind of maiden could possibly reject Murphy's elaborate approach. It was not mere curiosity that spurred him, but rather the realization that Murphy was exceptionally astute. How could a strategist possibly encounter failure? Upon hearing Jian Wenjing's inquiry, Yu Rong's heart sank, fearing that Jian Wenjing, who she believed was truly close to Murphy, was unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. Wasn't this rather awkward? It was one thing to jest, but to unveil someone's wounds was quite another, and she felt as though she were tearing at Murphy's scar. My childhood friend. Yet she did not acquiesce. Murphy nonchalantly exhaled a cloud of smoke, promptly answering Jian Wenjing's question on Yu Rong's behalf. He suspected that Li Feng had mentioned it to Sister Li, who then relayed the information to Yu Rong. Such matters were trivial. Failure was simply that, failure. It was not of monumental significance. Upon hearing Murphy's words, Jian Wenjing felt a wave of concern for Wei Nanfeng. The concept of childhood sweethearts held considerable weight. Why did Wei Nanfeng continually find himself entangled in such narratives? He himself shared a similar bond with Feng Luyao, fully aware of the profound implications of those four characters. Yet, relationships vary, and childhood sweethearts need not necessarily end up together. However, if both parties harbor feelings for one another, it serves as a substantial enhancement to their emotional connection. Oh dear, you two hurry and move the goods. We truly have no time to waste, Yu Rong. Sensing the growing awkwardness, urged the pair to assist in the task. She rushed over to take the large bundle of flowers from Sister Li's hands, exclaiming, Sister Li, I'll help those two move the goods. You oversee the stall. Upon seeing Sister Li, Murphy hastily approached to lend a hand, softly greeting her with, Sister Li. Sister Li. Upon seeing Murphy, smiled warmly, gently patting his shoulder, and said with a hint of nostalgia, Little M.O. has grown into quite the young man. In those days, Murphy had no inclination for fitness and appeared rather frail compared to his current robust self. Murphy, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and smiled, unsure of what to say. Finally, he sighed and embraced her, saying, Sister, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has, a very long time, Sister Li replied, somewhat taken aback by Murphy's embrace, gently stroking the back of his neck to comfort his emotions. Yu Rong sensed a shift in the atmosphere and interjected, Brother, let us first go move the flowers. Jian Wenjing nodded, retrieving his phone to make a call as they walked, realizing that such matters did not require his or Yu Rong's direct involvement. After all, wasn't T. Murphy a local and surely had acquaintances in Rongqing? Once the two departed, Murphy began to unwrap the bundles of flowers, preparing to bind them with craft paper. Sister, why did you not say a word when you left back then? Sister Li assisted him, offering a resigned smile as she replied softly, I emerged from the depths of obscurity, lacking both capital and connections. Do you think I could have established the company otherwise? Before Murphy could respond, Sister Li continued, handling the bouquet with ease. Sister had to work for others to amass wealth, but when he got incarcerated, my company collapsed as well. I never believed I was worthy of Li Feng, nor did I envision a future with him. I merely wished to accompany him for a while. I did not anticipate inflicting such profound harm. Sister Li spoke candidly, the two conversing as if they were siblings. She was aware of Murphy's relationship with Li Feng and hoped he could persuade Li Feng to reconsider, wishing to relay the truth through him. Lacking the courage to speak for herself, she turned to Murphy instead. Yet, Murphy only posed a single question, Sister, how are you faring now? There was no doubt, no outrage, no admonishment, only a simple expression of concern that momentarily stunned Sister Li. She feigned strength in her response. I am repaying debts, having incurred quite a sum. In a few years, I should be able to settle them. Thankfully, Rong has been aiding me. She too is a child of misfortune. After that person was imprisoned, I took over a small foot massage parlor, returning to my original line of work. Besides repaying debts, I managed to get by. Murphy lit a cigarette for himself, fully aware that Sister Li was not living comfortably. If her circumstances were favorable, she wouldn't need to personally attend to clients, enduring sleepless nights to run a stall. What was the purpose of her toil, if not to save a bit more, to earn a little extra? Sister Li gently patted Murphy's shoulder, having known him since childhood, aware of his inherent kindness. Their paths first crossed in Shenyang, where she encountered Li Feng, who was then studying painting at a tutoring center. She had never believed in love, nor did she think it could be hers. During a severe bout of kidney stones, she found herself incapacitated in a vehicle, unable to even hold her phone. A curious, sunny youth glanced at her car and noticed her nearly unconscious state. Hey, Are you all right? Let me call 120. Li Feng hurried about, tirelessly attending to her, never uttering a word of complaint, finding the smallest inconvenience bothersome. If you're fine, I'll be on my way. I still have to go learn painting. Watching Li Feng's departing silhouette, she realized then that love had come to her. Yet, she felt unworthy. She was tainted. No matter how much she scrubbed, she could not cleanse herself. She could endure the darkness if she had never glimpsed the sun. However, the sunlight was too dazzling and fervent, rendering her even more desolate. Yet, she was insatiably greedy, yearning to steal just a fragment of that sunlight, even if only for a fleeting moment. She felt like a thief, shamefully robbing that boy of a portion of his life. Sister Li reminisced about that time, a tender smile gracing her lips. She laughed heartily, but as laughter often does, it transformed into tears. That pure and kind boy remained the most beautiful memory of her desolate existence. A refreshing evening breeze swept through, and she wiped her tears away, gazing at the bustling streets filled with voices, whispering a quiet thank you in her heart. Chapter 36. The Beauty of Tradition. After a while, Yu Rong returned, pouting with an expression that read unhappiness across her cherubic face. She had to concede that the flowers Murphy had arranged were indeed stunning. She had never witnessed such exquisite bouquets. The elegant acrylic box and delicate fairy lights imparted an air of affluence. Moreover, her brother was none other than Jian Wenzheng, the entertainment industry's ace agent. How familiar he appeared. How wonderful it was to have wealth, with a mere phone call bringing forth countless hands to assist in moving flowers. She had just been contemplating how to transport them on her electric tricycle. Such wealth certainly seemed to indicate he was merely indulging in some whimsical experience of life. While she was genuinely in need of funds, she wondered if she could extract some benefits from Murphy, at least earning 1,000 or 2. Otherwise, remaining at the foot massage parlor might be more prudent. Just as Yu Rong returned, her little mouth pouted, and she whimpered, "Oh no, Sister Li, our flowers will end up unsold." Sister Li, witnessing Yu Rong's pouting demeanor, shook her head with a hint of exasperation. This child had always been clever, adept at leveraging her advantages. Her behavior was subtly suggesting that Murphy should share some of his good fortune with her. Sister Li pinched her cheek playfully and said, "Stop pretending. Little M.O. isn't selling here, and you won't sell either. Hee, earning a little is better than nothing. We're all friends, after all. We can earn money together." After Sister Li exposed her intentions, Yu Rong became considerably subdued, though she still cast a defiant glance at Murphy. With such beautiful flowers, why could they not be sold? If she encountered them on her birthday, she would even be willing to spend a little to acquire them. Murphy was attentively arranging a bouquet nearby, wholeheartedly agreeing with Yu Rong's sentiments as he chimed in, "Indeed, let's earn some money together. After deducting costs, we can split the profits evenly. These flowers are essentially a form of recycling. They could fetch over 30,000 at most. Not only will this help Feng Luyao break even, but I can also pocket a little extra cash. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what else to do. Most importantly, what I can offer Sister Li right now is this small venture. Everything else will have to wait for the future. Although Sister Li buys in double quantities out of consideration for Li Feng, I have genuinely benefited from it. Debts of gratitude must be repaid. Relationships, as fragile as water, need reciprocity to endure over time." Upon hearing Murphy's words, Yu Rong's face lit up with joy, and she happily praised the bouquet he had just completed. "Wow, you possess such craftsmanship. It's truly beautiful." Sister Li then tugged at Yu Rong's hand, pulling her aside, and urgently said to Murphy, "Xiao Mo, it's not easy for you to make some money. You need not share it with us. Rong is far wealthier than you." She recalled vividly that Murphy's family was not as affluent as Li Feng's. They were merely ordinary wage earners. Selling flowers while out for leisure likely indicated he was short on cash and too embarrassed to ask his family for help. When Murphy saw Jian Wenjin bringing over a cart laden with bouquets, he beckoned Sister Li to step aside. "It's nothing, sister. Come here. I have something to discuss." Once she approached, he whispered, "Fengzi is inside watching the concert. Would you like to go take a look? Jiangu is Nan Gong Guolan's manager, so it would be quite convenient." Murphy offered Sister Li a gentle warning. Given Li Feng's nature, he was sure to purchase a bouquet upon encountering a flower vendor outside. He was unaware of what Sister Lee and Li Feng had discussed or done the previous night, but judging by their demeanor, both seemed intent on concluding their relationship here. Sister Lee waved her hand with a smile, her expression betraying no signs of turmoil. At my age, still chasing stars? There are matters in the shop that require my attention. I must take my leave. Today was Ron's birthday, and she had a deep fondness for Nan Gongwulan. If it were easy to enter, it would be like helping a sister out. She then called Yu Rong over and imparted a few instructions. Reluctantly, Yu Rong nodded, casting a glance at Murphy and making a face. Soon, Sister Lee playfully tapped her on the head, and Yu Rong listened to her with a pout. Once Sister Lee had entrusted Yu Rong to look after Murphy. She sauntered off toward the bus stop. The warmth of that fleeting moment in the sun had been more than sufficient. The memory had sustained her through countless trials. In recent years, she had finally begun to live a semblance of a fulfilling life, free from constant fear and guilt. The dawn had arrived. She needed to move forward. Much like herself, Yuli straightened her posture, contemplating that perhaps she could be considered a good person now. Li Feng was the greatest stroke of luck in her unfortunate life. To encounter him once more was a source of immense gratitude. Farewell. And then he was gone. Yu Rong observed Sister Lee's somewhat desolate figure, sighing softly. Had it not been for Sister Lee taking her and her grandmother in, she could only imagine what state she would be in now. Earning money was paramount. If only she could amass a fortune. Sister Lee would no longer need to rise early and toil late. In that case, she would treat Sister Lee to the most exquisite clothes and the finest cosmetics, take her grandmother to see the sea, and indulge in sumptuous lobsters and crabs. Recalling Sister Lee's words, Murphy turned to Yu Rong and inquired, Yu Rong, would you like to attend a concert? It's free. Yu Rong shook her head. It was a large stall, and Murphy would struggle to manage it alone. Sister Lee had repeatedly urged her to look after Murphy while she was away. Jian Wenjin noticed Yu Rong's wavering interest and subtly interjected, I also need to check on the backstage. Wouldn't you want to see the real Nan Gongwulan? Yu Rong felt a twinge of temptation. This might be her only chance to meet her idol. Tickets for Nan Gongwulan's concert were exorbitant, with the cheapest costing over 700. She had queued overnight for 2 tickets, but had refrained from attending, instead selling them for 3,000 to buy Sister Lee a new phone. Murphy, aren't you going? Yu Rong asked curiously. Is there any young person who doesn't tea like Nan Gongwulan? Murphy shook his head, recalling how she had coaxed Jian Wenjin into drinking too much at noon. The thought of Nan Gongwulan was daunting. She shivered involuntarily. Just earlier, she had wanted to tear him apart. She wouldn't add to her troubles now. Jian Wenjin felt somewhat awkward recalling the midday incident, wishing he could disappear into a crevice as he watched himself in the video. It was a bit awkward at noon. Guolan is straightforward, not as serious as you think. Rong, come along for a bit of fun. Xiao Yifu, Xiao Mo, if you have any matters to attend to, just give me a call. After 2 invitations from Jian Wenjin, Yu Rong finally succumbed to the allure of meeting her idol and nodded obediently. But had she misheard? Why did Jian Gu refer to Murphy as Xiao Yifu? Surely, she must have misunderstood. Today was indeed fortunate. After a successful deal last night, her grandmother had made sweet rice cakes for lunch, and she would see her idol in the evening. Having turned a year older, her life would surely improve henceforth. Realizing he had misspoken, Jian Wenjin felt a bit embarrassed. Tomorrow's banquet at Feng Luyao's grandfather's house was significant, and the matter with Li Bailu was even more pressing. He had been convincing himself, nearly succeeding, but now Xiao Yifu slipped off his tongue so easily. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any mistakes tomorrow. Observing Yu Rong's lack of reaction, Jian Wenjin casually grabbed a box of glowing roses and walked alongside Yu Rong toward the arena. When Guolan comes out, I'll wave these glowing roses and post it on Weibo. These flowers will sell themselves. Yu Rong felt elated, her ponytail swaying as her steps became lighter. With her high ponytail, catfish whiskers, bun hairstyle, and cherubic face still bearing traces of baby fat, her charming luck with this bargain uncle had already begun to blossom. She needed to remind Nan Feng to quickly redeem this ticket for Murphy. This young man was already becoming quite popular. After the 2 departed, Murphy attended to customers at his stall, selling according to the prices he had set in his mind. As for the ordinary bouquets, He could simply return them to the shop after the event, turn down the air conditioning, and sell them as box-dyed flowers the next day. Currently, it was not a peak time for foot traffic. Everyone was waiting for the concert to conclude. Murphy purchased a bowl of iced jelly from a nearby vendor, a box of wolf-tooth potatoes from across the street, and a skewer of grilled meat. Additionally, he bought some inexpensive wooden materials and a quality carving knife from a seller of lumber. After chatting with the surrounding stall owners, he discovered they were all there to set up stalls as well, which made his load considerably heavier. In return for their kindness, he selected some small boxes of glowing roses to give away. He had often encountered good friends while setting up stalls with Lifone. Of course, there were foolish people too, but that was merely a matter of luck. Today, his luck was good. The young man selling skewers was warm and genuine. The lady selling wolf-tooth potatoes was gentle and down-to-earth, and the girl selling iced jelly had lovely legs. The lumber vendor was a university student making a little pocket money on the side and even gave Murphy a discount. Though this set of carving tools may not rival the one gifted to him by his grandfather, it is nonetheless a respectable ensemble. The beechwood is remarkably pliable, allowing Murphy to shape it into the rough form of a delicate Maine coon cat within mere moments. In less than 5 minutes, a finely crafted wooden sculpture appeared in his hands. Fortunately, his skills had not diminished. Murphy's grandfather was a renowned carpenter, celebrated across numerous villages. With his craftsmanship, he supported a large family and ensured that his children received an education. From a young age, Murphy harbored a fascination for carving, believing his grandfather, capable of sculpting various animals, to be the most extraordinary person in the world. As time passed and fewer individuals pursued carpentry, his grandfather approached retirement. Although he had taken on a few apprentices, none of his children showed interest in learning the trade. Upon witnessing Murphy's profound enthusiasm, his grandfather promptly arranged for a set of carving tools from the blacksmith Wong in the neighboring village. Under his grandfather's tutelage, Murphy's carpentry skills flourished remarkably, and within 5 years, he was adept enough to craft large furniture independently. This skill later became integral to Murphy's livelihood in the bustling city of Deep City, significantly bolstering his career. In his previous life, he had created grand artistic sculptures, ranging from bronze figures in parks to monumental city landmarks. As Murphy was engrossed in his carving, a voice suddenly inquired beside him, "Sir, how much for this wooden sculpture?" Looking up, he saw a middle-aged gentleman wearing glasses, who was enamored with a small cat statue he had placed among the flowers. Delighted by the appreciation for his work, Murphy beamed and replied, "I was merely carving for fun. If you like it, consider a gift." The customer's square face displayed a hint of hesitation. "This cat sculpture is exquisite, almost lifelike. My sister has a cat, just as adorable." Murphy pressed the sculpture into the man's hand. For there is no greater joy for an artist than receiving praise for their creation. "Then allow me to buy a bouquet. I can't simply accept this for free." The customer insisted, though he was clearly smitten with the sculpture. Possessing a modicum of understanding about carving, he had a collection of wooden pieces at home. Murphy had used the simplest of materials to create an extraordinarily detailed representation, both in expression and nuance. Upon closer inspection, the cat even had whiskers, and the fur was rendered with a masterful technique that imparted a three-dimensional quality. If crafted from higher quality wood, this sculpture could easily fetch a price in the thousands. "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable," the customer marveled, increasingly captivated, even feeling that his own child was unworthy of such a toy. "This is art in its purest form. Even the simplest beechwood can yield such intricate works. How about this? I will take all your sculptures, and for each one, I will buy a bouquet." "I am utterly enamored," he declared, his eyes gleaming with desire. In a moment of incredulity, Murphy handed over the 4 small cats he had carved. Bemused by the man's enthusiasm, the gentleman, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, hastily departed with both the glowing roses and the sculptures, vanishing into the crowd. His unusual behavior caught the attention of other patrons. Many paused at Murphy's stall, observing the way his carving tools danced across the wood. Respecting the sanctity of artistic creation, they refrained from interrupting him. Moreover, Murphy's good looks, combined with his prodigious skill, rendered the act of watching him carve a delightful experience for the onlookers. Just as Murphy finished carving another small cat and placed it atop a bouquet, a quick-witted young lady snatched it up. "Sir, I'll take this flower. May I also have the cat?" Surprised by the popularity of his work, Murphy quickly waved his hands and said, "It's not a valuable piece. If you like it, take it without the need to purchase the flower. How could I let you work for nothing?" She insisted, rummaging through her wallet, eager to pay. "This large box is 120 and the small one is 30. Murphy attempted to persuade her to consider the smaller box, but she promptly pressed 150 into his hands and swiftly exited the throng. Being a carving student herself, she recognized that 120 was hardly a steep price for such skill, especially given the beauty of the flower. Overjoyed by her fortune, she immediately shared a message in her class group, showcasing her prize and eliciting a flurry of envy from her peers. "Wow, did you carve this? It's astonishingly detailed. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, is this beech wood? This is incredible. Which master has this idle talent? Where did you buy that flower? It exudes an artistic ambience. Qingping, where did you find this? Can I come observe for a couple of days?" Seeing her classmates' envious remarks, Song Qingping felt an immense thrill and swiftly replied, "I couldn't get tickets to the concert, so I came here hoping for luck and unexpectedly encountered a flower vendor. The deal of buying flowers and receiving sculptures is fantastic. The glowing roses are simply dreamy. This cat must belong to the vendor's family. It resembles the logo on the flower box." After sending her message, she gazed at the stall, now surrounded by a throng of admirers. Good things require no introduction. A mere glance is enough to spark immense affection. Murphy, noticing the encroaching crowd, felt overwhelmed. As it began to disrupt the flow of other vendors, he quickly called out, "I sincerely appreciate your support, but regrettably, I have run out of wood." With that, he took a sip of his icy dessert. He did not mind carving more, being young and vigorous. He wielded the carving tools with ease. However, with so many people gathered, it was impeding the other merchants, which was rather bothersome. Iced desserts are delightful, and the sweet potato fries are excellent. The skewers are delicious too. Everyone, please enjoy. Today's carving session has to conclude here. I truly have no more wood." Seeing the reluctant patrons, Murphy shrugged. Without wood, even the most skilled artisan cannot work. Just as he finished his announcement and took another sip of his dessert, a young man selling wood diagonally shouted, "I have wood here. If you want to carve more, just do it for everyone. Everyone, please line up. This spot is at the corner of the street, so it won't obstruct anything." The bespectacled college student helped maintain order and then squeezed through the crowd to ask Murphy, "How much more can you carve? We can't let anyone leave empty-handed. You need not worry about impacting our business. Your presence here draws quite the crowd. Many of my classmates are on their way here," he assured. Murphy glanced at the remaining bouquet, gauging the quantity, and provided an estimate. "I can carve 15 to 20 pieces per hour. Waiting in line isn't worth it." Upon hearing this, the student surveyed the crowd, noting only about 30 people, and then called out, "Murphy can carve 15 pieces an hour. You can take a number and explore the area nearby, then return to collect your piece." With that, he retrieved a marker from his stall, scribbled down queue numbers on slips of paper, and began distributing them to the waiting customers. He then moved his lamp closer, while a nearby vendor selling skewers quietly provided Murphy with a chair before returning to his own work. Where there is foot traffic, there is business. While people waited, many would undoubtedly purchase other items. Furthermore, Murphy's stall was ideally located at the corner of the street, causing no disruption to the flow of the other vendors. The final queue number settled at 63, and Murphy stood up, exclaiming loudly, "63. That's the number of sculptures I shall carve today. Those who have received their numbers can take a stroll. Within 2.5 hours, everyone will surely have their turn." Although Murphy made this announcement, many remained captivated by his craftsmanship, now clutching various snacks in their hands. The Chinese people have always harbored a profound admiration for traditional beauty. For instance, the artistry of sugar figurines and the delicate craft of blown sugar. Was it truly the taste of the sugar that enchanted them? The essence lay in the experience itself. Witnessing the master gradually bring to life their beloved patterns, a source of both simple and pure satisfaction. 2 hours later, Li Bailu, who had been drinking at home to drown his sorrows, was suddenly jolted by a flurry of notifications on his phone. Wei Nanfeng, listlessly munching on a cheese stick, grumbled about how the wine today was subpar, lacking the exquisite touch of Murphy-esque concoctions. Meanwhile, Feng Luyao sipped her red wine daintily, her cheeks flushed, contemplating whether to surprise her partner Jian with a late-night visit. The three sisters, clad in matching silk nightgowns, found their thoughts diverging in various directions. Upon glancing at her phone, Liao discovered the family group chat buzzing incessantly, revealing her nephew's fervent messages directed at her and Feng. Bang Tianzeng, Li Bailu, Fem Luyo. Dear aunt, my beloved little aunt, my dear sister, could you please get me a bouquet of glowing roses? Wang Tianzheng, Weibo repost of the enchanting glowing roses and the stunning Maine Coon cat sculpture. Wang Tianzheng, please, I beg you, can I find a girlfriend? It all depends on you. Wang Tianzheng, make sure my uncle helps me get a chubby sculpture. Wang Tianzheng has been muted. Upon seeing the messages in the family chat, Li Bailu and Feng Luyao immediately perked up, while Wei Nanfeng leaned over to catch a glimpse of the video content. In the bustling market, a young lad sat at a flower stall, showcasing the beauty of woodcraft with his carving knife. To say this was an understatement. The reality was that Murphy's carving knife was nearly sparking, unable to satisfy the ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Wei Nanfeng, feeling a wave of confusion, suddenly leaped up, enveloping Feng Luyao in a bear hug and playfully yelling, "You two have already spoiled my good fortune during the day, and now you want my Murphy to work for you at night. I'll fight you for it." Feng Luyao, momentarily breathless beneath Wei Nanfeng's soft embrace, urgently protested, "I can't breathe. Let me go. Aunt, save me." Li Bailu took a sip of wine, feeling a tinge of bitterness. The world around her only served to amplify her sense of noise. "Curse these shameless fools," she muttered in disdain. Chapter 37. Abandoning Possessiveness, Embracing the Right to Enjoy. At 10:30 in the evening, Yu Rong, wearing a duckbill cap, hurriedly returned from the meeting hall, her spirits high. Nangong Guanlan had extended her performance for an extra half hour due to the audience's enthusiasm. Though this would incur a fine, it had become a common occurrence. She often indulged in such antics. Jian Wenzheng had to handle the fine issue and called Murphy, informing him he would come by shortly, asking Yu Rong to return on her own. Murphy's stall remained bustling with patrons. He had already lost count of how many chubby figures he had carved today. Yet the fervor of the customers remained insatiable until every piece of beechwood was sculpted. Among the crowd were those intrigued by carving, as well as admirers of floral artistry. Yu Rong exerted considerable effort to squeeze through, making a beeline for the stall, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where are the flowers?" "Hey, young lady, return. Don't disturb Boss Murphy," shouted a few anxious customers, attempting to deter Yu Rong's recklessness. As Murphy worked with finer wood and took more time, he decided to host a lottery for amusement. "This lady boss," Murphy quickly called out, then turned to Yu Rong with a proud smile. "They're all sold out. Aren't I impressive?" Upon hearing that the lady boss had returned, the surrounding customers showered her with compliments, beginning to cheer. "Oh, the lady boss is back. I was thinking of introducing my daughter to Boss Murphy. A match made in heaven. Can you urge your husband to carve faster? Your husband has already sold all the flowers. You can go home now." Murphy grew increasingly uneasy, hastily clarifying, "We're just friends. Don't stir up trouble. If you keep this up, I won't carve anymore." Yu Rong, unfazed, leaned in closer to Murphy and whispered, "How could you sell all the flowers?" "What'll we sell now?" She had rushed back specifically to help Murphy manage the throngs of people. Just moments ago, Jin had instructed Nangong Guanlan to showcase a box of glowing roses. She had praised their dreamlike beauty, indicating they would fly off the shelves. However, unexpectedly, Murphy had sold out all the flowers within 2 hours, with nearly every onlooker clutching a box. "The gift Guanlan gave me is lovely. Isn't it?" Yu Rong first flaunted her duckbill cap before continuing. "Do you have any stock left?" Jian just mentioned. Hearing Yu Rong recount the recent events, a shadow of sadness crossed Murphy's face. He remarked that Yu Rong's cap seemed familiar, as if he had seen it before. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled it was the very cap worn by Nangong Guanlan at noon. Indeed, having connections within the circle facilitates matters. How much would that hat be worth? But then again, is it merely about money? Murphy's head was spinning from all the carving eagerly awaiting Yu Rong's return to end the day. Now, he was being asked to extend his work. There's none left. Everyone bought the flowers to allow me to carve in peace. Murphy replied with a wry smile, never anticipating that his spontaneous carvings would garner such popularity. The idol effect is incredibly formidable. They inherently possess the ability to drive sales, and their every gesture influences fan behavior. Yet, mishandle it, and an idol could easily become a liability, tarnishing their brand. Yu Rong felt a pang of disappointment as well. Why didn't Team Murphy prepare more stock? Her little savings would vanish, resulting in a significant loss for the night. What shall we do? Is it too late to restock? Yu Rong was still unwilling to accept defeat, lamenting that had she known, she wouldn't have met her idol and could have prepared more flowers. Murphy took out his phone, dialed Phone Liao, and gestured for Yu Rong to hold the phone while he resumed his work. Hello, Sister Phone, this is Murphy. I've dismantled the flowers you requested. At that moment, Phone Liao was somewhat tipsy, having been inundated with drinks by Li Bailu and Wei Nanfeng, the latter attempting to drown out the overwhelming scent of romance in the air with alcohol. Yes, I'm your sister. Dismantle them, then. Tomorrow. Let the chubby one help you. That evening, Nanfeng suggested that Murphy come stay at her place since it was quite spacious, inviting Jian along too. Murphy, bewildered by the nonsensical babble, promptly hung up the phone, bemused by the drunken rambling surrounding him. What a stunning cat. Yu Rong was now captivated by the sculpture Murphy was working on, her large, expressive eyes revealing her longing. Upon overhearing the conversation, the onlooking customers immediately began to jest. The proprietress seems to enjoy having the boss return home to sculpt for you, so don't compete with us here. Yu Rong, upon hearing this, shot a glare at the instigator and defiantly retorted, hands on her hips, I've already stated that he is merely a friend. If you continue this nonsense, I shall close up shop. Murphy completed the final sculpture in his possession, conducted a lottery via his phone, and, after giving it away, stood up and proclaimed, I can no longer carve today. My hands have grown unsteady. I shall return tomorrow, so everyone, please disperse. Though the customers were reluctant, they understood. After all, Murphy had been diligently seated there for nearly 3 hours without a moment's respite. Murphy glanced at Yu Rong beside him, returning the stool to the young man at the nearby skewer stall. Brother, keep an eye on the bucket for me. I'm off to the parking lot to fetch some flowers. The skewer vendor, having already cleared out his entire stock thanks to Murphy's success, eagerly replied, Go ahead. I'll watch the stall for you. Come back soon. Murphy took Yu Rong's arm and walked towards the parking lot, pondering how to distribute the 2 bouquets of 999 roses in the car, thinking it would be nice to give each person a flower as a form of appreciation. Yu Rong, observing the throng of people, felt a twinge of disappointment, especially when she spotted a fan purchasing a glowing rose from a passerby. These were supposed to be her small earnings, now slipping into someone else's pocket. It was painful, truly painful. The agony of not earning enough was exacerbated by the loss of potential income. Noticing Yu Rong's sulky demeanor, Murphy remembered what Sisterly had instructed him and chuckled, handing over his bulging wallet. Don't be upset, little money grubber. You haven't lost out. After deducting the costs, we shall split today's earnings equally. This wallet, which she had brought along filled only with small change, had now transformed into a plump little treasure. Wow, so much, Yu Rong exclaimed, peering inside before hastily closing it and tucking it safely into the front of her overalls. A smile spread across her face as she followed Murphy, her small hand gently massaging his shoulders. You've worked hard. This wallet likely contained around 30 or 40,000. She hadn't anticipated such a significant profit. Indeed, Murphy had a knack for business. Why hadn't she thought to dye the roses and package them? This newfound wealth would alleviate some of Sister Lee's financial pressure over the next couple of months. As Murphy reveled in Yu Rong's massage, he pulled out his phone to call Jian Wenzheng. Brother Jian, all the flowers have been sold. Could you dismantle that bouquet of roses for your confession? It might help maintain fan morale. On the other end of the line, Jian Wenzheng was frazzled, scolding Nangong Guanlan for exceeding the time limit once again. All right, I'll dismantle it. I'll send someone over with the car keys. Once I deal with this fine, I'll come to you. Guanlan's concert has gone over time again. Beside him, Nangong Guanlan chewed gum nonchalantly, countering Jian Wenjing's reprimands. What's the big deal? They came all this way to support me. What's wrong with singing a little longer? Jian Wenjing shot a helpless glare at Nangong Guanlan, recalling how many times he had assured him before a performance that he wouldn't exceed the time limit. Is this merely a matter of singing a little longer? If you extend here in Rongqing, will you still perform at Shengjing Station next time? Unfazed by the reprimand, Nangong Guanlan perked up, exclaiming, "What a delightful prospect! I could sing for an extra hour without issue." Jian Wenjing glanced at the amused officials from the stadium, exclaiming into the phone, "Xiao Mo, wait for me. Once I wrap up here, I'll take you to eat barbecue downstairs." Upon hearing this, Nangong Guanlan immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, interjecting, "I want to go too. I want to go too." Jian Wenjing promptly dismissed Nangong Guanlan's childish antics. And just before hanging up, Murphy caught a glimpse of Nangong Guanlan's pouty protest. "Uncle, I even took pictures with that little rascal's friends. What's wrong with him treating me to a meal? I don't care. I want to join you and that little rascal Murphy for barbecue. You can't celebrate Rong's birthday without me. Uncle, uncle." After the call ended, Murphy felt a pang of sympathy for Jian Wenjing. Indeed, not a single profitable endeavor was without its challenges. Being a top-tier manager was no easy task, especially when faced with a temperamental artist. Just as he tucked his phone into his pocket, Yu Rong approached with an expectant expression, quietly inquiring, about later. She cast a suggestive glance at Murphy, who knew she was eager to join Nangong Guanlan for barbecue. "Let's all go together. I'll treat. Though I can't guarantee she'll actually come." Upon hearing Murphy's agreement, Yu Rong joyfully linked her arm with his, bouncing with excitement. "Today has been absolutely wonderful. Not only did I earn money, but I also got to see my idol and might even have the chance to eat barbecue with him. I'll treat. I'll treat. I earned so much without doing anything today. Treating is only fair." As they chatted, Murphy and Yu Rong arrived at the parking lot of the stadium. Shortly thereafter, several staff members approached, with a young man stepping forward to hand over the car keys. "Mr. Mo, Brother Jian asked me to assist you with the distribution of the roses and help maintain order." Murphy privately marveled at Jian Wenjing's thoroughness, responding with a smile, "Thank you. If you're working overtime, I'll make sure Brother Jian compensates you." Upon hearing Murphy's jest, the young man chuckled, replying, "Of course. Now that Brother Jian's confession has been successful, he must treat his brothers and sisters to a nice meal." The atmosphere among Jian Wenjing's team was vibrant, evident in the morale of the staff. The artists under Jian Wenjing also excelled in their respective fields. Murphy pressed the keys for the GL8 and Q7, and as he opened the trunk, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Wow, this is stunning. Where did you buy these flowers? How much did they cost? They're simply exquisite. I wouldn't want to unwrap them. I want to buy a bouquet for my girlfriend." Listening to the praises surrounding him, a sense of pride washed over Murphy, and he cleared his throat, generously announcing, "We're all friends here. If you want to order flowers, come to me. No need to queue." He added, "To be honest, I only produce one of these large artistic bouquets a week. But today, the flower shop owner is making a special exception for Brother Jian." Laughter erupted around him as Murphy finished speaking. Yu Rong gazed at the ethereal bouquets in the car, feeling for the first time that money might not be of utmost importance. Yet, after some contemplation, she concluded that money was still somewhat essential. Nevertheless, she could momentarily possess such beauty. As Murphy reached to grasp the bouquet, Yu Rong hurriedly sidestepped him, turning to say, "Wait, let me hold it for a moment. You must take a picture of me. It's so beautiful." Women are often unable to resist beautiful things, and a photographer nearby, with a DSLR, called out, "I'll take the picture. Once developed, I'll have Brother Jian send it to you." Yu Rong quickly waved her hands in embarrassment. "No need. Just have Murphy take one with his phone. We're all friends, so don't be shy. It'll only take a few minutes." However, Murphy stepped back, gesturing for Yu Rong to enjoy the moment fully. Jian Wenjing's team consists of industry elites. What is referred to as road shooting for the stars is, in fact, predominantly executed by professional photographers. It can be said that in the future, Jiangu and Feng Jia will save themselves the trouble of wedding photos, as it will be far superior to simply take their own team along. They have no shortage of makeup artists, scene designers, photographers, or costume and prop specialists. With heads held high and confidence exuding, they radiate beauty. One of the suspenders on the overalls is let down. Oldly, style Rong's hair. It's her birthday today, so let's ensure the photos are spectacular. Goodness, Rong looks stunning even without makeup. Just wait, I'll apply a light touch of makeup for her. A bustling group begins to gather in the parking lot, as this is Jian Wenjing's sister whom he personally brought backstage. Nangong Guanlan even sang a birthday song for her and gifted his favorite hat to Yurong. After more than 20 minutes of activity, they successfully captured a series of photos of Yurong. Murphy conferred with the young leader and ultimately decided to split up, as this would expedite the process. Yurong, holding a bouquet of stars, seemed reluctant to part with it, insisting on carrying it herself to the stall. This bouquet of 999 flowers is no light burden. Yet Yurong manages to carry it with remarkable speed. Such a petite frame, yet possessing immense strength. Murphy couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Before they could return to the stall, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Oldemo! Oldemo! Li Feng came running through the crowd, grinning as he draped an arm over Murphy's shoulder, whispering excitedly. Foster father, where did you put my fluorescent roses? Li Feng glanced at the bouquet in Yurong's hands. Due to her cap, he did not recognize her identity. Who might this be? Murphy swatted Li Feng's hand away, knowing he had set aside a few boxes for them. Albeit not in this location. Just wait. The ones I saved for you are at the flower shop. Once we're done here, I'll take you to retrieve them. By the way, what progress has Old Ma and Fanzing made? Li Feng shook his head in exasperation. Those two cowards are still lingering. Let's give them some time. With you as a cautionary tale, they dare not act rashly. After hearing his brother's words, Murphy felt as if Li Feng was targeting him, and he reached into Li Feng's pocket. When Li Feng saw Murphy take both his cigarettes and lighter, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Leave me one. I was just carving and sparks were flying. I've run out of smokes." Murphy handed Li Feng a cigarette, noticing there was still about half a pack left. "Since you're free, you might as well buy another pack later. What about Xiaona and the others?" Murphy, having just run out of cigarettes, was eager for one and inquired about the whereabouts of their other friends. Li Feng lit up a cigarette and replied with a smile. "Jiangu took them to find Nangong Guanlan for a photo op. He said you were selling flowers outside, so I came out first." He genuinely had little interest in the stars. He had merely hoped to assist Murphy in some way, not expecting to witness this scene. Murphy's romantic prospects had always been quite flourishing. Many girls had admired him back in high school, and he had unknowingly delivered countless love letters. Yet, his heart was solely occupied by Zhang Lanlan, who often threw obstacles in his path, making it seem as though his romantic life was less than prosperous. In matters of the heart, practice makes perfect. However, Wei Nanfeng was indeed a fine choice, and achieving a relationship in one fell swoop was certainly feasible. Presently, this girl appeared strikingly familiar. He wondered if he had crossed paths with her before. Never mind. He felt he had no right to comment on Murphy's affairs. As long as his brother was doing well, that was sufficient. Just as Li Feng was lost in thought, someone leaped onto his back, exuberantly recounting their recent experience. "Darling, I just took a photo with Nangong Guanlan." Upon noticing Murphy was also present, Xiaona quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Old Mo, you're truly amazing. Today is all thanks to you." Murphy waved his hand with a smile, attributing his luck to knowing Jiangu, stating, "For other stars, we lack such channels." However, upon hearing his girlfriend's words, Li Feng felt a sense of dread. Her presence here meant that Zhang Lanlan and her group must also be nearby. Sure enough, just as he intended to leave with his girlfriend, a familiar voice called out from the side, "Murphy, you're here too." Zhang Lanlan stood behind Murphy, calling his name. However, she quickly sensed something was amiss. The girl holding the massive bouquet and wearing a cap did not resemble Wei Nanfeng. Wei Nanfeng had a distinct presence, with a physique that rivaled her own. The girl standing next to Murphy radiated a different charm, appearing petite and adorable, nearly obscured by the enormous bouquet. Zhang Lanlan's heart raced, and she shot a glare at Li Feng. "This is all because of you. Murphy used to be quite innocent, but now he's turned into someone like you." Li Feng immediately understood the situation upon noticing Zhang Lanlan's expression, thinking, "What does this have to do with me?" Murphy had always had numerous admirers. After all these years, how could he not be aware of that? Just out here selling flowers, Murphy casually replied, glancing at Yurong, who peeked out from behind the bouquet. Is this the girl Murphy confessed to yesterday? She mused. She's quite well endowed, so this is his type. It made sense that he wouldn't be interested in Guanlan. Everyone has their own aesthetic preferences. However, having been rejected, why did this girl still seem hesitant? As if she were the girlfriend? Given the current scene, holding such a large bouquet, how could she not understand the situation? Perhaps it was best not to explain further, as doing so might only complicate things. As Yurong silently criticized Murphy, Li Feng urged Xiaona to leave. Let's head back to the hotel. Old Mo saved some flowers for us. We can pick them up when we return. Yay, I love you. Xiaona was aware that it was not the right time to disturb Murphy, but just as she was about to depart, she noticed Yurong's hat. Xiaona felt a sense of familiarity with the cap and cautiously asked, Excuse me, is this the same style as Nangong Guanlan's? Yurong nodded happily, clearly a fan of Nangong Guanlan, and it was always delightful to encounter a friend with similar interests. Yes, it was a birthday gift from Sister Guanlan. Would you like to try it on? Really? Xiaona's eyes sparkled with excitement as she carefully accepted the hat Yurong offered, turning to Li Feng with a sweet voice. Darling, please take a couple of photos. Yurong felt a swell of pride, realizing she was the only one to possess such a gift. Today had been incredibly fortunate. She never expected Murphy to have such connections. A perfect birthday indeed, accompanied by her idol singing her a birthday song. Perhaps they might even enjoy a barbecue together later. She could hardly contain her joy. After exchanging greetings with Zhang Lanlan, Murphy began to bid farewell to the rest of his friends. Although Zhang Lanlan felt a twinge of anger at Murphy's disregard, she found herself powerless in the situation. Nonetheless, she believed it was her duty as Murphy's childhood friend to correct his misguided notions. Li Feng was busy taking pictures of his girlfriend, and as he observed Zhang Lanlan's increasingly displeased expression, he sensed that trouble was brewing. This woman had been accustomed to managing Murphy since childhood. Did she truly believe she was his girlfriend? Although he sensed that Murphy's current situation with the girl was somewhat amiss, Li Feng felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns directly. He called out to his girlfriend, Xiaona, suggesting they leave, as it would soon be inconvenient to hail a taxi. Xiaona, too, noticed something was off with Zhang Lanjun. She cautiously returned the hat to Yurong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. We must be on our way now. Let us hang out sometime. Yurong found herself quite fond of Li Feng's girlfriend, though she felt unable to comment on the matter between him and Sister Li. Sister Li had her own considerations, and Li Feng had his own life to lead. At least it had been a considerable time since she had witnessed such a joyful smile on Sister Li's face. When she mentioned Li Feng, her countenance radiated pride and happiness. The thought of their relationship caused Yurong to feel a slight pang in her chest. Yet she recognized that Li Feng was not to blame. If only. Well, there were no ifs in life. Life was replete with regrets. Fortunately, she did not believe in love. Money was her true pillar of support. Sister Li had not only financed her education, but had also cured her grandmother's illness, allowing them to live a better life. Her life's ambition was to help Sister Li repay her debts, alleviating some of her burdens. This was her utmost priority at present. Love? Could love fill one's stomach or sustain life? Yurong harbored a disdain for love. The mere thought of her father, who had abandoned her for love, and her mother, who vanished after marrying, dampened her spirits. Today was indeed a day of cosmic joy. She resolved not to let trivial matters affect her present self. Donning the hat gifted by Nang Guang, she mimicked the affectionate address of Murphy's friends, calling out cheerfully, Old Mo, let us go. Delivering flowers was a significant affair, and as an ardent fan of Guanlan, she felt compelled to excel in this task. Old fan, Little Ma, you two better hurry up. I'm off. Murphy bid farewell to his friends with laughter, swiftly approaching Yurong and casually handing her a few roses plucked from the ground. When it came time for Zhang Lanjun, Murphy explained, everyone gets one. Consider it a little concert segment. Upon receiving the fluorescent rose, Zhang Lanjun, slightly begrudging, inquired, does she know you already have a girlfriend? How did you end up like this? Yurong, joyfully savoring the drama, grew increasingly perturbed. Was it not entirely normal for Murphy, who was quite handsome, to have a girlfriend? Why was this woman so nosy? It was Murphy who had sought a girlfriend, and there was nothing wrong with that. If there was an issue, it should not impede the main event. Hearing the exasperated tone from the other party, Murphy chose not to clarify, thinking, let it be. Just as he was about to turn away, Yurong, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward with the bouquet and addressed Zhang Lanjun. I know, but what business is it of yours? Why are you so intrusive? Stunned into silence by Yurong's response, Zhang Lanjun was momentarily at a loss for words. Murphy, what did you become so popular? This young lady was quite lovely, and with the recent trend favoring the delicate aesthetic, she should have no shortage of admirers. Why was she so willingly entwined with Murphy? Was it financial attraction? Did she not realize Murphy's financial status? Are you aware he has a girlfriend? Zhang Lanjun pressed on, attempting to uncover some hidden truth. Yurong, of course, was unaware of Murphy's relationship, but given the current situation, further explanation would be troublesome. If Murphy's actual girlfriend were present, she would indeed need to clarify to avoid misunderstandings. But who was this woman to be so meddlesome? Risking her opportunity to assist her idol? With her forthright and spirited nature, Yurong boldly planted a kiss on Murphy's cheek, decisively ending the contest. Zhang Lanjun looked on in disbelief, while Yurong, akin to a victorious general, beamed at her, saying, abandon possessiveness, relish the privilege of enjoyment. He consents, I delight. What concern is it of yours? Are you his mother, to meddle so excessively? Chapter 38. In that moment, her wretched life came alive. Li Feng, standing nearby, felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, as if this scene had unfolded before. The same narrative, the same repetition. Yet, compared to Wei Nanfeng, Yurong's spirited demeanor was much more unrestrained, her words unfiltered. At this juncture, Li Feng finally recalled why this girl seemed so familiar. She was the young proprietress of the foot massage shop he had visited that morning. How had Murphy become entangled with her? And how would he explain this to Li? Li Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed. He recognized his friend was quite formidable. However, having just broken Zhang Lanjun's spell, how had he suddenly become so astonishingly powerful? He was eager to pull Murphy aside for a serious inquiry. Had his friend consumed some magical elixir or mastered an unbeatable technique? Zhang Lanjun steadied herself, addressing Yurong earnestly. I'm not his mother, but she would be disappointed if she knew. Yurong burst into laughter, her smile radiant as she retorted. What is it to you? Planning to inform your parents at this age? Even if you told your mother, what would it change? You could call her right now. I'll personally speak to her. Yurong's feistiness was formidable, leaving Murphy in awe. It was said that marrying a woman from Sichuan or Chongqing would lead to a life of bliss, and this sentiment did not seem unfounded. She was clearly a sweet girl, yet she had transformed into a fierce lioness in an instant. Perhaps Sisterly had asked Yurong to look after Murphy. Or maybe Yurong simply wished to enjoy the spectacle, but found herself inadvertently drawn into the fray. In any case, he had once again been metaphorically fed soft rice. With a girl stepping up to defend him, while unnecessary, this gesture was nonetheless appreciated. He understood Zhang Lanjun well enough to know how to quiet her down. All right, enough noise. We have more important matters at hand. Murphy called out to Yurong, who seemed ready to continue her tirade, and interjected, Guanlan's affairs take precedence. Soon the audience will disperse. Although Yurong was still eager to engage, Murphy was correct. Her idol's matters were indeed paramount. With a huff, she flipped her ponytail and left Zhang Lanjun with a captivating silhouette. Murphy responded to Zhang Lanjun, It doesn't matter. My mother would be delighted. He knew Zhang Lanjun well. This woman would indeed inform his mother. They were so familiar with each other that visiting one another's homes was commonplace, to the extent that their parents would not raise an eyebrow. Yet, he also understood that there was no escaping this. He certainly could not allow Zhang Lanjun to call his mother. Infuriated, Zhang Lanjun stomped her foot, tears welling in her eyes. But Murphy's next words caused her to break down completely. Isn't it better for us to be lifelong friends? Why resort to reporting each other? That's not what friends do. When you broke the family television as kids, I took the blame for you. Consider this your chance to repay me. With that, Murphy followed Yurong away, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Having known each other for so many years, they were well aware of each other's secrets. Utilizing memories from childhood as leverage for moral coercion is a tactic that Zhang Lanlan has mastered. The phrase lifetime best friends has become almost a cliché in Murphy's ears. This is Zhang Lanlan's favored strategy, and indeed, what one excels at often becomes their greatest fear. Standing there, Zhang Lanlan found herself at a loss for how to proceed. She had not anticipated Murphy would voice such sentiments first. It became evident that he was not oblivious, but rather had been accommodating her all along. She also comprehended that Murphy's remarks today signified that he would no longer indulge her in the future. Was it truly impossible for her to return to their former closeness? She merely wished to wait a little longer. She was still young and did not want to hastily define her feelings. Yet, Murphy was also within her sphere of contemplation. She longed for time to ascertain her own emotions completely. Now she recognized that Murphy had many admirers. Previously, he had chosen her over others. But time waits for no one, and neither does love. She had yet to encounter anyone superior to Murphy or anyone with whom she felt more at ease. However, she had not explicitly rejected him. Why then did Murphy suddenly seem to lose interest? She was clearly reluctant to make a choice so soon. Why was he compelling her? She ought to feel relieved, for her assessment was correct. Murphy did not genuinely harbor feelings for her. Yet, why did her heart ache so painfully? This was the sensation of regret, a sentiment she had never anticipated. The boy she had grown up with would become her source of sorrow. Suddenly, Murphy had transformed into an irretrievable regret in her life. He appeared to never lack female admirers. It was merely that he had been exceptionally kind to her for so long that she had come to take his affection for granted. Wang Xin had been restrained by Li Feng, who insisted that the matter between Murphy and Zhang Lanlan could only be resolved by them. After witnessing Murphy depart with that girl, she hurried to Zhang Lanlan's side and quietly inquired, "Lanlan, are you all right?" Zhang Lanlan wiped her tears. She needed to remain strong in front of her friend, responding with a smile, "I'm fine, just didn't expect him to bring up our childhood. I often employ strategies against him, and now they've been turned against me." Murphy's boomerang struck with uncanny precision, hitting Zhang Lanlan right in the heart, rendering her speechless and unable to retort. Countless memories surged forth from the past, trading cards from kindergarten, candied hawthorns from elementary school, comic books from middle school, and breakfast from high school. Those once cherished memories now transformed into sharp daggers, piercing her heart. In her countless moments of error, her first instinct had always been to seek Murphy's guidance. Yet in this instance, she could no longer turn to him for answers. "Are we still friends?" Li Feng approached at the right moment, attempting to counsel Zhang Lanlan, warning her not to complicate matters further. The situation was already chaotic enough. He was oblivious to what had transpired the previous night, perplexed by how Murphy had suddenly grown so familiar with Yurong. He had spent the entire night chatting with Yuli, and what had transpired between Murphy and Yurong. As friends, we surely wish for each other's well-being, right? Li Feng continued to guide Zhang Lanlan, only to suddenly notice her expression shifting towards one of newfound confidence. Zhang Lanlan felt that Li Feng's words held truth, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Even if she rejected Murphy, even if he was now in a relationship, they still shared many years of friendship. She could continue to engage with him under the guise of friendship. "You're right. Friends hope for each other's happiness. But right now, Murphy is in a bad place, and I don't want him to lose himself." Li Feng felt a bit dazed. He recognized Zhang Lanlan's newfound confidence. But when had she ever been this self-assured? Meanwhile, Fan Zeng and Ma Tianfang were equally at a loss regarding Zhang Lanlan's confidence. "Murphy is lost? Sister, do you not realize how much happier he is now than when he was pursuing you? Last night, he picked up the strikingly tall and cool CEO by the roadside. Today, he has a petite and adorable girl throwing herself at him. Goodness, they can hardly imagine just how joyful Murphy must be at this moment. Neither of those girls is inferior to you, and they genuinely like him. After all those years of pursuing you, he never even kissed or held hands with you." Though they thought this in their hearts, they found it challenging to voice it aloud. They could only echo Li Feng's sentiments, urging Zhang Lanlan not to complicate matters further for Murphy at this critical juncture. "Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. Let us not meddle in Murphy's private affairs." "Exactly. Old M.O. can handle his own matters. Let us just catch a bus back to the hotel." Northeasterners tend to value their pride, especially the young men. As fellow men, Li Feng, Ma Tianfeng, and Fanzeng were all striving to preserve their friend's dignity. No matter the gravity of the situation, even if Murphy was truly straddling two boats, they would need to discuss it later. The others sighed in agreement, with even Wang Xin feeling that Murphy's situation had little to do with Zhang Lanlan at this point. Since their ambiguous relationship had come to an end, it was time for Murphy to walk his own path, while Zhang Lanlan followed hers. Beyond maintaining a cordial facade, their entanglements had grown considerably shallower. Yet Wang Xin understood her friend's nature. She cast a beseeching glance at Li Feng, hoping today's events would not escalate into a full-blown conflict. Upon noticing Wang Xin's imploring gaze, Li Feng felt an ache in his heart. As the more mature member among their circle of friends, he often helped them make decisions, and they frequently sought his counsel. In this situation, however, he felt powerless, left with no choice but to remain passive. The affairs of love are perhaps the most irrational and fantastical matters in the world. Sighing in resignation, Li Feng discreetly sent Murphy a message, advising him to be cautious. Yet, Murphy had indeed turned the tables, employing Zhang Lamlin's most frequently used tactics against her. Among all the myriad weapons in existence, none cut deeper than the wounds of the past. TSK, how has my brother evolved so swiftly? Meanwhile, Murphy returned, flowers in hand, dismantling the bouquet alongside Yurong, placing the flowers into a previously used plastic container and starting to distribute them. Thank you all for your support. I can't let you wait in vain. Please take one flower each, and let us keep it orderly. After Murphy's announcement, a nearby vendor grilling skewers and a bespectacled university student selling wood came over to help maintain order. A tall young lady selling iced desserts and an elderly woman selling potato sticks also joined in to assist with the flower distribution. Yurong was somewhat astonished. When did Murphy become so well acquainted with the vendors? To have them abandon their stalls to help him was quite excessive. Murphy was not promoting the Nongguang Wulan brand. Some matters required public sentiment to ferment to yield better results. With everyone's assistance, the roses were distributed within 20 minutes. Yurong drove over with her electric tricycle, while Murphy tidied up the plastic container and trash, feeling quite satisfied as the day's work came to a close. Yurong tossed a pack of tissues to Murphy, unfastened the pouch hidden in her overalls, and said, "Wait for me a moment. I shall go ahead and purchase some stockings. The quality here is commendable and inexpensive, provided one possesses the art of haggling." This particular skill had long been mastered by Yurong through the trials of her life. Murphy fastened the pouch around his waist, settled onto the electric tricycle, and lit a cigarette, engaging in light-hearted banter with the nearby vendors. "Thanks to you, I've sold all my skewers by 11 o'clock today. I can head home for a rest now. Boss Murphy, you're incredible. I couldn't sell that wood in a month, yet you've sold it all. Come, everyone, have some iced jelly. I've saved some for us." The kindly old lady selling potato skewers observed the jovial group, frying the potatoes with a trembling hand and serving them generously. "Eat up, have plenty." Before long, Yurong returned with a bag of stockings and a bottle of cola, tossing the package into the rear of the tricycle while placing the chilled cola on the nape of Murphy's neck. Startled by the cold, Murphy took the cola, opened it, and handed it back to Yurong. "Here, it's for you. I prefer water. It's healthier." As she spoke, Yurong retrieved a stainless steel thermos from the back of the tricycle and took a few hefty sips. Afterward, she casually wiped her mouth and, patting Murphy's shoulder, inquired, "Can you ride?" Murphy shook his head. "Then why not learn?" Yurong shot him an exasperated glance before climbing aboard, squeezing him aside. Although the tricycle was designed for two, it hardly accommodated that notion. "Let us go, Brother Zhang, Brother Wang, Sister Li, Granny Qian." Yurong greeted each of them, expertly reversing the tricycle and navigating down the curb. The jolt nearly sent Murphy tumbling. "Hey, take it easy, will you? Why so delicate, young man?" Yurong, her mind elsewhere, merely wished to return home swiftly, beautify herself, and join her idol for barbecue. Once on the road, she drove smoothly. The night breeze was refreshingly cool. Taking a sip of cola, she mused that life was not so bad after all. Today had amassed a considerable amount of capital, enabling her to gradually embark on plans that would lead to financial freedom. It had only been 2 days since her rebirth, and the fluttering wings of a butterfly felt both light and heavy. She had encountered numerous new individuals, as well as many whose faces were absent from her memories. By the way, what is your relationship with Sister Lee? Upon hearing Murphy's inquiry, Yurong recalled that fateful night and softly replied, "Didn't Sister Lee mention it to you?" Murphy shook his head. "No, I've had limited interaction with her." In his recollection, his encounters with Sister Lee had been sparse. Many gifts had been passed through Li Feng's hands. Feeling that idleness was not in her favor, Yurong continued, "I see. Allow me to share. Sister Lee and I are from the same village. She made a fortune and repaired the roads in our community." Yurong began to recount her past without perceiving it as particularly tragic. It was not a tale she felt compelled to conceal. Murphy noted the serene tone of her voice, as if she were recounting someone else's story. "As for me, I was born to parents who did not raise me. My grandmother raised me. 6 years ago, when she fell ill, I was at a loss. I sold our ancestral home, yet the funds were still insufficient. So I sought Sister Lee in Ronqing." At the mention of Sister Lee, Yurong's calm demeanor faltered, and for a moment, her eyes sparkled with light. "Her wretched life. The moment Yuli appeared, I felt alive again." Chapter 39. The nature of love. The glow of the streetlights cast mottled shadows upon the ground as Murphy listened to Yurong recount her past against the wind. "She handled my enrollment so I could continue my studies and paid for my grandmother's medical treatment. Sister Lee was quite busy back then. I knew not what occupied her time, yet I understood that when I performed well academically, it brought her joy. She loved attending parent-teacher meetings on my behalf. No matter how busy she was, she always believed I would become a talented individual, even surpassing her, capable of leading our village out of the mountains. The poverty deep within the mountainous regions of Sichuan and Chongqing is a suffering unimaginable to a city dweller like Murphy. Yurong had emerged from such depths, as had Yu Li. Later, when Sister Lee's business faltered, she sold her house and car, leaving me the funds for 3 years of high school tuition before she took over a small foot massage parlor. I wanted to drop out to assist her, but she insisted I stay in school. Ultimately, neither of us could bend the other's will, and I began to commute to school. Together, we managed this little household, and slowly business improved. Now we're not only repaying debts, but also living fairly well. We have meat for our meals, new clothes for the new year, and I believe our future will only get brighter." Yurong glossed over the chaos of that time in just a few sentences. Besides selling her house and car, there were countless distressing matters. Sister Lee had no place to live. She had to sleep in the foot massage parlor every night, continually facing creditors demanding repayment while dealing with the remnants of their past troubles. Once, when Sister Lee was absent for a prolonged investigation, Yurong was left in a state of sheer panic. She could only hide beneath the covers, weeping quietly, but once finished, she resumed her routine, operating the business and managing the household, waiting for Sister Lee's return. Stretching her limbs, Yurong's eyes brimmed with hope for the future as she confidently declared, "Things will undoubtedly improve from here on out, and I, too, shall grow stronger." Murphy, inspired by Yurong's optimism, remarked, "I see no issues at all. You are already impressively formidable, and you will only become more so." He flashed her a thumbs up, confident that her future achievements would be remarkable. "However, could you slow down a bit? We seem to be exceeding the speed limit," Murphy cautioned, gripping the side rail tightly, fearful that a sudden turn might send him sprawling. "Time is money, my friend," Yurong replied with a cheerful smile, easing off the throttle slightly. "Wherever there is a grandmother, wherever there is Sister Lee, that is home." To the outside world, her life may appear challenging, but she understood just how fortunate she truly was. "By the way, do you know why I share Sister Lee's surname?" she asked. "I initially had no mother, but then I did, so I changed my surname to you. My birth name was quite unappealing, Zhao Di." Murphy could not suppress a grin at Yurong's exclamation. Her spirited nature was truly delightful. Yurong, undeterred, recognized that to survive in the world, one must possess a certain boldness to avoid being victimized. Sister Lee was gentle, but she was different. Aside from their small home, she had nothing else. Surviving was already a formidable challenge. Being unabashed allowed one to live a bit more comfortably, which was worthwhile. Sister Lee also gave me a lovely name. She wished for my future to be easygoing, devoid of troubles and worries. Unable to resist, Murphy pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, prompting Urong to gesture for him to share one with her. Let us have one together. Don't sigh. I consider myself quite fortunate. If it weren't for Sister Lee, I might be working in some unsavory establishment or adrift in an unknown place. Now, I am a bona fide university student at a prestigious institution in Sichuan. Our village has never produced a university student before. Murphy delicately offered a cigarette to Urong, who, with her nimble and rosy tongue, skillfully pinched the cigarette between her lips, awaiting Murphy to ignite it for her. She regarded smoking as a fine indulgence, one of the few luxuries she was willing to spend money on. For 5 yuan, she could procure 20 cigarettes, each worth far more than its mere monetary value. However, Murphy's lighter was not windproof and refused to spark, prompting Urong to pull the vehicle to the side. As they exhaled clouds of smoke, Urong appeared like the innocent little sister from the neighboring household when she wasn't tea-smoking. Yet, with a cigarette in her mouth, she exuded a certain rebellious charm, a hint of nonchalance. Do you think I'm quite unfortunate? Urong inquired, glancing sideways at Murphy, sensing his mood. Years of navigating the social landscape had equipped her with an acute ability to read emotions. She wondered if Murphy felt sympathy for Sister Lee or for her, a peer of similar age. Murphy gazed at Urong's profile and nodded in response to her question. Upon seeing his acknowledgement, Urong leaned closer to him, her small face instantly adopting a pitiable expression. Right? Even you think I've had it tough. So, could you help me dye another batch of fluorescent roses tomorrow? I sense a tremendous market for them. It's a pity school hasn't resumed yet. If only I could sell them to those foolish university students who believe in love, the profits would soar. Urong had astutely identified the primary audience for the fluorescent roses, and she could hardly fathom the wealth that could be amassed from selling them at the university gates. While Sister Lee remained silent, Urong felt comfortable discussing this with Murphy. After all, business was business, and with Sister Lee as an intermediary, Murphy would have some reassurance. The profit margins for flowers were substantial, and those that Murphy had processed commanded even higher prices. Earlier, while purchasing stockings, she had witnessed a young couple pay an additional 200 yuan for a box of fluorescent roses. I was just about to discuss this with you. But we need to adopt a high-end approach. That way, we can maximize our profits. Before long, the market will be flooded with counterfeit imitations. So we must strategize on how to eliminate them to enhance our profit margins. In all honesty, fluorescent roses lacked technical complexity and were easily replicable. A deluge of counterfeit products was imminent. Murphy had already devised several countermeasures. Logos, trademarks, and ingredient lists were among them. But they still fell short of achieving the desired impact. We need a unique logo and narrative to signify our exclusivity. Upon hearing Murphy use the word we, Urong nodded enthusiastically. She recognized the rarity of this opportunity. Should the business take off, it would undoubtedly surpass the earnings of a foot massage parlor. As long as she could help Sister Lee settle her debts, Sister Lee would not blame her for leveraging her relationship with Murphy. Moreover, it was evident that Murphy wished to assist Sister Lee. She could perceive the strong bond between them. Murphy leaned against the tricycle, articulating grand visions of the future. Urong listened, occasionally chiming in, convinced of the merit in Murphy's ideas. Lacking anything substantial to contribute, she acknowledged that Murphy's strategies for the floral business were sound. Regarding the moat concept, I am still researching. We need something distinctive to demonstrate the value of our bouquets in relation to love, thereby earning the customer's recognition of our high-end status. Urong pondered for a moment before a light bulb moment struck her. What you mean is we need to make customers perceive this product as inherently expensive and worthwhile, akin to the difference between luxury, clothing, and ordinary garments. Once we have that mark of value, it can multiply. That is simple. Your unique wood carvings serve as that mark, don't they? Although it might be a bit taxing for you, I believe the price should be increased. Urong felt that Murphy was overthinking, failing to recognize the latent value in his craft. Many customers purchase flowers not solely for their beauty, but because of the artistry of Murphy's wood carvings. The sculptures, combined with the bouquets, could not only affirm their luxury status, but also create a solid moat for their business. Upon hearing Urong's insights, Murphy was suddenly enlightened. The solution he had been contemplating was right before him. He had previously established himself in the deep city through his grandfather's carpentry skills, and now he was finding solutions to problems using those very skills. Learning a craft ensured one would not face starvation. He had once lived by his artistry. His grandfather's frequent reminders echoed in his mind, and he felt as though Yurong had opened a new pathway for him. He could carve any shape for the plump figure, collaborating with famous paintings and poems, creating high-end artistic floral arrangements. For a starry night theme, he could adorn the figure with an artist's hat and a palette. For a chivalric theme, he could give it a hat and a sword. And for a proposal theme, he could have it elegantly present a ring amidst the flowers. Art is truly magnificent. It is a genuine avenue for profit. Murphy gazed at Yurong, inhaled deeply, and calculated his potential output before earnestly stating, "When the time comes, you and Sisterly can take the profits, and I'll have Sister Feng authorize you to open a branch. The market in Rongqing is vast. Ordinary wood carvings are no challenge for me and can easily support the needs of 2 flower shops. I don't trust outsiders to manage it, and you and Sisterly can assist me." Yurong nodded with excitement, aware that every venture carries risks. However, with Murphy's opportunity, the peril was nearly negligible. With Nangong Goen endorsing their brand image, even if the success lasted only a few months, they could still profit immensely. If Murphy's plans unfolded as envisioned, this flower shop would become a genuine golden goose. Simultaneously, Yurong could sense Murphy's sincerity. The young man genuinely wished to help her and Sisterly. Even without feigning pity or embarrassment, and without uttering a word, he would still strive to ensure their prosperity. Sisterly, such a kind-hearted person, was fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as Murphy. In a world where empathy is often scarce, Yurong felt fortunate. And perhaps this was the essence of good deeds being rewarded. She beckoned Murphy to join her in the vehicle, struggling to find the right words of gratitude. After a lengthy pause, she softly remarked, "Thank you. Once I strike it rich, I promise to repay you." Murphy was acutely aware of the weight of Yurong's promise and recognized her sincerity. "Oh no, I could never compare to your grandmother or Sisterly. That would be too much for me. Whether we make a profit is still uncertain. So just don't expect me to come work for you if it turns out to be a loss." Yurong pouted at Murphy's teasing, feeling that her earnestness was met with indifference. "My family doesn't hire male technicians. Are you watching too many domestic dramas?" She retorted playfully. "That's illegal, little brother." Murphy hadn't initially considered that angle, but Yurong's words conjured an immediate image in his mind. After their playful exchange, Yurong became slightly more reserved. Through their brief interaction, she discerned a weakness in Murphy. He was the type to habitually change the subject to evade awkwardness. And all it took was for her to be a little bolder to reclaim the conversational lead. Fortunately for her, Yurong had never been particularly concerned about propriety. She would readily bargain for a mere dime off a vegetable price. Yet, regaining that conversational control ultimately proved inconsequential. Yurong considered herself a strong-willed individual. Yet she found it difficult to assert herself in the presence of Mo Fei. Earlier that morning, she had gleaned from Sisterly that Mo Fei and Li Feng were visitors from afar. Remarkably, Mo Fei had managed to form a connection with Jian Wenzheng in a short time, even referring to him as brother. Yurong was perplexed as to how Mo Fei achieved such a feat, which signified that he possessed considerable depth and capability. Sisterly had left with numerous reminders for Yurong to take good care of this brother of hers, who was the closest person to her in the world aside from her grandmother, and the one who had shown her the greatest kindness. Since the year she turned 14, when she fled her village with her grandmother to seek refuge with Sisterly, the latter had never asked anything of her. Sisterly had financed her grandmother's medical treatment, enabled her to continue her education, and imparted essential life lessons. Even when faced with business failures and burdened by millions in debt, Sisterly persevered to ensure Yurong could lead a normal life as a child. Today marked the first instance in which Yurong had implored Sisterly to assist in caring for Mo Fei. As Sisterly dotes on her brother, it is only natural for Yurong to extend the same affection towards him. Sisterly spoke fondly of the Northeast, describing it as a wonderful place. Curiosity piqued, Yu Rong, who had never ventured beyond Rongqing, yearned to explore the beautiful region Sisterly spoke of. Mo Fei, upon hearing Yu Rong's inquiries, eagerly invited her. The Northeast is quite delightful. You should come with me someday. School hasn't started yet, right? We can return together then. Sisterly treated both him and Li Feng with great care, having cherished Mo Fei as her own brother in the past. Despite the affection stemming from this bond, Sister Li exhibited no faults in her treatment of him. Now that he had matured, he felt it was his duty to look after her family as well. Yu Rong's face lit up with intrigue. Sister Li had traveled extensively, yet she declared the Northeast to be the best. This had instilled in Yu Rong a lifelong desire to see the enchanting locale described by Sister Li. However, she soon declined Mo Fei's invitation, stating, "I cannot. I must assist at the shop. Perhaps another time." Mo Fei merely smiled in response, saying, "Whenever you wish to go, I will take you." "Really? Then it's settled. I will call you when the time comes," Yu Rong replied, her smile reflecting her joy. She marveled at the wonders of fate, contemplating how Sister Li's long-cherished boy had re-entered her life in Rongqing, and how she had formed a friendship with Mo Fei, who could also aid her in repaying Sister Li's debts. It felt like a cycle, as everyone seemed to be caught in the ebb and flow of life. Upon arriving at the foot massage parlor, Yu Rong parked the car at the entrance and recalled their plans for barbecue that evening, inquiring of Mo Fei, "Where shall we dine tonight?" Mo Fei swiftly finished his soda, preferring the sugary variety over aspartame-laden alternatives, though he acknowledged the health implications of daily consumption. He favored cherry-flavored cola, which had unfortunately fallen out of favor. He mentioned, "Jiangu is treating us, and he is currently dealing with the delays from the Nangong Guanlan concert. He should join us shortly." Yu Rong, filled with anticipation, asked, "Do you think Guanlan will come?" "How would I know? I hope she doesn't Mo Fei replied. Yu Rong pouted in dissatisfaction. It seemed there was some friction between Mo Fei and Guanlan, and she was curious about what had transpired at noon. "Oh well, we'll find out over dinner why they seem to be at odds," she thought. "Wait for me in the lobby. I need to drop off these stockings in the storeroom. The drinks are in the fridge. Help yourself." Yu Rong rejected Mo Fei's offer of assistance and strode to the far end of the corridor with a large bag of stockings. Mo Fei settled down in the lobby, musing about the northeast ambience of the foot massage parlor, which he now understood was Sister Li's influence. Suddenly, his phone rang, revealing a video call from Zhang Lanfan. After silencing the call, he resumed his idle observations. Having found the cola overly sweet, he contemplated whether to drink a bottle of Dongfang Shai or chilled mineral water. While he hesitated, another video call came in from Xiao Na. Although he recognized that Zhang Lanfan was on the other end, he felt obliged to answer Xiao Na's call. Upon connecting, he saw Xiao Na, who appeared somewhat sheepish, saying, "Mo Fei, where are you? Lanfan is quite worried about you. Are you not with Fingzi? If so, I might take him out for some fun." Mo Fei deflected her concerns, steering the conversation to lighten the mood. "Lanfan wants to talk to you." "Here she is," he said, handing the phone to Zhang Lanfan. However, upon seeing Mo Fei, Zhang Lanfan's first words made Xiao Na wish she could snatch the phone back. "As her best friend, I hope you do not stray off the path. No one wishes for your well-being more than I do." If this is because of me, Xiao Na felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, aware that even as a woman, she recognized how well Mo Fei was doing. "He is doing incredibly well. Do you know that?" Yet, she understood Zhang Lanfan, who had been spoiled by Mo Fei since childhood, and knew it would take time for her change. Mo Fei hung up the call without a second thought. He knew Zhang Lanfan all too well. She needed to collect herself, as indulging her further would only reinforce her belief that there was still a chance. While scrolling through short videos, he had often pondered what he would choose if given another chance, lover or friend. From the beginning, he had chosen friends, or rather, he preferred merely exchanging greetings when they met. Zhang Lanfan stared at the black screen in disbelief, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Just as she was lost in thought, contemplating her next move, Mo Fei's video call came through again. She had never anticipated such joy from receiving a call from him. He still cared for her. After all these years, her feelings were too deeply rooted to let go. She still held out hope of winning him back. With renewed confidence, Zhang Lanfan pressed the answer button, only to be greeted by the innocent visage of Yurong. The latter looked displeased as she had just emerged from changing her clothes to find Mo Fei, only to be confronted by this relentless woman. Was it a crime for Mo Fei to possess a kind disposition? Why should a good person be taken advantage of? Such reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Good deeds should indeed be rewarded. Sister Li had entrusted her with caring for Mo Fei, and Yu Rong was determined to fulfill that obligation. Mo Fei held his dignity. She would not compromise hers. Yu Rong offered no leniency to Zhang Lanfan, seizing Mo Fei's phone to dial back. If it was meant to end, then so be it. If consent had not been given, then it was not meant to be. Playing with fish again? Friends? What kind of friend is that? Yu Rong thought, growing increasingly frustrated with Zhang Lanfan's silence. For Mo Fei's sake, do not love someone in the way you think is right. That is the epitome of selfishness. It's as if all your education has gone to waste. Yu Rong unleashed her fury. She had never feared confrontation, merely a naive girl navigating through life. She adjusted the angle of her phone to capture Murphy on the screen, her nimble fingers deftly unfastening the buttons of his shirt as she continued to mock him. If you truly care for Murphy, keep your distance. We have matters to attend to. Would you like a live broadcast? Just a taste of the sounds for you, dear sister. Chapter 40. Some await the misty rain, while others lament the sudden downpour. Yu Rong's fierce determination rendered Zhang Lanlan utterly defenseless. She shifted her angle and reached for Murphy's belt. Zhang Lanlan, blushing and at a loss for words on the phone, had never encountered such a formidable woman or engaged in a quarrel with one. Compared to Yu Rong, the provocation from Wei Nanfeng paled in significance. Although she felt despair in the face of Wei Nanfeng, she still believed she had a chance. However, confronting Yu Rong left her utterly powerless, devoid of any means to respond. How could a girl behave in such a manner? How could a woman be so shameless? Yu Rong, who had long survived in the bustling streets, brought Zhang Lanlan a shock she had never experienced in her life. Ultimately, Xiao Na hurriedly snatched the phone from the dazed Zhang Lanlan's grasp, apologizing profusely as she ended the call. After hanging up, Zhang Lanlan remained in a daze for quite some time, while Xiao Na gently urged, if you continue to throw a tantrum, you won't be able to maintain friendships. Surrounded by several women, they looked at the helpless Zhang Lanlan, equally unsure of how to console her. The present is the present, and the past is the past. When Murphy pursued Zhang Lanlan, they could still rally around her, condemning him together. But now that Murphy had entered a new relationship, it bore no relevance to Zhang Lanlan. Regardless of whether his current actions were right or wrong, they were all good friends, protecting Murphy's reputation in front of outsiders. With over 50 people in their class, their camaraderie had always been strong, allowing them to enjoy outings together after graduation. Murphy's transformation had occurred so swiftly that they were left bewildered. Wang Xine, too, had reacted in frustration due to the rapidity of Murphy's change, leading her to make a sarcastic comment. Yet Zhang Lanlan had explicitly rejected Murphy. You made a clear rejection. He has embarked on a new relationship. From now on, you will walk your own path, and he will tread his solitary bridge. It's best for everyone to part amicably, rather than allowing things to become so awkward that you can no longer even be friends. Upon hearing Xiao Na's words, Zhang Lanlan remained in a state of confusion. She could not comprehend why Murphy had hung up, allowing that wicked woman to bully her. It was evident that things had not been this way before. How could love vanish so swiftly? Listening to Zhang Lanlan's murmurs, Xiao Na sighed, gently patting her shoulder in a bid to comfort her. Indeed, Murphy's departure was rather abrupt, but you did consent to his leaving, did you not? You must gracefully accept the reality of his absence. Whether he is well or ill, as a friend, all that remains for you is the right to wish him well. Zhang Lanlan broke into tears, overwhelmed by sorrow. It was the truth of Xiao Na's words that stung her deeply. As a friend, regardless of Murphy's circumstances, she was left with nothing but the right to offer her blessings. All privileges concerning love had evaporated today. After weeping for a considerable time, with her friends providing solace, her emotions gradually stabilized. She realized there was nothing wrong with her. It was merely that Murphy's swift departure had left her struggling to adjust. I'm all right now. Thankfully, I have all of you, she said, wiping her tears and expressing her gratitude to those around her. At that moment, Xiaona's phone rang, the melodious tones of the fact of your departure resonating in the air. It was the dismissal bell for their school's evening study session, and Xiaona, fond of the piano piece, felt her heart lighten with its familiar melody. The same tune evoked different sentiments for different listeners, while Xiaona felt a sense of relief. Zhang Lanlan perceived a poignant farewell within the once repetitive melody. Whether in love or friendship, someone must always depart first. No one can remain by another's side forever. The skies will inevitably darken, and separation is an unavoidable part of life. Upon discovering that the call was from Li Feng, Xiao Na stepped aside to answer. Going out drinking again? Huh? All right then. Since Lanlan isn't in the best of spirits, I 1T join. There will be plenty of time for you to accompany me later, huh? Li Feng had called to inform Xiao Na of his plans to go out for drinks. Xiao Na speculated that Murphy's mood might not be any better. After enduring for so long and then relinquishing, he must feel quite disheartened. Having known each other for many years, she had some understanding of Murphy's character. He harbored certain pains that he could only confide in Li Feng. With the school year still in its early stages, there wouldn't be much time to enjoy in Rongxing. And returning home would provide ample opportunity to be close to her boyfriend. Yet Zhang Lanlan interpreted Xiao Na's empathetic words differently. Her true stage was not in Rongqing. Upon returning home, she still had countless chances to win Murphy back. After Xiao Na hung up, she turned to find Zhang Lanlan appearing to have regained her composure. A wave of relief washing over her. It seemed Lanlan had accepted the reality of Murphy's departure. Moving forward, they could maintain a cordial facade, exchanging greetings and smiles. Their friendships would remain intact, which was quite reassuring. At the foot massage parlor, Sister Li was scolding Yu Rong as she tugged at her ear in the main hall. She displayed none of the gentleness expected of a young woman. Upon hearing that Murphy had arrived, she intended to go downstairs to greet him, only to witness Yu Rong in the act of removing Murphy's pants. While there may have been reasons for her actions, there were certainly many ways to resolve the situation. Yu Rong often opted for the most straightforward approach. This child was remarkably clever. Over the years, she had never troubled Sister Li with her dilemmas. The issue may have been resolved, but had Yu Rong retained any semblance of femininity? In a public space, was it appropriate to undress Murphy? Sister Li exerted no effort in restraining Yu Rong, who easily broke free and took refuge behind Murphy, defiantly justifying her actions. I know what I'm doing. What harm can a boy suffer? Having navigated life in society for so many years, Yu Rong had developed a repertoire of skills. From speaking the language of people to fabricating tales, she had never lost a quarrel since childhood and knew precisely how to handle individuals of all ages. Facing an inexperienced young girl was no challenge at all. She could easily dismantle her opponent's defenses. Murphy hurriedly intervened, loosening his waist pouch and saying, Jinga has finished his business and will be coming to pick us up. Let us divide the spoils first. Seeing this, Yu Rong scampered over to Sister Li, shaking her arm playfully. There won't be a next time, really. Don't look so stern. Today, Murphy and I made quite a bit of money. Sister Li, exasperated yet affectionate, gave Yu Rong a gentle slap on the backside and turned to Murphy, saying, Well done, little M.O. I'll be busy now. If this little rascal acts up again, just let me know. Once Sister Li departed, Yu Rong beamed and led Murphy into the counter area to begin tallying up the day's earnings. The receptionist also lent a hand in organizing, and before long, she had tallied the exact amount. After deducting the 1,000 yuan in change that Yu Rong had brought, the total sales for the night amounted to approximately 16,000 yuan. This is the power of packaging. A single rose, purchased for less than a yuan, transformed into a refined product with the addition of harmless fluorescent agents, colorful lights, and acrylic boxes, achieving an astonishing markup. Yu Rong's smile radiated brightly. From the moment she began counting the money, her grin never wavered. Nothing brings greater joy than the feeling of having money in one's pocket. Yu Rong had sold flowers for many years, and the most she had ever made in a single day was just over 1,000. Yet today, she had matched that in just one evening. You're incredible, she exclaimed. After calculating her earnings, Yu Rong rummaged through the front desk and found some relatively new bills, gathering 8,000 yuan. After verifying the notes with the cash machine, she placed them in her previous waist pouch and cheerfully handed it over to Murphy. 8,000 each. Today, Sister has taken advantage of you. When I have money in the future, I will repay you. Just pay me back tomorrow. This wallet is too ugly. When I have a chance, I'll get you a new one. Yu Rong's words were soothing, as she graciously acknowledged Murphy's generosity without any fuss. Just because she was currently short on cash didn't imply it would always be the case. Once debts were settled, she anticipated ample opportunities to repay Murphy's kindness, akin to the sibling-like bond between Li Jie and Murphy. Back in the day, Li Jie never anticipated that Murphy would grow to be so formidable. One must not forget their roots. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. Both Li Jie and Murphy embodied this principle. Their benevolence seemed at odds with societal norms, yet she felt fortunate to have encountered them. Coincidentally, she found herself to be of a similar disposition. Murphy contemplated acquiring a car tomorrow to deposit this sum into a bank. In 2014, the proportion of users engaged in third-party mobile payments reached 49.8%. Although scanning for payments had begun to establish itself as a vital aspect of daily life, it had not yet become an absolute necessity, particularly in his small town. The trend of scanning for payments was just beginning to take hold, with most people still predominantly relying on cash. His current bank card still belonged to his father, and depositing funds would reveal the truth, complicating matters. As for wallets, he could never quite adjust to them, nearly forgetting what cash felt like. With only 100 yuan tucked behind his phone case for emergencies. With the release of the micro-red envelope feature from the Penguin software this year, they essentially entered the era of mobile payments. He pondered whether he could unearth some business opportunities from this, as he had heard that street promotions seemed to be quite lucrative. While Murphy was still mulling over ways to earn money, Jian Wenjing's vehicle pulled up outside. Yu Rong eagerly beckoned Murphy, extracting 1,000 yuan from the counter and bouncing out with glee. "Hurry up, let us go for barbecue." Just as Murphy stepped outside, he spotted Yu Rong standing beside Jian Wenjing's car, her face etched with disappointment, not having boarded. "What's wrong? Get in," Murphy urged. Yu Rong shook her head in dismay, looking at Murphy with a hint of grievance. "Guanlon didn't come," Jiange said. She was blocked by paparazzi at the hotel. "Guanlon didn't want to interrupt our meal." Yu Rong inwardly cursed those wretched reporters, wondering if artists were not entitled to privacy. Yet Guanlon's decision was indeed prudent. Being photographed going out alone with Jiange would invite an avalanche of speculation from those paparazzi. Jian Wenjing felt somewhat helpless as well. Guanlon had intended to bring a bag for Yu Rong as a birthday gift, but they were thwarted by the paparazzi. Yu Rong's character mirrored that of Nangong Guanlon, and the two shared a remarkable rapport akin to a fateful reunion. During a break, Yu Rong even offered a brief massage to Nangong Guanlon to alleviate her fatigue. Since they would be staying in Rongqing for 2 days, there was no rush regarding the gift. It would be far better if she presented it to Yu Rong personally. "Then I want to go. You all enjoy your meal. After you're done, come by and I'll treat you both to a massage," Yu Rong said. Upon hearing that Nangong Guanlon would not attend, Yu Rong felt that staying home to help was of greater importance. The foot massage shop would soon be bustling with customers. No one knew what the next month would bring. Earning a bit more today would provide a cushion for the challenges ahead. Murphy and Jiange would not be leaving Rongqing anytime soon, so they could dine together when they were less busy. Yu Rong did not give the two an opportunity to persuade her otherwise, rushing back inside to fetch 2 bottles of chilled cola. After handing them to Murphy, she called into the car. "Jiange, you and Murphy enjoy your meal. Whenever you're free, I'll treat you both to dinner. The shop is busy, so I want to be joining." Seeing this, Murphy did not press the matter further. Once in the car, he briefly explained to Jian Wenjing. Yu Rong lives with her sister and grandmother. Her sister's business failed, and she's under significant debt pressure. She probably wants to lend a helping hand. Jian Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement, admiring Yu Rong's thoughtfulness. As for further details, Murphy did not elaborate, and Jian Wenjing refrained from probing. The two drove towards a flower shop. Murphy collected the glowing roses he had reserved for his friends and headed towards the Jinjiang Hotel. He delivered the flowers to Fan Zeng and Ma Tianfeng, asking them to pass on the girls' portion while encouraging them to seize the moment. Li Feng did not accompany Murphy upstairs, opting instead to chat with Jian Wenjing in the car. They had already become acquainted at the gym, and Jian Wanzheng had noted that this young man, named Li Feng, was quite impressive, mature in demeanor. He was slightly less adept than Murphy, but still among the elite of their age group. Interactions among three men were straightforward and uncomplicated, without excessive pleasantries. As they headed directly to the barbecue restaurant located beneath Jian Wenjing's residence. The barbecue joint was modest, run by a grandfatherly figure nearing 60, having been in operation for over 15 years. The clientele consisted mainly of local residents, with tables and small stools set up on the street. A few bottles of cold beer and some familiar grilled skewers seemed to dissolve the weariness of the day within the bustling atmosphere. Jian Wenjing greeted the owner and swiftly ordered the skewers, requesting a case of beer. "Oh, Xiao Jian can drink now," the old man remarked in surprise. Jian Wenjing had frequented this place since he was young, and he had never seen him drink before. "Tomorrow I'll be visiting my girlfriend's house. I need to practice. Uncle Li, go easy on the spice. My two younger brothers are from the north and can't handle it." Upon hearing the good news from Jian Wenjing, Old Li's face lit up with a delighted smile. "That's wonderful news. Don't worry, our skills are unmatched." Jian Wenjing returned with the beer, and just as he was about to grab a bottle opener, Murphy swiftly popped open a beer with chopsticks and cheerfully handed it to him, saying, "Jiange, since you are in high spirits today, drink less, and let Fengzi drink more since he is feeling down." Li Feng merely pursed his lips, remaining silent. He was not particularly upset. After a day of adjustment, he had mostly recovered. What he really wanted to ask was when Murphy and Yu Rong would get together, as their relationship seemed quite amicable. Li Feng used his lighter to open a bottle of beer, leaving Jian Wenjing momentarily stunned. Can a lighter really serve as a bottle opener? Won't that explode? The three men clinked their bottles together, and Li Feng gulped down half of his drink before turning to Murphy and inquiring, "My friend, I must admit, I have no pressing matters at hand. I am merely curious as to how you and Yu Rong became so close." Li Feng was inundated with questions, as his brother consistently surprised him to the point of near shock. Noticing that Jian Wenjing was also inclined to down half a bottle, Murphy quickly intervened. "Brother, feel free, but since you don't often drink, consuming this much could lead to inebriation." Heeding the advice, Jian Wenjing chuckled and took a sip, finding the beverage rather unpalatable. At that moment, the barbecue was served, and Jian Wenjing beckoned the other two. Barbecue was ubiquitous, yet it always seemed that the best was found just beneath one's own residence. Murphy and Li Feng nodded in agreement, particularly resonating with Jian Wenjing's sentiments. Murphy was especially reminiscent, as thoughts of his favorite barbecue spot in Shuncheng filled him with nostalgia. He recalled a glass of white liquor mixed with rainwater, a mysterious email he had responded to, and his subsequent rebirth. It was as though many things had become simpler after that fateful turn of events. As the trio dined and conversed, Murphy briefly recounted his encounter with Yu Rong while selling flowers that evening, omitting any mention of Sister Li. Unaware of what she had discussed with Li Feng the previous night, Li Feng had no intention of probing further. There was no need. They shared stories, confiding in one another, weaving tales of joy and regret, childhood and the present. Conversations among men are often straightforward, yet rich in mutual inquiry. As a light drizzle fell, the three men, slightly tipsy, rose to conclude their evening of camaraderie. Jian Wenjing had consumed 3 bottles, while Li Feng and Murphy had lost track of their intake, all feeling pleasantly buzzed. This gentle intoxication was relaxing, yet not overwhelming. After a spirited debate over the bill, Jian Wenjing finally stepped outside, only to find Murphy and Li Feng staring blankly across the street. Approaching them, he followed their gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Across the street stood a bridal shop, its pure white wedding gowns shimmering in the window, symbolizing love and purity. The three men found themselves drawn to the display, each silently contemplating the gowns. After a prolonged silence, they began to sigh in unison. Sigh, sigh, sigh. They exchanged glances, and soon, someone burst into laughter, prompting the others to join in. Though none questioned the cause of their sighs, it seemed they all understood the sentiment behind it. Some awaited the misty rain, while others lamented its intensity. Murphy lit a cigarette, shielding it from the rain as he gazed at the window. Men, he mused, tch. Sigh. Chapter 41. the fact of your departure. Upon hearing Murphy's lament, Jian Wenzheng and Li Feng laughed heartily. Indeed, only men could truly understand one another, even in a light drizzle. Too much exposure could lead to illness, prompting the trio to retreat back into the barbecue restaurant to escape the rain. Jian Wenzheng glanced at the time, noting it was precisely midnight, and he took out his phone to summon a cab for the two. Shall we all go together tomorrow? Murphy nodded, then queried, Jian Ge, aren't you heading home? I'll wait for my friend for a bit, Jian Wenzheng replied with a smile. After seeing Murphy off, he presumed his other friend had finished his tasks and sent a message. Jian Wenzheng, Boss Qian, what are you up to? Qian Duo, what can I be doing? Just drinking and pretending to be a big shot while they boast. Qian Duo, have you made it home? I'll come find you shortly. What about Pei Xiao? Jian Wenzheng, he arrived this morning. I just wrapped up. Didn't you know the concert at Guanlan? Jian Wenzheng, you handle your business. Just wanted to inform you that I'm marrying Yao Yao this year. Jian Wenzheng, Pei Xiao's probably snuggling with his wife. We could talk tomorrow afternoon. Qian Duo, I have no time for celebrities. You're calling me late at night while you're with that tigress, which clearly shows you love me more. Jian Wenzheng, oh, my old buddy, you're truly repulsive. I genuinely wish to kick your backside with my boot. In a high-end hotel in Rongqing, a somewhat portly young man with thinning hair beamed with delight. The smile on his face had transformed from one of mere kindness to one radiating genuine happiness. His small eyes squinted into slits. After so many years, these two finally came together. It was a culmination of hope. Soon he composed himself, the friendly smile returning as he raised his glass and announced, Gentlemen, I apologize, but I must take my leave due to a family matter. Mr. Zhang, I'll toast you first. Approximately 10 minutes later, amidst well wishes from the crowd, Qian Duo reached the hotel entrance. After some pleasantries, he finally departed. A Mercedes-Benz E300 awaited him at the door, and once inside, he could no longer contain his laughter. His female secretary, noticing his jovial demeanor, softly inquired, Is it because General Jian has returned? Are we heading home? Qian Duo nodded, responding with a grin. Indeed, not only has my brother gotten together with that tigress, but he deserves to celebrate with a few more drinks today. He owned numerous properties, yet only one truly felt like home, the modest neighborhood without any real estate holdings. It seemed to rain every summer in Rongqing, a wretched place. His gambling father had lost everything, and his whereabouts were unknown. In his youth, he had driven away his own wife, and, after a period of restraint, returned to gambling. He had gone to the capital, which was vast, and after locating his mother, who he visited yearly, she had provided him with some money. At that moment, he understood her intentions. Little Tong, he lamented, I was such a fool back then. Why didn't I take that money? Now, not supporting her is a crime. Fortunately, Uncle Pei had arranged a job for him. At that time, he had little concept of money, thinking earning 2,500 yuan from a supermarket job was quite adequate. Tong Yihua listened quietly to Qian Duo's ramblings, aware that her boss had indulged too much. She had been with him for 2 years, a beneficiary of his generosity, and upon graduating, had entered his company directly. She had heard this story twice before during the previous New Year, once at Pei Lai's wedding and once when Jian Wenzheng returned home. Today, it was recounted once more. Qian Duo was always cheerful, smiling at everyone he met. Yet she knew his true happiness emerged only when he was with those two friends. Arriving at the familiar barbecue restaurant, Qian Duo stumbled out of the car and leaned against a tree to vomit. Tong Yihua quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and an umbrella, stepping out to gently pat his back. Qian Duo wobbled back to his feet, surveying his surroundings with a distended belly, and declared, I'm fine. You should head home. It's too dangerous for a young lady to be out alone at night. The young woman nodded with a smile, but as she returned to the car, she noticed Qian Duo emerging from the barbecue shop again, skewers in hand. Munching while scanning the area, Qian Duo glanced around and spotted 2 figures in the wedding dress shop diagonally across. As she walked over while munching on her food, Tong Yihua called out, Umbrella. Qian Duo smiled as she took the umbrella and urged her to hurry home. I'll be staying at my uncle's place for the night, so you don't need to wait for me. Tong Yihua nodded in acknowledgement. Qian Duo's uncle was Jian Wenjing's father, residing in this very community. Yet, a twinge of concern lingered as she watched Qian Duo, her belly prominent, leap over the low railing to stand before the shop's window. The three remained silent, and Jian Wenjung felt a sense of déjà vu. He turned to the flamboyant young man beside him and remarked, "Young Master Pei, what are you doing here? Watching us when you're already married?" Qian Duo was not surprised by Pei Lai's appearance. Jian Wenjung would never truly neglect to call him. Pei Lai nonchalantly adjusted his rain-soaked hair and retorted, "What's Jian Zong watching? You're not with the tigress anymore, are you?" After their exchange, they both turned their gaze towards Qian Duo, who was chewing on a meat skewer and muttering, "What do you two care about me for? What is so great about marriage?" Jian Wenjung and Pei Lai merely shook their heads in silence, then turned back to each other and sighed in unison. "Sigh? What are you sighing about? It's late, and you're just adding to my annoyance." Ignoring them, Qian Duo looked back at the shop window and addressed Pei Lai. "Young Master Pei, what are you smoking today?" "I left my cigarettes in the car." Pei Lai shrugged. "I quit, preparing for a baby." "When are you and the tigress planning to have one?" Qian Duo inquired, glancing at the smug Jian Wenjung. Jian Wenjung shook his head. Having a child was not on the agenda. "Let us get married first." Yao Yao said she wants to wander for a year. The three strolled leisurely towards the barbecue shop. Qian Duo cast one last glance at the wedding dress in the window, letting out a sigh. Then she chuckled to herself, "Amen." At 1 o'clock in the night, in room 302 of the Jinjiang Hotel, the door stood ajar, allowing the cool evening breeze to waft in refreshingly. Murphy and Li Feng each held a bucket of fried chicken, engrossed in the television show Where Are We Going, Dad? Most reality shows are most entertaining in their first season. The main issue now is that most televisions do not support screen mirroring, so they're forced to watch whatever is being broadcast. Murphy, absent-mindedly munching on fries, turned to the equally dazed Li Feng and asked, "Brother, what do you think is the meaning of life?" Li Feng, gnawing on a piece of original chicken, replied with discontent, "The meaning of life is to enjoy some fries." In Murphy's expectant gaze, Li Feng did not provide the answer he longed to hear. Murphy wasn't necessarily looking for a foot rub. Rather, he was subtly probing about what Li Feng had discussed with Li Jie and how much he knew about her current situation. "Just ask. I know everything, so there's no need to go there. Once we're home, I'll find 8 technicians to give you a massage all night." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Murphy felt relieved. After a while, finding the situation rather dull, he suddenly had a thought. "Fengzi, can you dance?" Li Feng nodded. Before becoming an art student, he had explored various subjects before settling on painting. "I almost forgot. Why do you ask?" Murphy recalled his awkward dancing with Wei Nanfeng that evening and felt a pang of discomfort. He had been clumsy as a bear, while Wei Nanfeng moved with the grace of Sprite. "Teach me, would you? You know, that wall from the movies. Can you do it?" Li Feng spat out a chicken bone into a nearby bag, wiped his hands with a napkin, stood up, and confidently declared, "Of course. It's simple. Even Xiao Na can dance it, but might be a bit challenging for you." Murphy hastily set his bucket down on the table, stood up, wiped his hands, and eagerly countered, "That was then, this is now. Teach me." Li Feng caught on to something. Murphy, with his character, wanted to learn what the person he liked enjoyed. It seemed his brother was making considerable progress with the female CEO. Perhaps he wanted to learn to dance because she could. "All right, I'll find a tune." Li Feng took out his phone and found a familiar piano piece. The familiar melody emanated from the phone, and Murphy instantly recognized it as the school bell, signaling the end of their evening study sessions. The piece, "The Truth That You Leave" by Gao Zhihao, was one Murphy knew all too well, having listened to it countless times in high school. Every time he heard it, it brought him joy, as it signified the end of a tiring day. It wasn't until the last time he left school, when the school played this piece again, that he understood its sense of release. "Let us go with this one. I'm too lazy to find another. Just follow my rhythm, and don't step on my toes. Hey, relax. Be gentle with your hands, man. Maybe we shouldn't learn after all." Li Feng now regretted agreeing to teach Murphy to dance, just as Murphy regretted agreeing to be his model that morning. Regret was futile. For the sake of his brother's happiness, he had to teach him, even if it was torturous. Learning to dance with uncoordinated limbs was akin to self-inflicted suffering. Murphy couldn't find a relaxed feeling he had that evening. His limbs felt like Li Feng's marionette, stiff and unyielding. He had been fine that night. Why was he struggling now? Was it Li Feng's teaching that was lacking? The two of them exchanged complaints, while the elegant yet melancholic melody flowed from the room. As Bai Jia and Zhang Xiaona returned from downstairs with snacks, they were curious about why the same song was playing on repeat in Murphy and Li Feng's room. They quietly approached, peeking through the half-open door to see Li Feng and Murphy clumsily dancing. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Bai Jia's clear eyes as she murmured, "I'm onto something, I really am. Rongqing truly is a wonderful place." Zhang Xiaona, hearing Bai Jia's peculiar remarks, had become somewhat numb. The young girl appeared quiet and reserved, often wearing glasses and rarely speaking. Yet behind the scenes, she had a penchant for watching romantic dramas. While she also indulged, it was nowhere near Bai Jia's level of enthusiasm. Such narratives appealed to both genders, though the trending topics differed. Boys preferred titles like The Landlord's Wife on a Rainy Night. Soon, however, Zhang Xiaona began to feel something was amiss. It was an odd sensation, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Wait, Li Feng seemed to be your boyfriend. Chapter 42. The Truth That You Leave, Too. Zhang Xiaona suddenly snapped back to reality. Murphy was currently monopolizing her boyfriend. "Get away from my boyfriend." She burst in, resembling a puffed-up kitten. Yet Li Feng and Murphy showed no sign of embarrassment. Li Feng even leaned in closer to Murphy, jesting, "Oh no, darling. My wife has come to catch us in the act. Get lost, how disgusting." Murphy pushed Li Feng's face away from him. Mutual disgust was an everyday occurrence between the two brothers. Murphy felt a pang of regret, realizing he couldn't outgross Li Feng, nor could he match his shamelessness, thus losing the upper hand. He harbored a distaste for anything distasteful, finding it pale in comparison to Li Feng. "Bai Jia, you should read less of those homoerotic novels. Be wary of not finding a partner in the future," he remarked. Murphy, accustomed to deftly diverting conversations, shifted his focus to the bashful, bespectacled girl at the door. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Bai Jia curled her lip in disdain, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before retorting, "Well, at least it's superior to the material you men consume." She was unabashed in this regard, for the treasures in her possession were all acquired through Li Feng and Murphy's assistance. Before graduating high school, she had only ever used a Nokia, and for online shopping, she had relied on the trendier Li Feng and Murphy. Initially, she had sought help from Xiao Na, who, of course, enlisted her boyfriend's aid. However, once Xiao Na became addicted, Li Feng sensed the predicament and severed Xiao Na's purchasing link with Bai Jia. The pressures of senior year weighed heavily on Bai Jia. She abstained from the internet, smoking, and drinking, with her sole indulgence being these novels. One day, in a moment of desperation while staying late to clean with Murphy, she pitifully pleaded for his help with a purchase. Renowned throughout the school as a good-natured individual, Murphy rarely declined a request from a classmate. Helping to buy a few books online was a trivial matter, especially since Bai Jia treated herself to drinks daily. Although he didn't quite grasp why such things held market value, Murphy felt a kinship with his own penchant for watching girl-on-girl films. He didn't understand but respected Bai Jia's interests, especially since she often treated him to drinks. Indeed, the bespectacled girl possessed a certain magical quality. Noticing Xiao Nai's predatory gaze, Murphy disdainfully pulled Li Feng onto the bed, pouting, "You two have fun. I'm off for a drink." After dozing in the flower shop all morning, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. His primary concern was Li Feng's mental state. Now that he knew his friend was fine, with Xiao Na accompanying him, Murphy was elated to seek some amusement. The thrill of rebirth continued to swell within him, banishing any sense of weariness. He intended to wander for a couple of hours before returning to revel in the nightlife of Rongqing. Murphy grasped Bai Jia, who was still munching on snacks, and, with a bag of treats in hand, exited the room, kicking the door shut behind him. Upon hearing the door close, Bai Jia felt a wave of boredom wash over her. She was closer to Zhang Xiaona and thus shared a double room with her. There exists a natural hierarchy in relationships. While they were good friends, there were others with whom she connected even better. As she observed Murphy preparing to leave, Bai Jia hurriedly trailed after him, whispering, "Where are you headed? Take me with you." With an endearing expression, she extracted a bottle of Oriental Leaf from her plastic bag and handed it to him. Li Feng and Murphy had long been fitness enthusiasts, steering clear of sugary drinks, a fact Bai Jia was acutely aware of. Yet, Murphy was indifferent, perceiving Bai Jie as a seemingly demure girl with a wild spirit within. Her parents were both educators, and she had grown up in a stifling environment. Acting the obedient daughter at home was burdensome enough. It was only natural to seek some indulgence outside. Let's go. Brother Imo will take you to the bar. Are we heading to one of those gay bars? What are you thinking? I'm afraid my backside will hurt. We could just sit somewhere for a while. How dull. Are you going or not? Absolutely. Bai Jie returned to her room to grab a bag, quickly following Murphy downstairs. She relished the unknown, despising the shackles of monotony. Thus, she escaped her hometown for college, choosing a university far from home. The two collected umbrellas from the front desk, hailed a cab, and headed straight for Yulin Road. However, this time, to satisfy her friend's spiritual needs, Murphy opted for a rather noisy bar instead of his favored quiet pub. Bai Jie, somewhat timid, trailed closely behind Murphy, her curiosity about the outside world battling against the ingrained values and education that warned her of potential dangers. Murphy expertly ordered a stack of beers. The brew was Belgian Hoegaarden, a craft beer in 300 milliliters bottles. After scrutinizing the dimly lit label and confirming its authenticity, he opened a bottle for Bai Jie and handed it to her. Drink up. I know you're the best drinker among them. Bai Jie smiled as she accepted the beer, finding comfort in Murphy's steadfastness as a friend. By the way, are you really done with Lon Lon? At their age, they had yet to be tempered by life's trials. Naturally, as friends, they were primarily concerned about each other's romantic entanglements. Yeah, so what? If you disagree, I'll just be a lovesick fool. Murphy replied, loudly over the din, clearly unbothered by the noise. In contrast to Murphy's discomfort, Bai Jie felt invigorated by the atmosphere, finding it a liberating space to express her innermost thoughts. While they were all in the same class, her bonds with Li Feng, Zhang Xiaona, and Murphy ran deeper. It's for the best. She's not right for you. You're better suited for someone like Xiaona. Yeah, the type who can't get enough of you, probably. Bai Jie clinked her beer bottle against Murphy's, who nodded in agreement. In a later life, Murphy would remain in contact with Bai Jie for many years. Whenever he passed through Xingjing, he would visit her bar for a chat and a meal. As they grew older, friends became increasingly busy. Merely sharing a meal and reminiscing about the past became an immense fortune. He recalled how Bai Jie had once advised him similarly, though at the time, he had been too enraptured by the allure of the moonlight to heed her words. The one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. Bai Jie had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. She preferred to nestle in her room, snacking while indulging in thrilling escapades. It was a perfect pairing with her beer. The two quickly polished off 6 bottles. As Murphy contemplated ordering more, Bai Jie waved her hand and exclaimed, "Let's go." It's too loud. Noticing that Murphy appeared somewhat uncomfortable, Bai Jie knew her friend favored quieter settings. For those who enjoyed such an atmosphere, it was bliss. For those who did not, it felt like torture. Murphy had brought her out to enjoy herself, and she couldn't disregard his comfort. She felt fortunate to have a confidant in life, and encountering a sincere friend of the opposite sex meant she must have been a truly good person in her past life. After settling the bill, they ventured to a 24-hour convenience store. Bai Jie bought Murphy 2 large bags of cheese sticks and treated herself to several bags of Lay's potato chips. Murphy regarded the peculiar flavors of chips in her hands with a hint of confusion. As a purist, he believed those odd flavors tarnished the essence of potato chips. Cucumber, lime, and in the future, what else? Cherry blossom, chocolate, mustard. Murphy led Bai Jie to a small tavern where Manager Wang secured a secluded table. They tossed their newly acquired snacks onto the table. Bai Jie nibbled on potato chips and sipped her beer. As Manager Wang prepared to leave, she boldly stood up and requested, "Uncle Wang, could you play us a song? Our school's evening self-study bell is just like this." Unfazed by her youth, she addressed those older than herself as uncle. Manager Wang simply nodded, lost in thought. "I truly envy you for having the time to share drinks and engage in delightful conversations. My friends and I hardly meet even once a year." He could discern that Murphy and Bijia exchanged no inappropriate glances. They were merely 2 friends chatting during their farewell. After high school, everyone scatters to different corners of the world, and any future encounters become a luxury. However, Even after many years, the bond of friendship does not fade. Rather, it matures like fine wine, growing richer with time. When I wed, my close friends traveled from afar. Yet we could only exchange hurried greetings before retreating to our separate lives. Some of those friends may not utter a single word to each other for an entire year, perhaps only managing to meet once. Once manager Wang departed, the quaint tavern quickly filled with the elegant and melodious strains of music. BJ raised her glass to clink with Murphy's, cheerfully remarking, "Thank you for your care during our 3 years of high school. I still remember the time you brought me that little yellow book and got caught. You insisted you liked men." Murphy burst into hearty laughter at BJ's words, as long-buried memories resurfaced, bringing him immense joy. "Don't remind me. Old Zung even called my parents. I almost got a beating when I got home. By the way, how are things with old Ma?" BJ replied nonchalantly as she sipped her beer. "He has too rigid, not my type at all. He has everything about college planned out, as if he has set on being a preparatory student and then returning home to be a civil servant. He is a good guy, just not suited for me. I've already spent 18 years feeling stifled. I want to live a more carefree life moving forward. Don't worry, I've made him accept my decision to leave, and I've clarified our differing life pursuits. Tomorrow should be fine." As Murphy chewed on a cheese stick, he commented on old Ma's family of civil servants, which indeed contributed to his overly serious demeanor. BJ's typically sweet disposition led Ma Tianfong to believe she was the ideal girl he envisioned, one who also desired stability. "Insightful. I raise my glass to you." BJ took a sip of her beer, opened a bag of spicy potato chips, and inquired of Murphy, "What about you? Have you switched trees instead of hanging on a zhonglanen? Why must one hang on to just one tree? Aren't flowers and plants delightful? With your looks and physique, you'll surely captivate those college girls." BJ shared the same concerns as Li Feng. Although Murphy was a great guy, he was also quite steadfast in matters of the heart. She reflected on Zhang Lanen, thought of Wei Nan Feng from the previous night, and considered Murphy as consistent tastes. "A good tree, tall and sturdy. Your preferences are rather particular." Murphy chuckled, clinking his glass with BJ's once again, jesting. Everyone has their own aesthetic. It primarily comes down to character. As they discussed recent events, BJ expressed her astonishment. As a friend, she could only hope that President Wei, this tree, would treat Murphy well. Just then, Murphy's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Jian Wenjing. On the other end came Jian's inebriated voice. "You all wait. I can't drink you under the table, but my uncle can." "Hey, uncle, where are you?" "Uncle, your advice is quite forceful." Soon, the phone was taken away, and another jovial voice came through. "Uncle, this is Qian Duo, a friend of Wenjing. He has had too much to drink and insists on finding you. Are you asleep?" Murphy checked the time and looked at Bijia, who waved her hand and silently mouthed a gesture of indifference. She had no desire to return and was unsure where to go. Xiano was likely still cozying up to Li Feng. Going back now would be a buzzkill. Seeing BJ's consent, Murphy spoke into the phone. "Don't call me uncle. Let us keep informal. Just call me Murphy. Whereas that little tavern on Yulin Road. How are you coming?" Qian Duo and Pei Lai helped the drunken Jian into a car, planning to make a quick circle before heading home to sleep. Xiao Tong didn't drink. "She asked giving us a ride." He put the phone on speaker and handed it to Jian. "Uncle, see you tomorrow." As Jian pondered about the next day, the car resonated with a hauntingly beautiful melody, filling the vehicle with its melancholy charm. Gradually, Jian recognized the familiar tune, while Pei Lai remained silent beside him. "Drive safely. I'll be waiting for you." After Murphy hung up, Jian straightened himself, looked at Qian Duo, who was squeezed in the middle of the back seat, and earnestly remarked, "Duo, you must accept the fact that she has left." Qian Duo, hearing Jian's words, leaned forward with an exasperated expression. "I'm right here. You're really drunk." Pei Lai, wedged in the middle, quietly asked Qian Duo, "Is old Jian really drunk? Shouldn't we call a night?" Qian Duo sighed, quickly regaining his composure, and patted the empty front passenger seat. "Xiao Tong, listen to me. Let's south go to Yulin Road. I need to see just who this uncle of ours is that can get my brother in such a state. Is he bullying the honest folk?" Pei Lai scoffed. Anyone who can handle Li Bailu must be quite the character. The fact that Jian was calling him uncle meant they were likely to have dinner together tomorrow, suggesting there was some truth to it. Qian Duo wanted to smoke, but refrained upon realizing he was the only one in the car who smoked. Just then, a cigarette was shoved into his mouth, and Pale Eye lit it for him. Qian Duo opened the car window and called out to the driver, Tong Yihua, play a song. Xiao Tong. What song, Qian? The fact that you've left. Inside the tavern, BGF felt somewhat disoriented. What had she just heard? Based on Murphy's recounting, Jian Wenzheng was Feng Luyao's boyfriend. Feng Luyao's aunt was Li Bailu. They were good friends with Wei Nanfeng. Wei Nanfeng and Murphy were developing feelings for each other. What did this have to do with Li Bailu? Wait a moment. Her thoughts were in disarray. Uncle? Do people in big cities play like this? Chapter 43. The fact that you've left. 3. BGF felt not just a bit confused, but also that this plot seemed strangely familiar. Wait, I know you're exceptional, but isn't this a bit too intense? Can your body handle it? BGF recognized that Murphy was indeed remarkable, handsome, with abs and skilled at bartending. Yet, the notion of a double date, a scenario typically found only in novels, unfolding in the life of her close friend felt overwhelmingly stimulating. Those who enjoy reading often possess a vivid imagination, and BGF was particularly fond of reading. Unbeknownst to her, a warm stream flowed from her nostrils as she saw Murphy anxiously standing up with a tissue. What are you thinking? You're bleeding from your nose. Quickly, stop it. BGF, realizing her situation, touched her own nose and, noticing the crimson, hurriedly pressed the tissue against it. After staunching the flow, she smiled bashfully at Murphy. Glancing around, she leaned in slightly and whispered mischievously to Murphy, "Double date, is it exhilarating?" Murphy shot BGF a bemused look, feeling that if her interest continued along this path, her mind might just unravel. "Sister, I implore you to be more pragmatic. Am I flying? Have you lost your senses?" He then surveyed his surroundings and softly elucidated. "I have yet to be involved with Wei Nanfeng. My relationship with Li Bailu is merely contractual. Her family is pressuring her to marry, and I am simply playing a role." Upon hearing Murphy's explanation, Bai Jia nodded, yet her large eyes behind the glasses darted about, clearly exhibiting disbelief. Whatever. A man's words are often deceptive. She felt she had unraveled the truth. Although Li Bailu was well-preserved, she was undeniably over 30. Li Bailu appeared to be a formidable and astute woman. Would she really choose to masquerade a 19-year-old boy as her boyfriend? Please, isn't that an overt declaration to her family that she is financially supporting a college student? There must be some hidden circumstances. When Murphy dines at her home tomorrow, he will likely face discrimination, perhaps even offered $3 million to sever ties with Li Bailu. Bai Jia adjusted her glasses, and Murphy found this scene somewhat familiar. He had a premonition that Bai Jia would utter the classic line soon. "Oh, the scheming. Always probing your belly." Rendered speechless by Bai Jia, Murphy clinked his glass against hers and admonished her with a hint of annoyance. "You show no semblance of femininity. Drink up." Bai Jia shot him a discontented glare, feeling that Murphy was not sufficiently bro-like. Shouldn't good things be shared and discussed among friends? Though she lacked practical experience, her theoretical knowledge was impeccable. Observing Bai Jia's disgruntled expression, Murphy furrowed his brow, took a bite of the cucumber-flavored chips, and remarked, "What is this flavor?" Upon hearing Murphy's critique of her beloved cucumber-flavored chips, Bai Jia immediately retorted, "Apologize to the cucumber chips. Right now, immediately. You, who drink cherry-flavored cola, dare to slander our magnificent cucumber-flavored chips." Just then, Manager Wang entered with the disoriented Jian Wenzheng and the other two. Qian Duo moved like a mobile wall, supported by Jian Wenzheng and Pale Eye. "What joyful occasion is this? You three brothers have been drinking quite a bit." During college, Jian Wenzheng often accompanied Feng Luyao here, abstaining from alcohol, merely enjoying drinks on the side. Pale Eye visited less frequently. Although he could drink, he never indulged excessively. The last time the three gathered was before Jian Wenzheng went abroad, during which he gauged their alcohol tolerance. Qian Duo had a vast capacity. Pale Eye could manage a bit, while Jian Wenzheng was a lightweight. "I'm marrying Lu Yao this year. Manager Wang, do come to celebrate," Jian Wenzheng exclaimed, hugging Manager Wang, expressing his utmost joy for the day. Hearing Jian Wenjing's words, Manager Wang also brightened, having believed he would never taste the couple's wedding sweets. He felt he had witnessed their growth, from youthful naivety to now standing independently. Certainly, I shall attend. Today's drinks are on me. Jian Wenzheng did not decline. As they were old acquaintances, he looked around and quietly inquired, "Where's my uncle-in-law?" Manager Wang's previously joyous expression was suddenly replaced with confusion. "Uncle-in-law? Are you referring to Li's boyfriend?" Ultimately, he opted for a more tactful phrasing. The title boyfriend was suitably respectful, yet not overly familiar. Manager Wang was curious. He knew Li Bailu was single, but had not anticipated her silent transition toward marriage. Since Jian Wenzheng had begun calling him uncle-in-law alongside Feng Luyao, marriage must be imminent. Yet the other partners were oblivious. Given their personalities, such joyous news should have sparked a celebration at the tavern. At that moment, Murphy and Bai Jie rose and waved, thinking Jian Wenzheng had not found them. "Yan Ye, over here." Upon hearing Murphy's call, Jian Wenzheng lifted his hand in response. "Uncle-in-law." Manager Wang glanced between Murphy and Jian Wenzheng. "Uncle-in-law." Murphy was Jian Wenzheng's uncle-in-law, thus Li Bailu's boyfriend. This script does not align. Wasn't Murphy entangled in a flirtation with Wei? Last night, they had seemingly crossed a line. Wait, this was becoming confusing. Nearby, Qian Duo and Pei Lai were momentarily stunned by Murphy's youthful appearance. This uncle-in-law seems excessively youthful. He appears to be barely in his 20s. At this age, he should still be in university. Has the enchantingly Bailu become this audacious, beginning to support college students? They maintained a good relationship with Li Bailu and held her in high esteem. During university, she often treated them and helped resolve many issues. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the matriarch of their little circle. Everyone affectionately referred to her as Annie. After sitting down, Jian Wenzheng slumped into his chair, and Qian Duo and Pei Lai greeted Murphy, uncle-in-law. Uncle-in-law. Regardless of whom Li Bailu had chosen, respect must be given, out of courtesy to her. They could not forsake etiquette. Murphy hurriedly waved his hands, clarifying, "I'm just hired. She's in a bind with her family, and I'm merely saving the day tomorrow." He then introduced Bai Jie. "This is Bai Jie, my classmate." After greeting one another, Jian Wenzheng straightened up and earnestly advised the two, "Please do not let anything slip. The consequences could be quite dire." Hearing Jian Wenzheng and Murphy's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They wondered how Li Bailu could possibly choose someone so much younger. It seemed that with Jian Wenzheng and Feng Luyao's relationship blossoming, the family's focus had shifted to Li Bailu. After a brief chat, the already inebriated Jian Wenzheng and Pei Lai quickly succumbed to slumber in the relaxed atmosphere. Listening to their snores, Qian Duo addressed Murphy and Bai Jie. "Please leave a contact number. Should anything arise in Chengdu, just call me. Both Pei and I reside there." Do not mind what Jian said. Who doesn't he harbor some regrets? The past is behind us. He felt immense gratitude toward Murphy. Had it not been for Murphy's nudge, who knows when they would have the chance to celebrate. Not at all, just idle chatter. Murphy took a hefty sip of beer, a hint of excitement flickering in his expression. Bai Jie followed suit, though her mind began to churn with doubts. Murphy's demeanor seemed off. What was with that eager expression? As if he were longing to hear a story? During their school days, Murphy was the confidant of the class, adept at being a listener. Anyone with a burden found solace in confiding in him. Moreover, Murphy would never gossip or exploit secrets for conversation. His integrity was unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have shamelessly sought his help in purchasing certain items. Yet, Murphy had developed a flaw. Over time, he became dissatisfied with merely being a listener. He began to hope that his friends could thrive, often encouraging them to embrace positivity and emerge from fleeting shadows of life. During that period, it was common to witness classmates in tears. In one outrageous instance, a young literature teacher, after a conversation with Murphy, sobbed her way to the principal's office to request leave. Bai Jie recalled the incident with remarkable clarity, for she was the representative for the Chinese class. Qian Duo observed the slightly naive demeanor of Mu Fei and Bai Jie, and upon learning that they were part of a larger group of classmates enjoying their time together, he could not help but express his nostalgia. Youth is truly delightful. Back when I graduated from high school, I was down at the barbecue stand with him and Feng Luyao, sharing drinks. Both Mu Fei and Bai Jie detected the unspoken implications in Qian Duo's words, hinting at the presence of another individual from that time. The absence of that person stirred a sense of curiosity within both Mu Fei and Bai Jie. As Qian Duo drifted into reminiscence, he transitioned from high school to college, recalling the joy of that period and the wonderful friends he encountered. Let us just call me your uncle for convenience, lest we inadvertently expose the truth later. Mu Fei handed Qian Duo a cigarette, while Bai Jie listened attentively from the side, finding the exchange rather amusing. She cherished stories and literature, often reflecting on her own monotonous life compared to the thrilling narratives of others. Even regrets, she mused, held a certain allure. At least others had regrets, while she felt devoid of any. She had once harbored affections for a boy, but lacked the courage to pen her feelings in her diary, knowing her mother would secretly peruse its contents. She was well aware of her parents' loving, yet stifling nature. With each drink, Bai Jie felt increasingly like a mere specter compared to her peers. Xiao Na pursued Li Feng with determination, while Mu Fei had been attentive to Zhang Lan for an extended period. Even this uncle had endured his share of youthful heartaches. My life has been so repressive. I've even forgotten what the boy I liked looked like. Her lamentations evoked laughter from both Mu Fei and Qian Duo. Qian Duo, noting that Bai Jie was only 18, believed her future held untold adventures. Mu Fei shared this sentiment, especially knowing just how vibrant and fortunate Bai Jie's life would ultimately become. In time, she would blossom into a travel blogger, traversing the globe, visiting Antarctica and deserts alike, roaming the country in a camper van. Eventually, weary and yearning for familiarity, she would return to Shengjing to open a bar, immersing herself in an ambience she adored, relishing her own slice of life as poetry. Upon witnessing the smiles of the two, Bai Jie felt a surge of frustration. They had no inkling of her struggles. Pouting, she retorted, "What are you laughing at? It's infuriating. Do you even remember what your first crush looked like, or what they wore?" The question plunged Qian Duo and Mu Fei into silence. After a prolonged pause, Bai Jie, observing their quietude, wondered if she had overstepped. Regret, after all, could be quite painful. At times, she found herself empathizing with characters in books, realizing she was inadvertently reopening their wounds. After a long silence, Qian Duo sighed, downing his beer in one go, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his usually jovial face. "I remember. She wore a school uniform." Chapter 44. She was in a beautiful black dress, he added. After speaking, he turned to Mu Fei, grinning. "What about you? Mu brother, do you remember?" Engaging in conversation over drinks was, of course, much more enjoyable. Mu Fei pondered the question for a considerable time, only to realize that the image that surfaced in his mind was not Zhang Lan, but rather Wei Nanfeng in her elegant black dress. He longed to message Wei Nanfeng, but noticed it was already quite late. Fortunately, they would meet again tomorrow. Upon hearing Mu Fei's response, Bai Jie felt a definitive end to the potential between Zhang Lan and Mu Fei. Zhang Lan never donned black dresses. It was evident who Mu Fei was truly thinking of. Observing the smile stretching across Mu Fei's face, she felt a pang of annoyance. The trio continued their light-hearted banter, while Jian Wenzheng, having taken a hangover remedy in the car, felt rejuvenated after a brief rest. He yawned while listening to Qian Duo recount a familiar tale, a love affair thwarted by social disparity, ultimately leading to separation. Those who had truly loved one another could hardly remain friends. For years, their gatherings had been divided into two factions. Perhaps in the presence of two relatively unfamiliar young people, there was less caution, or perhaps they saw reflections of their younger selves in them. Qian Duo's smile returned as he advised Mu Fei with the wisdom of experience. A man must have wealth. Marriage ought to consider social standing. Lao Jian and Feng Lu Yao were indeed quite fantastical. My father was right. I had to borrow money for college. Should I compel the apple of my eye to endure hardship with me? If I have a daughter in the future, she must be like her father. What is that saying? You can't have both a Maybach and a sense of inferiority. Mu Fei began to understand the roots of Jian Wenjing's hesitance to confess his feelings back in the day. Indeed, every seemingly unusual occurrence has its underlying reason. Jian Wenjing, however, grew increasingly skeptical of Qian Duo's assertions. While his words were grounded in truth, the pairing of Wei Nan Feng and Mu Fei was, after all, that of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy. The younger one was, the more intense their pride seemed to be. Qian Duo's current influence on Mu Fei might provoke Wei Nan Feng's ire if she were to discover it. They feared little, save for the disdain of others. They had been the same way as had Qian Duo. Rubbing his aching temples, Jian Wanzheng interjected, requesting a glass of orange juice to interrupt Qian Duo's incessant chatter. Hey, don't speak nonsense. Mu Fei is far superior to us back in the day. His flower shop, in partnership with Yao Yao, is about to skyrocket in Rongqing. Today's revenue hit 14,000. Uncle, you enjoy sculpting, don't you? Qian Duo is in the timber business. Let him procure some wood for you. Come with me to the restroom. I can't stand straight. Just support me a bit. As Qian Duo was led away by Jian Wanzheng, the moment they entered the restroom, he exclaimed, Wei Nan Feng is genuinely into Mu Fei. She is terrified of our past repeating itself. That girl was not unfamiliar to him. Her essence was akin to Lu Yao and Andy. Qian Duo, intrigued by Jian Wanzheng's comments, had not anticipated that Wei Nan Feng and Mu Fei were indeed a couple. Although he was not well acquainted with Wei Nan Feng, he had some business dealings with her. She was a formidable woman, young and beautiful, known for her decisive actions and ruthless business acumen. I have no idea. Who would have thought that Xiao Mu and Wei Nan Feng were in a state of romantic ambiguity? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Jian Wanzheng, adjusting his trousers, expressed a hint of exasperation. I only found out at noon today. It's said to be love at first sight. Impressive, Qian Duo thought, filled with admiration. Anyone who could captivate Wei Nan Feng's heart must possess remarkable qualities. While Mu Fei was handsome, he wasn't so striking that he rendered women speechless. He must have other admirable traits. At the very least, Qian Duo found conversations with Mu Fei to be comfortable, evoking an instinctive desire to share. Upon returning to their seats, Qian Duo quickly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, Uncle, you must have had many admirers at school, right? Qian Duo, with his usual indirectness, mused that the young girls at school could hardly compare to the current Wei Nan Feng. Upon hearing Qian Duo's new topic, Bai Jie and Jian Wanzheng were momentarily taken aback. It was truly a case of bringing up the very subject one should avoid. No, I was just rejected last night, Murphy replied nonchalantly. Bai Jie quickly followed up on Murphy's words, stating, being childhood friends, we are far too familiar with each other. It's entirely normal for it not to succeed. Qian Duo felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a conversation he once had with Feng Luyao while dining together. It seemed that Wei Nanfeng's company had moved from Sichuan and Chongqing to the bustling metropolis due to the matter of childhood friends. Realizing he had misspoken again, Qian Duo cast a questioning glance at Jian Wanzheng. Hadn't he just claimed they were love at first sight? How then could he have faced rejection the previous night? It was all so chaotic, his clever mind nearly spinning out of control. In that moment, he dared not speak further. Just as he reached for a drink, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Oh, Duo, Wanzheng drinking here? Little Pei's drinking capacity still needed practice, as he had already dozed off. Few dared to call Qian Duo by his childhood nickname, and upon hearing that familiar voice, he felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly rose and turned to greet the middle-aged gentleman with stylishly curled hair behind him. Uncle Feng, what brings you here? What a coincidence it was to find Feng Luyao's father here. I came to enjoy some quality time with your aunt, bored in the middle of the night. Feng Song remarked, eyeing Jian Wanzheng, the very lad who had kept his daughter waiting all these years. What's wrong with a man living off a woman sometimes? A man must recognize reality. A woman can work outside while a man manages the home, and that's quite fine. Jian Wanzheng promptly straightened his posture and hurriedly greeted. Good evening, uncle. Still calling me uncle? Why not try calling me dad? Fen gong dizet. His demeanor far from typical of a middle-aged man, as he continued to jest with Jian Wanzheng, only to receive a light tap on the head from a woman beside him, dressed in a matching shirt that bore a resemblance to Li Baifeng. Stop teasing little Jian here. Feng Song chuckled heartily, and Jian Wanzheng sighed in relief. This was Li Baifeng, Feng Luyao's mother. Just as Jian Wanzheng was about to introduce Murphy, he heard Li Baifeng cheerfully say, Come, little Jian, let me hear you call me mom. Everyone joined in laughter. except for Jian Wenjung, who stood there, somewhat flustered, and finally mustered the courage to call out, "Dad. Mom, this is Murphy, my little uncle." Jian Wenjung felt as though he had completely surrendered to the situation, while Murphy, who had been observing, was taken aback as the spotlight shifted onto her. Feeling somewhat awkward, she raised her hand in greeting. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, this is my classmate Bai Jie." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt," Bai Jie cautiously greeted from behind Murphy, being particularly careful around elders. Meanwhile, Feng Tsong and his wife were delightedly appraising Murphy, taking turns to introduce themselves. "Sister-in-law, I'm your second brother-in-law," Feng Tsong said. "Sister-in-law, I'm your second sister. This girl is truly lovely. Does she have a boyfriend? If not, Aunt can introduce someone to you." All right. Let us not disturb the young ones." As Murphy felt overwhelmed, she found this family quite amusing. Indeed, it was true that one cannot find two different kinds of people in one bed. Sensing the awkwardness, Qian Duo realized that with the elders present, drinking was no longer an option. If any secrets were revealed, Li Baifeng would surely be furious. "Uncle and Aunt, you enjoy yourselves. We're done here. Old Pei can't handle it anymore." Just as Feng Song and Li Baifeng were about to leave after hearing Qian Duo, Feng Song paused and said, "It's raining outside. I'll give you a ride. It's troublesome to hail a cab at this hour." Despite Jian Wenjung and Qian Duo's fervent refusals, Li Baifeng posed an unavoidable question. "Sister-in-law, where will you be staying tonight? I can take you and Bai Jie home while old Feng drives the others." Jian Wenjung and Qian Duo felt a shiver run down their spines, while Murphy could only laugh helplessly. This couple had clearly come with ulterior motives. The notion of enjoying their couple's life was a pretext for knowing they were drinking here, deliberately joining the fray. Murphy was unsure how to respond, but Jian Wenjung whispered beside her, "Murphy is staying with my little aunt, and Bai Jie is at the Jinjiang Hotel. Oh, what is there to be shy about? We're all adults here," Li Baifeng encouraged, beckoning Murphy to come outside. Murphy cast a terrified glance at Jian Wenjung, who subtly shook his head. "Jian Wenjung, just hold on. I'll come and get you later." None of them are responding. They probably had too much to drink. "Jian Wenjung," Nanfeng replied. "Just go ahead, but don't let anything slip." Murphy found herself in a bind. She couldn't just throw in the towel now, never expecting to encounter such an unexpected turn of events. After dropping Bai Jie off at the hotel, she stood at the entrance, watching the car drive away, a wave of emotions washing over her. She took out her phone and played that familiar melody, telling herself that this would be the last time she listened to it. Her future was to be as vibrant and thrilling as Murphy's. Leaving the past behind her felt liberating. Bai Jie felt her steps lighten. She was determined to explore the world and listen to the stories of others, so that one day she could share her own. Upon returning to her room, she found that Zhang Xiaona had not yet returned. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, she pondered whether Murphy and Wei Jie would end up together. She felt that Wei Jie suited Murphy better. With Murphy's gentle nature, he deserved someone who would love him wholeheartedly. Despite not having her own romantic tales of heartache, she cherished the memories of friendship. Yet, regrettably, the matter of purchasing adult literature was not something to be casually shared. After her bath, as the melody continued to loop on her phone, she was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Bai Jie inquired as she approached the door. "It's me, Lan Lan. I want to ask you about Murphy," came Zhang Lanlan's anxious voice from outside. Bai Jie quickly opened the door, ushering Zhang Lanlan in, her heart filled with a sense of helplessness at the sight of her friend's flustered state. "You went drinking. Why hasn't Team Murphy returned?" "He hasn't responded to my messages either. I know he is closest to you aside from me phone. Can you tell me where he is?" Bai Jie took Zhang Lanlan's hand and said earnestly, "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? As a friend, I must tell you, Lan Lan, you need to accept the reality of Murphy's departure." Hearing Bai Jie's words, Zhang Lanlan felt her strength drain away, as if all her hopes had crumbled. "I can't accept it, Xiao Jie. We've known each other since childhood. He particularly liked me in dresses." Bai Jie recalled Murphy's earlier response while drinking, remembering how beautiful she looked in her black dress. Murphy was already embarking on a new chapter of his story. Why must one only learn to cherish after experiencing loss? If Zhang Lanlan had accepted this, what need would there have been for Wei Nanfeng? Murphy would surely respond earnestly, We have known each other since childhood. She looks stunning in dresses. She's the most beautiful person in the world. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. Bai Jie gently patted Zhang Lamlin's back. Love is akin to a game devoid of a save function. If one makes a wrong choice, it is destined to culminate in A-B ending, unchangeable and irretrievable. The rain poured heavily as Li Baifeng cautiously drove, engaging in conversation with her young brother-in-law. This rain came out of nowhere. Xiao Montak, are you getting accustomed to life in Rongqing? Not quite. It's too humid for me. I can't sleep without air conditioning. Li Baifeng drove slowly and continued to inquire. How long have you been seeing Bai Lu? 2 days. It was love at first sight. I didn't expect she would invite me home for dinner. Murphy's voice brimmed with apprehension. Dingling. At that moment, Murphy's phone rang, and the concerned tone instantly revealed the sender of the message. Wei Nanfeng, how did you mix that drink for Yao last night? She said she wants more. Murphy, orange juice with high-proof alcohol jelly, just using what's available. It shouldn't taste like alcohol. Murphy, don't add too much high-proof alcohol, or 1 cup and you'll be out. Wei Nanfeng, no problem, JPG. After advising Wei Nanfeng, Murphy tucked his phone away, feeling that using it during conversation was somewhat impolite. The two chatted intermittently, with Li Baifeng mainly inquiring about his family, to which Murphy responded fluidly. Will your parents approve? After all, there's quite an age gap between you and Bai Lu, and she's in her second marriage. Li Baifeng posed practical questions. Her family posed no issue, but Murphy's might not agree. An age difference of such magnitude, coupled with a second marriage, was significant. Although Murphy's family could not be deemed affluent, they were certainly well off. What parents wouldn't wish for their son to find a suitable partner? It's all right. My parents will respect my decision, Murphy declared confidently, putting on a fade, convincing himself to merely get through tomorrow. Just as Li Baifeng was about to ask more, they arrived at Li Bailu's residence. The car entered the community, turned left, and stopped in front of a small detached villa. Murphy gazed at the villa in a state of bewilderment, suspecting that Jian Wenzheng had never visited Li Bailu's home either. He thought to himself, where should he wait? Brother, this is a villa. Second sister, be careful on the road. Murphy feigned calmness, standing under the rain shelter at the doorway to bid farewell to Li Baifeng. She rolled down the window and waved vigorously at him. Hurry inside. Don't catch a cold. To be honest, she harbored no doubts about Murphy, but she was rather skeptical about her sister's words. Murphy exuded an indescribable sense of maturity. He was indeed an exceptional individual. This maturity was not feigned but stemmed from genuine insights about the world. Although such young individuals were rare, she had encountered more than one. Her husband was also someone who possessed profound clarity. Yet, the age gap remained a concern. Li Baifeng had no doubt that Murphy and Li Bailu would enjoy each other's company, but she questioned whether they were truly a couple. At that moment, the entrance door suddenly opened a crack, and Murphy was abruptly pulled inside. Upon seeing the reflection in the rearview mirror, Li Baifeng felt a weight lift from her heart. No matter the circumstances, Bai Lu had begun to embrace new emotions. This was indeed a great blessing. As for whether Bai Lu and Xiao Mo could truly be together, that depended on fate. After being pulled into the house, Murphy realized it was Wei Nanfeng who had yanked him inside. She wore a white silk camisole nightgown, reeking of alcohol, and her originally cool face displayed a foolish, silly grin. You're here. Wait. Wei Nanfeng hurriedly covered her mouth, trying to conceal her unbecoming appearance, but lost her balance and nearly toppled over into the foyer. Slow down. How much have you had to drink? Murphy deftly squatted in front of Wei Nanfeng. She climbed onto his back, earnestly responding to his inquiries. 6 cups. Murphy carried Wei Nanfeng toward the living room. The villa was not large. Each floor roughly 100 square meters, spanning 3 levels. The first floor housed the living and dining areas, where the carpet before the sofa was in disarray, strewn with various bottles and snacks. 6 cups? Murphy glanced at the scattered liquor bottles on the floor, softly questioning. He gently set Wei Nanfeng down on the sofa, picked up a thin blanket from the ground, shook it out, and wrapped it around her impressive figure. Wei Nanfeng clutched the blanket tightly and earnestly replied, Really, 6 cups? The sleeping potion you mentioned is truly effective. Beer mixed with juice and ice is delightful. 2 cups each, and I had them both passed out. Listening to Wei Nanfeng's adorably naive response, Murphy's head buzzed as he glanced at the familiar beer bottles on the table. The beer she spoke of was named Snake Venom, reputed to be the strongest beer in the world, boasting an astounding 67.5 ABV. Murphy approached and shook one of the bottles, discovering it to be completely empty. Instinctively voicing his complaint. "Drinking so much, have you lost your mind?" Wei Nanfeng felt herself dizzy. With her eyes closed, sleep beckoned her. Struggling to keep her eyes wide open, she innocently murmured, "They were a nuisance, causing trouble all day. If I drank more, they wouldn't bother us. I was just thinking of you, and then you appeared. What is remembered will resonate." Murphy, sitting beside her, responded, "What is remembered will resonate. I was just thinking of you." Wei Nanfeng gleefully raised her hand and patted her chest, making an effort to echo Murphy's words. "Yes, what is remembered will resonate. I resonate. Did you hear that?" "I heard it. Quickly cover up. Don't catch a cold." Murphy helped Wei Nanfeng drape the blanket over herself again, retrieving the remote for the central air conditioning from among the snacks and adjusting it to a comfortable temperature. Soon, the room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of rain. Wei Nanfeng stubbornly tossed aside the blanket, inviting Murphy closer. "It's cold outside, come in." "I'm not cold." "You are cold." "I truly am not cold." "Then I want tea cover up." Ultimately, Murphy could not resist Wei Nanfeng's insistence. The two were wrapped in the same blanket, yet felt no discomfort from the warmth. The scent of her perfume was delightful, even overpowering the smell of alcohol, evoking a sense of intoxication. Their heartbeats grew increasingly pronounced, resonating clearly in the small, warm space, drowning out the sound of the rain outside. "I like you." "I do too." "You're drunk." "Even if I'm not drunk, I still like you." "Sleep now. We'll meet tomorrow." "Tomorrow, I will still like you." Wei Nanfeng nestled into Murphy's embrace, resembling a cat that had found its home. Murphy felt an immense joy, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered. After tonight, would she remember the words she spoke while intoxicated? He began to look forward to the morrow, subconsciously tightening his hold. Love at first sight, it truly exists. Stealthily pinching his own cheek, the pain reassured him that this was not a dream. Murphy looked down at the peacefully sleeping Wei Nanfeng. She appeared blissfully serene. In merely 2 days and 2 nights, how could she dare to entrust herself to him? What a reckless girl she is. She must take care of herself. In simpler terms, there is nothing that you like about me. I happen to like you. It's a matter of simplicity. What lingers in the heart will surely resonate. After going around in circles, I still found myself in her embrace. Murphy was gradually succumbing to fatigue. He must find an appropriate moment tomorrow to convey his feelings to Wei Nanfeng. Liking someone is simply that. One cannot play the coward. As Murphy began to drift off, he started to envision the future, with a familiar melody inexplicably filling his ears. The slightly melancholic tune of the fact that you left now brought him profound joy. Why did this melody echo in his mind? It must be because he was utterly relaxed, akin to the tranquility felt during evening self-study sessions in high school. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feeling a vibration in his pocket, Murphy realized it was not a figment of his imagination, but rather a phone call. Fearing he might disturb Wei Nanfeng's rest, he hurriedly answered the call, turning his head to listen. "When are you and Bai Jie coming back?" Li Feng inquired from the other end of the line. Just as Murphy began to respond, he suddenly felt something soft rubbing against him. In a daze, Wei Nanfeng stretched out her hand to grasp Murphy's phone, exclaiming, "We are not going back." After her proclamation, it seemed she had exhausted all her energy and slumped onto Murphy, drifting back into a deep slumber. Upon hearing Wei Nanfeng shout, Li Feng immediately hung up. Murphy couldn't help but chuckle at the abrupt disconnection, suspecting Li Feng might have misinterpreted the situation, though this time, perhaps not entirely incorrectly. While Murphy reveled in his own satisfaction, Wei Nanfeng, still atop him, suddenly stirred restlessly. "Are you feeling nauseous?" Murphy hurriedly supported Wei Nanfeng, but she groggily made her way toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Wei Nanfeng, with her eyes closed, began rummaging through her bag. After finding something, she returned to the sofa under Murphy's guidance, resuming her previous position with her head resting on his chest, sinking back into slumber. The soft sound of her snoring lulled Murphy into drowsiness as well. He was on the verge of entering the realm of dreams when Wayne Nanfong stirred once more. She struggled to open her eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut. With great effort, she retrieved a small box from her belongings, fumbling to extract a ring from within. "Marry me." Without seeking Murphy's consent, she clutched his hand, attempting to slip the ring onto his finger. Yet her current physical and mental state could not support such a challenging endeavor. The more anxious she became, the more elusive the ring proved to be. In her haze, she glimpsed her already completed exam paper being whisked away by the wind. No matter how hard she chased, she could not catch up to that perfect paper, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Ultimately, the perfect paper floated back to her, and she grasped it tightly, hurriedly inscribing her name. But why did her name appear as a circle? Never mind as long as she filled it in. Murphy, observing Wayne Nanfong, who had once again succumbed to sleep, gently wiped the tears from her face. It turned out that someone could indeed cry in their dreams from urgency. Dreams embody the obsessions of the human heart. This girl, thoroughly inebriated, had not forgotten herself even in slumber. Murphy raised his left hand, gazing at the ring adorning his finger. The more he looked, the more his heart swelled with joy. Suddenly, he comprehended the rivalry between Jin Wenzheng and Feng Luyao from earlier that day. Unbeknownst to him, he too drifted into slumber while listening to the sound of rain. His dreams were wondrous beyond measure. In midsummer, the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs filled the air. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was utterly refreshing. In a quaint courtyard, with both cats and dogs present, she wore a black dress. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 45. What on earth happened last night? Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm of a smartphone shattered the beautiful dreams of Li Bailu and Feng Luyao. Feng Luyao, clutching her head, sat up, still feeling the imprint of softness in her hands, instinctively curling into a ball like a kitten seeking comfort. "Auntie, let us not go back for lunch today." Upon hearing Feng Luyao's plaintive voice, Li Bailu rolled over and pulled her into an embrace, gently patting her back. "If you don't want to, then don't. Your aunt is here." After a while of comforting, Feng Luyao grew drowsy again, nuzzling against Li Bailu's chest. "Where's Nanfong? Where's Nanfong?" The two, eyes closed, searched around but found no trace of a third person, suddenly jolting awake. "Where's Nanfong? Where's Nanfong?" Feng Luyao pressed against Li Bailu's chest, propping herself up, causing Li Bailu to exclaim in pain. "Easy, easy." Glancing at her phone, Li Bailu realized it was already past 10, her mind buzzing. "It's 10 o'clock. We need to hurry home for lunch. Get dressed quickly. I'll call Xiao and Mo and have the driver pick him up." The tranquil morning instantly transformed into a flurry of activity as Feng Luyao began returning missed calls. One was from the owner of the convenience store next to the flower shop, who immediately shared some good news upon her return call. "Yao, so many people have come to buy flowers at your shop. It's completely jammed. They want fluorescent roses and the chubby statue. That crowd is gathered at your shop." Snapping pictures of the chubby statue, Feng Liao remembered the caller was a girl who had married far away from Jiaodong, a tall figure at 175 meters, and she trembled with envy. "Sister, could you please put up a notice? My aunt is seriously ill, and the flower shop will be closed for a day. Please send them some drinks. Give them as many as you can, and charge it to my account." Just as Feng Luyao hung up, she heard Li Bailu on the other end explaining, "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. My niece is quite ill and has been in the hospital all night. I just saw the missed calls. Please don't rush to return. I must treat you to a proper meal tonight to taste some authentic Sichuan cuisine." After the aunt and niece finished their calls, they exchanged glances filled with mutual annoyance, only for Feng Luyao to suddenly exclaim in alarm. "My parents ran into old Jian at the tavern last night and even brought Mo Fei back with them. Why on earth did he go to Beijing? What business does he have drinking with Mo Fei? What on earth happened last night?" Feng Liao gazed at her phone, overwhelmed by the barrage of messages, feeling as though her head might burst. What on earth happened? Wei Nanfeng seemed to have mentioned mixing drinks for the two of them. After drinking, she could remember nothing at all. Li Bailu quickly dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and light denim pants. She splashed water on her face, donned sunglasses and a cap, and deemed herself presentable enough. There was no need to maintain appearances at home. The priority was that there was truly no time to waste. I'll take Xiao and Mo to buy some gifts. Don't forget to come home for lunch. Feng Liao nodded. Go on. Just be careful and don't drink and drive. While Li Bailu could afford to overlook her appearance, Feng Liao deemed it necessary to tidy herself up. Right in front of her house was an alcohol testing device that she had purchased for fun during a previous drinking spree, and now it was put to practical use. I want tea drive. I'll have Uncle Wang give me a ride. Those 2 drinks last night were too potent. Nan Fengxu and Ti follow that little scoundrel-esque example. I'll call Xiao and Mo, you hurry. Li Bailu entered the elevator barefoot, her slippers having long since vanished into oblivion, necessitating someone to come and tidy up the mess. As the elevator descended to the first floor, she dialed Murphy's number. Upon the doors sliding open, she was greeted by the sight of long legs draped over the back of the sofa. Why are they still sleeping here? Li Bailu had initially assumed Wei Nanfeng had returned to her own room. She distinctly remembered being assisted to bed by Wei Nanfeng the previous night. Drinking had proven troublesome. She resolved to limit her intake in the future, particularly when it involved mixed cocktails. Just then, Murphy's ringtone resonated from behind the sofa, and Li Bailu doubted her senses, pondering why the melody sounded so familiar. The night before, she had abstained from alcohol, opting instead for an abundance of water. She vividly recalled that several of Murphy's friends had set their ringtones to the melody of The Fact That You Left. It was reputed to be the school's dismissal bell during evening study sessions. Suddenly, Li Bailu recalled Wei Nanfeng's peculiar behavior from the previous night. Why, when the gathering was already dispersing, did they insist on mixing drinks for the 2 of them while forbidding them from checking their phones? She approached the sofa slowly, observing the pair slumbering there. Wei Nanfeng was an unsettled sleeper, with most of her body sprawled across Murphy's chest, her long legs draped over the back of the sofa. In contrast, Murphy slept soundly, cradling Wei Nanfeng as if she were a statue, a gentle smile gracing her face, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. The room was approximately 26 degrees, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Wei Nanfeng's silk nightgown and Murphy's white shirt were both dampened by sweat, yet the 2 seemed oblivious to any discomfort, their bodies drawing closer together. Li Bailu clicked her tongue, softening her footsteps as she retreated to the elevator, ascending to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Feng Liao was still selecting her attire, and, upon seeing Li Bailu return, curiously inquired, "Did you forget the car keys? I'll show you something good later." Li Bailu shook her head, then stepped into her room to rummage about. Feng Liao noticed Li Bailu unearthing an old DSLR camera from the depths of the wardrobe, her aunt's face lighting up with an indescribable excitement. "What do you need the camera for?" Feng Liao asked, bewildered, as she followed Li Bailu into the elevator. Li Bailu focused on fiddling with the camera, thinking that merely looking at it sufficed. Her aunt would not be able to deceive her. Once the elevator reached the ground floor, Feng Liao walked into the living room and was met with the sight of the 2 sleeping figures on the sofa, a wave of indignation washing over her. "Why is this fair?" she muttered under her breath, feeling a surge of discontent. "Why is it that, while both of us accompanied Li Bailu for drinks, Wei Nanfeng gets to sleep in the arms of her beloved?" She was frustrated, deeply unsettled. How is it that they've become an item in just 2 days? I've waited 7 years, and haven't even had the chance to sleep in the embrace of Lao Jian. Those wretched lovebirds. I must capture this moment. Feng Liao seized the camera from Li Bailu's hands, rapidly pressing the shutter. It was then that she noticed something amiss. The ring on Murphy's finger looked strikingly familiar. "Oh my, have they officially become a couple?" Feng Liao exclaimed, pointing at the ring. Li Bailu stroked her chin in contemplation. "It seems so, but what about Nanfeng's ring?" "Never mind. I still need to take that little rascal out to buy some gifts." Li Bailu pinched Murphy's nose, and before long, Murphy woke up, feeling refreshed after her slumber. Carefully extricating herself from Wei Nanfeng's embrace, she was met with a throw pillow that Li Bailu deftly tossed her way. Wei Nanfeng, having stirred, reached out and grasped at nothing in particular before settling back into a comfortable sleep with the pillow. Noticing the disapproving gazes of Li Bailu and Feng Liao, Murphy extended her left hand, greeting them with a smile. "Good morning." Li Bailu and Feng Lu Yao's eyes were drawn to the ring on Murphy's left hand, glistening in the sunlight. They exchanged glances, suddenly suspecting that this little rascal might be flaunting something. Li Bailu looked at Feng Lu Yao, who returned the glance. They were both eager to uncover the events that had transpired between the two wretched lovebirds the previous night. Chapter 46. What you perceive as love at first sight is, in fact, a gamble I have pondered deeply. Li Bailu approached, ruffling Murphy's messy hair with a playful smirk, urging her. What are you showing off to us here? Hurry and wash your hair. I'll take you to buy some gifts. If you don't get my task done today, Nan Feng is currently under my jurisdiction. Despite not knowing what had transpired the night before, she felt a surge of joy mixed with a hint of melancholy. It was as if her two children had found their respective paths in life. They had promised to remain single for a lifetime, hadn't they? What a scoundrel. Murphy rolled her eyes as she entered the bathroom on the first floor. What else with this accompanying Wei Nan Feng nonsense? Why are you watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Men typically took little time in their grooming, and within 5 minutes, Murphy emerged revitalized, even having dried her hair. Cease. Can I use this razor? Hearing Murphy's question, Li Bailu's expression turned slightly peculiar as she replied, Go ahead. Nan Feng bought that for you last night. As she used the razor, Murphy found it quite effective, far superior to the electric shaver she had purchased for 30 yuan at the supermarket. What brand is this razor? It works really well. If it's not too expensive, I'll get one for my dad when I return. Wrapped in a blanket and sipping hot water, Feng Lu Yao replied lethargically, It's Panasonic. It's not overly pricey. But it was bought for Nan Feng to shave her leg hair last night. At that moment, Murphy paused, just as Wei Nan Feng began to stir awake. With half-closed eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, the thin blanket draped over her shoulders. Her silk nightgown disheveled as she tousled her unruly hair. Good morning, Wei Nan Feng greeted Li Bailu, her mind foggy after the 2 cups of spiked drinks from the previous night. Li Bailu, wearing a beaming smile, teased Wei Nan Feng from her seat, saying, You mix those drinks rather well. She casually picked up the bottle of snake venom beer from the table, continuing, So, to fly high with your little tiger, you decided to treat your sisters to 67-degree beer, did you? Wei Nan Feng chuckled awkwardly. She anticipated the potency of the drink. Suddenly recalling her intentions prior to getting drunk, she hastily inquired, Where's Murphy? She distinctly remembered her plan to get rid of those 2 bothersome women, allowing her to enjoy some private time with Murphy. Li Bailu and Feng Lu Yao exchanged amused glances as they observed the flustered and anxious expression on Wei Nan Feng's face, neither of them offering a response, which only heightened her anxiety. What if it's true that it rained heavily last night and Murphy caught a cold? Wei Nan Feng pondered, trying to glean any information from her friends who had awakened earlier but should have known about Murphy. What are you 2 laughing about? She chided them, rising to search for her phone, only to spot Murphy standing behind her. Murphy greeted her with a smile and a wave of her right hand. Good morning. Upon seeing Murphy, Wei Nan Feng's initial surprise quickly transformed into the same reaction Feng Lu Yao had the day before. She let out a shriek and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. When did he arrive? Oh no. Her image was utterly ruined. She had just woken up and was barefaced. What a sight to behold. All right, the matters from last night, you both can sort out in your own time. I'll be taking Murphy for now. Li Baidu glanced at the time and, after checking with a breathalyzer at the door, confirmed there were no issues. He decided to take Murphy out to procure a gift. No matter what, today he needed to navigate through the immediate challenge, and later, he would concoct some excuse to end things. Once again, he would be heartbroken and vow to never marry. Truly, he was a prodigy in the art of deception. This plot, who wouldn't be befuddled by it? Such an excuse was simply splendid. Let's go. What are you still staring at? They aren't interested in looking at you. Noticing Murphy still gazing at the sofa with a silly grin, Li Baidu reached out, grabbing him by the collar to forcibly redirect his gaze. Just as Murphy turned, Feng Lu Yao spotted a figure peeking from behind the sofa, leaning against the backrest and shouting angrily, I did not. Feng Lu Yao's irritation flared at the thought of Wei Nan Feng having spent the night cuddling with Murphy, and she continued to tease, Oh dear, you 2 were sleeping together last night, and this morning you can't even bear to see each other. How pitiful I am. Just confess my feelings and now must endure a life of solitude. In the absence of Jian Wenjing, Feng Luyao's penchant for chaos remained unabated. As a writer, her biting sarcasm was even more potent than Li Baidu's. She delivered her sharp words as easily as one would sip water. Upon hearing Feng Luyao's remarks, Wei Nanfeng's memories became clearer. She realized she had indeed been sprawled over Murphy last night. However, the rest of the events eluded her memory, leaving her uncertain about the extent of their intimacy. Did they kiss or simply sleep? She was clueless, and the thought of not knowing left her feeling at a loss. How could that be a loss? If she couldn't remember, then nothing had happened. Li Baidu, having changed her shoes, glanced at the time and found the scene amusing. But there was no time to waste. All right, you two can settle last night's affairs later. We really must hurry. We still need to buy clothes, a gift, and a watch, and let my brother-in-law check Murphy's pulse. Murphy has always been weak. All that yang energy was drained last night. Wei Nanfeng emerged from the blanket, her face flushed as she dashed barefoot to the door. Both Murphy and Li Baidu halted, quickly rummaging through a bag to pull out a card and stuff it into Murphy's pocket. Wrapped in a blanket, Wei Nanfeng seemed to regard it as a shield, hiding her embarrassment, and shouted defiantly, "I'll buy the clothes and the watch. My sister has money. My sister will support you." Before Murphy could refuse, she fled down the stairs, swathed in the blanket. Uncertain how she had uttered such shameful words, she felt flustered. In her haste, she nearly missed a step, but thankfully the stairs were cushioned by thick blankets, preventing any injury. "I'm fine. You two go on with your business." Wei Nanfeng scurried around the corner of the staircase, and even without looking, she sensed Murphy's intent to comfort her. Li Baidu and Feng Luyao's raucous laughter echoed within the room. Murphy shook his head in concern, unsure how hard she had fallen. "Stop looking. We have plenty of time this afternoon." Li Baidu opened the door and led Murphy outside. After rummaging through her bag and finding the key to the G-Class missing, she casually grabbed another from the door. The garage door opened, and Murphy followed Li Baidu into a Porsche. It must be said that the ride was noticeably more comfortable than the G-Class. Li Baidu observed Murphy holding the card Wei Nanfeng had just given him, pondering what he was thinking. Am I being supported? Is this what it feels like to live off someone? This sensation, how delightful it was. My sister has money. My sister supports you. TSK, how thrilling. Who would refuse a young, beautiful, wealthy woman who has an affection for you? Their female CEO. It felt like being kept. Murphy played with the bank card in his hand, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, Li Baidu immediately thought of Jian Wenjing's grim expression. Fearing Murphy might be influenced by him, and teased, "Whoever has money and a couple spends it." Nanfeng was just disoriented and didn't he know how to express her feelings for you. Murphy, however, was unfazed. After stowing the card in his pocket, he smiled and replied, "I'm not contemplating whose money matters." "Then what are you thinking, looking so glum?" Li Baidu raturta. I'm pondering what Murphy wants to say, but is hesitant to express. He quickly shifted the topic, teasing, "What's the password for this card?" Nanfeng didn't tell me the password either. Li Baidu notisa murpis azitansa. While waiting for a red light, she passed him a cigarette. Rolling down the window, Murphy lit it, though he did not share Jian Wenjing's mentality. All right then. He admitted there was a shred of pride at play. As a man, who wouldn't want to be a source of strength for the woman they love? This ISNT toxic masculinity. It's a primal instinct born of love to protect. He desired not only to shield his beloved from the storms of life in the future, but to provide her with a safe haven right now. Fortunately, Murphy had confidence in becoming Wei Nanfeng's support, but he needed to expedite his plans. First, he would grind for 2 years, achieving a modest goal before anything else. While Murphy was lost in thought, Li Baidu observed him closely and softly remarked, "Nanfeng isn't young anymore. You both mustn't play the same game as Yao Yao and Xiao Jian. Don't let waiting turn into regret." Murphy found this sentiment eerily familiar. Hadn't he said something similar to Jian Wenjing yesterday? Smoking, he gazed at the azure sky outside, feeling utterly languid in the summer breeze. As the red light faded, Li Baidu heard a languorous response. "As for my face, I've never cared for it. What is wrong with living off someone? My life will have no regrets." Li Baidu felt that with Murphy's nonchalance, he likely wouldn't be particularly resistant to such matters. Perhaps she was overthinking it. What type of watch do you like? Pick whatever you want today. I can't let you take the bullet for me for free. Upon hearing Li Baidu's words, Murphy relaxed even further, smiling as he replied, I've already been kept. Why would I need you to gift me something? Li Baidu clicked her tongue, then listened as Murphy continued. Wasn't I just saying I earned 70,000 yesterday? That money came from a dubious source. But it counts as earnings. Let us buy 2 Longines 8-needle moon phase watches, and they should be matching ones. Meanwhile, Feng Liao was helping Wei Nanfeng with her hair. Wei Nanfeng was contemplating between 2 outfits laid out before her. One was a mature and elegant off-shoulder black dress, and the other a youthful floral dress. Today, she must confess her feelings to Murphy. A formal relationship should commence with a bouquet and a declaration. But which ensemble should she choose? Yao Yao, which one do you think I should wear? Feng Liao shook her head helplessly. Wei Nanfeng had always been her fashion advisor. Today's outfit was entirely curated by Wei Nanfeng. Yet now, it was she who found herself in a quandary. Murphy is dressed in formal attire. You should wear that black dress. It should complement him nicely. One must admit, while Murphy was young, he possessed an elusive aura of dominance. Wei Nanfeng found a reasoning of Feng Liao quite compelling, and an image suddenly flashed through her mind. After confessing her feelings, Murphy had assertively pinned her against the wall. How elegantly captivating that was. The visualization was vivid. No wonder she is a best-selling author. Her descriptive prowess is indeed formidable. Listening to Wei Nanfeng's praise, Feng Liao beamed with delight and, after styling her hair, curiously inquired, What made you fall head over heels for that young man all of a sudden? This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Wei Nanfeng, being astute and possessing formidable expertise, knew that in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, no one could thrive without strength. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and Wei Nanfeng had navigated through many trials, witnessing the harsh and dark realities of society that were previously unknown to her. My affection for Murphy is somewhat pragmatic. To be honest, upon hearing Wei Nanfeng's response, Feng Liao's curiosity deepened, and she inquired while dressing, Are you perhaps drawn to Murphy's youthful physique? I must admit, he is indeed quite handsome. After donning a black dress and gracefully twirling before a full-length mirror, Wei Nanfeng began selecting appropriate shoes. No, it is Murphy's character that assures me of the future of our relationship. By the way, do you know how Murphy and I met? Feng Liao nodded. She had indeed heard Wei Nanfeng narrate that story before. However, Wei Nanfeng, filled with sentiment, reminisced about the moment and smiled as she recounted. Even knowing I had only a 1 in 10,000 chance of jumping into the river, and that he would attract trouble or even be scolded as a shameless flirt, Murphy still approached me to dissuade me. Interestingly, after I helped him out of a predicament, he merely brushed me off with a casual invitation to dinner, without even leaving his number. A blissful smile graced Wei Nanfeng's cool, delicate features as she recalled how amusing she found that encounter, which sparked her initial fondness for Murphy. His goodness was so profound that he would even risk his own safety for others. She had an uncanny ability to read people accurately, and she firmly believed that had she truly leaped that night, Murphy would have unhesitatingly jumped in to save a stranger like herself. If he exhibited such kindness towards an unknown individual, one could only imagine the depths of his affection for his beloved. This was evident, and Wei Nanfeng had long since arrived at her conclusion. What you perceive as love at first sight is, in fact, a gamble I have pondered deeply. It is no exaggeration to say that only a woman like me, with a touch of wickedness, could be worthy of his gentleness and capable of safeguarding his kindness. Chapter 47. I am a rather traditional woman. At 11 a.m., in People's Park at the Crane Song Tea House, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray short-sleeved shirt held a small teapot in his left hand while taking the pulse of a young man with his right. This man appeared radiant, with thick, dark hair and a robust physique brimming with health. In stark contrast, the young man receiving the pulse seemed malnourished, appearing to be in a state of suboptimal health at merely 18 or 19 years of age. Upon first glance, Murphy felt that this doctor exuded vitality. Nothing serious, just overthinking. I'll prescribe you some medicine. Take 2 doses at home. Just as the young man's parents were about to take him away, the middle-aged doctor detained him. Smiling as he said, "Don't rush. This medicine has a special incantation. You must follow the instructions. It's not for outsiders to hear. Come here, let me tell you." The malnourished young man leaned in, only to hear a devilish whisper, "If you don't want to be impotent and a second-rate man, you'd better quit all those bad habits. Find a gym if you have time. If not, run 5 kilometers every day. If you can't sleep at night, it's because you're not tired enough. Come back for a re-examination in a week. If there's no improvement, I'll let the entire tea house know that the young man from the Wong family is impotent." Dr. Wong Binming enjoyed offering free consultations at People's Park during his breaks. He had gained a modest reputation in Rongqing, and many patrons would eagerly call their relatives to come and see him upon recognizing him. He would see 20 patients a morning, not too many, not too few, then enjoy some tea and head home. The malnourished young man was struck by Dr. Wong's words, resolving to take better care of himself and improve his fitness. Dr. Wong, that was terrifying. Just by placing his hand, he discerned everything. Coincidentally, this was the 20th patient. Dr. Wong beckoned, and a phoenix flew from afar, landing on his shoulder and leisurely engaging in conversation with the surrounding tea enthusiasts. After Dr. Wong finished taking pulses, Li Bailu squeezed through the crowd with Murphy, saying, "Brother-in-law, it's time to go home for lunch." "Hello, brother-in-law, I am Murphy," he said, respectfully greeting Dr. Wong. Upon seeing the two, Dr. Wong immediately stood up, maneuvered around Li Bailu, and shook hands with Murphy, patting his shoulder and responding with a smile. "Not bad, quite handsome. You're from the Northeast?" Dr. Wong hailed from Heilongjiang, and Li Bai Wong had once suffered from severe headaches, fortuitously obtaining an appointment with his teacher, which forged their connection. Upon hearing the familiar accent, Murphy felt a wave of warmth and replied with a smile, "I'm from Fengsheng in Liaoning. I'm from Qishir in Heilongjiang. Have a seat. Let me take your pulse. Bai Lu says you often suffer from insomnia." Dr. Wong invited Murphy to sit down, recalling what his wife mentioned the previous night. Murphy hesitated, believing he was in good health. At his age, he was quite disciplined, exercising daily before his trip to Rongqing. And even when he occasionally stayed up late, he still managed to get enough rest. "All right, left hand." Murphy complied, and after Dr. Wong examined him on both sides, he sighed. "Hey, Bai Lu, come here for a moment." The haze startled both Murphy and Li Bailu. Dr. Wong's medical skills were exceptional, with the only blemish in his career being his failure to have a second child. Li Bailu, concerned, whispered, "Brother-in-law, what about Xiao Mo? Nothing serious, just a bit pent up. He is too disciplined." Dr. Wong glanced at Li Bailu and continued, "Does he often indulge in activities that promote self-cultivation?" Li Bailu sighed in relief. Glad it was nothing major, and pondered before responding. Murphy is quite knowledgeable in Buddhist scriptures and philosophy. He enjoys carving, bartending, and is also skilled in flower arrangement. When Xiao Jian once wrote a message for Yao Yao, which came from the great Cheng Xianlin, Murphy recognized it immediately. He possesses a profound understanding of life and death, even contemplating his own mortality, displaying a nonchalant attitude, as if he had seen through the mundane world. As Li Bailu described Murphy, Dr. Wong's concern deepened. Buddhist scriptures, philosophy, flower arrangement, carving, these are all pursuits aimed at self-cultivation, while bartending also serves to alleviate emotions. When you interact, does he exhibit the behavior one would expect from a young man of his age? Li Bailu contemplated Dr. Wong's question, recalling Wayne Nanfeng's descriptions, noting that Murphy had always been quite proper. More troubling was the fact that Wei Nanfeng had slept so soundly the previous night. Both had expressed their feelings. Yet Wei Nanfeng's lipstick remained intact. "Brother-in-law, if I say I was drunk and he wasn't tea, that we slept through the night without anything happening, would you believe me?" His disinterest in women is evident, and he seems indifferent to money, almost as if he intends to renounce worldly ties. Dr. Wong nodded. According to traditional Chinese medicine, it is better to relieve than to block. This young man has been battling his desires, so it is indeed remarkable that he can sleep well. Even if he does manage to sleep, it is likely to be fraught with dreams, hence the pulse indicating signs of insomnia and restless dreams. If you possess no psychological barriers, then you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. You are more knowledgeable in this area than I, so please conduct a self-examination. I have prescribed 2 courses of medication for him as a temporary adjustment. If one wishes to resolve the matter entirely, professional intervention is necessary. Li Bailu graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University with a degree in psychology, and there are certain professional matters that require the expertise of a specialist. She was taken aback by her brother-in-law's high regard for Murphy. Upon hearing Wang Binming's remarks, Li Bailu also sensed that Murphy's psychological state might be somewhat off-kilter. It appears she must find time to conduct a psychological profiling of him. Mental illness is indeed a formidable concern. Observing Li Bailu's worried expression, Wang Binming playfully teased the phoenix perched on his shoulder and offered words of comfort. There should be no major issues, but it's wise to be cautious. Let us head home for dinner. Today provides an excellent opportunity to observe him further. Li Bailu felt that Murphy likely faced no significant problems, especially considering Wei Nanfeng's sixth sense has always proven accurate. It is natural for her to be drawn to someone with unique qualities. After conversing with Murphy's friends last night, she found nothing amiss, yet it is prudent to check nonetheless. With this thought in mind, Li Bailu sent a message to Wei Nanfeng. Li Bailu, my brother-in-law checked Murphy's pulse. Everything seems fine. The young man is just brimming with energy. Wei Nanfeng, oh, is that so? Li Bailu, have you two not kissed at all since that night at the bar? Wei Nanfeng, no, not at all. Even my lip balm remained intact in the morning. Am I getting old? Li Bailu, he might not be interested in any women. Prepare yourself for that possibility. Li Bailu jested with Wei Nanfeng, believing that Murphy likely had no serious issues and that Wei Nanfeng had a greater chance of discovering a gem. Wei Nanfeng, what should I do then? Li Bailu, it's perfectly normal for a shy young man. Take the initiative, haha. Wei Nanfeng, but I have no experience. Li Bailu, perhaps you could guide Murphy. If that doesn't work, just keep trying. In a certain sense, Wei Nanfeng's romantic endeavors could only be described as an immediate failure following the confession of unrequited love. Ambiguity? They hadn't even held hands, leaving her with no experience whatsoever. Li Bailu found this pair rather amusing, even more so than Yao Yao and Xiao Jian. While she was engrossed in her conversation with Wei Nanfeng, a sudden commotion erupted by the artificial lake. Oh no, a child has fallen in. Help! Someone find a pole. A long pole. Li Bailu and Wang Binming rushed over to see how they could assist. They had not taken many steps when they spotted a familiar figure darting forward. Dressed in a white shirt and casual trousers with leather shoes, Murphy had left his jacket in the car due to the heat of the day. Without hesitation, within a minute, Murphy plunged into the water, retrieving the submerged child. Swimming to the shore, he held the child aloft, and a concerned elderly gentleman lying on the ground reached out to take the child. Once the child was safe, the kind gentleman extended his hand to Murphy, pulling him up as well. Impressive. The elderly man gave Murphy a thumbs up. At that moment, the crowd remained focused on the rescued child, and upon seeing Li Bailu and Wang Binming, Murphy hurried over. By the time everyone realized they were searching for the benevolent rescuer, he had vanished into the throng. What are you thinking, diving in without a second thought? Do you not know how treacherous the aquatic vegetation is in this lake? Li Bailu skulda. Clearing the water plants from Murphy's hair. The water quality of the artificial lake was rather poor, especially with the abundance of aquatic plants, which posed a significant danger to drowning victims. I've always been a strong swimmer. I had no issues, Murphy replied, peeling off his now-soaked shirt and wrapping himself in his suit jacket, glancing regretfully at his newly acquired Longines watch. He had a particular fondness for Longines timepieces, especially the intricate 8-hand moon phase models, which boasted features that would typically cost 2 to 300,000 yuan in other brands. Yet Longines offered for merely 20 to 30,000. It's just a watch. I'll buy you another one later, Li Bailu said, exasperated as she dried Murphy's hair, still shaken from the scare he had given her. Murphy pouted, realizing this was a duo. He suddenly remembered that Wang Binming was still seated in the back and reluctantly placed the watch on the dashboard. Let's drop Xiao Mu off at home to change his clothes and take a hot shower. Wang Binming assumed this watch was a token of affection between Li Bailu and Murphy, then called his wife to inform her that they would be home later than expected. Seeing that Murphy's hair had dried sufficiently, Li Bailu wiped her hands with a tissue and headed towards the Jinjiang Hotel. The Jinjiang Hotel boasts a prime location and has long been one of Chengdu's landmark structures. Situated along the main thoroughfare, it is adjacent to the famous Funan River, harmonizing with Tianfu Square, and offers convenient transportation, nestled among numerous shopping districts. The pricing and environment provide excellent value, with a double standard room costing approximately 160 yuan per person per night when shared. Boys are generally not overly concerned with their accommodations, but it is essential to cater to the needs of the accompanying girls. After thorough deliberation, the group ultimately decided on this venue. People's Park is not far from the Jinjiang Hotel. Upon arrival, Li Bailu and Wang Binming waited in the car while Murphy went to shower and change. Given the gravity of the situation, Li Bailu felt compelled to inform Wei Nanfeng, who was already en route. Just a moment, brother-in-law. I estimate he will need some time to compose himself. Boys are quite sensitive about their image. Wang Binming found this quite normal. Who wouldn't feel anxious on their first visit to their father-in-law's home? He recalled his initial visit to Li Baihuang's family, where he was so nervous he wished to glue his hair in place with superglue. It's fine. There are no outsiders at home. And it's not a problem if dinner is delayed a bit. There's a pharmacy nearby. Let us grab Xiao Mu's medication. Wang Binming's suggestion aligned perfectly with Li Bailu's intentions, sparing them the need to pretend when encountering Wei Nanfeng and Murphy later. She even chose a particularly congested route to prolong their journey. This morning, Li Feng and the others had opted not to go out for fun, as the events of the previous night had been rather overwhelming. Lao Ma and Fan Zeng both faced rejection, while Li Feng busied himself comforting the two, and the girls were occupied soothing Zhang Lanjun. After some mediation by Li Feng and Zhang Xiaona, they decided to have a free day today and plan a group excursion to Dujianjian tomorrow. While Murphy was showering, Li Feng was catching up on sleep. Upon seeing Murphy return, he teased from under the covers. "Oh, did you come back to see us?" Last night, he had shared a heart-to-heart with Lao Ma and Fan Zeng, and he was unsure which channel had aired Temptation of going home for an entire night. After getting the two to calm down, Li Feng returned to his room for some rest. "Get lost," Murphy exclaimed, tossing two sets of cheap-high men's clothing onto the bed before hastily stripping off his clothes and rushing into the bathroom. The odor of the artificial lake's water was quite unpleasant, and he shouted, "Make sure to send the gifts for Uncle and my dad back home later." Li Feng sat up leisurely, glancing at the clothes on the bed and teasing. "Have you been pampered?" "Well, if my brother is being a bit soft, it's only fair." He rummaged through his father's clothes, trying one on in front of the mirror, but found it a bit too old-fashioned. "Pampered? Wasn't I just selling flowers last night? I made a little money." Murphy's exclamations echoed from the bathroom. Although the revenue from the flower shop was rather effortless, he had exerted considerable effort himself, so there was no sense of shame in spending. After purchasing a pair of Longines, couple watches that morning, he still had a fair amount left. Li Bailu thrived in the shopping mall, being friends with many of the business owners. The internal pricing was hard to come by, and he deemed it quite reasonable. Thus, he decided to buy a set of clothes for both his father and Li Feng's father. Middle-aged men were surprisingly well-suited to the Qi brand men's wear, whose design philosophy resonated with the domestic male demographic's understanding and aesthetic. Now, the once struggling flower shop owned by Feng Luyao was inundated with visitors drawn by its reputation, transforming it into a burgeoning new attraction in Chengdu. In just one morning, the chilled beverages at the neighboring convenience store sparkled with freshness, while they were now offering only room-temperature drinks. The shop was undoubtedly a hit, yet he believed the true catalyst for its success lay in the star power of Nangong Guanlan. The market had already begun to see counterfeit fluorescent roses and even homemade versions. It was high time to weave a narrative and take a moment to establish his artistic persona on Weibo. Art was indeed a noble pursuit, and it could also be quite lucrative. Murphy finished his ablutions swiftly and emerged wrapped in a towel, only to discover Li Feng preening before the mirror. After quickly donning his attire, he unceremoniously nudged Li Feng aside while adjusting his own clothing. "Ah," he mused, it felt akin to sending a son off to wed. Li Feng, dressed in a somewhat outdated Zhongshan suit, lounged on the armchair, cigarette in mouth, watching Murphy as he prepared himself. Murphy shot Li Feng a sidelong glance, snapped a photo with his phone, and theatrically sent a voice message. "Uncle Li, I have dressed Fingzi in the clothes I bought for you. Upon hearing this, Li Feng hurriedly removed the outfit, folding it with great care. Just as he reached for his phone to explain to his father, he noticed something amiss. Hey, what are you doing with your precious carving tools? Li Feng observed Murphy rummaging through his suitcase, pulling out his prize carving set, and then extracting a fine piece of Wangwali wood. This particular piece had been leftover scrap from when Murphy's grandfather crafted a jewelry box for his father. And Murphy had cherished it since childhood, never quite deciding what to carve or create with it. Now, he was actually taking it out, but given the density of Wangwali, carving it would be a time-consuming endeavor. What are you planning to carve? Li Feng couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Murphy tucked the tools and wood into his waist pouch and replied with a smile, I intend to carve a small ornament for our esteemed president. Just then, Murphy's phone chimed with a message, the concerned voice unmistakably belonging to Wei Nanfeng. Wei Nanfeng, I have arrived at the Jinjiang Hotel. Which floor are you on? Wei Nanfeng, you weren't hurt, were you? Murphy, I'll be down shortly. Just wait for me in the car. The sun is bright outside. Don't get sunburned. After replying, Murphy abandoned Li Feng and strode cheerfully toward the elevator. Once Murphy departed, Li Feng flopped back onto the bed, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep when his phone buzzed. Zhang Xiaona, trouble. Wei Jie and Zhang Lanfan ran into each other downstairs, and the situation is quite urgent. Upon reading Zhang Xiaona's message, Li Feng sprang from the bed. Why did everything seem to occur at such an inopportune moment? Downstairs, Zhang Xiaona and Bai Jie stood bewildered, witnessing the tense standoff between Wei Nanfeng and Zhang Lanfan. They had merely stepped out for a meal and to purchase cold medicine for Wang Exine. How had the two encountered each other? Initially, they exchanged pleasantries. But then Zhang Lanfan casually posed a particularly lethal question. Wei Jie, do you know that Murphy has a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Wei Nanfeng maintained her composure. Yet her animosity towards Zhang Lanfan intensified. Was she attempting to sow discord in her relationship with Murphy? Clearly, she was trying to find an opportunity through this young woman. The girl was indeed clever, but still a bit inexperienced. With a smile, she tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned closer to Zhang Lanfan, whispering coldly, Oh, I certainly know. We were together just last night. I am a rather traditional woman and can accept a man with multiple partners. If Murphy doesn't mind you, we could even be sisters. Unfortunately, he finds you lacking.